about 30 seconds. So,
Okay.
I'll go on the lobby on this computer.
okay. So YouTube
Doing a
running
little better
here.
this morning.
Hello, everyone. And, oh my goodness, ready for fun today, guys?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Well, it was an exciting day yesterday for sure. So let's see. In 2 minutes, we're about to go live here in the lobby, but we're on YouTube. So that means if anyone's on ODwire watching us, hello, ODwire.
And we have a lot of guests today. So those that aren't part of the program, the education program, can join us, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't even know what you guys scheduled all in here today. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, we have a few people coming, so that's cool.
Bill Toole indicated he would do it, but I don't want to clog up the thing, so I just ignored it.
Okay, sure.
He was in transit yesterday, but he would talk today. We'll get him next
Sure.
conference.
Sure.
We had some good talks. Jeff was good. Gershon, Dante was surprisingly good, and
yeah, Don's talk was really interesting and different. His two talks, one of them was very different from the usual standard talk, trying to get into the alpha zone.
yeah, even if but it's amazing. He's pushing 80, and he's going straight ahead. He's opening up a new business and stuff, and he's still in shape. His mind is certainly in shape.
Yep. Okay, 2 minutes to go here, guys, and we'll be out in the lobby. And
Yep. Yeah, I have one computer to live stream, and my other computer I have this, and I can go to the classes in this because the live stream doesn't kick me out of the classes.
right,
And
and you should see it here. I mean, this is obviously jury rigged. I should actually at the end of this turn around and take a picture of it so you can see there's just crap everywhere here, trying to get these old machines to do the stream properly, and it seems to have worked. So that's good.
I just have to cut the sound on this.
I like your background on that.
Well, yeah, so that's just for you guys, not for anybody else. So everybody else sees my regular background. This is just for you.
Let me change mine to be something cool.
It doesn't matter, people at this point, they're like, yeah, whatever. But Dad, so this machine that I'm using, so Dad, you were away when all this stuff was happening, but again, the main machines that I use to do all this, dead as a doornail. So,
What happened to 10 o'clock?
Yeah. So
anything happened after 10 or after I left?
Oh, no, everything seemed to, really settle down. So it's been fine. Gretchen's going to be here a little later today, so she'll show up and eventually get into the room. So it's just us guys until she gets here.
Well, I just been trying to get feedback. Adam,
What's that?
what's the anticipated time for you to get your heat back?
Oh, so my heat's not going to come back until they actually physically install the brand new unit, which is on a flatbed from California. So we probably won't have heat, I would guess, maybe for another 2 or 3 days, I suppose.
What's the temperature there?
So that's the problem. You see what I'm wearing right now? It's in the low 30s here. So it's really cold in the house. I'm dying. So I have a space heater.
Cut out, right? You're leaving right after we say good night. Good night.
I mean, maybe I don't know. It's supposed to get warmer, so it's supposed to get up into the low 60s, high 50s eventually. But in the morning, you know what it's like here. In the mornings, it's freezing. Oh, okay. So we're streaming right now. Hello, everyone. You're hearing me complain about the weather. So welcome back. So we were just talking. For anyone who's just joining us here in the lobby, we were just talking about the weather and why I'm dressed like this because we have no heat here in the studio. And it's 32 degrees outside, so I'm cold.
I think also we get a lot more people from California being online today because they're trapped in the house. Well, the whole coast, from San Francisco to San Diego, has a huge amount of rain and wind and stuff like that. So people are trapped, and it's Sunday.
Well, there's going to be. Oh, I wish I were more up to date with the modern stuff. What's the awards that are happening tonight?
Grammys.
Grammys.
Is it the Grammys?
It's called
Yeah.
the Taylor Swift Awards.
They're very worried because it's live, and they're worried about some of the guests showing up.
No, they're gonna have 3, 4, 5 inches of rain there with wind, and you're right.
Not being able to get on the roads.
Yep.
By the way, background Steve is torturing Adam.
That's okay. It actually makes me feel good looking at him, seeing him in Hawaii there.
To make me feel better, we have heat, but this is a total washout. There was a major tournament here in golf. I couldn't do it, and it was canceled because we're going to get 2 or 3 inches of rain today. So
Yep.
this is not what it looks like outside. I can turn the computer around to see, but it's not necessary.
Yeah. Anyway, so we're all surviving. I'm just hopefully the people in California do okay. If it was anything like Oregon was, 2 weeks ago, they're going to be in for a time, because when things go badly with our infrastructure here, and there's mass destruction, the electricity situation is the worst because it can take days to get it back. So when
That's what
we
they
had
said.
when we had our week-long outage here 2 weeks ago, we had power crews as far south as Southern California come up here, try to restore power to us. And now we're going to be returning the favor, I think, where we have crews from our region heading south in anticipation of what's about to happen to them. So everyone's pitching in.
I mean, if you talk
Yeah.
about timing, we just sold that condo just in time, Ed.
Yeah. Yes, you did. You got out just in time. You're very lucky because, your place was
Except
a
you could have
mess.
been, he might have had power and you could have been over there.
Yeah.
Be
So
nice and warm.
not only did he not have power, but his condo also didn't have water for 5 days. So he would have been over here in the cold with us.
Good luck.
So
And for the physical fitness groupies, the whole community lost their club.
yep.
They had to close down the swimming pool, the weight training, etc.
Yep.
For the whole
Why? It's all flooded?
There was no power for a week, the whole town.
and the trees were down. They couldn't get there.
I mean, I can show you guys. Well, you guys can't see it on your end, but the people at home can see this who are watching. The pictures that I showed them of what happened to us with all the trees going down. And there's one picture I just put up on the screen right now that they can see, which is a power truck that actually got crushed by a tree because the power trucks came the next day to try to get us started again, and the trees kept falling. And so it actually crushed some of the trucks that came to try to help us.
I can see it on the live stream. I have a live stream on my computer, so
Yeah.
I'm watching live stream.
So
They're
that
watching,
what you're seeing, that picture right there, is actually from our neighborhood. So you can get a sense of like what exactly happened. That it was so dangerous to be out even a day or two after this happened because the ice just sat on the trees and they finally couldn't take it and they fell over. So yeah, hopefully California has it a little better than we did.
Well, it's not going to be ice, but it's going to be a lot of rain, and they're not used to it there. But it's going to be over a couple-day period of time. It's going to be bad today. And when you look at CNN, when they do the news, they have the colors, and the darkest color, which was a pink, was right around LA, Santa Barbara. So, and they're not used to that, like you said.
Yep.
And 90-mile-an-hour winds also. That 90-mile winds means power lines down.
Yeah, because we only had, at this Oregon storm here that we had, we had maybe 50 miles an hour, and that was enough to do it for a lot of the trees that weren't used to it. So I'm going to keep my fingers crossed for everyone in California today. And hopefully our power crews will be as useful to them as their power crews were to us 2 weeks ago.
No rain coming from that storm.
No, we're just going to have the usual Oregon rain, so I don't think we're going to have anything terrible. So I hope. I mean, knock wood, I can't deal with any more weather. If it goes bad again, honestly, I'm jumping on a plane and going to Hawaii because I've had enough. This winter has been horrible.
Absolutely.
And then down below will erupt.
Oh, by the way, I'm looking at the schedule here. At 10:30, I'm going to vanish.
Okay.
I'm going to vanish for a half hour for obvious reasons.
Yep, you can disappear. And just to let everyone know who's in the lobby right now, thank you everyone for coming out. We have Carl here from Washington very early. I know exactly how you feel. It's still dark, of course, here. Let me actually show people what's going on today at the conference a bit, so I can pull this up and show you what we have on tap. So yesterday everything pretty much worked. We had a huge crowd. We had 3,000 people sign up for the conference, give or take. And yesterday in the first hour, the tech ran smoothly except for the surveys, where people had an issue taking the surveys in the beginning. But last night, everybody should have received an e-blast from me. At least I hope you received an e-blast from me with a link to all of the post-course surveys, because we created a very convenient place where you can go and get the surveys. So CEwire2024.com/surveys. If you go to that link, there's an alphabetical list of all the post-course surveys, and you can just click on each one to get to one of the surveys that you might have missed. So I sent an email about it last night. And I'll put it up on the screen so everyone can see. Whoop, there we go. So this is the list to the post-course surveys, and you can see all of them are here. And all you have to do is click on whichever one you want to do, and then it'll take you right to the post-course survey where you can fill it out. So you can answer it right there. So all the surveys are there. And so again, you should have received that email from me last night pointing you at that. If you didn't, that will be there. The other thing is your transcripts will be available later in the morning. I have a thing right here that I can show you, the transcript center. That again, there's a link right on the CEwire2024 website to your transcripts. It says available starting Monday. That's actually a lie. We were able to get it running faster last night, and so this will be available to you probably within the next hour. I just have to activate it so everyone can get to it. So you'll be able to easily pull up your transcripts. So,
not to interrupt you, but if you click on the in progress link on the left-hand side, you will see your courses that you took and the surveys you took. And I have 7 courses that I have credits for already. So they can still see their transcript on the regular site without popping into CEwire, like just hitting the in progress.
Yep, and in fact, I'm going to actually do everybody a favor right now, and I'm going to, while we're here on the fly, since we're here talking, I'm going to turn on the transcript so people can get to them. How do you like that?
Okay.
Let's see if I can do that. Just one more thing to knock out of the way.
And you can give them the backstory of why the surveys didn't happen.
Oh yeah, so we can talk about that a little bit. So let me just get this running for people because I know that people get nervous.
Today.
So hang on, let me.
And please plan your day. If you're a person that needs DA credits, we've designed it to be really, really easy. Just go into room 1 and stay there all day. You'll get 9 credits.
Yep.
That satisfies orals and narcotics and is good information. You might be in pain after seeing all these 9 hours of pain lectures, but that's okay.
So hang on here. Let me create this link for you guys. And then we will be in good shape here. See, look at this, doing this right on the fly.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And the lecture is going to start in about 21 minutes, and looks like everything is...
Who's on first? Oh, the narcotics group. There should be a whole bunch of people taking the courses.
It's in room 1. It's all day. If you scroll down, Paul, it's all narcotics, 9 straight hours.
Right. And
So,
I bet we had hundreds of people taking that particular course, showing up.
That was we added those 8 credits like the last minute. We had 1 or 2 because a lot of states require 2 credits just for general license, but for the DA requirement, they need 8. And we scurried together, and then people came through. Ben Casella is one. Bruce Onifrey is another one that are experts in these fields, and they each managed to come up with a different course in narcotics. And what the DA requires is nothing specific. They require that you take 8 credits of something, and I believe you can even take it on demand. I had sent Adam the link a couple of months ago. So it's not just, you don't have to take it synchronous, you can take it asynchronous. In fact, they use the word asynchronous in their blurb about what you need to take.
So Steve, you 100% can. And the reason I know this is because I always get in the mail for my medical license. They send me, one company in particular sent me a packet, a 100-page course with all the hours for the DEA requirement, like an asynchronous, course that you take it home by reading a packet and then taking a quiz at the end.
Right.
And so you can, they literally send it to me on spec, pay them $100, submit it online, and you meet the requirement. So to give you a sense of how some MDs are handling this, that's how it goes. So
it makes it fairly easy, except if they take it synchronous, you don't have to take the quiz, and that makes it a lot easier for the attendee.
And okay, guys, I just want to let everyone know that I have now set up the transcript. So if you go to the transcript page, I'll refresh this. Now, I don't have any transcripts because I've just been sitting here in the lobby. I haven't actually officially taken any of the classes. But if you go to the transcript page, CEwire2024, in theory, this should actually pull up your printable transcripts.
Yep, everything's perfect.
There we go. Okay, so see, we know what we're doing.
Even to the point that the people have a complaint when you look at the progress thing in the regular Audencio interface,
Mhm.
you don't see the amount of credits. Here we have, there was one course that was 2 credits to glaucoma compass, and I got 2 credits for it.
Yep. Yeah. So
So it's
what I like to tell people is the printable transcripts are your final transcript. Like this is, I guess, as the university would say, your official transcript. That's what this is, because that's the data
yes.
that we actually use. That when I send stuff over to Arbo, this is the data that I'm pulling from. So that's whatever you see here is what goes.
But in addition, you could print each individual course transcript, certificate, excuse me. So
Yep.
you can get a certificate for each course individually with all the information. There's really, I mean, I would do that and download it. I wouldn't print it out and just throw it up into Google Drive into one folder or something like that.
Yep. Yeah, we do it both ways for people because some people obviously don't use Arbo. They just need the actual individual certificates to submit on their own. So that's what they do. So yeah, all systems are go here. And I think we're going to be in for a good day today.
Okay, can we finish with DEA?
Sure.
Tell me more about it. Number one, how did we become certified people to give the course?
Okay, so
The only
here's
thing
so here's how it worked. This is what happened. So the DEA, of course, came out with this rule because of the opioid epidemic that people, all healthcare providers who have a DEA license, need to take this certain 8 hours of certification. When they came out with the rule, though, they only qualified certain groups to be able to give that education. And when I looked at the requirement, I'm like, okay, we don't meet that, right? So this is mostly CME providers and so forth. And it was a long list, but I'm like, okay, we're not explicitly on their list. So I put it aside. Then I guess it was about maybe 2 months ago, Steve, Arbo came out with an opinion saying, we at Arbo, think that we can do this. If you're a COPE-approved provider like us, if you're an administrator, you can do this. You can offer the DEA courses. So I'm like, that sounds like a cockamamie story to me. So I actually called up Arbo and I asked them and I said, hey, did you really mean that? That if we actually created these COPE-approved lectures for, 8 or 9 hours, that this would be fine. And they said this was the president of the organization and the executive director said, in their opinion, any COPE administrator can offer this. And so we did. So if the DEA has a problem with it, they can take it up with Arbo, not with us.
And
I have one question. Did the word synchronous and asynchronous evolve from what Arbo decided to do, or was that something from CME that Arbo borrowed?
So
Because they're both using the same terms.
yeah, so Arbo borrowed it because remember they used to use the term online interactive for many years? That was the old term that they came up with over 10 years ago. And they changed it to synchronous and asynchronous, based on what medicine was doing. They're trying to sort of align themselves with what the terminology that everybody else is using. So that's how they came up with that. And as far as I understand, they're not going to change that anytime soon. I'm going to guess that this verbiage is going to stay the same for at least the next decade, unless something really happens with the tech. So people should start to get used to it. Yep.
I kind of felt that because when I correspond with all the ophthalmologists that lecture, whether it be Dr. Cohen, Dr. Whitman, they're using those terms like it's part of their vernacular. So they seem to know what synchronous and asynchronous means.
yeah, now more questions. Do these things? Does the DEA expire these things once a year, or is it gradual for each individual?
So
it's every 3 years, I believe, to me.
Yeah, I think it's for the term of your DEA license, right?
Yeah. So it's every 3 years, and it was $888. $888, Paul. It's not cheap to keep it renewed.
Yeah, but it could end in February or March or April. It can end on any given month rather than the end of the year.
Well, yeah, it's when your DEA license is up. So when you resubmit for your DEA license, there's a checkbox. This is what's so funny about this. No one's really looking. There's a checkbox that when you fill your DEA license saying, did you actually complete the 8 hours, yes or no? And you're supposed to check yes, and then you're supposed to keep the records for yourself. And I guess if the DEA decided to audit you at some point, they'd want you to pull your records so you could see it. But it's really sort of it's up to you to actually maintain that record.
So the expires end of a month or at the end of a year?
So it's whenever the DEA license expires. People know when their DEA license expires. They get all kinds of threats and warnings.
What I'm saying is that take this course right through the year if their license is going to be expiring.
Yes.
It's your expiration date. Everybody has an individual one for when they applied and got the DEA license for themselves. It's not state, it's not national, it's individual. By the way, we're getting some kudos from your description of the transcript in the live stream, if you will. People are saying yes, great.
Oh, great. Okay, yeah, I'm glad it works for everyone. We were holding our breath last night. We weren't planning on actually getting it running until after the weekend was over when all the dust settled, but we felt like it was important to get it out there. So Jake worked last night to actually make it happen. So I'm glad it works. So thanks to Jake for doing that, staying late.
It should still be the
Two more
length. You take the
questions.
course and take the survey and get it generated there, correct? 15, 20 minutes or an hour?
So I'm going to actually ask Jake today. It was taking a little bit longer yesterday because of the volume of people, but I think it should be 15 minutes. But I'll ask him right now, actually. So good question.
Okay, Steve, you can answer these questions. I just
Yeah.
want to, with the DEA, for people that are not familiar with it or us, can they, number one, take it, it's just saying they could take it asynchronous anytime, 24/7 until the December 1st, and
Right.
take a quiz, correct?
If it's asynchronous,
quiz.
yes.
Okay, number two, since this course permanent, that is, even though our courses will expire on the 1st and our speakers will expire, if we want to extend this particular course, it doesn't have to be COPE approved necessarily. This is for the DEA. Is that correct?
That's a good question.
So I think the education itself does need to be so in theory, I suppose we could do whatever we wanted because no one's ever really even looking. But our COPE-approved lectures, the asynchronous ones, are good for 3 years. So in theory, if we wanted to, we could take those 8 hours and push them aside somewhere else once this is all over and have them up somewhere for 3 years and feel confident that because it's still approved education for 3 years and not stale, that it would be good for the DEA. So we could take those hours if we wanted to. I don't know if we want to. I don't know if we just want to next year redo them, just have brand new ones, right? Because you don't necessarily want to use old lectures. Like I actually sat through the DEA lectures just to see them. And our speakers have been really good about keeping the statistics up to date because it's really important, particularly for the opioid epidemic, to be up to date on what's actually happening. It's actually changed fairly quickly since the pandemic. So I would feel more comfortable about redoing the lectures once a year as opposed to leaving them up for 3 years.
But is this requirement going on in perpetuity where they have to keep on renewing it and take 8 credits, or is it a one-time deal to take the 8 credits and then the DA is solid for a certain amount of years?
I think it's for the term of your license, if I understand correctly, because every time you renew, they ask if you've done the required education. Right. So that's what I think they're doing. I mean, if anybody knows different, please in the lobby let me know. But again, I don't mind redoing these lectures once a year just to keep them up to date because things really are changing so rapidly with the epidemic. So,
we could be the go-to place for people to go anytime they need these courses, where it's a very convenient place to take these courses on demand, asynchronous, anytime they want. So I'm just wondering if we could just keep it up as a service to optometrists.
I'm curious if we could market to MDs also, where they could take our courses in that requirement.
Sure.
They probably could.
I think any healthcare professional could. And again, because unless they get audited, no one's really looking. And we have, obviously people can download their certificates as well. So that's what they need, right? If the DEA says, hey, did you actually do this? They need to show them evidence. Yeah, here's the course that I took. And because we have individual downloadable certificates, they can do that. So
in other words, if a physician wanted to do it, an MD or a chiropractor, they could also come on?
I don't see why they couldn't. I mean, I don't know, but I don't see why they couldn't. This isn't just unique for optometry. Yeah. I mean, if you actually look, a couple of our talks actually have some eye care related stuff in them, just about, talking about ocular pain because it's just germane to everybody here. But most of the talks are pretty generic, just to do with opioids.
And you can forget chiropractors; they can't prescribe.
But I assume it's for people that can independently prescribe drugs, correct? In other words, a physical therapist can't take shouldn't have to take this course.
Right. This is just for people with DEA licenses. Again, these are for people who explicitly sign up for it, pay a lot for it, and then have the right to prescribe narcotics.
But they can prescribe other drugs other than narcotics. Those
You
that
can
can
prescribe
prescribe
narcotics,
drugs.
believe me, you
In other
can
words,
prescribe
Yeah, narcotics is the sort of the upper level, right? It's like the boss level of prescribing stuff. So this
Right.
is above and beyond any other license you have. And most people, in fact, even with their DEA license, are really reticent to do a lot of narcotic prescribing these days.
Yep. I have what's called a middle level license. It begins with MS. I'm not gonna give like the other numbers. But that allows me to do class 3, and when Vicodin and some others were moved over to class 2, they were grandfathered. So I could prescribe well, Oxy and stuff like that. But it's when I went to the dentist twice, and he's my friend, he would not even prescribe 4 pills after a procedure, root canal and stuff. He said, take Tylenol with ibuprofen and you'll be fine. And you know what? I was.
Yep.
So even the ones who are used to prescribing these things are reticent to do so. Maybe a physiatrist, you know what that is, Paul? That's kind of a pain doctor. They prescribe a lot, and I'm sure post-surgical cases you have to have at least some, especially orthopedic post-surgical cases, at least get somebody through the first 3 or 4 days.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, the issue, and if you watch some of the videos, again, I decided to sit through them because I thought they were interesting. The issue is that what's happening to a lot of people now is that they're becoming addicted from their prescriptions, right? And moving over to fentanyl, which is very, very easy to get and very, very cheap. So that's sort of the pipeline that people are going towards now, right? Where it's you take something that was prescribed, or a lot of times what happens is you take a family member's drugs that were prescribed, and you plan to just do it acutely for a few days, and all of a sudden it turns into something else, and the next thing you know, you find yourself looking for fentanyl on the street, which is very easy to get in most places. So, and that's how this is all starting to fall apart, and it's deadly, of course, which is the bigger problem, is that it's
Yeah,
very
sure.
potent. So
Because when you get it through a pharmacy, it's going to be regulated and the amounts will be regulated. But fentanyl is, I mean, a little grain can kill you.
yep,
And what they do in the street is they cut like cocaine. Cut means like cocaine's really good, but they don't want to use it pure, so they'll cut it like a third cocaine, a third fentanyl, a third, whatever, something else. And you could die with one dose. A lot of kids have.
yep. So, and in fact, this is actually funny. What a coincidence. I was looking upstairs in our kitchen as I was rifling through stuff to try to make food this morning, and I found a box of Narcan. And I asked my wife about it. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, what? I mean, is there something you should tell me? And she's like, no. It's really important, apparently, for these days to parents who have kids in high school to keep some Narcan around the house just in case something happens with them or one of their friends. So I didn't realize this was a thing. That's how out of it I am. But my wife was telling me that most of the parents around here, you can easily get it, and they keep a little thing of Narcan in their houses just in case. What the
How's
kids
it
are into.
administered?
You shoot it up the nose, so it's like a nasal spray.
You smell it, goes right
Yeah.
into the small blood vessels. And
They
in
have-
New York, New Jersey, two other states, they're giving it to you for free, Paul. Everybody can just go in and get Narcan for free because it's a good thing to have in the house.
Yep.
So people have to be breathing for it to work.
So it has to. It
Shooting it
can.
up the nose.
Well, it can go into the mucous membranes. If someone's not breathing, that's first of all, call 911 before you do
Don't
anything
do it,
else. But yeah. So this is you shoot it up the nose and you hope for the best. You hope that it absorbs in the mucosa there enough to actually wake the person up.
And sometimes if they take too much, you might need 2 doses of Narcan. I watch a lot of TV.
Yep. So yeah. So I was surprised to have it in the house, but it's kind of good that we do.
This a controversial question, since we're optometrists mainly watching this. Should anyone have to be afraid to prescribe these drugs under their license? Should they check with their state board and with the, with the powers that be in their state?
Well, your license, I was allowed to prescribe up to 72 hours of a supply of a drug. And like Adam said, that's probably not enough to get you hooked. But in certain people's cases, it can be. So let's say somebody had somebody had a really severe corneal ulcer and they're in pain. I would prescribe 4 pills. and it wasn't the strongest stuff. Could be Tylenol through coating or something like
Right.
that. It's not going to hook somebody. But if you prescribe, 36 Vicodins, you're going to maybe hook the person, and they don't need it. They usually these acute pain pills for eyes are 1 or 2 days. A narrow angle. Look, just let's say somebody's having a narrow angle glaucoma attack. You break it, but they're going to the surgeon next day for a laser PI. They get them through the night. That's all. Give them 2 pills.
Right.
But you
And
gotta
so,
be careful with a wink and a nod. If a relative asks you for a large dose of something.
okay, so Dad, so here's what you need to do, Dad. At 10 a.m. Eastern Time, which is coming up in 3 minutes, Ben Casella is giving a talk, Narcotics and Drug Diversion. And what you're talking about there is drug diversion, because it's one of the main ways that people get hooked, where you have a family member, typically an elderly person, who has been given a huge supply of opioids for some reason, and their family members then take that huge supply and start to use it themselves. Right?
Yeah.
And that is what puts, and and Dad, I mean, if we want to get personal, since we're on the live stream here, look at what we went through with Mom, right? The physicians, particularly for elderly people undergoing surgical procedures, they still seem to be okay giving out large doses of opioids.
Sure.
I was surprised by how much they gave my mother as a supply. It was really sort of shocking.
When you take cancer patients also who obviously are in severe pain and there's no downside to them getting hooked, you might as well give it to them. Or somebody who's had back surgery, and some of these back surgery people are just in chronic pain the rest of their life. They'd rather be a drug addict than be in pain. But they're taking prescription drugs.
A quick memory thing. I remember a big jar in my parents' household of amphetamines that my sisters and brother took for diet pills. So there was amphetamine there because, it helps your diet.
Well, now they take Ozempic and everybody's taking it.
You'd like to stay wide awake. So there it was.
You know about Ozempic and 2 other drugs. They do a really good job of people losing weight, and I think all of Hollywood is on the drugs, and if not, a lot of the population.
Speaking of losing weight, Steve, you look pretty thin. Have you lost weight since?
I am I go to the gym 4 times a week. I play golf 3 times a week. But if I'm not playing golf, I'm hitting golf balls. The answer is yes. I typically would weigh 150, 151. Now I'm down to 146, which, at 5 pounds at my size is a big deal. And the answer is yes.
Good.
Yeah. But I still got muscles. So look at that.
You're ready for prime time. If you want to go on in the movies, you're thin enough.
Well, look at my muscles still. I've gone to be how can I say, cross-trained lift. So I'm still wiry, and people, when I take off my shirt, you've seen me doing an ODwire, some of the pictures. I don't look my age, and you keep on pushing it back. But it's A, the Mediterranean diet, and B, exercise. But we're like energized. I don't see my wife. She leaves at 9 o'clock in the morning, goes to play pickleball, then she goes to the gym, then she does this, and at 6 o'clock I see her, and she also lost a lot of weight. Yeah.
Okay, maybe I'll have to go. I'll have to move to Florida again to lose weight, because the one good part of kidney disease, I lost 25 pounds, but man, it's slowly coming back because of what you need.
Because I'm not trapped here.
Sorry?
We're not trapped indoors ever. I mean, today it's a rainy day. It's funny. I bet you when you were in Florida, you look forward to some of those rainy days, just to not have to be trapped for a day.
You have to have that obligation to get out,
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Yep. Okay, well, it's 9 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock.
Yeah. Checking. First, we'll get Adam talking a little bit about the stuff. I have it muted, so don't worry, you're not going to hear it.
And sorry, guys, I'm just actually helping somebody right now to get started, since we're getting started here for the day. So everybody always has questions right in the beginning. So let me just help these guys out, and then I'll get back to you.
And we might get some newbies today because some people have office hours. A lot of people have office hours on Saturday, and they don't have it on Sunday. Like I said, the whole country it's raining here. Not that Florida people take it, but all of California is raining. And Sue Resnick twisted the knife a little bit. How nice it is in New York.
So I'm trying to help people get online here. We have new people just registering right now, and we'll let them into the conference. And hopefully we'll see Gretchen here later too.
Yep.
Okay. That looks good. And okay, and it looks like we're just getting started right now. So I have the schedule up here. So if anybody's listening to us, you should go into the classrooms, leave us and go and start watching classes. So we have, looks like Ben Casella leading off the narcotics track, Sue Resnick.
And he's there.
Yep, Sue Resnick, I saw her, so she's here talking about blepharoptosis. We have Anu Lal and Rich Madonna on the glaucoma track leading that off today, so that should be an interesting one. They're both from SUNY. So we have, and in fact, we have another SUNY person there too, Joy Harewood, talking about care for people with disabilities. So we have, it's like a big SUNY optometry show this morning.
In the room, I'm getting that chat is closed. It's going to open up when lecture starts. Adam, there's a lock, and
it should hit refresh if it's not.
okay. I'll do that now. Okay. Da-da-da. Yep. Okay, good. I'm an idiot.
What happened?
Okay. If anybody should know to refresh, I should.
Okay, yeah, it seems like everybody's starting up now. It looks like we have a few hundred people in each room. That's a good thing.
Yeah, look at it now. There'll be more, but there's about like 800, 700 just quickly. And it's not surprising the narcotics room has a large amount.
Yep.
But we have on the other side, people are going to have a tough choice. We have some heavy duty speakers that are always great. Mark Freeberg's lecturing today. Tammy's doing some great lectures today. Let me see the schedule. I know that Steve Sorkin is doing some lectures on orals, which you can get orals that aren't narcotics, which is great. Sue is doing some great stuff on blepharoptosis. She did something on unique and blepharoptosis last time. And of course, the great Julie Rodman talking about imaging.
Yep. So yeah, so you can see.
How many people in the drug course?
Looks like, well, it's hard to get an accurate count. It looks like at least 218 right now. You can see here.
Refreshes. Well, in other words, sometimes what you see is not what's there.
Yeah, so it tries to keep count, but yeah, it looks like as of right now, it's about 218. I'm going to guess more people are filing in over the first couple of minutes. So yeah, we'll have a few hundred there.
Yeah, and I expected, again, it's 7 o'clock on Adam's time. So 7 o'clock on a Sunday morning. I don't know if people want to get up at 6 o'clock to, they have plenty of time to take more narcotics courses.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Okay.
The question, I'm not watching the questions coming in. I'm just, I'm keeping the email up.
Sure.
Any questions coming in?
Well, let's see. No.
Interesting. For the first time, a lot of the speakers want to take our courses. And when a speaker registers, we don't register in the typical form, so they don't fill out an OE tracker number. Now, you've gotten more than a few, Adam, I know, in the last couple of days.
Yeah, so I've been entering people's OE trackers in for them. But again, once you do it once, then it's in there permanently.
Some really great speakers might up to next year. People are actually soliciting us. They know this is kind of like the gold standard of conferences, and they want to be part of it. So we always rotating people in and people out, and we have some constant people. But we try to keep it fresh. We try to keep it young. We try to keep it diverse, and also satisfy the state requirements.
Yep.
And this year we did everything with state requirements. If there's something that we didn't satisfy, then I don't know.
Yeah, and it's interesting here, just pulling up all the courses today, trying to see what we have going on. I mean, so much glaucoma, it's really kind of remarkable.
Yeah.
Looks like
One of the
19
last
hours.
courses is Dr. Soka, and I watched that course. It's great. Things that you don't see. What was the title?
Oh, it's Phone a
Get his book?
Friend. Phone a Friend, the greatest cases I never saw.
Yeah,
That's the
and
right.
he's great. He also was last year voted #1 OD in the country. So we keep on getting a roster of all-stars.
Yep.
I wonder if the glaucoma specialists, the physicians, the MDs, ophthalmologists that have their specialty in glaucoma resent the optometrists doing as much as they're doing, or look forward to them as becoming a better referral source to them.
Yeah, well, we can treat it medically, and again, in certain states, SLT with lasers, but that's about it. So I think the concept is that even the glaucoma specialists in optometry do things as long as they can until something has to be intervened, and I don't think they mind that at all. I think the routine glaucoma in their office is treated by a lot of times an OD, and maybe they ask the ophthalmologist for some opinions. So yeah, they're busy. Don't worry about them, Paul. They're,
No,
they're not.
that the ones that limit their practice to glaucoma, the tertiary ophthalmologists probably are so busy that they're happy somebody else is doing it just to
Yeah.
refund them the surgery.
No, I'm good friends with Rich Whitman, and we were always in New Jersey lobbying to take out Chalazians to Lansdowne. He said, "Be my guest." He said, "It's disgusting. You don't get paid a lot. They come in at 6 o'clock at night." He said, "If you want to do that, you can dig us into hay." You know what that means? Go ahead. Because to get paid $100 to hurt somebody and pull all that cheese out, and they're not happy at the end because they're in pain. He said these are procedures. You want to do it? Yeah, do it. It's not hard, and he agrees that we could do just as good a job opening up a hot, well, not hot, it could be infected lesion of the lids.
Yep.
So somebody in the chat just asked, are there 3 generations of Farkas here? Well, sort of. So there's Paul, there's myself, and then there's my son, who is the person who's playing the piano piece that you hear at the beginning of each lecture, then the little countdown timer. So I guess in theory, yes, there are 3 generations.
So the piano lessons for the past 10 years has finally paid off.
There you go. I'm paying him in food.
And being with you guys for 10 years, I kind of fit in between the ages, so I'm an honorary Farkas.
Wow.
What does Reed want to do for his career? He's getting to the point of actually even knowing things.
Well, yeah, so he's a freshman in high school, so he's just getting started. I mean, he's got, it's interesting because looking back and actually, Dad, going through all of your stuff when you moved and looking to see how they called you lazy bones when you were a kid, you and Reed actually have a lot in common because he's a straight A student, but this kid, he is just so lackadaisical about studying. It's amazing. He's incredibly bright, so he can get away with it. But he's got straight A's in literally everything, so he doesn't know what he wants to do yet. He obviously loves science. He's like, yeah, maybe I'll do bio. It's so easy for me. I don't even study. I'm like, all right, sure.
Be my guest. Speaking of 3 generations, Ted Caslow began our practice, and then Jordan Caslow came in, his son. But I just spoke to Jordan this past week, and I asked, "What are your kids doing?" And guess what, his oldest son now has started his first year at the University of Michigan Medical School.
Really? Oh, that's crazy.
You talk about coincidence. Same school as you.
That's so funny. I'm sure he's having a great time. Not.
Not. That first year was dramatic.
Yeah. It's funny, actually. I occasionally, catch up with some of my classmates online just to see what they're doing, and I didn't realize, but I was watching the football playoffs the other day, and And sure enough, I was watching the Detroit Lions and I looked at one of those guys and I'm like, man, that looks an awful lot like one of my classmates. And sure enough, one of the offensive linemen on the Lions was the son of one of my classmates in medical school.
Is that right?
Spitting image, I mean, even bigger than his dad. His dad was huge. He was a football player at Michigan, but like this kid's even bigger. So small world.
Small
But I
world.
think because of the cost and because of what might be happening in medicine, a lot of MDs, and I know some ODs specifically, one of my former partners, their sons and daughters are going into things like nurse practitioner, nurse anesthetist, PAs, etc., because a lot less education, a lot less cost, and it might be the delivery system of the future.
Well, I'll tell you something. The person that was in the uh, radiology surgery room that removed my catheter, from my shoulder,
Mhm.
dialysis, he was a PA. So he does
Yep.
a lot of the stuff that the surgical radiologist would be doing. Because I saw him again, he visited with me when I was in overnight this past weekend. And sure enough, these PAs are doing it. I didn't want to get involved with how much he's getting paid versus a nephrologist on staff.
Yeah.
Sure,
But
it's a
they'll divert very often in practice, you make an appointment with an MD and you come into the room and then the PA shows up and does all the workup and maybe the MD comes in at the end. I had a little problem with my shoulder. I thought I had a rotator cuff tear and whatever. And the doctor was coming in the room and the PA was there. And I said, no, I made an appointment to see Dr. Levy. I can use his name. And they said, well, Dr. Levy's with somebody else. And I said, no, I want to see him. And I could look at my X-rays and you can look at the X-rays. I'm sure you're very good, but Medicare is not paying a full fee to a PA when I made an appointment with a doctor. And he came in, I'm a pain in the ass now. He said, I understand. And it was no big deal. He gave me a steroid shot. I'm fine in my shoulder. This is a little bit of information.
enough that it's a PA because the nurses call them by their first name. If it's an MD, it's always doctor, doctor, doctor.
Yeah.
See, but anyone else, it's a first name basis.
Oh, by the way, guys, so we still have 20 people here. So let me actually just remind people, I'll put it up on the screen so they can see. Because we do have a couple of new people here today, as I saw in the chat, wondering what to do. So remember, if you have any trouble, chat with us here. Use the chat box on the right side of the screen. If you have any real trouble that we can't help you with in chat, which we should be able to help, but if we can't, support@CEwire2024.com is the email address to use. And we'll get back to you rapidly to try to fix any problems that you're having. People ask, how do I get to the classes? So first and foremost, download the schedule, CEwire2024.com/schedule, or in the website, you'll see on the left side of the screen, there's a link that you can just click on it and it'll download the PDF schedule for you. Recommend printing it out if you're old school like me. So you have a paper copy. So I got mine right here next to me. And go from that. Again, to get credit today, you have to watch an entire lecture and then at the very end, take the post-course survey. If you blow it for some reason and don't get to taking a survey, don't worry. You can always take it later. You can go to CEwire2024.com/surveys. And those links, by the way, on the downloadable calendar, the very last page, I made a cheat sheet. So the last pages of the calendar have those quick links to get you to where you need to go, like getting your transcripts and certificates and where to go to fill out surveys that you might have missed and so forth. So you'll always know where to go and what to do. The critical thing about the surveys is please, please, please fill them out by Tuesday at the latest because I'm planning to get all of these credits from this weekend into Arbo by Thursday.
And also, you can stay in the same room. If you're taking the course, you don't have to leave and then go back to the same room. If you're taking courses on the same line, just stay there. You can sit there and take the next course.
Yep, yeah, you can stay there all day, and that's what a lot of people are going to do in tracks 1 and 3 today, I'm sure, the drug track and the glaucoma track.
By the way, if you check the attendance now, Adam, it's almost up to 400 in the narcotics track, which is probably more than the next 3. So lecturers, if you're hearing me, which you're not, that don't feel bad because people just have to take some of these narcotics courses and they're migrating to them and they'll take your course at another event.
Right. We have 3 more events to go, so people are going to be shifting over to the other tracks, as the year goes on.
But take a look at them, you'll see. We started off with 218, now it's almost 400 in that one course.
That's
I wonder
remarkable.
how many of them are just taking it specifically for this versus to the rest of they don't need the state board credits.
I would bet the majority, because it's a double-edged sword, Paul, or a double whammy. It's narcotics, but it's also orals. And New Jersey specifically, but other states will require oral credit. So there's orals and there's narcotics, and this is combined into one, because narcotics courses, you could defend that as an oral course, I think, somehow.
All right. Whoa, that's great.
I never prescribed a narcotics depository, I don't remember. Well, that might not be a bit.
But so many optometrists didn't want to take the narcotics course because of the $800 fee. And that's a DEA fee, right? The government, they have to pay the feds that
Yep.
$800. And then could they take the courses for free somewhere, or is it?
I believe some agencies have it. I don't know in optometry if they have it, but they're all freebie versions of the course. Ben Casella's wearing a three-piece suit, he said to one of the doctors, to look good for him.
Yep.
No, it's a national thing, and in fact, it's no joke. When you get this license or the ability to get this license, you've got to go down to an agency and get digitally fingerprinted. And so I'm in the directory, so I can't commit a crime. And also, do you guys do 23andMe, or one of the DNA sites? You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
It was amazing. One of a cousin of ours reached out to us and said, "Hey, I'm your first." It turned out that it was my uncle's grandkids, and my uncle passed away. He was an asshole. But they reached out because they never were part of the family, and now I'm part of them. And I went in and looked at my family tree, and there was a Jane Doe that was 50% me. And I asked one of my daughters, and it was her. She didn't put a name in. So the science really works. So it picked out somebody randomly who was my 50% heir. So the science really does work. So you get a list of your first cousin, anybody who's online, first cousins, second cousins, etc. It's a really amazing thing. But yeah, I use the fake name also. So people don't know it's me, but they know what do you call it? When you're connected to somebody, you can then communicate with them, and then you can tell them who you really are if you feel like you should.
Well, I had that situation where I have one fourth cousin that's doing the family tree, and she wanted a sample of my DNA to send it out. And I wasn't that anxious because I didn't want a half brother or sister showing up. Because who the heck knows what my father did in his past life? So you can have some siblings that brothers that you don't really want to know.
Not that I would have expected, but my dad went to World War II when he was 17 years old. Then he was over in Europe for 3 or 4 years. Who knows what he did there? And you said
Exactly.
something could pop up.
You got it.
Some Swedish kid could say, "Hey," actually English. They were over in England most of the time.
I mean, I have one of my nephews who's married, he's on his 6th marriage now, and he ended up with a son showing up. He had one son that showed up late in life, that he never married this particular gal, and this gal became independent of him. And interestingly enough, that particular son is more like him than the rest of them. Getting closer to that son that showed up.
And you can't, argue DNA. By the way, yesterday my father would have been 100 years old. His birthday was yesterday, and that's a nice landmark. But didn't make it. He got lymphoma he owned dry cleaning stores and never took proper precautions. The benzene, the carbon tetrachloride, that it's known to be even worse than Roundup to cause that stuff. Not Hopkins. So I'm never going to own a dry cleaning store.
Okay, and so guys, just to let you know, things are going okay. I'm just actually helping people who have registered here at the last minute. So what I'm doing right now is not sort of a support thing with, people having problems. This is people who are just trying to get in. Because again, if someone just turned up an ODwire account, if they just signed up, I have to activate their account for them. So I'm closely sitting on top of the approval queue to make sure that people can get in.
People are asking they got into the course a little late, and I'm telling them it's fine if it's 5 minutes, 10 minutes like that.
Right, and
You'll
again,
still
so
get
if,
paid.
and you should always let people know if for some reason it really screws them, just have them send an email to support@CEwire2024.com and I'll fix it. But yeah, you're right, there's a little bit of slack at the beginning.
But no excuses that you're stuck in traffic. You're taking this from home. So and that's the newest excuse for people, right? When they're late.
Well, and in theory, you can actually watch this when you're stuck in traffic, but yeah. So we had a bunch of people yesterday actually try to watch on their phones, and it worked for most people, which is always a surprise to me, right? That people, first of all, will try to watch it on their phone, but that it actually works. I guess I shouldn't be surprised at this point that the tech has advanced to a place where most people have enough bandwidth on their phones to watch this okay.
Well, I watch movies on my phone, right?
Yeah,
I
yep.
can watch Netflix, and it
Yep.
saves me from talking to boring people.
So yeah, the phones themselves these days have gotten so fast, and the networks are so fast that for the most part it works. I think when people have problems using their phone with CEwire, it's mostly when they're on the move and they might move from one cell tower to another. Occasionally they'll get a drop, or they'll go into a dead zone or a place where the bandwidth is lower. The video itself tries to adapt to however much bandwidth you have, but sometimes, obviously, it's not good enough. So I think that's what happens to people sometimes.
What is the email? Is it support@CEwire.com?
Support@CEwire2024.com. Come on, Steve, you only heard me say it 1,000 times.
Yeah.
I'm putting it up on the screen actually here too, so people can see it. Yeah, I say that email address so much, I feel like the Car Talk guys actually with their 800 number that they always would do.
And Car Talk's never come back, huh? They don't play old ones. It would be a natural if our electric car topic is any indication. The interest in automobiles is so amazing. I surfed a channel. There was one channel where they only talk cars.
There's more than one automotive channel.
More than one automatic. See that? How little I know.
Well, so I mean, Car Talk, is still available on podcasts on NPR, so they still rerun it. The sort of classic car Talk, and the one brother who's still alive actually does commercials for eBay Motors, so he's still around.
Didn't answer questions. I'm sure people still have some car questions.
Oh yeah.
A lot of interaction in the narcotics room, by the way, good questions. Some of them about support issues, but other people do know this stuff, and they're asking about things like Celebrex and other non-narcotics and how would you prescribe it. The lobby is 11 people in the lobby now, and 3 of them are us. So, and one of them is
Other questions in the narcotics course?
yes, quite a few. I'm going back and forth. I'm going back and forth with all the courses, but that seems to have the most interaction because it's timely and people really do want to know.
I can see a futuristic Woody Allen type of film where narcotics become totally legal, and you have a sponsor from Colombia, just sponsoring the program.
Not the college, but the country, right?
Yeah, the country. Yeah.
You remember I went on a cruise recently, a month ago, and I got COVID. Nice. But we stopped in Cartagena, Colombia. What a shithole. I'll say it that way. I mean, you walked off the boat and you were just inundated with hats and all the other paraphernalia. We went on a tour of the city and we had to get back. It was just there was nothing nice about it. And this was the good part of the country.
And you'd think that the cruise lines would set it up like for central casting, just to have a movie set to get the people off the boat, just to make it look like the old Columbia. Just
Yep.
a couple of block areas, take the cruise people to give them a show.
Well, you fill out a survey at the end, of course, and we said lose that protocol. Because we went to Aruba and Curacao, so I said just stop at Bonaire in between the ABC islands, and forget because you're right there. Forget the Cartagena, whatever the pronunciation is.
I mean, I remember I took a cruise to both Egypt and Israel, and it was almost, when you went to Egypt, there was like nothing when you got into the shore. When you get to Israel, it's like central casting. You get off the boat, boy.
In Tel Aviv, it's beautiful. It's just like being in a beautiful U.S. city. In fact, much more high tech. Like all the elevators were like the same type that you have in like the Marriott, where they tell you which elevator is going to come next, and you go there, and rather than waiting for all 6 elevators, things like that. The bathrooms were high tech, they had a smart mirror, all that stuff. You can make yourself look 20 years younger, my friend. I'm kidding. But
I remember in the 1980s when I had to give a talk in South Africa, and I really expected to be apartheid and dangerous and stuff. And when you got there, it was nothing. You felt like you were in Southern California, with the people just driving on the wrong side of the street. But you get certain impressions of places based on I don't know what, but certain cities are very, very modern. People go to any place you think is third world, and you look at the cities, they're high rise, and it's very different.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we were going to go next year. My grandson's bar mitzvah in Israel, and we canned the trip, the whole family, because it's just too iffy there. And
Right.
All right, guys. So, I just was chatting here with someone on ODwire. They had a problem where they couldn't get access. It said, you need to upgrade to get access. I'm not sure what was going on with their account, but if you hit refresh, this is always the way. It usually will get you going again. I noticed that at the beginning today. I'm not sure why that happened at the very beginning. I think sometimes when the lecture, for whatever reason, I'm not sure why, if you're hanging around before everything got started this morning, if you were already in the room, for some reason, a couple people got that message, but they figured out they hit refresh and the lecture started. So that seems to be
the other thing that people are saying is that for some reason Chrome seems to be more stable than the other browsers. So if you have Chrome, use it. I'm sure that this browser should work, but people have been saying that.
Here's my theory about that, by the way, and Audentio can tell me one way or the other, because we can look at the data eventually. My theory is that a lot of people who are, when you say other browsers, what you typically mean is Safari, right? Because a lot of people are using Macs. My theory is that a lot of people are using Macs that are out of date, that they're using a Mac that's a few years old, that they haven't updated Safari to the latest version. And because as you know, with Chrome will always keep itself as updated as possible, right? It constantly
every 2 weeks I
yeah.
have to click update.
Whereas with a Mac, if you don't upgrade to the latest version of Mac OS year after year, a lot of times your version of Safari is going to lag. And when people have had problems before, I finally had to ask them, like if they've had intractable problems, I'm like, what version of Safari are you using? And I find out their Mac is like 5 years old. and they never updated to the latest OS. So sometimes that can be the case where the older browsers aren't using the latest features. I mean, for all that's terrible about Google, one thing you can say about Chrome is that they constantly keep it updated. And if you're a Chrome user, you know that. It's just endless, you get the message, please close and reload it because it's got to get a new version going. Yeah. So I
get sometimes every other day.
Yep.
Every other day.
Yep.
Ridiculous, yeah.
So I have to ask a low bar tech question again. Does Safari help you? Do they say time to update and let's do it? And Do they do it for you, or
So-
do you have to get an expert in to do it for you?
So the Mac will sometimes nag you. You're sitting in front of a Mac, so you know that. Sometimes it'll say, you know, they'll give you the update screen, but they're not super aggressive about it. So not as aggressive as Chrome is for sure, or Edge for that matter. So Edge is Microsoft's version. I'm actually using Edge here, which I can actually pull it up so everyone can see what I'm talking about here. So in the world of web browsers, so I'm using, you can see this is Microsoft Edge. It comes built into Windows. Edge is just a version of Chrome. So the basic technology of the web browser that most people are using with Chrome is actually used in Edge, Microsoft Edge, and it's used in a bunch of other browsers. So that's why when I use Edge here, I'm not really worried that it's not going to work well because it's literally the same rendering engine as Chrome. Whereas Safari uses something completely different. And it usually works well, especially if you keep it up to date. But again, if it's not up to date, that's where there could be problems. So
So another
When you
dumb,
buy
can,
When you buy the computer, Paul, it will always have a PC. It'll always have Edge as the default browser, and you have to physically download Chrome to get Chrome. So a lot of people probably don't know that and just stay with Microsoft Edge. And like I said, it's a Chrome clone.
yep.
now if you have an Apple, can you switch over to Chrome, or are you always stuck with Safari?
Sure, and in fact, that's the solution to the problem a lot of the time is I tell people just download Chrome immediately and use that instead for CEwire, because when you download Chrome, you're always going to get the very latest version.
Yeah.
I still have Safari, right, Ed?
Yeah, you're using Safari on yours, but you can use Chrome if you want to. Just have the Mac Mentor come over and install it for you. But you know, the whole idea behind Chrome was that browser is always up to date. So for instance, children in schools, right? When you see kids with their computers in school, most of the time they're using Chromebooks, right? And what a Chromebook is just a computer with Linux on it that has one application. And that one application is Chrome. It's got nothing else on it. It's just a web browser. And it's just a web browser that always keeps itself up to date. And the reason that schools use them and love them is because there's nothing for people to screw up or configure. It's just a web browser. So the kid can trample the machine and destroy it. They just hand them another one with the same web browser in it. They log into it and all their stuff is still there. So that's why Chrome is sort of taken over as the primary web browser for most people online.
Can kids?
Make it, of course, get a Gmail account. And we're always using Drive, Paul. I don't know if you were ever in the Drive. I don't know if I share stuff with you. Everything I get, a document for taxes or whatever, I just throw up the Drive. I know it's there. It's in the cloud, and it's very stable. And I pay for the bigger amount of information. I think I have Tetrabyte now, and so it's become the place to store things rather than iCloud for me.
So could kids do other things with the computer they have in school?
Right. So Chrome as a web browser, in the olden days, a web browser couldn't do much, right? It could just like browse the web, but it's become a way to run applications as well. So, right, we use Google Documents, right? Google Spreadsheets, all like that. That's all running inside of a web browser. So because the technologies have become so advanced, for most people, you could literally live your whole life inside of a web browser. You don't need applications outside of it. Now, obviously, for some people, like for instance, I'm running this live stream today with a million different apps running. I need actual applications that are stronger than something that's built into a web browser. But for most people, Chrome is just the way to go. You know, having a Chromebook, you know, a $200 Chromebook literally could serve as the primary computer for most people.
And if they do write a document in Google Docs, when you download it, you can convert it to Microsoft Word. So if you want to do it that way, you can, or a PowerPoint
Right.
presentation.
And again, for kids in school, almost all of them use Google Classroom with Google Docs. That's literally how most schools work with their students now. It's what they require. Because for the teachers, it makes life about 1,000 times easier too, because it's all centralized. And you know, there can't be the dog ate my homework excuse. So, because it's all there.
In a school where a kid transfers from a school where they weren't as computer literate, are there courses to give these kids so they can get updated, or are they?
I have yet to meet a child who doesn't know how Google Classroom works. It's not hard.
Oh, I mean,
Yeah.
go into a community where they don't give out computers
So
and the parents can't afford it.
here's the thing though, in most schools these days, they give out Chromebooks to kids because Chromebooks, the actual computers themselves, if you buy them in bulk, they're under $200 a machine and you get to keep it for life. So for instance, in our school district, Reed was given his Chromebook, God, I don't even know how many years ago. The school made an investment of, I think it was $150 when they bought them in bulk, and the kids just keep them for their time at the school. So a Chromebook costs less than one textbook these days. And it contains everything that the kids need for their school day.
Do the kids take it personally when they leave the school? Do they give it back to the
They,
school?
they give it back, although by the time they give it back, that machine is so far obsolete, the school probably just recycles them, I would imagine. Because his machine is going to be way out of date by the time he gives it back. But again,
How do they manage to keep all the data that they've learned in school? They transfer it to their own home computer?
well, so things like documents you can download from Google Sheets and Google Docs. You can if you want to, if you care enough to keep your book reports or whatever. Sure.
And the programs are pretty robust. I don't think they have all the features that Microsoft Office has, but it has pretty much anything a kid would need.
Yep.
I haven't watched Sesame Street of late. Does Sesame Street start kids on computers early?
So again, I think that you're looking at this all wrong. This is something that people just literally grow up with. You don't, everybody knows, everybody has a phone, everybody or most people have tablets of some sort. These kids don't really need additional special training on using these very basic tools. It's
Well, if you ever go to a restaurant,
Except kids
and you
that
see
don't have the
kids-
basic tools. That's my concern, that you get very poor kids without the ability to have a computer in home, where the parents are dumb like me and computer illiterate, and these kids go to school not learning the language, and they're behind before they even start. That's a concern
I
to
think
me.
the pecking order is to buy a phone, a tablet, a computer, and then food.
yeah, I mean,
If you
this,
go to a restaurant, Paul, and you see people eating, and you see like a 4 to 10-year-old, they're always on their
I
iPad,
got that. I understand.
always on their iPad, and that's their babysitter.
Again, if you go to a restaurant, you're seeing people of your class, your economic class. You don't see very, very poor people.
Well,
And
I'm talking about IHOP, and we go to cheap
there
places
are
also,
restaurants.
diners.
There are people without
Mhm.
parents. There are kids around that are. What are you doing with them? I mean, this is the societal problem. Maybe I'm sounding like a super liberal at this point, but there are a whole bunch of kids in this world that don't have these advantages, and I'm concerned that they're going to be behind as half the nation is behind in math, for example. Let's give that as an
so
example.
I get what you're saying here, but let me show you. Let me show you something. Oh, I'm going to put it up on the screen. You can't see it, but I'm going to tell you. I just looked up Chromebook deals, right, to show you how cheap these things have become. If you actually looked, you could get a Chromebook for $63. $63, and that cheapest machine can run anything that a kid needs at his school, right? So the idea that that this technology is somehow still too expensive is a complete misnomer. So even poor school districts are starting to replace a lot of their technology with these cheap Chromebooks because they work and kids get exposed to them very early. So I mean, Dad, you know how much a textbook is, right? These days.
Well, obviously, but again, there's a concern. Reed, for example, a straight A student, doesn't know how to sign his name.
I watched him actually say, he was actually making fun of me the other day because he said my signature looks worse than his. So
Yes,
They don't learn how to write like a normal person.
and they don't learn cursive writing at all.
Right, and they can't sign. I mean, you need a signature, you can't get one. So what do you do there?
They
for
did it.
all the
They-
paper
they-
checks that he's writing.
They put an X, like the old cowboys did.
Like the illiterates of the old days.
Craig is in the chat, by the way, in the live stream, and he thought he was going to do Zoom this morning. So I told him 11:30. We did send him a link.
I have no idea. I haven't been sending anybody anything.
I'll send him a link. just to be sure.
Do we have to announce again that before people can get on to CEwire, they have to be ODwire members?
No, you don't have to announce it at all because when they register for CEwire, it forces them to register for ODwire.
And some of them try to register but can't because they're already using their name because...
Right, but and again, when that happens, they just contact me, so it's not something people have to really worry about.
But basically, it's because they registered 15 years ago as students, and then ODwire remembers their name.
So remember, if somebody's listening to us here right now, they have an ODwire account. So this is not a problem that anybody who can hear us right now actually has.
As an account.
Yep.
Good.
They may have other problems, but that is not one of them, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, just to be sure, I sent Craig his link, and I'll tell him. Okay, I'm glad we were able to see that because we've been waiting for Craig, and he would have maybe been here, and maybe not. He didn't have the link yet, even though I did send it to him. Actually, he was put on by Gretchen, and she might not have sent him the link. But again, we'll slap her in the face when she comes.
Who are we having on at 11 o'clock from MacuHealth?
I have no idea who Gretchen set up. So,
Did you set up MacuHealth?
so again, I set up nothing. So you're asking the wrong person. I'm going to just be surprised, and when people show up at the room, I will let them in.
Okay, so that would be a representative of MacuHealth. This will be a promotional type discussion.
Yeah. I did not do MacuHealth. That must have been Gretchen. I did Paula, I did LCT, I did Jen Stewart, I did Corey Lapin, and Viola Konevsky. So I did the people. And you, by the way, I don't think we need to have him come on. He can come on another time, but William Chulo agreed to be interviewed today if he wants.
Cool. Speaking of which, I have Oculus's video, which I will show about the Pentacam again later today when we need a little break. Maybe after, let's see, who do we have here? So we're going to have MacuHealth, and then we'll probably have a little bit of time in between before Paula shows up.
Sponsors, by the way. Do we have sponsors this
we do have sponsors, but before we get into them, I think Craig Thomas is going to be here in a few minutes, so we'll talk to him first, and then we'll...
Okay,
wait, I think I see Craig trying to get in. Let me...
He's going to kind of dovetail with MacuHealth, so he can stay on and talk with them.
All right, cool.
Because he was scheduled for 11:30 actually, but...
okay, I'm leaving you folks.
All right.
And so
all right, Dad.
Okay.
All right, we'll see you later, Dad.
I guess he's called Decision Maker now.
That was his software.
Can you? Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you. How's it going, Craig?
Let me see if I get my camera to work. Start video.
There we go. There he is.
All right, flame on.
All
right, good morning.
How's it going?
You're at home. Yeah, I thought we had you at 11:30, but it's fine having you now. No big deal. So how are things going? I've been plugging you. You know, we've had these threads on ODwire about people who don't want to prescribe narcotics and people who want to prescribe antibiotics or steroids, and they're comfortable doing that. And I said everybody should prescribe, like you and I, to the extent of our licenses. Let's put it that way. And when LCT comes along, I would have done it. It's not available in my state yet. But don't you agree how divisive and bifurcated optometry is by people being comfortable being glasses and contacts, and then people like us doing everything we can, everything we're licensed to do, and everything right?
Is that my question? Well, yeah, you know, man, we could talk for an hour on that. I mean, I don't have an answer. Our profession, like, you know, every other kind of profession, you know, I mean, medical doctors have the same thing in a different way. You know, they got brilliant guys flying to the moon doing experiments. Then you got guys that, you know, could barely cut off a hangnail. You know, so it's a pretty wide range of skills and quality, just like us. So I don't know. I know what to me, optometry is whatever the best state is, whatever the guy's doing the most lasers, the most cutting, the most everything. That's what optometry is, because they've proven we could do it. So once you get, if the guys in Colorado can do this and that and this and that, then the guys in Texas could do it too, and that's a fact. And there will be nothing you could say that would make me change my mind on that. So once I see a group of optometrists doing something here, I know that same, a group of optometrists can do it there. So that's what I think optometry as far as scope. I'm in a backwoods state, as far as scope goes. But we had to sacrifice ourselves back in 1999 because we were the first big state. I was a part of that battle. It still haunts me, because I thought we had the votes to get a real strong law, best in the nation, maybe on the verge of doing lasers. But the risk was, what if we didn't have a vote, then we'd lose everything and have nothing. And so, of course, the cooler heads prevail. That's not me. So the cooler heads prevail, and the decision makers, which wasn't me either. I was a soldier, not a leader. They said, hey, we're going to take this watered down, limited scope bill because it does include the words treat glaucoma. And Texas, we were the 27th, 29th state, something. And we were the first big state. And so we felt it was important to the national effort. Nothing to, I don't want to diminish West Virginia and Delaware and all of that, but there's more optometrists in Dallas than them states put together. I talked to Philandro. He's in Delaware. There's like 70 optometrists in Delaware. I got 70 optometrists within 10 miles of me. It's a whole different vibe. So anyway, as far as optometry scope goes, that's what I think. As far as optometry scope, I don't know what else you'd want me to comment on that issue. I would be inflammatory.
I listened to a recent lecture of yours where you laid out not only the professional benefits, but the economic benefits. You laid out certain cases. You saw a patient, and rather going through the individual test, we needed to do this, we needed to do this, and they have to come back to do this, this, and this. And if they went to some other practitioner that you referred to, he would have either done the same thing or not as comprehensive a workup. So it boggles the mind. Now you say it's the same with other professions, but if somebody's a PCP, they're not going to be a PCP who decides not to treat diabetes or not to treat hypertension. They're going to do those basic things that their license do. Yes, some PCPs might do some cardiology and some endocrinology and not refer it out because they feel they're just as good at that, while others might not. I agree with that. But generally speaking, they do what they're licensed to do, primary care MDs, I think, in terms of the basic 5 or 6 things that people are concerned about. Yes, they might not treat the zebras, and they might miss the zebras. You don't talk about zebras, but they are generally at least in the same ballpark. Well, we're still.
Yeah, I would agree. I'd agree generally, but it'd be like saying there's an optometrist that exists in practice that doesn't treat myopia. Okay, you would say that's ludicrous. Well, I know guys that don't sell glasses and contacts. They don't treat myopia. I know guys like that. Not a bunch, but they exist. I still think there's enough overlap to where the range of practice, I guess, intensity, that varies. I don't think dentists the same way. Some guys, they can pull your teeth and kill you. And the next guy is a top-notch oral surgeon to save your life. They're all different.
Right.
So I what I would like is I would like us to be able to choose as opposed to the state ignorant legislators choosing for us. That would be best. That would make us like everybody else. Why do we have to keep being different? I can police myself. You're not crazy. Okay. Why do optometrists have this higher standard? Oh, we're you got to watch them optometrists. They're going to blind somebody. I'm tired of it. Okay. I'm tired of it. There's a thread going on right now. Here's what you want to talk about something. I was going to talk about one of my crazy patients.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, this thing going on about optoms. There was a reference to optoms on the website. The word optoms, and I've been practicing 40 years. I was going to sit and type this out, but I got time for it. I got other stuff to do today because it would take me an hour to do it properly. But this is what I would say if I would sit at the computer and type it out. I've been around optometrists for 44 years. 4 years in school and 40 years practicing. I know thousands of them. Everybody knows me. I know what I'm talking about. I've been around a bunch of optometrists a long time. Never, and I mean ever, not one time in that 44 years have I ever heard an optometrist in the United States of America refer to another optometrist as an optom. The only time I ever heard that word used in the context of linking it with the practice of optometry or the word optometrist or optometry was in an ophthalmology practice being used by the techs. And they wasn't giving out compliments while they were saying it. You know, where's the optom? Where's the optom? How come that optom didn't take care of it? Our optoms are okay. Go get one of those optoms. He'll do it. Yeah, she's, you know, okay, that's what I heard. Okay. I know what
It's
I heard.
like get the tech, get the optom, get the
yes, 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 yes. Okay.
It hasn't.
Now,
So,
luckily, from what I've seen in my 44 years of extensive experience, is the only time that word is used is in an ophthalmology environment. Since I'm rarely in that environment, I don't hear it very often. I guess if you're in that environment a lot, you hear it. You may become numb to it. You may think it's okay. I'm telling you, from my point of view, I don't like it. Don't call me an optom. I'm an optometrist. I practice optometry. I'm a member of the profession of optometry. That's what I am. I'm a healing arts professional. I have a license. You know, I can be sued. Okay. I mean, I'm checking all the boxes. Okay.
But you practice till you're licensed. I used to have a former partner. I owned a couple of super opticals back 30 years ago, and I got rid of them. Whatever, I couldn't stand working in them. And let's say somebody came in with flashes and floaters. We were licensed to treat in those days and to dilate. And he said, well, if I see something, I'm going to refer it out. If I don't see something, I'm going to refer it out. So why should I even see the patient? So I said, well, if you don't see something, it's because you're comfortable enough to not see it. He said, well, I wasn't comfortable enough. So that was his philosophy. Why should I take the risk? So therefore, he's not going to get sued because he's referring everything out.
That's one way to look at it, but I look at it, is that in my patient's best interest? I'd say the answer usually is no. I'd say usually my patient's best interest is for me to take care of them. That's why they're my patient. That's just the way I think.
Right. Well, you think the right
The
way.
fallacy of that argument is the second part of it, where you said, you know, and again, it's more than a fallacy. It's really an egregious wrong, in my opinion. You know, where the doctor says, even if I don't see anything, I'm going to make this patient go over here and do this, as opposed to simply increasing their diagnostic skills, acquiring more technology to make them more comfortable in their decision making. If you're getting a B scan, getting a wide angle imaging, so do something besides send your patient to a guy that's going to have an 80% chance of hating you. Okay, you know, and taking the money that you just sent on with that patient and fighting you. And if you're just a bystander, you know, just off to the side, taking advantage of all the work guys like me and you and everybody does, fine. I mean, it's the 80-20 rule, and I'm in the 20, just like you were. I mean, and I can live with that. But if you're in the 80 and you ain't doing nothing, leave me alone while I'm working. Okay, you know, I'm trying to do something. Leave me alone. You know, you can't stand off to the side and then try to jump in and jump back out. You know, I don't like that.
Good. Well, tell us about the case you wanted to.
Oh man, I had this weird. I had one for the ages. If again, you know, if I was a full-time ODwire writer, I would get writer's cramp, man. I'd get carpal tunnel if I was writing up all my crazy cases every day. It's like Jerry Springer. It's like Jerry Springer on steroids. It's comical. I should just tape it, have patients sign a waiver, and I could sell it, man. I could stop practice. I could do it for a year and stop. I'd have enough to go. I could loop them. So I had this knucklehead patient come in. This was, what's today? Today's Sunday. So this was Thursday. This was Wednesday. This was Wednesday. So Wednesday is one of my long day. You know, we're 2 long days. So I'm in there Wednesday all day. We're you know, busy as always, just crazy busy. You know, people coming in, emergencies, you know, just doing what I do. So it's the end of the day. We're all tired, ready to go. You know, I close at 5. We open at 8, work straight through, no lunch, none of that. We just go.
14 bar.
Yeah, we just go, man. Just, you know, come one, come all. No job's too big, no job's too small. You know, I'll go from making $2,000 on a scleral and doing some kid on Medicaid the next visit, you know, just whoever's next. So it's a long day. We're tired, ready to go. And my staff comes back because ordinarily they don't have to ask me. You know, if somebody calls and they appear to legitimately declare an emergency, our instructions to the caller is to always come now. And if the person says they can't come now, then we tell them not to come. You know, if they say they got to get off work or any kind of stupid stuff, we're like, well, hey, go to the emergency room. You know, you call it here, you got to come right now. Don't come at 4:30 when we're ready to go. We're all tired. So they came and knocked on the door. I think I was with my last patient. I was ready to go. I was like, man, I'm ready to go. And they said, Dr. Thomas, there's an emergency. He wants to come in right now. I go, what's up? What's up? It better be bad. I'm ready to go. And so he goes, he's got a worm in his eye. He's got a worm in his eye. And it's in his eye. I'm like, get out of here. They go, no, for real. I'm like, for real? I was like, come on. It's 4 o'clock. It's time to go. And they go, no, there's a lady on the phone. She's a witness. I'm like, so you got 2 people saying there's a worm in this guy's eye. And she goes, yeah. I'm like, okay, all right. I'm gonna have to check this one out. So I'm like, and I'm thinking, I don't know, if anybody is old listening, I'm 64, so I grew up, I'm watching X-Files and, Star Trek, where they put the worms in the guy's Chekhov's ear, so I'm thinking all of these alien episodes. And then I'm thinking, I'm wait a minute, worm. Okay, now I had one biology class, microbiology, something about some nematodes and parasites. We learned about all that stuff, kind of. So all these things were flashing back. I'm like, man, did this guy, so I'm thinking, okay, let me see. Since he had a witness, I'm like, okay, tell him to come in. So the guy comes in. He comes in with his witness. The witness was like a patient of mine 10 years ago. That's how they knew me. I couldn't remember nobody. I never saw him before. So he comes in and he's agitated. It's about a 28-year-old white guy. He's well muscled. He's different. I can tell he's different. And so, I walk in the room and my staff, because I was finishing my patient when he came. So they worked him up and I could hear the hubbub going on down the hall. It's like, there was 2-3 people in the room instead of one. And I'm like, come on, is it here? What's going on? And one of my staff members, one that's been with me 18 years that I trust, I trained her. She's top notch. She's top notch. So she comes running down the hall, carrying the guy's phone. It says, look, there's the worm. And I'm like, and I'm looking at the phone, and it's some, 12-year-old cracked up, beat up, bent up, jacked up phone. You could barely see through the screen. It looks like somebody took sandpaper to it. And she goes, look, there it is. I go, that's a crack in the screen. What are you looking at? And she goes, right there. And I'm like, what are you looking at? And you could kind of sort of see on his cheek some gray line that looked like it was up under his skin. I saw something. And then it disappeared. And I'm like, is that what you're talking about? She goes, yeah, right there. I go, come on, that's not a word. And she goes, well, that looks like I say, stop. And she goes, the girl with him, she saw the head of it. She saw it go inside. I'm like, really? Like it was dangling on his cheek and then it went up in there? Really? Is that what you're telling me? That's what she said. And I'm like, okay, all right, okay, no problem. So I walked in there and the guy's eye is swole up, beet red. I mean, it's like, I'm like, the closest thing you think of is when the patients have a contact lens fall out and they think it's stuck up under their lid and they spend 2 hours trying to take it out. Okay, that's what this guy did. So he's trying to get at this worm that he thinks is in his eye and he beats himself up. It was intense. So, I'm looking around. I try to give the guy the benefit of the doubt. And I went all surgical. I went and got some latex gloves. I don't hardly never use gloves. I put some gloves on. I went and got some forceps and probes. I had laid out the surgical field. I was getting ready to go at it. I was like, okay. I had Dr. Garcia get in the room with our 35 millimeter camera with the video. And I was going to video me pulling the worm out of his eye to put it on ODwire. And I was going all out. I was ready. So I'm looking at the guy. I don't see nothing. I see his eyes all messed up, but I don't see a worm anywhere. I don't see nothing crawling around. And so I dilate him. I look in there. I do a B scan. I do wide angle imaging. I poke him in the eye, trying to move it around. I mess with this guy. And as we were working on him, and I would say, hey man, I don't see nothing. I mean, you look like you might be okay. I don't see an entry wound. I don't see any blood. I think, and then as I'm talking to him, he would go, I feel it now. I feel it right now. It's right there. It's right there. It's right there. And I'm like, yo, stop, time out. No, it's not there. I mean, it was gone. It was crazy. So finally, after almost an hour of messing with this fool, I finally talked him into the scenario that there was probably no worm in his eye or crawling around up under his skin like he was in the X-Files, and that, he should probably go home. And I was trying to give him benefit of the doubt. And while we were doing all this stuff, it was like, it reminded me when I was extern and one of the ophthalmologists was stitching up. This guy was in a car wreck and he let everybody watch. So it was unheard of in my office. I probably had 7 people in that room. It was me, Dr. Garcia, the patient, the witness, I think 2 or 3 of my staff. Everybody wanted to see me pull the worm out. It was insane. So I was pissed then because, I told the guy to leave, hey man, I don't see a worm. And he's like, well, I feel it. I still feel it. I'm like, hey man, I'm done. I did the best I could. I don't see it. Your body's going to kill it. Your immune system will go at it. Just you'll be okay. And so after he left, I went on a F-bomb tirade, ranting and raving about why we let that guy come in on the first place, wasting everybody's time. Because I think I charged him like $200. And I said, never again are we going to allow this nonsense. And y'all know what happened. The very first thing the next morning, that guy called again and says he still feels the worm in his eye. And he wants to come back in and have me look and make sure there's no worm in his eye. And before we can say, don't do that, he appeared in the office again and wanted us to go through the whole thing again. That's what happened to me on Wednesday and Thursday. And it messed up the whole day. Both
So
days.
what did he do? Was he just a nut? And he was seeing some sort of like small swelling? What was it?
And I asked him how he thought it was the worm. So he said he was cleaning out his house and he was working under the sink and he had this old tub and he pulled the tub out and he was going to clean it out. And so he filled it with water and then he had to go do something else. And when he came back, there was a bunch of living creatures like little larvae, floating around in the water, almost like some kind of them little shrimp things you used to get when you was doing science experiments as a kid. Little brine shrimp.
So guys, I hate to interrupt the story, but we have, I think the folks from MacuHealth are actually here.
Yeah. How are you guys?
Good.
Hey, Britt, what do you think? What do you think of that story?
Well, it's just funny. I was listening. My stepdad's an optometrist, and there was a guy that went on a safari, or no, not a safari. He went down to Brazil and went swimming in the Amazon and came back, and there actually was worms that were in it.
Yes. I told my staff, I said, hey, look, if we was down in Guatemala or Brazil or something, maybe, if we were, traversing the Congo, maybe.
Yes,
but we're in
exactly.
Texas, Dallas, Texas. Ain't no flatworms around here jumping in people's. I actually went there.
It just made me laugh. It was bringing back memories of the guy having the worms all in his eye, and it was funny. But
yeah, all right. I'm gonna let you have it. Go ahead, Britt. I'm out.
Do you use MacuHealth products, Craig?
I do.
Yep.
I don't have a lot of macular degen. My population's more glaucoma kind of stuff.
nice.
I've actually given a couple of lectures on nutritional treatment. I believe in it. I recommend it. It's the right thing to do for some people. Don't work on everybody, but it works on a lot of people. You got to try it. It can help. That's what I believe.
Britt, to start off with, yesterday, for the first time, we had a PhD dietitian lecture rather than an OD or an ophthalmologist lecturing us on vitamins and nutraceuticals, etc. And it was far more in depth and much more knowledgeable. Yet she was talking about routine zeaxanthine and saying the good and bad of ARADS2 and zinc and all these other things. But when I actually asked a question about mesozeaxanthine, and she had no answer. So my question is, do you ever, before you get started, do you try to reach the population of those people, dietitians treating people, to explain what your product does with respect to ARADS2 and lutein and just zeaxanthine, etc.? And we'll get into your other products also, but that was a good way to start off.
Yeah, so it's really hard because there's so many people to try and reach, and it's right now ophthalmology is our biggest group that we're talking to because it directly focuses on what the product can do in regards to macular degeneration, and also early AMD. There's not a lot of treatment that we do for patients that have a family history or early AMD, but we are trying to get more into chiropractors, holistic medicine practitioners, functional medicine. So that is another group that it would benefit greatly. It just is allotting the time for it can be kind of difficult.
Well, how's your penetration going with respect to the year before that? Because we've been using your product in my office for probably 10 years, at least the initial product.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so we're active in about 5,000 accounts across the country right now.
Mhm.
So there's about 40,000 private practices. We're slowly making our way in there, but it's you have some people that just don't do nutrition because like you said earlier, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but that's supplements that don't have the correct content or the correct packaging, the correct formulation. So with ours, we know we have a 100% response rate. So it is just changing the outlook because so many haven't worked in the past.
And Craig, just to let you know, we would do OCTs, and actually, in some cases, we saw the drusen shrink by using Mac Health over a 6-month, 1-year period. So I had physical evidence that I had never seen before. So in some particular cases, it really did a great deal of benefit.
And
You have some,
Steve, my comment to that is I believe you, and I don't need to prove it to myself. See, that was my point. I said it works. I've talked to too many people that says it works. I've read all the articles that says it works. So I don't
and
need to. Yeah, just you need to take the next step and try it on your patients. But I'm
sure.
a bug out in a minute because I don't want to take Rich time. What I do want to say is I am really happy with the vitreous health. I use that stuff all the time.
Yeah, tell us about it, because the public. I was going to get to that next.
Oh yeah, I didn't want to mess up her thing. I was going to go. Yeah,
so,
yeah.
so we know about it, but tell the audience about what this product does. It's relatively new. It's been out there for about a year or two.
No,
But
it's
what
been
does it do?
it's 2 or 3 years now. It
Do
seems
it?
like.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, because remember I gave that lecture a couple of years ago that Ed
Yeah,
Mackler
yeah,
talked about. That's when
Mhm.
I started talking about it.
Yeah,
So I've seen Nolan's research. I've heard him lecture.
yeah.
So I've read all the stuff. Everything makes sense. I mean, it's not voodoo.
So number
And
one,
it's
put Craig on your speakers list, Britt, and why don't you describe exactly what it does and a little bit of the science of it?
well, the anti-glycation, if I can remember it right. I got to go look up my slides. I was not the best student.
Well, actually, no,
But
you're correct. It's that, and also as we learn more about the nutrients that are in the vitreous, this is really just giving the body what it needs to help almost kind of restructure those collagen fibers that have collapsed that are causing the floater. So, like you said, it's not voodoo, it's not magic. It's just giving the body what it needs to function properly. Um, in
yeah,
the
that's
correct.
exactly what I was going to say. Yes, yes. That's it. So
um,
I'm a strong proponent of that product, and I've seen in my patients improved results after a period of treatment, sometimes as short as 2 months. And when it works, they kind of like taking it, so it's kind of easy to sell it. So I like it a lot. So
yes,
yeah,
sir. And that one definitely is an immediate result to an immediate problem. With the MAC Health, it's a little bit different because we're looking at long-term health benefits versus that one. It's like it's going to work very quickly and it's going to get rid of a problem that a patient has a very strong complaint about that before we didn't really have any good treatment for other than invasive surgery, which not everyone wants to do, and the outcomes aren't always what the patient would like. So this is something great. It's within 6 months. If it doesn't work, then as of right now, it's probably not going to work for them. But the more research that we do, I think we're going to be able to up that response rate in the future. And it does work on 70% of patients.
yeah, you got to pick the right patient. There's a little bit of selection that's involved. So and I've had very few failures because I've learned how to pick the right ones.
Right.
Yeah, you can, if they got just big monster floaters, okay, that stuff's not going away.
Mhm.
But you definitely can help some people, and it's worth a shot. The only thing I could say, if you want it to be just, the whole story, I've had a few people that have had to discontinue it because it costs so much. But it's okay. Most of the people can handle it. But I've
Yes,
had
sir.
some people where it's like, hey, this stuff works, but I can't handle this dollar wise.
Right. And the other good thing, it's even if it's not working for them or if they want to continue taking it, if it is working for them, all of the ingredients in there are actually really good for you. Like I started taking it just because I like what's in there. The L-lysine, the grapeseed extract, the citrus
Oh
fruit
yeah,
extract.
no, it's good stuff. No,
Yeah,
you can't really say anything negative.
exactly.
Yeah, it's either going to help or it's going to do nothing.
Right.
Cool.
And just give you the nutrients.
Yeah.
We have a continuous lecture every year. John Nolan, I'm sure you know who he is, correct?
Yes. Yes, sir.
John Nolan out of Ireland. And he's always talking about your products, not only in the realm of disease, but in terms of visual enhancement, the pigments. And I know you have a product that you use for that also. It's basically Mac Health just relabeled, but how have you been doing with that product?
That one's really starting to take off. We actually modified the formulation a little bit. We put all three of the carotenoids that are in MacuHealth, the 10-10-2, lutein, zeaxanthin, and
Mhm.
mesozeaxanthin. But we added some omegas into it as well. So we know
Hmm.
that the carotenoids and triglyceride form or reesterified triglyceride form omegas work very synergistically. So we were able to see an even better response. And for your young, healthy patients that probably aren't going to take multiple things, it's a great way to get them some omegas as well as all of the carotenoids. We've seen improvements in visual processing speed, reaction times, episodal memory, executive decision making, and the big one, obviously, contrast sensitivity. So we're working with a lot of sports vision clinics. Those offices really like this one because they're dealing with athletes primarily. But more offices are bringing that in just because as a whole, our society has become more and more aware of what health and nutrition can do, especially since the pandemic. We're all looking to be a little bit healthier. So that one's definitely taking off.
You should get in contact with Don Teague, one of our speakers, who's basically does sports enhancement vision along with many other things, but he's sports. If you've never heard of him, he's out of Florida now, but just look up Don Teague, Teig.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, I'll definitely look up him. I'm actually in Florida too, so that would be great.
Well, I am also. We're in Florida.
I'm outside of Gainesville. I used to live in St. Petersburg, but I just moved up this way. Where are you?
Okay, well, Boca Raton, so a little bit south.
Oh yeah. I go down there quite often. Dr. Dan Llewellyn, he works with the I'm not great with sports names. Predators, maybe?
Yeah. The hockey team.
Yes, sir. Yep, he works with them. He uses our products as well.
That's great.
But we'll have to come in.
Yep. I'll take you to lunch. So just let me know when you're coming down, and I have some contact information somewhere. Um, so really, you've migrated from just that one product at the very beginning and penetrated a lot of markets. That's great. Well, I have since retired, but we would buy it by the case. Mainly, we were interested through the IDOC organization. Do you still deal with them?
Yes, sir.
IDOC?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
And we would buy it by the case, and that stuff would fly out of, but they still use it in my office. It flies out of the office, and then once people start taking, I'm talking about the basic Mackie Health product, they would get a whole year's supply, or we'd have them back if we can do OCTs every 3 months, every 6 months, they pick up another bottle. And number one, you're helping the patient, but number two, it's a tremendous profit center, and a lot cheaper than they can get in other places.
Yes, sir. And the other thing, really, with MacuHealth, our whole thing is embrace the science. But one of the biggest things that I always like to say, if it's good for the patient, it's good for the practice. If one thing is bad for the patient but good for the practice, it doesn't work that way. So you always have to look at what's good for the patient and good for the practice, and then find that, and you'll have a very strong foundation. And that's what we like to provide and help with.
It's about, do you have a side product that will add the AREX2 formula without the pigments that could be used in conjunction with the Mackie Health triple pigment formula?
So we actually have MacuHealth Plus, which is like our version of an AREDS formulation, but it only has 25 milligrams of zinc.
Good. Okay.
So it's a much safer number. And I'm sure yesterday when you said she was talking about zinc, and the more we learn, we have to modify and change, and 40 milligrams is the upper tolerable limit for prolonged use. So we know that there is a ceiling that we shouldn't go above. So ours has all three of the carotenoids, the CE, and then 25 milligrams of zinc in the copper as well.
Have you heard about the macular risk genetic testing that could be done on
Yes, sir.
patients? And apparently they changed their uh, business plan. It used to be that if you billed them and the insurance covered it, the patient got it. If the insurance didn't cover it, the patient got it for free. The test, no, it was like a $25 or $50 very. Now they changed it where unfortunately insurance is not covering it, so it's difficult to do. But that would give us a handle on the people that were less likely to do well with a high concentration of zinc in their genetic profile. It was pretty good, but if you can't do it now because it's $3,000 to do a test, people are just not going to go for it.
And well, the other thing with that too is a lot of multivitamins have zinc. Zinc is more readily accessible in the foods that we're eating too. Zinc is a little more robust. These carotenoids degrade very quickly if they're exposed to light and oxygen, even just the foods that we're eating. So 3 days after you've picked a head of spinach, it's at 60% nutrient loss. So even eating well, we're not getting these carotenoids, but zinc is in a lot of the foods that we're eating. So you can get into the correct levels without having to add excessive amounts via supplementation.
Are you still getting the miso from marigolds from Mexico?
We are, yep, with Industria Organica. They're a wonderful product. It's organic marigold farm that they have down there. I haven't been to see it yet, and I'm kind of upset about that because I can't imagine how beautiful that would be, just fields and fields of marigolds. But
yeah, just bring some eye drops if you're allergic.
yeah, exactly. But no, they're a wonderful company. They do a lot for research too, so they really are groundbreaking in what they're looking at and how they're approaching nutrition with what nature has given us.
So do you have a territory? Are you kind of a regional manager? What's your role with Mac Health?
So I'm a senior director of sales for the east half of the country.
Okay.
I have a small territory now still, but I've been with the company almost 9 years.
Okay, so
So
pretty much like me, yeah.
yes, sir. I had a large territory and then it's gotten smaller and smaller as I've taken on more management duties, but it's a great company.
That's good. So anything else you want to add? Any things in the pipeline that we don't know about that you'd have to kill me after telling me, or anything like that?
So there is some really cool stuff. They're actually doing with the Olympics, they're working with the target shooters. So
Okay.
so they're looking at what these carotenoids can do to enhance, again, visual performance for people that are in very specialized.
Yeah. Try maybe to hit the biathletes in the wintertime also, because as you know, they have to stop and shoot, and it's probably even more challenging than target shooters.
Yeah, I mean, we're working with MLB teams now. I think we have 7 MLB teams that are taking our Vision Edge Pro. And then we also target shooters. It's a big thing for them because they get those brown or yellow lenses to enhance their contrast when they're shooting. So this is kind of like putting that on the inside of the eye.
Right. Mark McGwire way back when was using a yellow contact lens to do the same thing when he hit his like 70 some odd homers, whatever it was. So yeah, I mean it works because let's face it, the curve of our retina and how it's more sensitive to that particular wavelength than anything else. So it makes sense to get rid of the other wavelengths that are not as focused. You can't focus all at the same time. So it makes sense scientifically. Way back when Bausch Lomb, you probably don't remember, had 2 lenses. One was a gray and one was a yellow lens, contact lens.
I remember that.
Yeah, and it kind of failed for some reason. And but it was something that they tried, and it was a good try, but people didn't take to it. It was expensive, and it just didn't hit. But this is a lot better because you're doing it the non-artificial way, to getting it in your body rather than getting it on your body.
Yes, sir. But that one, I do remember that. That was really cool. The yellow one was for baseball, and then the other one was for, was it
Golf.
more golf?
The
Okay.
great one was to read the greens in golf, and and be able to see the nuances. I actually tried it because I'm a golfer, did nothing, but okay.
MacuHealth will help though.
Yeah. But I have a bottle in my cabin now. I take it every day. I take half a dose because I have no degen. I just take it but I'm a nut. Mediterranean diet, a lot of nuts and fruits and things like that. So I'm getting a lot of good stuff anyway.
Yes, sir. It's important all the way around. But
Okay,
yeah,
anything else to add?
no,
Anything
sir. I
else
just
to add?
wanted, I wasn't able to join the other night. There was just a delay in getting the link. So I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. And if anyone had questions and see how everything went and just kind of touch base. That was really it.
Great. And we'll
Was
actually,
anything new coming in the box? Okay. You talk, Adam.
yeah, no, I just want to say, Britt, so as you know, you guys have any specials or deals, what we can do is if you shoot them forward to us, we'll email them out to everybody at CEwire because we have about nearly 3,000 doctors here taking the event. So I'm sure if we want to reach them in one huge blast, we'll do it after the weekend's over for you.
That would
That'd be
be
great,
great.
yeah.
I'll have Emily send it. Should we just send everything to Gretchen?
Yeah, send it over to Gretchen. That would be great. And then next week we'll shoot it on out to everybody.
Perfect. And then if there is another opportunity to try and get in front of like the next one, so the sponsor thing again,
Yep.
then I'd be happy to do that.
Oh,
Just-
yeah, we have many more times this year. So we're doing this
Yes,
3 more
sir.
times. So yep, plenty of
First
opportunities.
May, yes. I have a ball and chain on the desk here.
Perfect. Well, and then I'll maybe ask Gretchen for your contact, Dr. Silverberg, and then we can get in touch with Dr. Teague and everyone and whomever you think
Great.
might benefit from having a little bit of a conversation about it.
Great.
Great, glad to help.
Thank you
All
guys
right.
so much. I
Thanks so
appreciate
much.
it.
Have a nice rest of your weekend, and you're in Florida, so it's probably raining by you just like us.
It is raining right now. Yes, sir. Try and
Right
stay
here
together.
also.
Yes, sir. I hope you guys have a great weekend too. And thank you again.
Thanks.
Good. Thank you
All right.
also, Britt.
Bye.
All righty. Always fun.
That's a unique product. People don't realize that it's for vitreous floaters. I don't know if she described it in detail. It was good having Greg here, who actually uses the product and had some good success with it.
Yep, absolutely. So, and thank you, Steve, for engaging in all that. I was actually helping other folks get on into the conference right now. So,
You know, I'm a jack of all trades and a master of all. But the fact that I've used the product, I know the science, and I keep track of it, and I actually take it, and I make Nina take it also. It's just, whatever. I have a case from the office I took, and it's still. I should look at the expiration dates, by the way, but it's still good. And occasionally, I'll just eat marigolds. I see them in Mulan. No, I don't. But they do taste good. Let's see what's happening here. Well, now, for example, the narcotics room, just to give you, is up to 400 almost precisely. Next room is, nothing's happening. Okay, so other rooms, the stream has ended, so they're waiting, but the narcotics room is still going. So the great majority of people are on narcotics, but this time because it's the only one playing. And it's Ben, his voice normally would be tired now, but it's pre-recorded, so his hands are getting tired, that's all. Let me see. I kind of stayed in that course and I took the survey. Let me see if it has showed up in my progress transfer. So I'm going to hand down. I'll redo this. I'm just getting the timing at it just to give you an idea. So that particular lecture that I took in quotes has not shown up yet. But that's okay. No big deal. It ended just about 20 minutes ago.
Yep.
I'm sure it will. Okay, so we kind of like did a 2-for-1, so we have a little bit of a time thing here because Craig was supposed to come on a little bit later. So we have Paula at 12. It's about 35 minutes from now. OGS is what?
So we have our sponsor here. So let me actually pull that up so you can see. So optometry giving sight, and let me pull that up so people can see what I'm talking about here.
That didn't ring a bell. No.
So yeah, they're going to come by and say hi, and we can talk to them.
They're a
about
charity, by the way, that a do-good organization.
Yep. So we gave them a little a little show yesterday. Actually, they gave us a little 45-minute piece talking all about them and how they work. We're going to replay that again today as well, so people can actually see what it is that they do. But it looks like, yeah, we have about a half hour until our next guest comes, right? So what we might want to do is take a little break
Yep.
here.
I'll grab lunch now, and that way I'll be back afterwards, and I have to wait till 1 o'clock to eat lunch.
Yep.
My
So I'll run a little thing about the Pentacam so people can see it from yesterday, since we only have
I'm
a
at the
half hour now.
at the Contact Lens Museum. Okay.
Yeah, I think people have seen that one enough already. So I'll run the little thing about the Pentacam, and we'll be back in a little. Actually, you know what? Maybe yeah. So we'll run about the Pentacam, and we'll be back in a little bit, and I'll see you in a half hour.
Hi, and welcome to the Value of Practice Giving presentation. Thank you so much for joining me today as we discuss corporate social responsibility, its value, and how to incorporate it seamlessly into your practice. First, I want to thank Dr. Adam Farkas and his team at CEwire2024 for inviting us to present at this year's panel. We're so excited to be here, and we hope you find the following information interesting and thought-provoking. My name is Nikki Eric. I am the Development Director here at Optometry Giving Sight, and I have been in the eye care industry for several decades, beginning as a para-optometric for a private practice that specialized in contact lens fittings and research. Then I opened my own retail optical shop that eventually evolved into a group of 24 stores and practices where my role was in training, developing courses and deploying them. And I spent many time writing courses for the company and teaching technical classes on behalf of the ABO. I also spent years running a nonprofit in the educational space while consulting for optometrists and optical shops after my stores were acquired in 2016. And last year is when I became the development director here for Optometry Giving Sight. We are a nonprofit dedicated to the eradication of uncorrected refractive error through the global expansion of optometry. I love the mission that we have that empowers people and teaches them the skills they need to become eye care professionals and optometrists to take care of the local communities they live in and serve as a sustainable solution for the many in need of exams and eyewear in many low-income or no-income places around the globe, including places here in North America. Today, I want to talk to you about practice giving, or CSR, corporate social responsibility, and why it matters to you and your practice, the kind of difference it can make for you, your employees, and your patients. I will also talk about various opportunities and discuss some examples. We'll briefly look at how corporate social responsibility, or CSR, came to be applied to businesses and the healthcare industry, the various stakeholders, and the many statistics that impact a business or practice from the employee and patient point of view when a practice is involved in corporate social responsibility. And last, I will share some ways that you can participate in CSR through Optometry Giving Sight. So, what is practice giving, or CSR? Well, it has many different meanings and definitions. It is understood and implemented differently for each practice and country. It can mean different things and look different to different people. It is an umbrella concept consisting of many strategies and actions undertaken by private for-profit agencies voluntarily without any social, legal, or economic obligation, but just with the positive intention to create and contribute positive changes in different dimensions of society. It can also be understood as a contribution made by the business or practice for the sustainable development of the society, nation, and globe. And you can see there is also another definition on the screen there as well. So let's dive into a little background about how corporate social responsibility has been integrated into business. On the screen is a picture of Archie B. Carroll, a professor emeritus at the Terry College of Business at the University of Georgia. He spent decades researching corporate social responsibility. He wrote dozens of books and published more than 100 articles about it. He first created the four-tiered concept in 1979 and then refined it with this pyramid in 1991. You can see there are four pillars, and this well-known pyramid was designed to help companies adapt their business behavior so that all activities are economically profitable, ethical, legally compliant, and socially supportive. So those are the four components of social responsibilities that organizations must maintain in order to constitute total CSR: economic, legal, ethical, and philanthropic. For our purposes, we will focus mainly on the one philanthropic component in detail. But first, let me give a brief high-level overview of the other three components. Note that the economic base on which the entire concept is structured, or what supports CSR, is a requirement. You need to be profitable to engage in corporate social responsibility. You have to make money. The next layer or pillar, the legal, is also a requirement. You have to operate within the law, meet your legal obligations, code of standards, etc., to operate your practice. And the next pillar, the ethical, is an expectation. This means that the ethical responsibility of businesses goes beyond society's normative expectations, laws, and regulations. In addition, society expects organizations to conduct and manage their business in an ethical manner. Taking ethical responsibility means that offices and organizations embrace activities, standards, and practices that haven't necessarily been written down but are still expected. The difference between legal and ethical expectations can be difficult to determine. Obviously, laws are based on ethical premises, but ethics goes beyond that. The philanthropic at the top is a desire. Perhaps it is expected more and more nowadays. The philanthropic responsibility of businesses includes the voluntary or discretionary activities and practices of businesses. This embraces voluntary responsibilities that go above and beyond society's general expectations of what's required of a business. It asks businesses to be good corporate citizens, actively improving the world around them. The philanthropic responsibility is more discretionary or voluntary on the business's part. Hence, this category is often thought as good corporate citizenship. Having said all this, philanthropy historically has been one of the most important elements of CSR definitions, and this continues today. I would also keep in mind as time passes, what exactly each of these four categories means may change or evolve as well. In healthcare organizations, many kinds of stakeholders have relationships and different impacts on CSR, including patients, doctors, administrative personnel, techs, suppliers, and office staff. In a published 4-year study from 2019 in ResearchGate, that's a website where 20 million researchers come from diverse sectors in over 190 countries to connect, collaborate, and share their work, it was demonstrated that the value for the customer or patient approach in healthcare is interactive and impactful because it can be created only when a practice, doctors and employees, and its customers, patients come together. So what does this mean in practice? Companies should consider how they can actively improve the world around them by going above and beyond what is expected. There are so many examples of ways that companies and practices can achieve this, but just for starters, here are a few to consider. And these may be things you have done and are doing: sponsoring local community initiatives, entering into charitable partnerships, and donating directly to local, national, and global charities. Offering an employee match option or even establishing your own charitable foundation, enabling team members to take part in volunteering programs during work time, and offering mentoring expertise to nonprofits. So, why should corporate social responsibility matter to you? Well, there are a lot of benefits. There's the social acceptance from key stakeholders, the reputation management and increased patient loyalty, more attraction and retention of employees. It could help attract more investors and other stakeholders. It can increase goodwill and raise the bar for competition to other competitors, and even encourage innovation and enthusiasm. And this is all found on a public website called Public Health Notes, going as far back as June of 2017. So here you're going to see a lot of statistics about employees and corporate social responsibility. And one way to ensure that social responsibility takes the front seat at your organization is to fold it into employee engagement. Listen to your employees on what social issues matter to them, and then enlist their involvement in solving the problems that need solving. It's an excellent talent attraction driver. Your company or practices give back efforts can be showcased as a benefit and a way for candidates to engage with the company in a more personal way. In addition to recruiting the best talent, a corporate social responsibility program can also increase the overall perception of a company or a practice among its employees. For example, a place that provides employees the opportunity to become involved in charity or community service events will not only boost employee morale, but would also increase their overall public image. The Harvard Business School did a study and provided this statistic that 93% of employees believe companies must lead with purpose. And further, 88% believe that it's no longer acceptable for companies to make money at the expense of society at large. These statistics that you're seeing on the screen are reflected from a survey from something called Double the Donation and Charity. Charity is a collaboration between thought leaders in the mission-driven space to make high-quality educational resources available to the community. And those are some pretty significant numbers and statistics that you see. The 71% of employees that say it's important to work at a company that partakes in philanthropy, that 77% report a sense of purpose, even 55% of employees would take a pay cut. 75% employees participate in corporate giving, remain with their company longer, and 96% of employees who volunteer with their companies report having a positive company culture. That's a very high number. And then continuing with the statistics here, you have 96% of employees want their employers to match the donations they make to nonprofits. You have 84% saying they're more likely to donate if their company offers a company match. And then here, that third statistic was done in a volunteer impact study performed by Deloitte. 61% of millennials would consider a company's commitment to social responsibility when deciding whether or not to even take a job. So in addition to recruiting the best talent, a CSR program can also increase the overall perception of the company among the employees. So, for example, a company or practice that provides employees the opportunity to become involved in charity or community service, again, it boosts the employee morale. So just like I said, it's something that's going to make you look better to your employees. It's going to improve the overall public image. It's something that is more and more becoming important to the generation of people that are graduating out into the workforce today. So what are the statistics like with the patients and the perception to the public, the overall public image? So a recent study conducted by Cone Communications shows that 70% of Americans believe that companies have an obligation to take action to improve social and environmental issues, whether relevant to their day-to-day business operations or not. 83% of consumers believe companies should be obligated to support charities, nonprofits, with financial donations when they are able to. Based on a public opinion survey conducted by Reeve in 2010 regarding corporate social responsibility, it was noted that 88% of consumers believe the company should do whatever it takes to please stakeholders in addition to improving society and the environment. By engaging in corporate social responsibility, healthcare organizations will be able to create a strong rapport with their patients. Trust within the healthcare community is probably the most valuable currency, and it does not come cheap. In order for patients to have complete trust in their doctor and practice, the office must go beyond healthcare services and create a lasting emotional bond with the patient through ethical business practices. And once the patient realizes this attribute of the practice, that you're promoting these kind of ethics, patient loyalty is formed. And in return, your office will gain sustainable business growth. Stakeholders must perceive value in a certain corporate social responsibility activity to support an office's engagement in it. And this is particularly true for patients, a key stakeholder in a healthcare organization. And this was found again in the study quoted earlier in ResearchGate. So where are there some opportunities for you to get involved in corporate social responsibility? I'm sure that each of you are aware of some opportunity to engage either locally, in your community, nationally, or even on a global level. But let's look a little further, or for me, a little closer to home. As we continue to move forward each year, corporate social responsibility is definitely a hot topic. It's not just vital for the well-being of our environment and society, but also for a practice's reputation. As we just covered, your employees want to know that the causes that matter to them matter to you as well. As previously mentioned, there is an abundance of opportunities and ways to engage in giving back, from the local level to national and international giving. How to decide which programs to support can be decided at the executive level or made together as a team, as we have discussed the tremendous value in considering the employee's interests an area of concern. Now, for optometrists and eye care professionals to embrace a nonprofit whose mission is to eradicate preventable blindness, well, that feels like a natural fit, right? ODs, optometric techs, para-optometrics, opticians, we all built careers in this industry because we wanted to improve the quality of lives of others through delivering the best possible patient experience during their eye exams, contact lens fittings, and eyeglass selection and dispensing. Helping your community make an impact, making sure no one in your community suffers from uncorrected refractive error, and improving the quality of lives through better vision and better health with quality eye care. That's what this is about for everyone in this industry, why we went to optometry school or learned all the skills that we needed to be an optician or a para-optometric, wanting to try and ensure that we as ECPs bring the opportunity to as many people as possible to receive quality eye care and eyewear feels like a natural extension of our work. Now, there are many vision nonprofits all doing good and vital work, but I'm going to discuss the work of Optometry Giving Sight as we specifically focus, yes, the puns intended, on achieving the goal of eradicating uncorrected refractive error through the expansion of optometry. That is what we do specifically, as optometry is in our name. Optometry Giving Sight supports sustainable and scalable optometry-led programs that educate eye care providers locally and enable the establishment and delivery of vision care and eye health to all. We provide training for local eye care professionals, establish optometry schools, vision centers, and optical labs, and deliver eye exams and low or no cost glasses to achieve our vision of a world in which optometry enables universal access to vision care and eye health. So I shared a few statistics on the slide about what we've done since our inception 20 years ago. We've awarded more than 180 grants for primary eye care services to more than 8 million people, funded the training of more than 14,000 optometrists and eye care personnel, established more than 130 vision centers in underserved areas of the world, and served individuals of all ages in more than 40 countries. And while we've done all that, there is still so much more that needs to be done. If you are not already participating in any corporate social responsibility and you would like to, or if you are and you want to expand that footprint, then I'm inviting you to consider joining Team OGS, where together eye care achieves miracles, meaning that together all of us, doctors, any employees, and patients, working together in our industry, we can change the lives of so many people who are desperately in need of exams and glasses that make a real difference in their lives. For those people, the difference is they can see at school, they can maintain a job and their independence. By participating in corporate social responsibility, you can demonstrate to your employees and your patients that you not only care about your local community, but also the global community. By supporting Optometry Giving Sight, you are expanding the optometry profession across the globe, educating more individuals to join this profession, and treating the millions of people who have eye health and vision issues. The same opportunity exists for opticians and others who own optical shops that provide prescription eyewear. Their goals are to provide the best possible pair of glasses to their clients that not only look good, but also improve their vision and ultimately the quality of their lives. Optometrists, opticians, and the staff at OGS, we all share the same common goal of impact. We all want to positively impact those in need of eye care services and eyewear. So if you're not currently participating in any type of corporate social responsibility, and again, if you are looking to expand the impact, consider Team OGS. OGS can make it easy for the doctor, practice, or optical shop to engage their clients, patients, and employees in giving by providing various materials to display and disseminate that will alert clients and patients to their involvement in our cause. We can also provide various educational pieces for the staff to learn more about the origin of OGS and the projects we have helped fund in our 20-year existence. We have multiple avenues to engage the practice, its employees, and the patients that are a win-win for all involved that are listed on the screen. So what is Team OGS? It's a ready-made corporate social responsibility program for practices and optical shops that offer a variety of ways to donate, fundraise, and participate in year-round giving programs to Optometry Giving Sight. OGS will provide all the materials to the practice that explain each program, training materials for the staff, office-branded promotional materials for display such as counter cards, window clings, and thank you cards to give to your patients. OGS will also aggregate and allocate the funds your office donates to the various projects we fund and to our many implementing partners who have boots on the ground all over the globe. We will also provide you with updates and impact stories to share with your staff and patients for all to see and share how together we are making a difference in the lives of so many people around the world, including here at home in North America. Let us do the heavy lifting so you don't have to. So you see, you have all those options. You could make a gift of any size at any time. You could choose to participate in monthly donating. Picking a flat amount could be tied to a product sale. This is what's formerly known as our Eye Care and Share program. You could add a line item into your service menu that's tax exempt as a patient option at checkout. You could make sure you're participating in the Bausch & Lomb TerraCycle 1x1 free recycling program. You could choose to display our global impact map, which shows all the places around the world where we have created and worked and funded programs that have made a difference. And you could also have a donation box that's out anywhere for patients to make a donation at any time. So I'll cover each of these options now in the following slides. So a gift of any size, of course, we would welcome at any time. There are donor levels that have various returns depending on the amount of the donation, being listed in our annual report, receiving quarterly newsletters, mentions in social media blasts, plus other things, again, depending on donation size. Please know that we value all of our partners and that no gift is too small. Everything counts and makes a difference as we work together to put an end to preventable blindness for the 1 billion people needlessly suffering from it. Monthly giving. For as little as $1 a day or $30 per month, you can make a powerful, ongoing commitment to help people in need of vision care. Ongoing support through monthly donations allows Optometry Giving Site to plan for the future, make long-term commitments to vision care projects, and maximize funds applied to projects. For many of our donors, it's simply the quickest and most efficient way of showing their support. Joining Team OGS allows you to donate a set amount from the sale of every pair of glasses. Your commitment engages patients and helps fund sustainable eye care projects in underserved communities. We'll provide posters, brochures, and other promotional materials to display in your practice. This was formerly called the Eye Care and Share program. If you are currently a supporter in the Eye Care and Share program, nothing needs to change if you do not want it to. If you want to join Team OGS, you can design this program as you see fit. Want to designate a specific frame or set of frames as the ones that are eligible for the donation? That's fine. Or if you want to add a few dollars to the price of every frame in your dispensary and then tally up the number of frames sold at the end of each month or quarter or year, and then multiply that by your donation to calculate what you want to send us, then you can go ahead and do that. It's really up to you. We want you to create and design the program in the way that feels what's most comfortable. You can also offer patients who do not purchase eyewear the option to make a donation when they check out with a tax-exempt line item that you can easily add to your service menu. Your EHR will have reports that will allow you to isolate that line and select a time frame to add up what your patients have contributed. Please feel free to ask for assistance if needed to create that option in your EHR and with the reports, as I have experience working with multiple programs and software. The Bausch & Lomb TerraCycle 1x1 free recycling program. I love this program. It is a win-win-win for everyone involved. You simply, first is you just sign up with your B&L rep. They will get you all set up, but you can also go to the TerraCycle website and sign up there. Once you do that, all you need is a box. And that's really the only time commitment you have is getting a box and then the time it takes to print out a prepaid postage shipping label. Basically, you just collect your empty blister packs and disposable contacts from your office when you're doing trials, ask your patients to bring in their empties, and this is all brands accepted. It's not just B&Ls. They'll take all companies. You're going to keep the items out of the landfills, so that's a win for the environment. Once your box is filled up, print out that prepaid label from your printer for a UPS pickup. Bausch & Lomb sponsors a donation through TerraCycle to Optometry Giving Site. And then we fund programs that help those in need of eye care and eyewear through the sustainable programs that expand optometry. So this is a win for you because you are doing an amazing thing, helping the environment, helping us. We're helping the people that need the services, and we're expanding the optometric industry. I mean, how amazing is this, right? So we'll provide you with the step-by-step sign-up instructions. We'll give you statistics. We'll share impact stories for you to share with your patients. I mean, this is just the best, right? Love this. We will also give you, as part of Team OGS, map and information about the global OGS impact. What you're looking at is a map that has marked on it all the places where we have had an impact. Now, full disclosure, this is an older map. The newer ones will be updated because we have worked in, I believe, more locations since then. And these are marked where it's an optometry school or a vision clinic or where we work doing school screenings. So it tells you the kind of impact that we've had. But this is a global map that we ask that hopefully you'll be proud to display in your waiting room or maybe in your optical dispensary, somewhere where your patients, if they are tired of reading the magazines in the waiting room or tired of looking at their phone, maybe they'll look at that for a while. And ideally, it might spark some conversation when they're sitting in the chair with you. There will also be a one sheet that will accompany this with some information, or the information might be posted as part of the map, basically with some statistics, again, for your patients to see the impact, where their donations go as far as the work and the accomplishments. And there'll be some further information with our URL, a QR code if patients want to get more information, but it's a full color display. It's really an amazing conversation starter, self-explanatory display of the locations, types of programs OGS has helped fund and create around the world. So we will send that to you. And if they are so moved, they might want to add a donation into the donation box, which will be discussed in the next slide. Maybe they'll say when they are being checked out if they would like a donation added onto their invoice, anything like that. But this is another option of giving through Team OGS. And here is that donation box that I just mentioned on the previous slide. You can see it's a great looking lucite box, which has a backing card. And in the issue of transparency, we are designing a new backing card. So it may not look just like the one that's pictured in the slide. And that's something we ask that you put out on your counter or maybe in your optical dispensary, but a place that's easily accessible for your patients. So it can serve as a collection box for patient donations. Anytime that they may offer a couple of dollars or a contribution for any reason, when they want to offer that up for a service that's usually no charge, like an eyeglass repair or an adjustment, this OGS donation box is a great place to deposit those dollars. Or after viewing the global impact map and they want to make a contribution, they can do that here if they want to give a cash donation as opposed to adding it to their invoice at checkout. We'll also send you thank you cards, and please note that we want you to give thank you cards to all your patients anytime they make a donation as a part of any one of the programs. So it isn't just for the donation box. If they decide to make a contribution, having it added to their invoice at checkout, if they make a contribution because they've purchased eyewear, if they've brought in some old blister packs and contacts to go into the recycling program, anytime they do something to contribute to Team OGS or make a donation, there's going to be a stack of thank you cards that are business card size that we want to make sure you hand out to the patient so they know that they're part of the team, because together we are in this together and we're going to make a difference in the lives of so many people. On this slide here, I've just shared with you a couple quotes from a couple of our longtime donors who have been participating in a few of the programs that are part of Team OGS. The first one comes from a Canadian donor who's been participating in our Eye Care and Share program for over a dozen years at least. And he's talking about how easy it is for him to do when he adds a few dollars to the cost of every frame in his dispensary. You can see that he just adds that on, and then at the end of the year figures out how many frames he sold, multiplies it by 2, and then sends us a check. But he also talks about how much he appreciates OGS doing all the heavy lifting for him as far as deciding where the money goes, to what programs it supports, how we share that with him, and how it allows him the opportunity to participate in making an impact and taking care of all those details for him, because he himself can't travel and take part in missions. The other quote comes from a doctor who has the global impact map displayed in his waiting room, and he talks about how often it generates conversation while the patients are in the chair. So just wanted to share those with you and give you a second to read those over.
So guys, we are back. Let me unmute everyone. How's it going, guys?
But real good. Paula, luckily I checked my emails. She asked for the link again. So, well, and I sent it about 15 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. So hopefully
And I
she'll be
think,
here.
yeah, I think she's going to be here. Let me let her in. So she is here. All right.
Okay, so got an interesting two people. I left for a while, so it was good. Are any people joining us from ODwire? Do you want me to send out another invitation?
No, I think we have enough. Oh, hey, Paula, you made it. Woohoo!
Did. I'm
Good.
here.
Good.
I'm
You got my email. I scurried
get
around
my,
to.
hold on. Let me get my video on. There we go. There we go.
There we
Hey,
go.
how are
How's it
you?
going?
Going well. What about with everybody?
Good, good, good.
Good. I'm
Always
digging the palm
challenging the
trees.
first day.
I'm digging the palm trees.
Oh, it's not real. It's actually
What?
disgusting outside. I'm in Florida, but it's disgusting here. As bad as could be. I could turn it around, but you don't want to see.
It's okay.
What we next? Uh, I listened to your whole seminar. It was great. The people were good speakers, so you should be proud of what you produced there.
Awesome.
Yeah. Did you learn anything from producing the first one? What would you do next time?
Was that question for me?
Yes.
Yes.
The biggest, the
Could be.
biggest, the biggest, the biggest takeaway that I had, we had very content-rich speakers, but the biggest takeaway was how do we induce our community to embrace hearing from voices that they may not have heard of before? And how do we move their needle so that they understand that when they get out of optometry school, they can go into private practice? And so I think it's more or less a sign of the times and where we are right now, and the options that are in front of students. I have a student in my office right now, and he talks about all the good dinners that all the corporations take them to. And I think that's unfortunate, but we seem to be selling out for dinners as opposed to thinking long term.
Right,
Yep.
right. Well, one way, if you want to get speakers to be available and recognized and to get a name quickly is get them on ODwire and let them start posting. You see, that's one way to get people to get name recognition. Once they start posting, we have 27,000 members. Even though members don't respond to the post, many of them read it. So the name becomes familiar. So you'll be getting some recognition to name when you have that, like getting them on ODwire. So you need a little lead time. I think you began the courses too soon. You made the announcement with not enough lead time. We are already getting speakers for next year.
Right,
It's any indication.
right.
And if we have speakers and we encourage them to get on ODwire, if they're not recognized, most of them have high name recognition. But if they don't, that's a very quick way of doing it.
Well, all of our speakers actually did get on ODwire. We had one or two that had difficulty getting onto ODwire, but all of our speakers, with the exception of maybe the banker and Roni Daniels, who that's a whole nother topic. But all of our speakers did get on ODwire that I'm aware of. I think maybe
They
let me
You know, I'm on
yeah,
every
they
day.
did. They did. They absolutely did. I had the psychiatrist tried to get on, and she didn't get admission until late, but she did try to get on to start posting. So we've had, my speakers were very compliant,
Great. Okay,
and
so
I'm very happy with them.
next time around, if you're going to use ODwire's platform again,
Yeah.
again,
Start earlier. We will start earlier. Dr. Adam will tell you that we just met in Vegas. And so that was in September. And we didn't have a lot of lead time, but you guys were also revamping your platform. So we didn't want to use the old platform. We had to wait until the new platform was revamped.
Right.
So there were some technical reasons why we didn't get out any sooner than we did, but we're happy. We're not dissatisfied. I got an email today from one of the attendees, and we're going back and forth now in communication. So
great.
yeah,
That's terrific. So you'll do it again?
we
You think?
will. We will. We will.
We
That's
always
great.
try to intertwine a few young new speakers in CEwire, but as you can imagine, people like the name recognition of people, and that's the hook that gets them to come to these conferences. And a lot of these names are just people are getting used to seeing them at the various venues. So we'll hopefully intertwine one or two of your speakers next time.
And if you get a Craig Thomas type, he'll promote himself on ODwire as well. So
Well, yeah, we did, and he did.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
If you multiply
Craig's a regular.
multiply that by 10, you'll get many more people joining.
Yes.
We interviewed Craig about an hour ago, and
Uh-huh.
Craig, all we have to say is, "So how you doing?" And then for now, we can just shut up and.
Why does that not surprise me?
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, you do that with certain age groups. You ask young people, "How's your love life?" and they'll keep going for an hour. When they get old, you say, "How are you feeling?" and then they'll tell you into detail. So every age group has a way that you can get them to speak for an hour. And optometrists, you ask them about what do you think of optometry, and they'll tell you.
Mhm. Or vision care plans, etc.
For sure.
So is your lecture you're doing here different than what you did for your seminar?
Oh, absolutely. We're talking about diabetes. We're
Okay.
talking about how to manage the patient who comes into your practice with diabetes. And I do it using case presentations. But then we also talk about the testing behind it, and some tests that they may or may not have heard of or do currently. And then finally, we end with, okay, Destiny. I don't need any help. Thank you very much. We end with our program that we do here in Charlotte called Knockout Diabetes. It was the first optometric-based diabetes education program for patients in the country. It was the first one approved. So I talk about how to get that program started if you want to do that one, or if the OD wants to create their own so that they can help their patients. And they can get reimbursed for it. I didn't do it for
How is it,
reimbursement. There is a reimbursement for it.
how is it received by endocrinologists and PCPs? Are they all
They
for it?
did not, they absolutely love the fact that we were doing it. And they love the fact that we were doing it because there are so many people with diabetes. There are not enough people, providers, anybody out there to handle the number of people with diabetes that are out on the planet and that are becoming more and more diabetic daily. So it wasn't an issue at all. In fact, we get referrals now from neurologists, PCPs, and endocrinologists because of our outreach program, because we refer, we consult, we send them our letters. They don't get the kind of letters that they get from other practitioners like they get from us. So they really love working with us. And
I'm
love
sure also the feedback from the patients back to them about how good the care is.
absolutely, absolutely.
I'm thinking of a snappy title to get more people. How about diabetes is good for you?
Okay. All right.
Good example.
We'll change it. We'll change it for the next time. We won't change it for this time, but we'll change it for the next time. Diabetes is good for you.
Or sugar, how sweet it isn't, something like that.
Uh,
Absolutely. So,
So are you also taking courses here? Because a lot of the
Yes.
speakers, you still need credits, and some of the lectures are great. Do you have a
Well,
DEA? Are you
I
talking? Go ahead.
have. I took a course yesterday, but I found out from my state board I had planned on taking several courses. Two things happened. My daughter came to town, which was wonderful because she's getting married in April and we have lots to do. But the second thing, and she gave me a whole lot to do at the last minute. So it was,
who's paying the bills?
of course, I got to do that too. But this is other stuff like when she has to have her gown altered. I had to go with her to get her gown altered. But having said all of that, I wasn't able to attend as many as I wanted. But then I found out North Carolina has a limit on how many virtual hours we can get. And they didn't have that 2 years ago. So they just implemented that. So, and then the other thing I found out that I did not know is that I can get credit for my course. So
Sure.
with my course, well, I never have submitted. I've been lecturing for a very long time. I was an assistant professor at University of Missouri, St. Louis after I did my residency at PCO. And that's after graduating from UAB with the OD and a master's in physiological optics. So I've been on the lecture circuit for a while. I kind of had to back off a little bit because of child rearing, because I wound up being a single parent and I had a lot of parental responsibility. So I always made my daughter number one, but I'm back out there and I never went away. I just had to reduce my speaking. So yes, I have attended. I attended one yesterday, and it was very interesting. And I wasn't aware of this gentleman. It was the first time I'd ever heard of him. So I'm going to be corresponding with him because I'm into nutrition and lifestyle and wellness. And he did something on the gut glaucoma brain axis. I enjoyed the lecture.
And the speakers have become much, much better. In my years, when we had speakers, they were lousy. They were boring and repetitive, but now we don't accept that anymore. Now speakers are good and they have to do things in a 50-minute hour.
Right.
And they have to be willing to take questions. And I think what Adam has accomplished with the setting up CEwire is amazing.
Yeah.
I think it'll be a big help to optometry.
He's done a good job. You and your wife have done a good job raising him.
Well,
Well, maybe I should give you some credit. Maybe I'll just say your wife did a great job.
It wasn't me, believe me. I would never win the Father of Reader Award. Never home.
They say acorns don't fall far from trees. That's what they say.
Adam can comment on that. It's okay, Ed. You can say so.
Sorry, I'm just
With problems.
yeah, sorry. No, we just had a little problem in room 2 where the video stopped playing for people, so I'm just telling them to refresh the page, and it should.
That's exactly what I was doing. So if I turned away, that was what I was doing also. When I get these private, we have thousands of people, and 2 people or 3 people think I'm their personal aide, and they text me directly rather than trying to do things themselves. And it's the same 2 people every time. I'll tell you the names so we reject them as entries. It's not the 80-20 rule, it's the 99-1 rule, whatever.
This one is probably very old. It's trying to take courses because I'm always challenged every time I try to get on this thing. So, there we have it.
It's pretty seamless, it really is. And then if something locks up, just press that little circle on the top, refresh, and usually things kick in. What's happening is we have a lot of people attending, and the bandwidth is challenged sometimes. Some of these lectures have 400 or 500 people at the same time, and it's amazing. And just imagine, Paul, we do this 4 times a year, so that same room will probably have 2,000 or 3,000 people by the time the conference ends, and that doesn't even include the asynchronous portion. You know, we all use those words now, asynchronous versus. And by the way, don't you have the broker in North Carolina also, like Texas and Florida, as far as getting your credits?
What does that mean? I don't know. I don't know anything about a broker. I don't know anything about broker.
Adam knows right. All courses in Texas and in Florida, I know for a fact, they've hired an outside agency that deals with plumbers and everybody else to qualify this CE.
No,
And
no,
I
no.
thought it was North. It might be South Carolina. It's one of the
It's not,
Carolinas that
it's not us.
good.
No.
Because you have to jump through hoops, and it's very difficult. Because if you attend even a national conference like a Vision Expo or Academy meeting, etc., they're not part of the broker. So people from Texas take our course, then they have to print it out, the certificate, and send it into this broker agency rather than what we do, which was to send it into Arbo directly for them, and they have nothing to do. It's just an extra step. It's a money grab for some reason, and luckily you're not part of it. And
No.
there was no need for it because we have a national agency. We have Arbo. This is what they do. Why did you have to go through a secondary agency? And by the way, there's only one state that doesn't allow any credits online, and that's Florida. And actually, we were speaking to a doctor from Florida yesterday, and the reason being is they feel that they want to keep it in-house because a lot of the monies that go to these lectures are used for PAC contributions, etc. So there is a reason for it. We can call it a money grab, but it's a money grab for a good purpose. And if people are attending other things, there was other sources of raising money, but they lose that revenue source.
And also, the counties have their own programs where they try to get people from around the country to come because of weather. So you have counties in Florida having courses as well, not just the state.
Right.
Right.
So it's on a local, regional, and kind of national level to do their political action committees.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah,
this is a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's not applicable here.
Mhm.
We don't have that. We have 25 hours that we have to have every year.
That's about right. We have 60 every 2 years, so it's kind of the same thing, close.
Yeah.
After a while, with CEwire, we try to and we don't have any more like dry eye lectures and this and that. How many credits does he or she need? Anyway, because
the baby,
yeah,
the real baby. Destiny has to have at least 30 hours. She has to have hand holding.
How old is she?
But
She's 2.
she looks like a baby.
Oh, she's full grown. She's 3.5 pounds.
What type of breed is that?
It's a Bichon and Poodle mix.
I think I remember. I just saw an article about the longevity of dogs, and yours is a highly up there one. The Bichons were like 14.2 years.
Yeah.
And we always heard when growing up that mutts or crossbreeds live longer, and that was proven not true at all. No, purebreds live longer. And the rationale was you mix the bloods, you mix the good genes, and whatever. But no, this article is that no, they're way down on the list. So you can have it for a long time.
That's what they say. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, absolutely. My wife's Aunt Mabel. They never had children, and they always had a poodle, a small poodle as their child substitute. When Uncle Rico died, Aunt Mabel was left without, and then the poodle died. My wife said, we got to do something, but she was getting older, and it was very hard for her to walk a dog. They lived in Syracuse, and it's snowy and icy. So I said, why don't we get her? We had a Siamese cat. Siamese cats are the closest things to dogs you can have. And so we went to the same breeder and got her for a Siamese cat who outlived her. And it was perfect because the cat was a lap cat, Siamese will talk to you, and they'll do all the things dogs do. So she had the cat, and it was very easy to maintain because, you don't take the cats out. They can live.
I got Destiny so she could travel with me because she's so easy to fit in the carrier and very light to carry. And
you can walk her. You're still no problem with ice and snow and that type of thing.
No, but even when the weather is inclement for me, and inclement is like 20 degrees, we still go outside.
20 degrees in North Carolina is pretty rare, isn't it?
No.
Sorry.
You better tell God that.
Well, my daughter had 2 large dogs. Both of them were older, and both of them just passed. This past 2 years, they're gone. And again, they must have pets, but it's very hard. She's very busy working. And I said, you can't take a dog, and her husband wasn't well, can't walk the dog. I said, again, cats. And sure enough, she got one cat, and
Wow.
now she got a second cat.
Wow.
And they're so far very happy, but they're still thinking about a dog.
Where does your daughter live? Where does she live?
My daughter lives where I live, very near live. She lives in a northern suburb of Chicago.
Okay. Okay.
She's an interior designer, but she's very busy. It's very hard for her to keep taking dogs walking, but in
Right.
Chicago has crappy weather, so you know.
Are you going to do any lectures at any national things, the SECO or Vision Expo
Yes.
East, etc.? You are great.
SECO, no. Vision Expo, I've got 3 courses
Mhm.
at East. I just finished up 3 courses at West. And
That's great.
I anticipate more courses because they asked me to submit some more topics. So
Okay, we'll get
I did AOA
Zoom.
last year. I did AOA last year.
Mhm.
And
And next year
I
you're
did
lucky
AOA the year
because
before that too. Pardon?
next year you're lucky because Vision Expo East will be down in Orlando, so it's not as long a plane ride.
Yeah. Well, I have a place in Florida.
Oh,
So
good. Whereabouts?
I'm in Fort Lauderdale. Well, I
Oh,
don't. I'm in Charlotte right now, but I have a
I
place.
understand.
Fort
Well,
Lauderdale.
I'm in Boca Raton, so if you're in
You're
Fort
right next
Lauderdale,
door to me. Yeah.
35-minute drive down south. In fact, we just went to a restaurant.
Which one?
Gianni's.
Oh, okay.
Really good Italian restaurant. Our friends were staying in Fort Lauderdale, so we picked a restaurant that was midway in between us and them. So it's about 15-20 minutes to a different restaurant, but kind of a zoo at night. But if you have reservations, they'll get you seated. And we had the best garlic bread you ever had. We had to brush our teeth before going to sleep because we couldn't take our own.
We
I'm
made a
I'm gluten sensitive, so I think I'll pass on the garlic bread.
Yes.
But
You're-
I live
I-
I live at Las Olas Beach Club, so I'm right at Las
Oh,
Olas
nice.
1A. Yeah. Overlooking the water, overlooking the ocean.
It's been right now today, you'd be overlooking the rain because it's pouring here.
Well, there you go. That's why I'm
As you
not
probably
there.
know.
I'll be there in 2 weekends.
Well, nice. So hopefully the weather will be good. It's been terrible here. I've been here since October, and the
Uh-huh.
last 2 months we didn't see the sun except for one day, and it's pretty unusual. When temperatures were
Right.
like 68, 67, and I'm like 20 degrees. As you know, I come from Northeast also. I've just been
Right.
down here a couple of years. People freak at 49 degrees, not 20 degrees. That's
You know,
cold.
Yeah, but
Cold
it's cold. I'm never prepared. I have a place there, so I don't bring clothes back and forth because I have clothes there. But when that weather drops below 60, I'm not prepared.
Just
It
bring one
really is
foot
a shocker. It really is a shocker to the system because I bought it in 2017. And in fact, they had not had a hurricane hit there in 50 years or more. And then I think right after I bought, they had a hurricane. And the weather has just been real crazy since.
Yeah. You did
Yeah.
great, by the way. As you know, your property has appreciated tremendously since 2017, because ours has
Absolutely.
also. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Southern Florida has just gone up, not 10, 20%, but 400%.
Right. Well, when they built Four Seasons right down the street from me,
Very familiar.
that really sealed the deal for me and my place. And I'm always getting offers double what I paid. So I'm
Mhm.
just, and I'm not there very much, and I can't rent it. I can't Airbnb it. I wish I could, but I can't
Yeah.
because my condo laws won't allow, or my HOA laws won't allow me to do it. But it's there when I go. So, and it's
Yeah,
always,
same thing with us. If we
yes,
spend 6 months up north, we can't rent it they won't allow us to do it because it's
right.
just, they don't want transients there who they don't know, because we have vetted to get in here. You're vetted also, I'm sure, and
Right.
now they don't want somebody else.
Sure. I lived in Boca for 17 years.
Wow.
I left practice.
Yeah.
I got tired of looking at patients, and I went down to Nova Southeastern for a while until they kicked me out. And,
Paul has a big mouth.
you know, in academia, you were in academia, Paula. You can't you got to go along with the administration or you're in
Pretty
trouble.
much. Yes, you do. Or get out.
And if you've been in practice for yourself for a lot of years, you don't go along with anyone. You don't
Right.
take too much advice. So they didn't like me very much. In any
Uh,
event, it was a very happy
Wait.
17.
who was the dean when you were there?
It was it was he.
Was it the guy that was trying to sell Nova's name to Essilor?
Husband and wife team. What the hell was
Oh,
it?
husband and wife?
They were the originals when before it became.
Okay, yeah. I don't know who that was. Yeah.
And I forgot his name.
It's okay. It's okay. You don't have to remember. I've been over to Nova a few times and met with folks over there, but
I was there by osteopaths. It was out by osteopaths. Unfortunately, a lot of the optometry colleges, the newer ones, are osteopathic based, and they're run by osteopaths. And I just didn't get along with the osteopaths at all. They just, they thought optometry was like an also ran, and I had problems. It was cheap.
In Florida here, a lot of the group medical practices, cardiology, orthopedics, etc., the osteopaths are integrated right into the practice as partners, even not just optometrists working for ophthalmologists. It's kind of and they have a specialty area, and the other guys have other specialty areas. So it's kind of they've really I wish we could do that, raise their profession up into an equal level, equal footing into group partnerships.
You got a way to go.
how it is. That's how it is here too. So yeah, that's how it is here as well.
Well,
there's really no differentiation.
Yeah, it used to be when you saw a DO. I don't want to see the DO. I think he's kind of a weird dude, but now
it's just tougher to get with the DO, probably with the really, really good residencies. It's hard to get with a DO versus an MD to get good residency. So, but other than that, once they're out, they just practice about the same. So
I'm curious how you decided to do a physiological optics masters versus others. I was going to do an also at SUNY. I won the Vision Science Award, but I decided to go into regular practice. But it's kind of an unusual masters.
They asked me to. They asked the top 6 students in my class. 3 said yes and 3 said no. I was part of the 3 that said yes. But actually, interestingly enough, I did my master's thesis on contrast sensitivity and whether or not it could be used as an early prognosticator for diabetic retinopathy. So I've been in the diabetes space for a long time.
I don't know if you've seen
research.
There was a recent article about contrast sensitivity and the detection of, I believe it was glaucoma, if I'm not mistaken,
It is.
the last month or so. And so it's now, what you did then is coming into fruition now.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Nothing new under the sun.
Sure. Adam, you've been very quiet. Are you getting a hard time?
No, so we just had trouble in room 2 where the lecture stopped for a second and it restarted and everybody had to go back in. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone knows that it's okay with a little glitch. They'll all be getting credit. They don't have to worry about it. Because obviously they get concerned that, oh, I missed 5 minutes of this lecture and will I get credit? The answer is yes.
I got my same one groupie who contacts me every year. He was in room 2. So I got a direct text. I told him to refresh it. He said, it's fine. Whatever.
When did you leave PC? When did you graduate from PCO?
No, I graduated from UAB. I went to UAB. I did a residency at PCO. I was there in module 3 with Jeff Nyman. Was Lou Catania was still there, and Felix Barker was in charge of the clinic at the time. Sue Neil Nyman was not there. Neil was still at New Inco. So
wasn't Lou at PCO though?
Do what now?
Wasn't Lou Catania at PCO also?
Oh yeah. I was saying Lou was in module 5. I was just trying to recall who was there when I was there.
Yeah, because my nephew Barry went to PCO. He was also on the board of PCO. I guess when you were a resident there. Who was the tall guy?
Yeah.
Do you remember his name? Who was the president of PCO when you were there?
Oh, it was Tom Lewis.
Tom Lewis.
Tom Lewis.
Sure. Yeah.
And he was a good basic scientist also, Tom Lewis.
Yeah, well, he also had he had a PhD in he may have had his PhD in
I was going to say it was, yeah.
visual science or physiological optics, something. Yes.
Mhm.
I have a lot of respect for him.
I
He
remember
ran a
returning.
really good ship. He ran a good ship. I enjoyed him being the dean.
I remember getting a lecture from Lou many years ago when we couldn't treat eye disease at all, and telling us some ways of being able to do it and getting around the corner with using like polysporin, even though it's not sterile, things like that, and kind of working at the edges of our profession. But that's ancient history now.
So they had a gentleman on faculty by the name of Joe Tolan, who was he was an OD who had gone to medical school, and he was an OD MD. And he was amazing because part of why I did the residency was because I knew coming back into North Carolina, I'd be able to treat. And I wanted to make sure I had some experience treating before I came back in, because at UAB, prior to Rich Klampus being down there, Rich, we used to treat at UAB. And then there were some political things that went on, and they forbade the optometry school to treat disease. So I didn't really have any disease treating experience. And so I wanted to get to Philly so that I could have some disease treating experience. Even though we had a VA rotation, we still didn't have a whole lot of treatment, personal treatment. So the cool thing about being at PCO was that Joe Tolan was there, and we were able to treat under Joe Tolan's license.
Right. That's SUNY. We had a lot of ophthalmologists working with us, and we were able pretty much to treat everything, but we weren't doing the treating. The proctor was.
Well, no, we treated. They just signed off, yeah. Because we had
I believe North
emergency.
Carolina.
We had
I would
emergency.
say North Carolina was one of the first states to do the treatments, get the treatment myself.
It
You
was
in West
it was West Virginia,
and
and North Carolina. Yeah,
in the 70s.
right.
Yeah.
I wasn't here then, but yes.
I wasn't either, but I kind of remember it was a
Yeah,
hook to get into
but yeah,
optometry.
it was 76, I do believe.
But it wasn't narcotics, sure.
Oh,
No.
and so Paula, thank you for doing this today. We actually have some folks from Optometry Giving Site. If you want to hang in here and hang out with us, I got to let them into the room here.
Sure.
I don't know if
It's a charity that we're helping to support.
Okay.
Let
Who's
Nikki.
coming on it?
So these are folks from Optometry Giving Site. This is Nikki, who did a great presentation that we played yesterday. So let's see if Nikki can get connected here, and we can say hi.
Okay, she was on for a second.
Popped
There
in.
you go.
So, hi, Nikki.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, Nikki?
All right.
Good
How
to
are
see
you?
Good. So welcome to our little chat here.
Thank you. Oh, sounds like someone else wants to say hi.
This
Sorry
this
about
is
that.
this has been a great day for dogs actually on the stream. So we've had several of them. So that's fantastic.
This is Destiny.
Yeah.
Nikki, how are
She's lecturing. Destiny's lecturing in a half hour.
You know, I'm so sorry. That's Snoopy. I have the blinds down in my office because I was trying to be preventative, but somebody's walking on the sidewalk and it's, how it is, right? With dogs, it's their sidewalk and come here.
Got great stuff in your background. I love
Oh,
those.
can you see all that? You know what? It's well, my
see
husband and I share the office, and he's actually a comedy writer. He teaches comedy writing at the Second City here in Chicago.
Oh wow.
So there's some various things of his, and then my side hustle is I sing. I don't do it a whole lot, but I used to sing professionally a lot here in Chicago. So there's some various shots of me singing anthems at Bulls games, White Sox games, and then some shots with various bands I work with.
Did you ever
Very
see
good.
Michael Jordan was there?
Yeah, 6 seasons worth of actually
wow.
all 6 seasons that they won the championship. So yes, I did. Thank you.
Little known fact, my mother taught Michael in the 8th grade, and when she passed, he sent flowers. His sister-in-law is my realtor, so I I love the Jordan family. One other thing I want to say, that second comedy, the comedy club that you mentioned in Chicago is very famous, very famous. Did Bernie Mac get his start there?
I I don't know for sure.
I don't know. Well, I know
That's
he's
not
from
someone who I've
Chicago. I know he's from
seen.
Chicago, but it's a very famous comedy.
Yes,
Yeah.
a lot of people
Very-
did for sure.
yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, my dad, I've shared with Adam. So my dad was an optometrist in a suburb of Chicago, and Bill Cartwright ended up being a patient of his.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
And so he is a very nice man. And I'll tell you, I'm very tall. I'm almost 5'10" and a half, but of course, standing next to Bill Cartwright, I can always remember when he was standing one day leaving the office and the waiting room door was open. I remember him resting his elbow on like the elbow jam of the door, right? Like that's how tall he was,
He was like 7'1", I believe, something like that.
something like that. Yes. But very kind man. And, there's those moments like, like when you go to a restaurant and you can't decide what you want on the menu. So one time after a game, he was so kind, him and his wife, Sherry, they invited my parents and the friend who I brought to be my guest with me at the game out to dinner, and another couple who were friends of theirs who came in from San Francisco out to dinner after. And we went to this great restaurant in Chicago called Cafe Barbariba, which is a tapas restaurant. And as we were being led back to a table, of course, a lot of people were acknowledging, he's hard to miss, Bill Cartwright, right? And it was, of course, during the era. So the Bulls are the greatest thing. We finally get to our table and we're having a lovely dinner, and they bring the dessert menu and we're all sort of oohing and eyeing. Everything looks so good. And the waitress came and she asked for our order, and Sherry Cartwright just goes, just bring us one of everything. So it's like one of those great fun moments. But
You spoke very quickly, and I heard topless rather than tapas. Whoa! Where is that restaurant?
on Halstead, which you might
It's
find
in
some
Las
topless.
Vegas. It's in Las Vegas. It's not in
Well,
Chicago. It's in Las Vegas. It's in Las Vegas. It's in Las Vegas. Not in Chicago.
Yeah.
Oh my
Wow.
gosh. That's funny. So, Nikki, we actually played your little talk that you did for us yesterday. Thank you for doing that.
Well,
Everyone got to see it, and we're going to play it again today too, as well, just so everyone can, learn a little bit more about what OGS is and how it works.
well, thank you for allowing us to do that. We really appreciate being sort of welcomed into your community. It's really exciting for us. We've been around for 20 years, but it does seem like there are a lot of folks in the industry that aren't familiar with our nonprofit and what we do. And so we are so grateful to you to give us this chance to get us a little more recognition.
Sure.
So thank you.
Yeah, no, and we're definitely going to replay this several times, and we'll even plop it on ODwire when the weekend's all over and everything, so more people can see it. But maybe you just want to give everyone like a 30,000-foot overview of you guys and what you're up to.
Well, we're a nonprofit that's been around for 20 years, whose mission is to eradicate uncorrected refractive error through the expansion of sustainable optometric programs, meaning building optometry schools, vision clinics, mobile vision clinics, anything that's expandable and sustainable, done through optometry-based led scalable programs. That's our gig, if you will. So we don't put boots on the ground, but we work with a lot of implementing partners who do. So we work and fund all within the industry. So optometrists, any big pharma that makes products like eye drops, optical companies that make frames, labs, anyone in the industry, that's who we hope to work with to help fund all our projects.
Have you?
Is it national and international, or just national?
No, it's local, it's national, and global. So it's
Okay.
all over.
Have you hooked up with Jordan Cassillo? Is that a familiar name to you? Jordan Cassillo. He founded
Asolo?
Vision Spring. Are you aware of Vision Spring?
Vision Spring, yes, I've heard of. I don't know that name.
Jordan is a founder. Jordan is a partner in my former practice. He's my
Okay.
godson.
Oh,
And really, you should hook up with Jordan, and we will supply you with his name. Basically, he does very similar things with Fidget Spring around the world. He founded that in the year 2000. He has
oh,
other
okay.
people running the company now, but it's a nonprofit. But Jordan probably is the best known, not known optometrist in the world.
Huh.
Basically, he's international, and everyone. He has his master's in public health, and he was in the Council on Foreign Relations in New York, so he knows the movers and shakers in the world. So he'd be a very good person for you to meet.
And he said you said he's no longer with Vision Spring?
No. Well, he has other people running the thing.
Okay.
So he's on top of it. I mean, he's Vision Spring. I mean, he founded it, and
Okay.
he's there, but he has other professionals running the company now.
Oh,
However,
okay. Well, I'll ask. Our executive director is Lois Schoenbrunn, who is with the
sure.
Academy for a couple dozen years, I believe. And I've just been in this role just this past year. So in full transparency, I do not know all the players yet. I know our organization started in 2003 as I want to say like a product or a love child of the Brian Holden Vision Institute, the IAPB, and the World Council of Optometry. We were initially, I believe, really the idea of Brian Holden's, and we did a lot of work for the Brian Holden Vision Institute. But then when he passed, we totally became an independent organization. At one point, we had offices in many countries, but now we just have offices in the US and in Canada, but we still partner with people who come to us and apply for grants and operate projects around the world, including North America. But we're completely independent of those three organizations now.
You do great work. Absolutely. It's wonderful.
But yes, I would love to if I could meet Jordan or speak more with him about, I love talking to like-minded people about this organization.
Great.
Yep. And I'm actually putting up on the website right now, the Optometry Giving Site website. I actually have it up on the screen right now for folks who might be browsing this in the lobby or watching later, so they can get a little sense of what you're doing and look at your annual report, which you put right up there on the site.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we funded a 20 or 21 projects last year. We are currently working on a school of optometry in Haiti. This project's been going on, actually going back about 10 years. There are right now only 2 optometrists in the entire country, but we do have 10 students about to graduate. So that's quintupling the population of optometrists in a country of about 12 million people. And those 12 million, you have 70% that live in the outlying parts of the country. And the 2 optometrists who practice there right now live in the capital. And it's not really a safe place to travel. So that's really what's contributed to a lot of the time delay of the project moving along. But the fact that the physical school is built, there are 60 students total enrolled, 10 about to graduate. And actually 2 of the 10 are going to be traveling to the University of Montreal coming up in the next few months to start training to become faculty.
Wow.
So that's sort of the next phase of the project we're moving into, is training and acquiring more people to become faculty, so it continues to sustain.
That's incredible, though. There's 2 optometrists for 12 million people.
Nikki, I did mission work in Haiti. I did it in Bannay. I've done it. I've been there 3 times, and there's such a tremendous need. I saw 2,000 people one time I was there.
Wow.
1,600 another time. It is just, and Bannay is, of course, we landed in Port-au-Prince, but we had to drive another couple of hours, 2.5 hours. We were an hour off a main highway, so we were back in the country, but tremendous need, a ton of people with glaucoma, a ton.
How long ago were you there, Paula?
The most recent time I was there was, I think, 20 or 21.
So thank you. Wow.
Yeah. So it's been, well, it couldn't have been 21 because the pandemic was 20. So it was 19. 19 was the most recent time. It was right before the pandemic. And I will tell you, I saw a rat in our sleeping quarters. I went to the bathroom in the middle of the night, and there was a rat in there that was the size of a cat, and it scared the bejesus out of me. And
Sure.
I said, okay, I don't think I'm going to be able to go back because this is not my cup of tea. But I did good while I was there, but I don't know. I don't
Well, you
know.
should have taken your residence in New York City.
Yeah, no. That's okay. I'm real good in Charlotte.
Yeah, well, that's what's great is so far these students are committed to staying in Haiti because, as you probably are aware, it's a concern that they will leave if they
Yes.
are able to,
Right.
but
Will
they
they
are
be able to
committed
get,
to.
will they be able to get US licenses automatically? Will they have to go jump through some hoops like medical students from Guadalajara?
Well, I don't honestly
You don't know
know, so I can't speak to that, but we know that what they've told us so far and what they've told Dr. Cadet, who runs the school, is they're going to stay and take care of their communities. They want to stay and take care of the people there. And part of the plan of the school is to build a clinic at the school to take care of people with so they can come and get exams at the school. And then we're also putting into the plan to build a lab, like a finish lab, so people can have glasses, once they get prescriptions written, that glasses can be made there too.
Are
So
they
that's,
considering, are they
I'm
considering
sorry.
also using, are they considering also using artificial intelligence so they can see more people per unit time and have some analysis that unfortunately is not,
The
that's one of
infrastructure.
my fields of
I
interest.
don't think the infrastructure is in
That's not the right,
I don't think the infrastructure is in place for that. I mean, it would be great, but I just don't think the
yeah.
infrastructure is in place.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, to what Paula said, I believe that's probably a true statement. We had an issue where, of course, with the pandemic, they couldn't do learning on site. And of course, there was just a risk. It was dangerous to travel. So we spent a long time and some funding rebuilding the entire online internet learning so they could continue their studies. So there is a complete, sort of online learning system in place there, but they do travel to go in class. And then we were able to, with Vasha's help too, have them travel to Cap Haitian to do their clinics in person. And that was a big piece to allow these graduating class to get closer because they couldn't do their clinics on patients, right? You have to actually examine people to put the everything you're learning right into practice.
Even the simplest thing like presbyopia, that affects 100% of the population. And if you don't have any optometrists there, this is the simplest thing to prescribe for, and you probably could train easily some people to take care of the presbyopic part of the population, very easily. I mean, that could be the first step, and just
But
train more village people.
you don't want things like glaucoma, they said, which is rampant, and perhaps macula and retina problems. I'm sure there's a lot of diabetes there also.
Yeah. There's a lot of diabetes. There's a lot of glaucoma, though. They were so grateful to get drops because they have a hard time getting drops. So, Nikki, I hope that somewhere in that curriculum, it involves them having some exposure to glaucoma. I don't want to make a promise I can't keep because I tell you honestly that rat really traumatized me. Seriously, it really did. But I'm meeting with some folks from Haiti this coming Friday. And actually it was the minister of the area that we went to in Haiti.
Mhm.
So I'm going to mention your organization to him. And
Oh,
I don't
thank
know
you.
what opportunity there will be. Well, he's in the United States right now. I'm not sure what opportunity there will be, but he's in Bayonne.
Okay.
So and that's again like it's so far out. I don't know if it's, even on your radar down there, but there are a ton of people over there, ton
Hmm.
of people, and a
Well, thank
lot of
you.
glaucoma, and a lot of end-stage glaucoma, which is so unfortunate.
Hmm. Yeah. Well, we're happy for anyone or any organization that we can partner with to finish this project. We, as an organization, OGS is committed $250,000 for the next 2 years to try to get the faculty piece in place, to try to get the clinic built, to get the finishing lab built. But we are practical in our thought that given what's going on in the country, the civil unrest, the safety issue, we don't even think a lab, the finished lab, can break ground maybe till 2026, being in a practical sense. Plus the logistics of having the students travel from Haiti up to University of Montreal for their training. It's going to be a long process, slow moving pieces, and continuing to raise the funds. So, the more people we can get the word out to, or who I can meet with, the better. So I appreciate this opportunity to talk about it and tell more people if you can help me spread the word. So thank you.
Clear, I'm not familiar because I'm new. Adam and I never discussed this at all. We don't communicate too well. So basically, are you dependent on people? Are you dependent on optometrists to volunteer for their professional services, or would you like optometry money more than services? What would you like out of ODs?
Well, we personally don't take volunteers or organize missions. We connect, if people are interested in volunteering, we would facilitate a connection to organizations that organize that sort of volunteering. We rely on donations and funds and people who organize fundraisers on our behalf.
So you're looking basically for optometry money and looking for foundations for very well-heeled people that would contribute to a nonprofit.
Right.
Mm-hmm. No, I get the journals and I see pretty much everything in the field. I'm always around, and I've never come across your company. So how do you get the word out to get the money if somebody like me who has half a brain hasn't seen it?
Well, do you get the trade publications like Vision Monday?
Times? Yes. Vision Monday I don't get, but I get Review, Optometric Management, Optometry Times, etc.
Okay, because I know that the Jobson publications, those family publications like 2020 and VM, they run a lot of pieces on our
Oh,
behalf.
great. And they do it for free?
Yes.
Hopefully.
Well, yes. And yeah, they give us in kind that way. They do donations in kind with a lot of pieces that they've run. Some of them have been written by optometrists, actually, like Dr. Greg Pearl of Pearl Optometry in California. He wrote a piece about the optometry school in Nicaragua that we helped fund, because that's a project he's very passionate about. There was just a piece that ran about the Vietnam optometry school that Bob Weiss, who is the former president of Cooper Companies, he's very passionate about. So there was a piece in those publications about that. So that's how some of the information about us is put out there. We do have social media. We do, I guess, the blasts are out there on Facebook and the Twitter, as I call it, is how my mom would say it, the Twitter. And then we do go to the meetings, like the Academy and the AAO meeting, where we will have a table and vision exchange, the group, they'll have a table there. I'll go every other year to the Congress meeting for the Canadian Association of the Doctors there.
Okay. Hopefully they give the booth for free or for a minimal price. Will be Vision Expos, etc.
We don't have booths we don't do booths at the Vision Expo East and West. We don't do booths there.
Yeah, it's just too much of a premium.
Well, but can I just add that I had to Google optometry giving site when you guys said that Nikki was going to be on. So, Steve, I don't think it's just a problem that you have. I think that it may be the placement of the information, because I don't have time to read Vision Monday and some of those.
Right.
I do read the ones that you mentioned.
Yeah.
So it very well may be placement, but I will tell you, I did not know about you. So I am glad to know that you exist. And
I'm glad I'm not the only idiot. Okay, good.
No, you know what you're saying is not a surprise to me because my background, like I mentioned, my father was an optometrist. I worked in his practice. I owned optical shops for 20 some years. And when I got this job last year, and I told my many friends and acquaintances in the industry, and they were all so happy for me, then the first thing they all said is, "What is it?" So when I went back to management in this organization, to the executive director, I said, I think there's a slight marketing problem because nobody knows who you are. And they all kind of went, we're aware and we're working on it. So
You've got Adam's interest. Adam's interest, then you have a superstar. I don't want to brag about the son.
I wouldn't go that far.
But basically, you have something that can really, really help you as far as internet and all that business to really reach a very large number of people. So take advantage of Adam.
we're very excited about that. Well, I said to Adam, I kept feeling like, I think I know you. Well, that's because I grew up with the Farkas family. I grew up with an Alan Farkas. So when we first connected on
No
LinkedIn, I'm
Hungarians.
like, I'm sorry?
No Hungarians. That's a Hungarian.
No, I think they are. The Farkas family I know are Hungarians.
They're Hungarian.
But I was like, he became a doctor. Oh, good for him. And I'm thinking this is the same like kid I grew up with. And then we're like, oh wait, no, different Farkas family. He didn't grow up in Lincolnwood.
No.
Okay.
Hungarians always had that old expression about Hungarians. Once you have them as friends, you don't need any enemies.
That's hilarious.
But then but you, Dr. Farkas, I watched you on the Donahue show. I watched your
Right.
clip.
Color contact lenses, right?
Well,
Whoa,
that was my dad's gig. He
40
was a
years
big-
ago.
Yeah. Well, my dad was a big contact lens doctor. He did a lot of research studies with George Mertz. You probably know you knew George Mertz, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the Mertzes were actually friends of my parents, George and Jill. And my dad used to hang out with Brick and even Brian Holden. Like he did a lot of studies for those guys. So,
I guess I'm the last guy standing. So,
I love it. I love that you and Adam work together. It's a treasured relationship. I think it's just fabulous.
so
It's
take
definitely.
advantage. That's all I can say.
Yeah, and we're gonna keep pushing you guys and keep promoting, and hopefully we can all meet up in person too. I know you're not going to be at the expos, but I'm sure we're going to cross paths sometime in the coming year. So that should be fun.
We'll be walking around.
Yep.
Lois and I will be there walking around.
Oh, cool. Okay. Always good to catch up with Lois too. It's I only see her maybe once a year, so it would be nice to actually take some time and sit down and actually get face to face.
Do you have a booth at Expo?
No, nope. We just wander. We're like nomads. We
Okay.
go around and
That's.
put cameras in people's faces and embarrass them. So yeah.
Do you go to Seco or?
Oh yeah, we'll be there.
We have a booth, or you wander?
No, we're
same
just
thing,
wandering around.
Okay. Yeah, we will be wandering around there as well too, I think.
Excellent. Yeah, so we should all get together. And Gretchen will be there. All of us folks will be there. So yeah, it'll be great.
I won't be there.
You don't travel.
I've had it with meetings. An optometrist walking up to me, covering their badge and say, "Who am I?" Who the hell knows? Anyway. But Adam will be there.
Yeah, I'll be there. Gretchen will be there, and yeah, Steve will be there. So yep, it'll be great.
And how's everything going this weekend?
So
good.
far so good. There's only been a few glitches. This is the first weekend of the year is always the hardest, right? Because we're just cranking up the software again for the year. So it's a couple of glitches, but otherwise it's been pretty good. We've had 3,000 people register for the conference, and I think right now in the rooms we have like what Steve, like 300 or 400 in each room.
Well, the rooms it's in between because it's just like 1 for the hour. But I'm gonna go through the rooms. 400. Well, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a fair number this year. So it's been
lot of
going really
upgrades.
well.
It's a changeover now, so I can't tell you exactly, but
Yep.
probably about 12 to 1,400 total
That's great.
in the
Yeah.
rooms. Which
And
is
you're all
really
defrosted, Adam? Like everything's
I can't.
Okay.
I can't feel my feet actually. I'm wearing this like heavy thing because it's about 32 degrees outside, and I only have space heaters because our furnace is dead and will be for several days. So
Have
like,
electricity?
what's that?
Have electricity?
We have electricity, yeah, but our furnace is just dead. It was destroyed in the ice storm, so I have these small space heaters. So like during our breaks, I run out to where the space heaters are, and I just stick my feet on them, and I'm like,
Invest in a heating blanket.
yes, I really should. I needed something like that. So yeah,
Seriously.
I am about as unprepared as one could have been for this. So thank God this wasn't like an earthquake or something, because I don't know what we would have done.
I looked online, you get 32 degrees in Portland, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I am freezing here. So, and my wife is so smart though. She's like, "See ya. We're going to a hotel. You have fun doing CEwire this weekend. We're out of here." I'm like, "Yeah, I don't blame you."
Well,
Wow.
Oh well.
I'm sorry. Is that I mean, I've been to Oregon once. I mean, is this unusual for Oregon winter?
Very, yeah. So we had a week where it got down to 15 degrees, so the entire region froze, and we had power outages and trees falling down and stuff like that. Because usually it's temperate here. We only get a couple days a year below 32, so this is very odd for us.
Oh no.
Yeah. I know people around the country laugh at us, right? I'm in Chicago. I'm sure you're laughing like, I can't believe these people, 30-degree weather and they're complaining. But like, when you're not used to it and no one here knows how to deal with it, it's hilarious because the whole town just like stops. It gets 20 degrees and everyone's like, oh, we just can't do anything. We have to hibernate.
No, I know. I mean, my mom lives now down in Dallas, and if it snows, they have to shut down. Nobody can drive. They don't have salt trucks or
Right.
any of that.
Yep.
So it just no, we're not laughing. I mean, we're getting predictions that it's going to push into the 50s this coming week. And I said to my husband, that's a little disturbing. And he's like, really? Do you want more snow? I mean, I don't want more snow, but I'm a little shocked to have that kind of
That is
weather
really
forecast
shocking.
in February. But
People are going to be walking
I'm
around in
excited.
shorts.
I mean, I'm used to snow. We always get snow on opening day. So no matter what happens now, it'll snow on opening day in April because that's Chicago. So that's okay.
well, it's good news. I'm in Vernon Hills, so I'm happy to hear it's going to get warm this week.
Yeah. Are you in Vernon Hills?
I'm in Vernon Hills now. Yeah,
I'm in Mundelein.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
see,
you can tell me. I'm unfamiliar with Chicago, so the whole area, but that's where I am.
I'm next door.
The frigid weather the past couple of would have been sub-zero. Wow.
Yeah, I heard it's going to push into 50 next week. So how about that?
All around here, I couldn't imagine going out. It's remarkable.
Yeah. Well, how about that? I'm right next door to you.
We're next door neighbors.
Well, if you ever need something, you can.
I need
can.
nothing.
Okay. Well, but if
Thank you, though. Thanks for the
if
offer.
anything happens, you can reach out. I'm close.
nice. All right. Well, thanks for all this, Nikki, and we'll definitely be in touch. And hopefully, you'll come back and join us again in April when we do this all over again. It's like a Broadway play; it just happens over and over and over again. So,
June and September, etc.
Well, thank you so much for everything, Adam, and it was great to meet all of you. Again, we really appreciate it.
well, thanks again. We'll catch up with you at
Paul.
Seco.
Nikki,
Yes, Paul.
before you hang up, how can
Yes.
I get in touch with you?
You know what? You can email me if you want. And I can give you my email, which is just my name, Nikki.Eric.
I'll do the introduction
Okay.
for you right now. I'll actually email you guys together. So
Great.
I will
Thank
send
you.
you an email.
Thanks.
Great. Oh yeah, that's great, Paul, because I'd love to talk to you more about Haiti when you have time. So again, thank you,
The wheels are
everyone.
turning. I'm just thinking about some ways that I can be of help.
Yeah, and I wish Snoopy, you see how good
I
that
see
dog
Snoopy.
is? Yeah,
Destiny sees Snoopy.
see how good this dog is? He's looking.
Destiny says she's cool as long as I'm holding her. Now, when
Yeah.
I'm not holding her, she's not cool.
Do you travel with her? Like you fly with her and stuff?
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I don't. It just depends on whether or not I feel like it or not. It's
Mm.
$250 to travel with her.
Mm. All right, I can talk to you about that off camera.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks,
All right, guys.
everybody.
Thanks.
All right. Have a great rest of the event.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Pleasure.
All right, that was fun.
You wonder whether not together with a company like Bosch, which is more well known, and they kind of do the same things.
Yep. So, well, Savage is actually much more operational. They have boots on the ground.
Yeah.
Optometry Giving Site is more fundraising. So, it'll be fun. We'll meet up with Nikki and the rest of the team at CECO and learn a little bit more. And I'm actually play in a few minutes actually here when we go on our break, which I desperately need because my feet are frozen. I'll play Nikki's little presentation that she did, to show people the organization again.
Yep, I'll watch this time. And watch it.
I'm gonna watch too.
You're too busy. My goodness.
Okay, so it'll be great.
Yep. Yeah. So I think it's definitely time for a little break. I'll run these little movies in place, and I think I'm going to run Visionics's film about automating your lane as well. So first I'll run Nikki's piece, then I'll run Visionics's, and then we'll meet back here in about an hour and a half.
Well, it was great meeting you, and I promise I won't nag you anymore.
No, it's just you don't understand, Paul. I am the only doctor in my practice. I see 30 people a day. And I've got a student in there now, which just slows me down. So it's like, okay, I got to deal with that. I got to deal with sponsors. I had to deal with marketing. It's just a whole lot. It's like, and my daughter is getting married. My only child is getting married April the 6th. So I've got a whole lot. I'm going in a whole lot of different directions. So,
And you're the bride, which is worse.
pardon? I didn't hear you, Steve.
You're
What'd
the
you
mother of the bride, which is worse
Exactly.
than being.
Yeah, oh, yeah, that's but the good news is she's not a bridezilla. So that's the good news.
Not yet.
Locally,
No, she hasn't been one. She's not one. That's not her temperament. But
hiring in North Carolina, or is
I'm
she?
in Charlotte. I'm in Charlotte. The wedding will be in Charlotte.
So no destination wedding at least.
No. It's going to be right here, but it's at the JW. And we were able to negotiate them having synchronous service with the reception, because that's the difference between them and the Ritz-Carlton. The Ritz-Carlton is here, but it's older, and the JW is the newest hotel in downtown. So we did it at the JW because it's prettier. It's floor to ceiling glass. So
In Charlotte, okay.
yes. So we are in Charlotte. 15th largest city in the US. And don't you forget it. No, I'm just joking.
And growing.
That's right. I went to Carolina, by the way, and we beat Duke last night, and that's all I care about. So
Mhm.
I'm good.
Oh,
You all
and
are
my
like,
St. John's team.
yeah, well, okay. I'm not mad at St. John's, but today I am just on cloud 50, so it's okay. As long as we beat Duke, I'm fine.
Mhm. Well,
But,
Bill
but-
Mike is not there anymore.
yeah, when Duke beats us, I am not happy. So it doesn't take me
Okay,
much. Do you need
I guess
me, Adam?
no,
'Cause I
we're
think
going to
normally-
be closing down for about an hour, right? An hour, Adam?
Yep. Yeah, we're going to take a little break here for actually about 90 minutes, and then we'll be back later, and hopefully Gretchen will be here too.
Do you need
Bill-
them?
Nope, I think we're all set. Thank you for coming here and doing this.
we'll be.
So yeah, Paul. So your talk is later on today, right?
5:30. 5:30.
All right. So I hope you have a good show. There's a lot of people that are going to be there, so hopefully you'll get a lot of interaction.
Awesome.
Helping IT stuff.
Awesome. I'll be there.
Cool.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Paula.
Take care. All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. So about 2:30, which is 11:30.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's about right. So I'll run these two pieces, and then we'll come on back and we'll talk some more. So I will see you guys then.
Okay, we got it.
Those over. So at this point, you may have a couple of questions. I just took a guess at what maybe they are. The first one being, Is OGS a part of another vision organization? And I want to assure you, we Hi, and welcome to the Value of Practice Giving presentation. Thank you so much for joining me today as we discuss corporate social responsibility, its value, and how to incorporate it seamlessly into your practice. First, I want to thank Dr. Adam Farkas and his team at CEwire2024 for inviting us to present at this year's panel. We're so excited to be here, and we hope you find the following information interesting and thought-provoking. My name is Nikki Eric. I am the Development Director here at Optometry Giving Sight, and I have been in the eye care industry for several decades, beginning as a para-optometric for a private practice that specialized in contact lens fittings and research. Then I opened my own retail optical shop that eventually evolved into a group of 24 stores and practices where my role was in training, developing courses and deploying them. And I spent many time writing courses for the company and teaching technical classes on behalf of the ABO. I also spent years running a nonprofit in the educational space while consulting for optometrists and optical shops after my stores were acquired in 2016. And last year is when I became the development director here for Optometry Giving Sight. We are a nonprofit dedicated to the eradication of uncorrected refractive error through the global expansion of optometry. I love the mission that we have that empowers people and teaches them the skills they need to become eye care professionals and optometrists to take care of the local communities they live in and serve as a sustainable solution for the many in need of exams and eyewear in many low-income or no-income places around the globe, including places here in North America. Today, I want to talk to you about practice giving, or CSR, corporate social responsibility, and why it matters to you and your practice, the kind of difference it can make for you, your employees, and your patients. I will also talk about various opportunities and discuss some examples. We'll briefly look at how corporate social responsibility, or CSR, came to be applied to businesses and the healthcare industry, the various stakeholders, and the many statistics that impact a business or practice from the employee and patient point of view when a practice is involved in corporate social responsibility. And last, I will share some ways that you can participate in CSR through Optometry Giving Sight. So, what is practice giving, or CSR? Well, it has many different meanings and definitions. It is understood and implemented differently for each practice and country. It can mean different things and look different to different people. It is an umbrella concept consisting of many strategies and actions undertaken by private for-profit agencies voluntarily without any social, legal, or economic obligation, but just with the positive intention to create and contribute positive changes in different dimensions of society. It can also be understood as a contribution made by the business or practice for the sustainable development of the society, nation, and globe. And you can see there is also another definition on the screen there as well. So let's dive into a little background about how corporate social responsibility has been integrated into business. On the screen is a picture of Archie B. Carroll, a professor emeritus at the Terry College of Business at the University of Georgia. He spent decades researching corporate social responsibility. He wrote dozens of books and published more than 100 articles about it. He first created the four-tiered concept in 1979 and then refined it with this pyramid in 1991. You can see there are four pillars, and this well-known pyramid was designed to help companies adapt their business behavior so that all activities are economically profitable, ethical, legally compliant, and socially supportive. So those are the four components of social responsibilities that organizations must maintain in order to constitute total CSR: economic, legal, ethical, and philanthropic. For our purposes, we will focus mainly on the one philanthropic component in detail. But first, let me give a brief high-level overview of the other three components. Note that the economic base on which the entire concept is structured, or what supports CSR, is a requirement. You need to be profitable to engage in corporate social responsibility. You have to make money. The next layer or pillar, the legal, is also a requirement. You have to operate within the law, meet your legal obligations, code of standards, etc., to operate your practice. And the next pillar, the ethical, is an expectation. This means that the ethical responsibility of businesses goes beyond society's normative expectations, laws, and regulations. In addition, society expects organizations to conduct and manage their business in an ethical manner. Taking ethical responsibility means that offices and organizations embrace activities, standards, and practices that haven't necessarily been written down but are still expected. The difference between legal and ethical expectations can be difficult to determine. Obviously, laws are based on ethical premises, but ethics goes beyond that. The philanthropic at the top is a desire. Perhaps it is expected more and more nowadays. The philanthropic responsibility of businesses includes the voluntary or discretionary activities and practices of businesses. This embraces voluntary responsibilities that go above and beyond society's general expectations of what's required of a business. It asks businesses to be good corporate citizens, actively improving the world around them. The philanthropic responsibility is more discretionary or voluntary on the business's part. Hence, this category is often thought as good corporate citizenship. Having said all this, philanthropy historically has been one of the most important elements of CSR definitions, and this continues today. I would also keep in mind as time passes, what exactly each of these four categories means may change or evolve as well. In healthcare organizations, many kinds of stakeholders have relationships and different impacts on CSR, including patients, doctors, administrative personnel, techs, suppliers, and office staff. In a published 4-year study from 2019 in ResearchGate, that's a website where 20 million researchers come from diverse sectors in over 190 countries to connect, collaborate, and share their work, it was demonstrated that the value for the customer or patient approach in healthcare is interactive and impactful because it can be created only when a practice, doctors and employees, and its customers, patients come together. So what does this mean in practice? Companies should consider how they can actively improve the world around them by going above and beyond what is expected. There are so many examples of ways that companies and practices can achieve this, but just for starters, here are a few to consider. And these may be things you have done and are doing: sponsoring local community initiatives, entering into charitable partnerships, and donating directly to local, national, and global charities. Offering an employee match option or even establishing your own charitable foundation, enabling team members to take part in volunteering programs during work time, and offering mentoring expertise to nonprofits. So, why should corporate social responsibility matter to you? Well, there are a lot of benefits. There's the social acceptance from key stakeholders, the reputation management and increased patient loyalty, more attraction and retention of employees. It could help attract more investors and other stakeholders. It can increase goodwill and raise the bar for competition to other competitors, and even encourage innovation and enthusiasm. And this is all found on a public website called Public Health Notes, going as far back as June of 2017. So here you're going to see a lot of statistics about employees and corporate social responsibility. And one way to ensure that social responsibility takes the front seat at your organization is to fold it into employee engagement. Listen to your employees on what social issues matter to them, and then enlist their involvement in solving the problems that need solving. It's an excellent talent attraction driver. Your company or practices give back efforts can be showcased as a benefit and a way for candidates to engage with the company in a more personal way. In addition to recruiting the best talent, a corporate social responsibility program can also increase the overall perception of a company or a practice among its employees. For example, a place that provides employees the opportunity to become involved in charity or community service events will not only boost employee morale, but would also increase their overall public image. The Harvard Business School did a study and provided this statistic that 93% of employees believe companies must lead with purpose. And further, 88% believe that it's no longer acceptable for companies to make money at the expense of society at large. These statistics that you're seeing on the screen are reflected from a survey from something called Double the Donation and Charity. Charity is a collaboration between thought leaders in the mission-driven space to make high-quality educational resources available to the community. And those are some pretty significant numbers and statistics that you see. The 71% of employees that say it's important to work at a company that partakes in philanthropy, that 77% report a sense of purpose, even 55% of employees would take a pay cut, 75% employees participate in corporate giving, remain with their company longer, and 96% of employees who volunteer with their companies report having a positive company culture. That's a very high number. And then continuing with the statistics here, you have 96% of employees want their employers to match the donations they make to nonprofits. You have 84% saying they're more likely to donate if their company offers a company match. And then here, that third statistic was done in a volunteer impact study performed by Deloitte. 61% of millennials would consider a company's commitment to social responsibility when deciding whether or not to even take a job. So in addition to recruiting the best talent, a CSR program can also increase the overall perception of the company among the employees. So, for example, a company or practice that provides employees the opportunity to become involved in charity or community service, again, it boosts the employee morale. So just like I said, it's something that's going to make you look better to your employees. It's going to improve the overall public image. It's something that is more and more becoming important to the generation of people that are graduating out into the workforce today. So what are the statistics like with the patients and the perception to the public, the overall public image? So a recent study conducted by Cone Communications shows that 70% of Americans believe that companies have an obligation to take action to improve social and environmental issues, whether relevant to their day-to-day business operations or not. 83% of consumers believe companies should be obligated to support charities, nonprofits, with financial donations when they are able to. Based on a public opinion survey conducted by Reeve in 2010 regarding corporate social responsibility, it was noted that 88% of consumers believe the company should do whatever it takes to please stakeholders in addition to improving society and the environment. By engaging in corporate social responsibility, healthcare organizations will be able to create a strong rapport with their patients. Trust within the healthcare community is probably the most valuable currency, and it does not come cheap. In order for patients to have complete trust in their doctor and practice, the office must go beyond healthcare services and create a lasting emotional bond with the patient through ethical business practices. And once the patient realizes this attribute of the practice, that you're promoting these kind of ethics, patient loyalty is formed. And in return, your office will gain sustainable business growth. Stakeholders must perceive value in a certain corporate social responsibility activity to support an office's engagement in it. And this is particularly true for patients, a key stakeholder in a healthcare organization. And this was found again in the study quoted earlier in ResearchGate. So where are there some opportunities for you to get involved in corporate social responsibility? I'm sure that each of you are aware of some opportunity to engage either locally, in your community, nationally, or even on a global level. But let's look a little further, or for me, a little closer to home. As we continue to move forward each year, corporate social responsibility is definitely a hot topic. It's not just vital for the well-being of our environment and society, but also for a practice's reputation. As we just covered, your employees want to know that the causes that matter to them matter to you as well. As previously mentioned, there is an abundance of opportunities and ways to engage in giving back, from the local level to national and international giving. How to decide which programs to support can be decided at the executive level or made together as a team, as we have discussed the tremendous value in considering the employee's interests an area of concern. Now, for optometrists and eye care professionals to embrace a nonprofit whose mission is to eradicate preventable blindness, well, that feels like a natural fit, right? ODs, optometric techs, para-optometrics, opticians, we all built careers in this industry because we wanted to improve the quality of lives of others through delivering the best possible patient experience during their eye exams, contact lens fittings, and eyeglass selection and dispensing. Helping your community make an impact, making sure no one in your community suffers from uncorrected refractive error, and improving the quality of lives through better vision and better health with quality eye care. That's what this is about for everyone in this industry, why we went to optometry school or learned all the skills that we needed to be an optician or a para-optometric, wanting to try and ensure that we as ECPs bring the opportunity to as many people as possible to receive quality eye care and eyewear feels like a natural extension of our work. Now, there are many vision nonprofits all doing good and vital work, but I'm going to discuss the work of Optometry Giving Sight as we specifically focus, yes, the puns intended, on achieving the goal of eradicating uncorrected refractive error through the expansion of optometry. That is what we do specifically, as optometry is in our name. Optometry Giving Sight supports sustainable and scalable optometry-led programs that educate eye care providers locally and enable the establishment and delivery of vision care and eye health to all. We provide training for local eye care professionals, establish optometry schools, vision centers, and optical labs, and deliver eye exams and low or no cost glasses to achieve our vision of a world in which optometry enables universal access to vision care and eye health. So I shared a few statistics on the slide about what we've done since our inception 20 years ago. We've awarded more than 180 grants for primary eye care services to more than 8 million people, funded the training of more than 14,000 optometrists and eye care personnel, established more than 130 vision centers in underserved areas of the world, and served individuals of all ages in more than 40 countries. And while we've done all that, there is still so much more that needs to be done. If you are not already participating in any corporate social responsibility and you would like to, Or if you are and you want to expand that footprint, then I'm inviting you to consider joining Team OGS, where together eye care achieves miracles, meaning that together all of us, doctors, any employees, and patients, working together in our industry, we can change the lives of so many people who are desperately in need of exams and glasses that make a real difference in their lives. For those people, the difference is they can see at school, they can maintain a job and their independence. By participating in corporate social responsibility, you can demonstrate to your employees and your patients that you not only care about your local community, but also the global community. By supporting Optometry Giving Sight, you are expanding the optometry profession across the globe, educating more individuals to join this profession, and treating the millions of people who have eye health and vision issues. The same opportunity exists for opticians and others who own optical shops that provide prescription eyewear. Their goals are to provide the best possible pair of glasses to their clients that not only look good, but also improve their vision and ultimately the quality of their lives. Optometrists, opticians, and the staff at OGS, we all share the same common goal of impact. We all want to positively impact those in need of eye care services and eyewear. So if you're not currently participating in any type of corporate social responsibility, and again, if you are looking to expand the impact, consider Team OGS. OGS can make it easy for the doctor, practice, or optical shop to engage their clients, patients, and employees in giving by providing various materials to display and disseminate that will alert clients and patients to their involvement in our cause. We can also provide various educational pieces for the staff to learn more about the origin of OGS and the projects we have helped fund in our 20-year existence. We have multiple avenues to engage the practice, its employees, and the patients that are a win-win for all involved that are listed on the screen. So what is Team OGS? It's a ready-made corporate social responsibility program for practices and optical shops that offer a variety of ways to donate, fundraise, and participate in year-round giving programs to Optometry Giving Sight. OGS will provide all the materials to the practice that explain each program, training materials for the staff, office-branded promotional materials for display such as counter cards, window clings, and thank you cards to give to your patients. OGS will also aggregate and allocate the funds your office donates to the various projects we fund and to our many implementing partners who have boots on the ground all over the globe. We will also provide you with updates and impact stories to share with your staff and patients for all to see and share how together we are making a difference in the lives of so many people around the world, including here at home in North America. Let us do the heavy lifting so you don't have to. So you see, you have all those options. You could make a gift of any size at any time. You could choose to participate in monthly donating. Picking a flat amount could be tied to a product sale. This is what's formerly known as our Eye Care and Share program. You could add a line item into your service menu that's tax exempt as a patient option at checkout. You could make sure you're participating in the Bausch & Lomb TerraCycle 1x1 free recycling program. You could choose to display our global impact map, which shows all the places around the world where we have created and worked and funded programs that have made a difference. And you could also have a donation box that's out anywhere for patients to make a donation at any time. So I'll cover each of these options now in the following slides. So a gift of any size, of course, we would welcome at any time. There are donor levels that have various returns depending on the amount of the donation, being listed in our annual report, receiving quarterly newsletters, mentions in social media blasts, plus other things, again, depending on donation size. Please know that we value all of our partners and that no gift is too small. Everything counts and makes a difference as we work together to put an end to preventable blindness for the 1 billion people needlessly suffering from it. Monthly giving. For as little as $1 a day or $30 per month, you can make a powerful, ongoing commitment to help people in need of vision care. Ongoing support through monthly donations allows Optometry Giving Site to plan for the future, make long-term commitments to vision care projects, and maximize funds applied to projects. For many of our donors, it's simply the quickest and most efficient way of showing their support. Joining Team OGS allows you to donate a set amount from the sale of every pair of glasses. Your commitment engages patients and helps fund sustainable eye care projects in underserved communities. We'll provide posters, brochures, and other promotional materials to display in your practice. This was formerly called the Eye Care and Share program. If you are currently a supporter in the Eye Care and Share program, nothing needs to change if you do not want it to. If you want to join Team OGS, you can design this program as you see fit. Want to designate a specific frame or set of frames as the ones that are eligible for the donation? That's fine. Or if you want to add a few dollars to the price of every frame in your dispensary and then tally up the number of frames sold at the end of each month or quarter or year, and then multiply that by your donation to calculate what you want to send us, then you can go ahead and do that. It's really up to you. We want you to create and design the program in the way that feels what's most comfortable. You can also offer patients who do not purchase eyewear the option to make a donation when they check out with a tax-exempt line item that you can easily add to your service menu. Your EHR will have reports that will allow you to isolate that line and select a time frame to add up what your patients have contributed. Please feel free to ask for assistance if needed to create that option in your EHR and with the reports, as I have experience working with multiple programs and software. The Bausch & Lomb TerraCycle 1x1 free recycling program. I love this program. It is a win-win-win for everyone involved. You simply, first is you just sign up with your B&L rep. They will get you all set up, but you can also go to the TerraCycle website and sign up there. Once you do that, all you need is a box. And that's really the only time commitment you have is getting a box and then the time it takes to print out a prepaid postage shipping label. Basically, you just collect your empty blister packs and disposable contacts from your office when you're doing trials, ask your patients to bring in their empties, and this is all brands accepted. It's not just B&Ls. They'll take all companies. You're going to keep the items out of the landfills, so that's a win for the environment. Once your box is filled up, print out that prepaid label from your printer for a UPS pickup. Bausch & Lomb sponsors a donation through TerraCycle to Optometry Giving Site. And then we fund programs that help those in need of eye care and eyewear through the sustainable programs that expand optometry. So this is a win for you because you are doing an amazing thing, helping the environment, helping us. We're helping the people that need the services, and we're expanding the optometric industry. I mean, how amazing is this, right? So we'll provide you with the step-by-step sign-up instructions. We'll give you statistics. We'll share impact stories for you to share with your patients. I mean, this is just the best, right? Love this. We will also give you, as part of Team OGS, map and information about the global OGS impact. What you're looking at is a map that has marked on it all the places where we have had an impact. Now, full disclosure, this is an older map. The newer ones will be updated because we have worked in, I believe, more locations since then. And these are marked where it's an optometry school or a vision clinic or where we work doing school screenings. So it tells you the kind of impact that we've had. But this is a global map that we ask that hopefully you'll be proud to display in your waiting room or maybe in your optical dispensary, somewhere where your patients, if they are tired of reading the magazines in the waiting room or tired of looking at their phone, maybe they'll look at that for a while. And ideally, it might spark some conversation when they're sitting in the chair with you. There will also be a one sheet that will accompany this with some information, or the information might be posted as part of the map, basically with some statistics, again, for your patients to see the impact where their donations go as far as the work and the accomplishments. And there'll be some further information with our URL, a QR code if patients want to get more information, but it's a full color display. It's really an amazing conversation starter, self-explanatory display of the locations, types of programs OGS has helped fund and create around the world. So we will send that to you. And if they are so moved, they might want to add a donation into the donation box, which will be discussed in the next slide. Maybe they'll say when they are being checked out if they would like a donation added onto their invoice, anything like that. But this is another option of giving through Team OGS. And here is that donation box that I just mentioned on the previous slide. You can see it's a great looking lucite box, which has a backing card. And in the issue of transparency, we are designing a new backing card. So it may not look just like the one that's pictured in the slide. And that's something we ask that you put out on your counter or maybe in your optical dispensary, but a place that's easily accessible for your patients. So it can serve as a collection box for patient donations. Anytime that they may offer a couple of dollars or a contribution for any reason, when they want to offer that up for a service that's usually no charge, like an eyeglass repair or an adjustment, this OGS donation box is a great place to deposit those dollars. Or after viewing the global impact map and they want to make a contribution, they can do that here if they want to give a cash donation as opposed to adding it to their invoice at checkout. We'll also send you thank you cards, and please note that we want you to give thank you cards to all your patients anytime they make a donation as a part of any one of the programs. So it isn't just for the donation box. If they decide to make a contribution, having it added to their invoice at checkout, if they make a contribution because they've purchased eyewear, if they've brought in some old blister packs and contacts to go into the recycling program, anytime they do something to contribute to Team OGS or make a donation, there's going to be a stack of thank you cards that are business card size that we want to make sure you hand out to the patient so they know that they're part of the team, because together we are in this together and we're going to make a difference in the lives of so many people. On this slide here, I've just shared with you a couple quotes from a couple of our longtime donors who have been participating in a few of the programs that are part of Team OGS. The first one comes from a Canadian donor who's been participating in our Eye Care and Share program for over a dozen years at least. And he's talking about how easy it is for him to do when he adds a few dollars to the cost of every frame in his dispensary. You can see that he just adds that on, and then at the end of the year figures out how many frames he sold, multiplies it by 2, and then sends us a check. But he also talks about how much he appreciates OGS doing all the heavy lifting for him as far as deciding where the money goes, to what programs it supports, how we share that with him, and how it allows him the opportunity to participate in making an impact and taking care of all those details for him, because he himself can't travel and take part in missions. The other quote comes from a doctor who has the global impact map displayed in his waiting room, and he talks about how often it generates conversation while the patients are in the chair. So just wanted to share those with you and give you a second to read those over. So at this point, you may have a couple of questions. I just took a guess at what maybe they are. The first one being, is OGS a part of another vision organization? And I want to assure you, we are completely independent of any other vision for-profit or nonprofit group. We are an independent 501c3 that supports and has multiple implementing partners who are on the ground overseeing the many projects that we help fund. Now, I will tell you a little of our history, which I urge you, if you are curious, to visit our website at www.givingsite.org to learn more. But I will tell you that we were a product of a joint initiative back in 2003 of three groups: the WCO, the World Council of Optometry, the IAPB, the International Agency for the Prevention of Blindness, and BHVI, the Brian Holden Vision Institute. But we are not a part of those three groups. We are our own independent organization, and we operate offices in the USA and Canada. Another question, if you're curious, if any of you are currently participating in our iCare and Share program and you like it the way it is, first, let me say thank you so much for being a part of that program. We truly value each and every one of our donors. It really matters, and you matter, and we are so grateful for your support. I want to assure you that it will continue to operate exactly the same under Team OGS, but now hopefully with more flexibility. So for example, if you want to change it up and maybe donate a day's worth of exam fees once a month, for example, you could do that. Or if you want to designate specific frames to be part of the program, that could be an option, along with different options for sending in your donations as far as the timing. If you want to do it quarterly or even at the end of the year, we want to make this program be as comfortable for you as possible. So Team OGS is about offering docs and practices a variety of options and ways to participate in year-round fundraising, and remembering that together, eye care achieves miracles. Last, if you're familiar with our largest fundraiser, the World Sight Day Challenge, maybe some of you are wondering, do you have to join Team OGS to participate in the World Sight Day Challenge? And the answer is no. World Sight Day Challenge is our annual fall fundraiser that allows practices to participate in supporting OGS on a limited time basis. And what I mean by that is the World Sight Day Challenge is in the fall to coincide with World Sight Day, which is always in October. And we run that challenge in Q4, and practices are able to participate in that in however it works best for them. And what I mean by that is some practices participate just on World Sight Day. Some practices participate throughout the month of October, and some practices choose to participate all of Q4. But however way they participate, it only is in that time frame, whether it's just the day, the month of October, or Q4. So that's what I mean by limited time fundraiser. And we are going into year 18 of having this fundraiser for us in 2024. The difference is that Team OGS is something that's going to be a way for you or your practice or your optical shop to participate in year-round fundraising. So however you want to support, we would be very grateful. You can join Team OGS and do the World Sight Day Challenge, or choose to do one or the other, whatever works best for you and your practice. We just are very grateful anytime anybody wants to support us and join us in our fight to put an end to preventable blindness. So in conclusion, we discussed today practice giving, or corporate social responsibility in its origin, how it translates to the healthcare industry, why it can make a difference to optometrists and optical shops. We looked at a lot of statistics and their impact, and then we discussed opportunities for support through Team Together Eye Care Achieves Miracles at OGS.
Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another edition of ODwire TV. Now today we've got a sort of different one for you. So as you may or may not know, the Oculus Pentacam turns 20 this year. That's right, it is now 20 years old. And in that time, it's sort of become the gold standard of anterior segment tomography. Oculus, they haven't been sort of resting on their laurels in 20 years. The device has undergone evolution throughout the entire period, and not just the hardware, but the software side as well. And I frequently mention, I call it the Swiss Army knife for anterior seg, right? Because it really is. You can do so many things with it. But today we're going to focus on a very specific piece of functionality, and that would be the using the Pentacam to fit scleral lenses. They have this piece of software, and I'll put it up on the screen so you can see it. It's called the CSP Pro, and I don't know that much about it, right? So as usual, I have an expert here to help me out. Dr. John Gelles is the director of the Specialty Contact Lenses Division at the Cornea and Laser Eye Institute in Teaneck, New Jersey. And Dr. Gelles is a world-renowned expert in specialty contact lens design, fitting, and management. So John, thanks so much for being here today.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Adam. Really appreciate it. You guys do, phenomenal job with CEwire every year, and talking about one of my favorite instruments here in the Oculus Pentacam. I think we'll have a pretty good time.
Excellent. Well, before we get into the Pentacam itself, why don't you tell us a little bit about your practice? I think people might not know, other than what I just told them, all about you.
Yeah, so our practice is a tertiary care center up in northern New Jersey. So we're in Teaneck, New Jersey. It's myself and 3 other ophthalmologists, a cornea refractive surgeon by the name of Peter Hirsch founded the practice, Peter being one of the principal investigators and first authors on the approval of LASIK. And our center has been the forefront of many high impact approvals for FDA clinical trials, like the approval of corneal collagen cross-linking, and work almost entirely in the space of cornea refractive, and have a subspecialty research center within the center dedicated exclusively to keratoconus, where I direct the division on specialty contact lenses and work exclusively in specialty contact lenses. So yeah, this this is really our bread and butter is cornea, and more cornea.
Excellent. Well, 20 years ago when the Pentacam came out, if you had told me 20 years down the road that scleral lenses would be a thing that people cared about, I would have been shocked. I never saw this coming, and I wonder if the instrument itself actually sort of helped push scleral lenses into the forefront.
Yeah, the ability of this device, if we even look back, even now, but let's look back 20 years ago, this is entirely revolutionary to the idea that we can understand just about everything structurally about a cornea. We can understand the anterior surface shape, the posterior surface shape, the thickness of these corneas. And just knowing that is so much more information than, let's say, a corneal topographer with Placido rings, where we have to do projection onto the surface, and all we're getting is data about the surface. Really where this instrument comes into its own was in the prevention of iatrogenic, ectasias for refractive surgery, right? But what's the worst thing that can happen in an elective procedure? That you induce a problem, right? So you need something that's able to give you a greater amount of detail. And this is just a mind-blowing device for 20 years ago. It's still a tremendous device. And, that comes with the evolution that's happened over the last 20 years, right? So it's phenomenal. The software just continues to evolve and evolve. And, I really think that our ability to track these diseases like keratoconus or, post-refractive corneal ectasias with this really helps us to, not just find the right treatments for these individuals as far as like cross-linking or, other interventions for trying to improve corneal contour, but also in saying, this individual is continuing to get worse. This individual is having problems with their contact lens. This individual is probably better served in a scleral lens. And when you look at the way that the technology works, it's pretty, pretty logical or intuitive that eventually you would use it to map beyond the cornea and get to kind of the scleral mapping.
Right. So let's pick that up. Let's talk about scleral lenses. I guess that's what we're here to talk about today. This CSP Pro software. So you can see a picture behind me, actually. I think people can get a sense of what this looks like. But why don't we talk a little bit about that? How does it work and what does it do?
Yeah, so they, with the Oculus Pentacam, originally with the Pentacam HR, they had a software program that they had developed a couple years back. And the way that worked was by using the Scheimpflug camera to be able to get an image of the cornea and then stitch to it the superior nasal, temporal, and inferior scleral shape to that cornea, so you could get the scleral topography, or rather the profilometry of the ocular surface. Now, with the CSP Pro, which is the evolution of this CSP software, what they've done is on the Pentacam Wave AXL, they've given it a much wider sensor. So what you're able to capture in this is, instead of what used to take five images, you can now get that all in one image. So it now becomes a very, very quick and efficient way to get the data that you need for these individuals. And the coolest part about this is, not only is it going to help you understand the scleral shape, right? Like, think of like fitting contact lenses, prior to a corneal topographer, right? You're putting a lens on, you're looking at it, it's all trial and error. You don't really know what's there. But once you have the corneal topographer,
Jen is here.
you have something.
Okay. Woohoo!
I'm just changing my background.
Oh, you don't want to be at Woo University today?
I figured I'd change that really quick, huh? Hold on.
All righty, everyone.
There we go.
Hey,
Hi.
how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good,
Here
good.
we are.
We just made it back in here. I just shoved a chocolate bar in my face and I warmed up my feet, so things are better.
Excellent.
I came right off. My son had a ninja competition. He does like American Ninja Warrior stuff. So we just finished that and had lunch, and here I am.
Nice.
That's very cool.
How old is he?
I have an 11-year-old and an 8-year-old. So they both do it, but the 11-year-old did today. So
Really? So
Yeah,
can he
super fun.
actually do the warped wall at the end? Can he actually make it up to the top?
not the 13-foot one that they have, but yeah, they do. They have a work wall. They do. And
Really?
Yeah, he had a big competition today. So I was like, all right, I'm watching the clock in case I have to leave, but it was perfect.
Nice.
I'm impressed you know what that is, Adam. I have no idea what she's talking about.
Oh, you should see what these people do. It's crazy.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
The show American Ninja Warrior, and that the kids are like, it's amazing. So yeah, they had a team competition today. They usually competes like once or twice a month. So it's a lot of fun.
Yep. So Gretchen, if you've never seen it, it's like obstacle courses, but it's really kind of remarkable to watch. They have these things that people just scoot up somehow. I have no idea how that even works.
Is that the one where they have like those things that go around and you have to jump and they fall in the water and that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are fun to watch. And some people make it look so easy. But you notice I'm not out there.
Yeah, me either. I always am like, I think I could do that. And I'm like, no, I don't think I could do that. No, just don't think so. I mean, these are little kids too. So like my younger son competes he's 8, so they do 6 to 8. And so there's 6-year-olds out there, but
Well, they don't have as far to fall to the ground.
right. And then they bounce and they don't.
Yeah, and they bounce.
They bounce. I would not bounce, so I don't even attempt it.
So Jen's been very busy. I just looked at your beautiful new practice that you really just opened up.
Yes, I saw
Tell us
that
about
too.
Yeah, so a cold start practice that like literally opened on like Wednesday. So we got our okay from the town to open, and yeah, so we have a full week this week of patients. So brand new cold start boutique practice.
it.
So I'm really excited. So I said that gives me so much more content for next year too on like developing a cold start. And so I was like, all right, I have to write all these courses up now, but kind of detailing the process. But it's been really fun. It's like a dream spot, and it's a totally unique practice. So I'm really excited.
So you kind of have a name in the community, though. People know you, right?
Yeah. So I was there. I was at my former practice for 14 years, and it's about 7 miles from that and about 7 miles from my house. So yeah. So the bank was like, you're not really a cold start, you're like a super warm start. I was like, okay, that makes me feel better. So
So what prompted you to open the practice?
I miss patient care. I missed being in a practice. I love speaking and traveling and writing, but I missed the patient care aspect. And people would do these cool things in their practice, and I go, oh, I wonder if I could do that. Like that's a cool thing to do. Or man, I wonder if this would work in a practice. And I started thinking about it and thinking, is it so then I thought, well, if I do it, it has to be exactly the way I want, because I don't have to go back, but I want to do something super unique, super different, super authentic to me. And so the location had to be perfect. And so I said, that's the only way I'll do it, is if it's exactly how I want it. And I found that my, ideal, I probably looked at 20 spaces, but I found the space I wanted. And the build out was, very unique. We used non-optical everything. So I didn't want it to look like an optometry office. So
It's beautiful. We saw the pictures.
I like it.
I saw the
thank
pictures.
you. Thank you. Yeah, it is beautiful. I pinch myself every day. So, and I picked all the frame lines myself. I even developed my own frame line with an optician in Utah. So I created my own line that he handmade. So I'm having a lot of fun. It's really, it's fun to do it this way. I said it's like my second, well, I guess like my 18th career, but I could have done this 15 years ago, but I feel like I have the experience and the knowledge and kind of the patience to do it the right way and to have fun and say like, that's what I tell people, like, if you could do it all over again, what would you do? And I get the opportunity to do that, but everyone can make those changes in their practice. If not everyone's going to start over, but if it's not the way you want it, start figuring out how to fix it.
I can do a little bit of sports vision in it also.
I'm not, it's too small. So I won't have, I thought about it, but it's, yeah, I mean, I used every square inch for the optical, and I have 3 consult rooms and a pre-test room. So we had to forego some stuff in a different space maybe, but, I'm enjoying this. And then I've been doing a ton of consulting in the sports vision side, which I like teaching. I think I like teaching people how to do things and like helping them do it. So I feel like that's been my role in sports vision lately, is kind of empowering people to think about it differently and to hopefully take the leap, but giving them the tools to do that. I developed a course to help them do that. So I enjoy that a lot. Like I love seeing people learn and then launch their own practice. So who knows what I'll do in 3 to 5 years. So.
Is your husband still doing the triathlete stuff?
Less so. Since COVID, he hasn't really raced, but every summer he said this is going to be it. So we'll see if this is the year. But now our kids are super busy with sports. So that takes, I have a swimmer. My other son's a swimmer. So next week we have a 2-day swim meet, and we had a swim meet this weekend also. So it's,
So
their stuff is
at
busy.
least the good part about swimming from the parents' perspective, at least it's indoors. Like
Yes.
I look at the kids who play soccer, and I'm so thankful that my son doesn't do that,
Yeah.
because it just seems like the most miserable thing in the world.
Yes.
Well,
is
with swimming,
indoors.
you have
We
to
do
get your
summer
ass out of bed
swimming.
early.
Yeah. They do summer swim, which is really nice. Then it's like nice weather, although it's hot, but yeah, they're indoors. Although when it's nice out, I'm like, oh, like it's like a really nice day and we're inside. But he swims year round. So I will say right now it's not the worst sport.
That is a lot going on. Kids competing, a new practice, all of your other endeavors. When do you sleep?
I get good sleep. I am like a go to bed at 10 o'clock person. So I'm good at compartmentalizing. I've always been good at compartmentalizing and figuring out how to get stuff done. I know exactly what needs to be done, but I am not a late night person. I get up super early. I get up early to work out. That's my non-negotiable thing that I rarely, it has to be pretty late that I go to bed to miss that. But, and then I always say I'm good at delegating too. I'm good at delegating to smarter people to help me get stuff done. So I am not a micromanager. I'm not somebody who thinks I'm the only one that can do it. I happily delegate to people to help me get things done. But no, so I think this year will be a different year for me with having a new practice and figuring out, like, I'm not traveling as much. That's why thank you for the opportunity to be here, because I can do it from home. The travel piece will have to kind of be a little less, although I always say if anyone needs me to speak in Disney World in Orlando, I will make that happen because I love going there. But I'm traveling very little this year, at least in the spring. I don't know about the end of the year, but so far I'll be going to IDOC in a few weeks in Austin and then Vision Expo, but that's it on my calendar so far. So I plan to stay pretty close for a while.
Well, next year you have Viz Expo in Orlando, so that's a dream come true.
I was like, this is made for me. This is my dream. So New York City is super close, but March in Orlando sounds a little bit better than March in New York City to me, even though it's a train ride away. So, but I love presenting virtually. I'm always happy to, these are such great opportunities. I think it's such a great way for people to get education, and I don't think it's going away anytime soon. I can't imagine.
Agree.
I just, there is value to being in person, but there is value to being able to kind of sit on a weekend in January and get some, like, hear from such amazing people and do it in the comfort and convenience of your own home. So I don't think it's going anywhere. And I think, I mean, how's registration been this year?
Oh, huge. We have, I guess we're closing in on about 3,000 already. So,
my gosh.
Yeah, so it's been crazy.
It'll be over 4 or so by the end of the year. So that's the normal course of events. COVID increased it astronomically.
Sure.
For sure.
Even
I
more
think
so.
it's just a great way to be able to make everything really accessible. It's really hard. I mean, if I wasn't speaking at events, it would be really hard for me to prioritize being out of a practice, leaving my family, and the expense of the travel. So being here and being able to hear from some amazing world-class speakers and all in one place, you don't get that. You don't get that many hours of, I looked at the registration and was like, oh gosh, I'm gonna have to do every weekend and pick and choose, because there's people I want to hear on
This
both
year is
sides.
crazy.
Yeah,
we went insane.
We went insane this year. It was so stupid. Like, we just started adding more and more and more. And I thought Arbo was going to start rejecting our talks. I was kind of hoping, like, okay, maybe you'll turn away some, but they didn't reject anybody. So I'm like, okay, we're going to have 75 hours.
It's amazing. I know. I was like, okay, I have to figure out who I'm going to watch the first one, then the second one, then the third and fourth, and then I might just listen to the recordings. If I don't need the credit, I can just listen. And so yes, I have to prioritize but I looked through the agenda and I was like, okay, oh my,
it's a lot.
I missed a lot this weekend. I'll stay on after my presentation, but I was like, oh gosh, I have to go back and figure out how I'm going to get to everybody. But you guys did an amazing job with another huge roster of speakers, and I think that makes it hard. I mean, that's the benefit also, I think, of these virtual, is that we go a lot to conferences, but it's, it's a practice management, or I went to myopia management, or it's a disease weekend. But here you can kind of pick and choose, and you don't have to stay in one track.
Right. It's hard though. It's funny, and you're the easiest person to work with, and I thank you for that, because so many people are like, I can only do this from like 10 to 11 on a Sunday, and I'm like, oh God, okay. So now they're asking me to, like, slot people in. So I always love when a speaker's like, whatever, just put me wherever you want. I'm like, thank you.
Whenever, I'll make it work. And
Yeah.
I know, I'm sure everyone wants like morning, like.
Right. And it depends, right? I'm on the West Coast, right? And if I tried to actually schedule a West Coast person at 7 in the morning, they'd murder me. So I have to take that into consideration too. So yeah, it's challenging.
I was like, well, I'll hopefully keep people engaged so that they can wait to hear from me at 2:20 and they
right.
can
So
spend the
you're
whole
in prime time actually, because like right around, that like 1 to 2, you have the people on the East Coast who are still engaged and the West Coast people are coming in. So yeah.
Prime time. I love it.
Yep.
I know I love virtual. I thought last year, I do so much virtual. Like I did so many hours from you guys last year because every weekend that I listened to a number and then other virtual conferences and I did a lot of in person and I was like, gosh, my credits were like, I was like, these are all real. I didn't want to get in trouble, but I'm like, no, really, I did that many hours of education. Then I went to Vision by Design in September, which was like 11 in-person hours. And I'm like,
Wow.
no, these are all real. Like I am here sitting in my computer or in person, these like 80 hours of, I said, I was very educated last year. I don't know that I'll top that this year. But it makes it so easy. You can just hear from so many people when it's virtual. So
yeah. Well, what I'm hoping this year too is that more people start to interact with the speakers. Like I'm sure you saw how easy I make it so that if somebody wants to contact you, like they just click on your name and they can just send you a private message. And I guess we don't really advertise it that much, but people really could. And I'm hoping that they start interacting that way too.
I love hearing. My favorite thing is to ask people where they're from when we start, and then to hear what the weather's like, and then hopefully get people like break the ice and let them feel like the chat doesn't have to be intimidating. It doesn't have to be, I have a clinical question. It can be like, how's it going today? And then that hopefully gets people engaged. But I do get quite a few people after. I've had a number of people message me or email me right after the event, like. We finish and then I get an email. I'm like, you could have asked that. Like, what I always say is if you're thinking of a question to ask, 100 of your closest friends are also thinking the same things. So don't be afraid.
But what's cool about it though is like
be less intimidating than standing at the front of the room waiting to see you.
Right. That's always the thing. Like at the end of a real lecture, people they go to the front of the room and they push you, and so here you don't have to do that.
And then you're like, oh my gosh, I really have to go to the bathroom.
Right.
But I have another lecture, and you try and back out slowly. Like here, I'm like, you got me for an hour, and you've got my undivided attention. So use that time. But people do. I always love hearing from people after, and people who maybe didn't have a question but just jumped on my course because they wanted to hear something different and then maybe felt inspired to think, okay, I wasn't thinking about sports vision, or I wasn't thinking about my patients as athletes. I didn't really come into your course thinking about that, but now I have questions because something triggered in my mind that, you said something that inspired me maybe tomorrow. That's my goal, is I want to inspire people tomorrow to think differently about their patients. And it doesn't have to be that you start a sports vision course, but especially this year, talking about prescribing differently for athletes, just take one little pearl away and just tomorrow think about who's an athlete differently. Think about the care you're providing. It doesn't have to be sports vision, but so hopefully we'll get a lot of that this year because it's a little more of a broad topic.
Yep.
Jen, I have a question. Basically, your title is prescribing for athletes. How do you define an athlete?
Anyone who moves their body in a sport, hobby, or activity is an athlete. That's exactly.
That's everyone.
Everyone.
I wish it was everyone. Yeah.
What was that, Paul?
But they could be the worst athlete in the world, but they like to play golf once in a while on a weekend, but they want to improve their golf game. So do you like to deal with these kind of folks?
Yeah. And that's what I'm hoping to inspire people to think about, is think about the patient in their chair. Think about them as a person, and think about the things they do outside of the exam room. And it doesn't have to be that we think of sports vision and we think about professional athletes and we think about elites. But my goal with this course is to make people think differently, because not everyone can do sports vision or wants to do that, but everyone can do sports vision just by thinking about their patients as athletes and asking good questions and encouraging people to think about themselves as an athlete. And that's often the patient will say, well, no, I'm not an athlete, but I play, tennis, I play pickle, I play paddle, I play golf, I play in the men's basketball league, but I'm not an athlete. So my goal is to encourage hopefully doctors tomorrow to go back and think, okay, every patient in my chair is probably an athlete. I just have to ask better questions to get it out of them. And then what can you do with the tools we have to, they're not coming in thinking of themselves as an athlete. So how can we wow them by giving them opportunities to see better, maybe prescribe something differently than they would have asked? So it's a great question. And that's what I hope to empower people to think about, is that we might not think of ourselves as athletes, or our patients might not think of themselves as athletes, but we should be giving them the same care and the same options and opportunities that we're giving our athletes. That's the goal of this course, is to think differently, how you're prescribing contacts, when you're prescribing contacts, what you're prescribing. Just be a little more cognizant of the choices we're making, because they should have the same opportunities.
Because I recall in my years in practice, one thing of my goal always was to give patients over to my associates. I wanted to get rid of you like patients. I wanted to get rid of them. So as soon as they said athlete, I said, well, because I had one person coming in, we used to get our associates in from students who were the best students, and we ended up getting them as associates. And I always asked that associates, I said, what specialty can you give us that you're coming in that we don't have right now? He says, well, I don't know. I said, look, you must have something. What did you do before optometry? He says, well, I had one person that said, well, I was a counselor in camp. That's what she did. So what did you do in camp? Well, I gave tennis lessons. Really? You gave tennis lessons? Did you get paid when you got tennis lessons? He says, sure, I got paid. Well, you're a tennis pro.
There you go.
As soon as you are now a professional tennis pro. And as soon as patients came in and said, well, I got this blah, blah, blah athletic thing.
There you go.
I have just the patient. Dr. Jung Junko is the best because she was a tennis pro.
I'm just hoping, I always say, if I can get people to leave with two things, it's don't be afraid to prescribe low prescriptions. Don't be afraid of -1/4 in one eye for an athlete. It can make a world of difference. And make sure you're prescribing toric lenses. That can also make a huge difference. So much we mask their sill with spherical lenses. We don't do it in glasses, but we have this knee-jerk reaction to save them some money in the contacts, but that can be such a difference in their performance. So those are my, whenever I do anything, I'm it not on the enhancement side, not on the testing side, but what's the toolbox you have, and protection, making sure athletes are wearing appropriate protection. So those are things that every doctor can do with very little to no investment. So a little different than my lecture last year.
Right. And in fact, your lecture is starting actually.
Go.
Yeah, your lecture is starting in like 2 minutes.
You need to
get out of here. So all right. Well, I'm going to go spread that message, but thank you guys as always for having me. It's always my honor to be here, and you put on an amazing weekend, and it's such a great thing for optometry. And I thank you again for the opportunity to be here. But now I'm going to skedaddle and now hopefully inspire some ODs to make some changes. So
all right.
Thank you guys.
Right. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Great having you. Bye, Jen.
All righty. And as we mentioned, I'll pull up the schedule so everyone can see it. That's starting in like 2 minutes, 2:20 p.m. Eastern. Precision Vision, prescribing for athletes.
So it's real interesting that she is going to the IDOC National Convention, or went to it, I forget which one she said, and that's Mark Fetter, who was her previous partner. Well, I think so. It's kind of, they still have a good relationship, I guess.
Yep. So meanwhile, Gretchen, it's good to see you here.
Are you feeling okay?
It was
Better?
I'm better than yesterday, not 100%. I really apologize that I let you guys down.
You didn't let us down.
Adam, because you've had a time, and I am supposed to be your support, and I crapped out, and I'm sorry.
Trust me, it happens. We probably made you sick having to listen to this all day yesterday.
No. I have no idea what it was, but that just comes around every now and again, and it hasn't been for a while. And So right now I'm working on a cup of tea. I had some toast a little while ago, and we'll see how it goes.
All right. Well, fortunately, we're not going to be doing too much here today. We
It's
don't
a
have.
day of 2-hour courses.
Yeah, I mean, so this is just, we don't have too many interviews, which is, kind of nice. We're just kind of hanging out. You haven't missed too much in the way of controversies. There was one problem with the course where it stopped running for a few minutes, but that went back up again. And other than that, it's been pretty quiet. We got the transcripts working overnight last night, so that's all set.
Excellent.
The surveys
so
seem.
I think we went through the growing pains then.
Yep, the surveys seem to be working fine too. So, and now it's just the usual people who can't connect or have issues like that, or people are registering late right now and I'm trying to let them in. Fun stuff like that.
And the guest
All good problems to have.
Not with registering now, but it's weird when they register like the hour before we close in September.
Right.
And they still do.
Well, they get all the on demand, and I'm betting that for some people they just realize, oh crap, I need some stuff, and here they are.
But like Jen, I hope that at least a small percentage who don't even need the education just like to take the courses because it's great material rather than taking it for just the state requirements or national requirements. And by the way, it's consistent that DEA or narcotics track has a large audience in each lecture, but it's getting big for all. And
Yep.
Yeah. So I don't think she took too big a risk because Jennifer is well known in the area. She's 7 miles away. She'll draw a lot of people from the old practice. And it's funny, in that practice, there was a girl that her family comes to me in Mattawa, New Jersey, and I introduced her to Dr. Fetter, so I guess she took over Jennifer's role.
Right. But the speakers are very talkative. They're very good. Their lectures also reflect that their ability to communicate.
Mm-hmm.
All speakers, yeah.
It might be pulling teeth, but they all take it seriously once they have to do something. Nobody just puts together something in 5 minutes.
They're putting on a very vibrant show rather than just reading a script or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like the old time speakers, right? They're a little more.
So it depends. Some people have really embraced the online format. So some people just read their PowerPoints very much like they would be in front of you at a regular lecture, at the podium. Other people have started to really embrace the ability to edit stuff and make multimedia extravaganzas. So it's definitely different.
But like we found out, we have to be really careful that they don't put music on that's copyrighted and pictures that are copyrighted and things like that. So,
well, I mean, yeah, that's why Reed's playing the piano at the beginning of each CEwire piece, right? The countdown timer. I had him play a piano piece, and I had him play one that was ancient, right? That was it was a Bach piece because I'm like, we just need something that's not subject to copyright. So, find some old classical music.
Soothing and generic.
Yep.
So is your family coming back today, or are they going to wait until you get information about a heater?
So they're going to come back today. Our heater hopefully will be here tomorrow. But the real problem that I had last night, this is funny, is that it didn't get warm here. So overnight, it got into the low 30s, and I wasn't ready for that.
No.
I figured it would, be in the 40s, maybe the low 50s as it usually is. But I woke up at 2 in the morning. I'm like, why am I so cold? And then I realized, like, oh yeah, it's 30 degrees outside.
Did you take the heater upstairs?
So I had the heater, but it's these little space heaters. So this morning, starting the stream down here in the pit, it was cold. That's why I'm wearing this jacket. It's cold down here. So I'm periodically running out and just warming my feet up, putting it on top of the heater. So
are the lights warming it at all?
So that's the other funny part. The lights aren't really what makes a lot of the heat usually is the computer rig, right? All the audio recording stuff, the computer, but I'm not using that. I'm using old laptops, which are too efficient for the job. So they're not making any heat. So it's like the one time I actually want it to be hot in here, it's not.
Because it does get hot.
It does, but yeah, not with this though. I don't have all these big computers with fans blowing, so I'm just freezing. So that's why I've been periodically running out of here just to warm up.
Sure.
Also, you're in the basement, so cold air sinks.
Right.
It's probably
Yeah,
cold
so
to
this is
It
smell
is
it
not
there.
the basement. It is the lower level of the house.
It is a
The
basement.
physics is still the same.
Can you get Amazon to deliver the same day?
Yes.
Why don't you try to get some, I'm telling you, I now have electric blankets. I have it in dialysis and I have it at home. They work. And you'd be a happy guy with it.
Yeah. So you will resort to that, but the problem actually is that I have to be in this room. Once I'm out of this room, I'm okay. Where I can
You
actually
need
go.
battery socks.
Yeah,
like
and so
Hunter.
where I can get up to the higher levels of the house, it's like, oh, it's nice. It's warm because like Steve says, hot air rises. So
Blanket on your lap and your feet, you'd be a king of the hill.
so anyway, hopefully the heater will arrive tomorrow and they can actually install it. We'll see how that goes. And this trauma will be behind us.
You have
It
gas
is,
heat, by the way?
What's that?
You have gas heat?
Yeah, it's gas.
Gas, no.
Yep.
In Florida, I don't know what the reason was, but everything's electric here, and it's very inefficient.
Yeah.
It takes a long time to heat. Everything, I guess they didn't run the pipes for some reason through the sand.
My mom had electric heat at her house. We have gas. And Adam, if you're, well, you also have that bizarre commercial heater nonsense, but
that thing.
we are the second owners of our house, and we replaced our heating unit in 20, I mean, that's just ridiculous. We replaced ours in 2012. We also didn't have central air,
Right.
but we had duct work for it, which was really odd because our house was built in, it was either 51 or 52, and we're only the second owners of the house. So we replaced the heater and we got a heat pump. And so we had air conditioning too, which was nice.
Right.
But when they took out the old heater and then brought in the new one, I was stunned at how much I mean, it's just like any technology, it gets
Right.
smaller as there are improvements, but I mean, it's a tiny little thing compared to the monster that we're used to seeing when we were younger.
Yeah, so this was funny actually. When I had HVAC people come last year, this is of course why Meredith is ready to like kill me. She was going to stab me in the eye because I had somebody come last year because we knew that this big commercial piece of garbage was probably not long for this world. And so they're like, yeah, if you replace it with a heat pump using your existing duct, we can do that for the whole house. And then they were going over the scheme to do it, and they're like, yeah, that will only be $45,000. And I'm like, get out of my house. So, and in retrospect, I probably should have done it so Meredith would have been happier and not fled. But so now we're just going to be replacing it again with this monster unit. Basically a replacement for exactly what we had before, just 20 years newer.
So you're getting another commercial thing?
Oh yeah. Because the guys who came out here, this was an emergency, and they came out and they're like, look, if you want heat anytime soon, what you will do is literally get a drop-in replacement. Like, let us move the other one out. Let us put the exact same thing using the exact same ductwork right in there. And
I didn't realize. I didn't think you were getting another commercial one.
Oh no, he's like, look, I can find you a unit. I can have it here by Monday from California, and we can just drop it right into place, and you'll be back up and running sometime next week.
It'll last another 10 years, right?
It's got a 20-year warranty, so.
Okay, so 20 years you worry about it.
But I didn't want to do it because obviously whenever you're replacing HVAC units these days, like Gretchen said, you want to go for modern, more efficient heat pumps, right? But this is an emergency, so.
Again, it's just the ratio of the cost, the house value plus.
Right. It's just not worth it for us to truly redo it with a super expensive unit. So.
Generator is certainly worth it, right?
So a whole house generator, as far as I understand, is about $6,000 or $7,000, give or take.
But then the installation, I mean, it's like 10 to 15.
Right, because it runs on natural, so it ties into your natural gas lines, so it automatically comes on when you lose power. It just starts pumping natural gas through it.
Our neighbor got one, and that's what it's a whole house thing, and that's about what he paid, like 10 to 12.
Yeah.
And this was
how many
2 to 3 years ago.
When you convert it to what it's costing you to leave the house,
right?
Almost every year.
Yeah, no, it's totally worth it. And you know, between trashing everything that was in the fridges and everything else, so yeah, it's worthwhile doing. It's just a matter of actually doing it. So
Yep, now's the time.
yeah.
Well, that's a selling point then for your house.
Well, what's so funny is that
whenever you choose to move.
well, it's funny because Meredith just like she's like, I've had enough of this. So she's like, you're calling. She called the hot water heater guy. She's like, we're replacing the water heater. We're replacing the washer. We're replacing the dryer. We're doing all of this crap at once because I don't want to deal with this ever again. So,
but then that means that everything will fall apart at the same time.
oh, she'll burn the house down. Then we'll just move.
They'll be out of there by then.
Yeah, we'll be
right?
out of there by then.
I don't know. Washers don't have as long of a lifespan as they used to.
10 years, I believe, is what they were warranted for now. So yeah, we'll see.
When we sold our houses recently, Gretchen, this year actually up in New Jersey, we did all these great things. We did because the realtor said we had to do it. So we did all these great things. And my wife said, why didn't we do this 5 years ago? We could have enjoyed it.
Yeah.
And she's right.
Yep.
Some of it was just cosmetic, and you just don't realize that.
Yeah,
you're doing
you put it
for
off. You put it off. Oh, I'll get to it. And then, yeah. I totally get that. Totally.
Why in the first place did they put a commercial heater in 20 years ago?
So it's not really clear why they actually did this. And from the way everything was hooked up, we're actually convinced it was like somebody's brother-in-law that just decided like, we're going to do this. But yeah, it's really dumb because these packaged units, you know, they combine the AC unit with the heater, right? It's gas heat combined with electric AC in one unit. So if it breaks, you're screwed because you're literally replacing two systems at once. So it's not great.
Electric AC is not efficient. It takes a lot more to cool a house with electricity than it does with gas.
So I'm not sure, you know, why they did it this way, but to me, again, I didn't care. This guy was just like, yeah, for $14,000, we will get you this unit, drop it in, and walk away on Monday or Tuesday. I'm like, yes, just get it done. I don't care.
They're money pits.
Yep.
We just found out what it costs to replace a roof in Florida, and we don't need it yet, but these tile roofs, $50,000-$60,000.
Oh my God.
Well, up north, where you live, Gretchen, $15,000-$20,000 to replace a roof completely.
Yeah. We got our roof done. Wow, it's been a while because Troy was talking about doing it himself. And I said, no, you are not going to do that. I should ask him. I don't remember how long. Alex was a toddler. So I guess it's 25 years is how long they're warranted for, right?
Pretty much, yeah. And you can get more years. You can squeak more years out of it if you patch certain spots that are giving you trouble. Yeah.
Yeah. So shoot, maybe you jinxed us because maybe we're coming due on that.
But the shingles are real cheap to replace compared to the tile or whatever they also using in the southern climates. But
yeah,
we're lucky we have 18 more years to go.
It's ridiculous how expensive stuff is, or you think that you know, just day to day, and like, oh crap, I have to replace something on my car, or your hot water heater, or the heater goes, or I mean, all of it. And unfortunately, it doesn't all come around. We hope at the same time, but it's expensive.
The young OD who has this big loan, who now moves into a home, and suddenly after they move in, all these things start happening, and they don't have the funds to fix it. But not just ODs, but anybody with student loans.
Comparative, of course, it's a high-rise apartment building where you don't have to do any of this, and
No, you don't.
Divided up by a large group. Either you rent or you buy, but you know, apartment living. I never, you know, I lived in a condo for many years, and you know, that wasn't an issue. You know, it was.
Well, you have different issues though, like like when the face of the building needs to be replaced because it's rotting away because it's facing the ocean.
Special assessments, absolutely.
Yeah, and you have no say. Assessment's an assessment. They tell you what it is, and you have no ability to change that.
Mistake we always made. We lived in a very small community, small condos where we had maybe 40 or 50 families. That's not enough. But if you live in a really high-rise building, where Barry lives, for example, his costs are minimal anytime there's some major repairs for the building because you're dividing it by 30 stories. So it's a big deal. It's less of a big deal. So that's that's apartment living. But there was a piece about the fact that everyone, has a fantasy of living in a house, in a private house and owning it. But they were trying to do the numbers that being a renter is not that bad to just pay rent. That they seem to do
No equity, though.
no equity. That's true. That's what you lose.
Mm-hmm.
which is a lot of people's retirement package.
Yep.
Because they downsize or go to something else and they have a little bit of a nest egg from it.
Oh.
Real estate's always the best investment if you can keep it for a long time.
Yavel, I agree.
So let's see if I have more people yelling at me. Hopefully not.
I've been in the rooms and a couple of refreshes and that's about it.
Yeah, so the big trouble that people are going to have probably is if they don't get credit for certain things. So this is going to be like an avalanche of people asking me questions over the next few days of why didn't I get credit for XYZ? And that's when we have to start looking to see, did they really stay in the room the whole time? Did they have an unstable connection that the computer didn't count? So these are the minor things that kind of happen. For the most part, though, as far as Jake and I can tell, things have been going well for people. And the transcripts are posting relatively quickly.
Like I told you, instantaneously almost. So
yeah.
What I'm doing is hopping from room to room, but I'm staying in one room and taking the survey, and then literally 3 minutes later, I go to the CEwire link and the transcript's up.
Yep.
Not even on the Audensity site.
Yep.
So it's been working well for me. I'm doing nothing special.
Yeah. So
that's asking with the surveys. Give me a break. I mean, what happens? Their browser doesn't see the bottom.
I'm not exactly sure. So it's a few people who've said, "Hey, we can't complete the surveys." I've gotten a few emails about it, and I forwarded to Audentio to try to figure out if it's a user interface thing or, what's going on.
When I click on it, I'm going to do it now, Adam. If you just have the screen a little bit too high, then the survey, the handout, and the other link just doesn't disappear. It's below where the computer is. They just have to raise it up like a half an inch. So I think that's the problem. But I tell people, well, the surveys are also going to be available on the transcript page, and there'll be no problem taking it. But they want to take it immediately. So you see what I mean? If you put on the site and you just scroll down a little bit, you push the links below the surface of what you can see, and that's what they're doing. So
I've also noticed that people don't take a second to read other comments or to just look around. They're just boom, immediately ask a question, and other people are immediately asking almost the same thing, and then it all gets lost. I wish I could ask people to just take a moment, scroll around, take a look. It is there.
Right.
And I mean, we don't mind answering questions, but still.
And I sent out an e-blast. I sent out an e-blast last night to people reminding them about the surveys too. And again, I think that's something that I can do more proactively. I'll do it again tonight, just sending out e-blast, reminding people where things are and how it works. So they won't be nervous.
I just discovered something, Adam. If you go to full screen for the lecture, the links go away.
Well, that's true, because full screen is really designed for people who want to make the video as big as possible so that they can see everything on the slide.
And then they can't see the links.
Right, and I think most people who go full screen know that, because if you hit escape, you can make it smaller again.
Yeah. But there's 3,000 people and there's 2 jerks.
But that's the thing, though. You make a good point, because when you have so many people, even if a tiny minority have a problem, it ends up being, if you have 1%, that will be a lot of people, right?
People yelling at you.
So that's the issue. So you feel like it's an emergency, but then you realize, well, you have to ask, is it really an emergency, or is it just this tiny minority that's having trouble? So
try it again. Yeah, and full screen, absolutely. It looks beautiful, but I just did it again. You could see what I mean.
Yeah, so the reason it looks beautiful, by the way, that's when I get obsessive about telling people how I want the videos to be done at the resolution that it should be at, so that when people do blow them up, it actually looks good. So a few people ignore me and they still use lower resolution, and I grit my teeth, but for the most part, people record at the higher resolution.
So the most typical request or problem is it came in here at 12:45 Eastern, class not showing up on transcript.
Yep. So again, that could be because they didn't finish the survey. That could be because they didn't stay in the classroom long enough. That could be because the process hasn't run yet, right? Because it's pretty quick getting the stuff onto the transcript, as Steve discovered. But occasionally, as Jake was telling me, if the process backs up, it can take a while. So especially as the classes are going on right now. So there's all these different reasons. And when somebody contacts us, that's when we have to start digging. And what's happened for the first few people that have contacted me, I've had Jake actually physically go in and look at the database to see what their problem is, because we want to make sure in the beginning that everything's being counted right. We need to know and reassure ourselves that the software is working properly. Once we're pretty reassured that it is, then we can sort of say, okay, what's happening to this person is user error, or what's happening to this person is network error, where their connection's dropping out, so it's not counting enough. So it's always this first conference where we are the most nervous about, is the software working properly?
Are people signing up today as well?
Oh yeah, yeah. No, we've had signups all day today, and in fact, I have to verify people, or else we can have a real issue.
Fire again.
What's that?
Are they having trouble getting on ODwire?
Are people having trouble getting on?
I don't know. I didn't say that. I asked the question. Is that the difficulty when people are delayed?
Oh yeah. So if someone registered for a new account with ODwire, they can't get into the conference until I verify them.
That's right. So it's a two-step procedure.
Right. So I'm sitting here, waiting to see if people are registering. That's the issue. And so far, looks like we're pretty okay here.
Yeah, it's been fairly quiet for the little bit that I've been here today.
Okay, I got that information from Brittany that you sent. Nice to sit along with that, Gretchen.
Okay. I just saw that email, so.
I just put it's in the bank now, so. Yeah, they're probably the most faithful sponsor because they're on ODwire and consistently on CEwire also on Mac Health.
Yeah.
And I just have to do something here for Dr. Rodman. Let me
It's her lecture problem?
Nope, it has to do with her handouts. I got to see if I mucked these up for her. Let's see. Okay, so Julie just resent them to me. So let me redo her handouts. Sorry,
well, we have a guest coming in about 15 minutes.
So let me, sorry guys, I'm just.
Oh, that's okay.
Yep. I'm looking at
the keep going with, well, we've got Steve Sorkin's class finishing up his 2-hour, and halfway through, what do we got here? Julie Rodman's AMD, and halfway, we've got just started with Tammy Petrosian's glaucoma detection, and then Jennifer Stewart's prescribing for athletes. Yeah, we're
Tammy always does multiple hours for us because A, she does great work. B, she's extremely reliable, gets the stuff in first, and we don't have to worry about her being here or anything like that.
And she's got a 2-hour class and 2 1-hour classes. So that's 4 hours. That's a lot.
She asked to do it, and we obviously wanted to get up to 150 credits.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's just but you were able to get her all stacked on one day. And I mean, that's a time commitment. So that's good.
I think she has 4. I know she has 4, maybe 5 children now. So maybe it's her way to get away and let hubby take care of them. And
I want to know how she gets those classes recorded. If she has to do stop and start, and if she has a child interrupter, maybe she just does one night after the kids are in bed, another night when kids are in bed.
Well, she has a prior practice. She's also an adjunct professor at SUNY, so she probably does it when she's away. Who knows? But she compartmentalizes notes very well. She was young OD of the year for the country. About, I'd say 7-8 years ago.
Yeah, she knows her stuff, and she is such a joy to work with. I really enjoy working with her.
Yeah. I actually lectured, in the state association meetings with her on myopia control. This was probably 8 years ago, 7 years ago, when atropine was just coming out. And she was just a pleasure to work with. We had all the good jokes back and forth. It wasn't like a lecture, it was a conversation.
It's like a conversation. Yeah, those are the best kind, aren't they?
Yeah. Whatever have happened to Melton and Thomas? Because they would do the same sort of thing. I haven't seen them at all. Remember them, Melton and Thomas?
Oh yeah, they would always lecture together. I saw them several years ago.
I haven't seen
Well,
anything
several,
about them.
maybe like 7 or 8 by now. Maybe they really
Right.
scaled back the travel because nobody's
They're not
getting any.
youngsters. Yeah. But they were like the gold standard 10 years ago.
Basically, the course du jour for 2024, you think, is glaucoma? That seems to be the
Well,
greatest interest.
Glaucoma and opioids, because California needs 10 hours of glaucoma, and they allow everything to be online, so we might as well satisfy that request. And I think we had too much dry eye and other things that people got tired of, so we have a little bit of it, but not as much as we did in the past.
And myopia control doesn't seem to be showing up very much.
Yeah, a little bit less practice management. We have a few, but we've had a little bit more in the past. People do want to have the coding though. So we have one glaucoma lecture, for example, by Tom Cheesem, is about coding glaucoma, which I think people will flock to that course because that's the real target that people want to know: A, how to do it, and B, how to charge for it.
I'll be very interested to see what the metrics for this weekend look like, because people will likely, I think looking at it aggregate over the year isn't a good way to tell. I mean, it is a number, of course, because then you have more opportunities to take classes, but I want to know what people are choosing for their first go round this year.
Yep. Well, from going from the room, it's consistently the narcotics track. They've had over 400 all day. But it'll be very interesting because we have one of the bigger speakers. When is he coming up? Let me look. Mark Friedberg. Actually, he did I'd be curious. I didn't go to his lecture because he always draws a big audience, whether it was big then or Ben Casella blew him away because he was doing narcotics. Be interesting to see.
Yeah. Agreed.
I didn't pop into his course this year. I always say hello, but I know him personally. He's a good guy and he's probably one of the better retinal people in the world. Well, he was the head chief guy at Bullseye. Him and Chris Rapuano, who we have every year, also wrote the textbook, Bullseye Emergency Eye Care, that people have since taken over. But they wrote the landmark first one and a few editions afterwards.
So by the way, I just uploaded those new handouts for Dr. Rodman. So this is why the software, in case anybody cares, I guess inside baseball nobody cares, but I care. So the way the handouts work at CEwire is the handouts are actually physically located inside of ODwire under what we call version control. So the actual handout location, not only do you need permission to get the handouts, right? You need to actually be registered for CEwire, but it also is under version control, meaning that link, when you click on download handouts, it'll always go to the latest version of it. So Julie immediately sent me over the handout, which I guess she had sent me one weeks ago or months ago and I'd missed it. And that's why the newer handout wasn't on there. So she just sent it to me while we were talking. I was able to put it into our version control system in ODwire, and people who are in Dr. Rodman's lecture right now, by clicking on the existing download handout link, even without refreshing or doing anything else, when they click on that link, they got the latest version of the document. So that's why
Audentio is so awesome.
Well, that was me.
Oh, that is why you are so awesome.
This was me because I actually, I'm the only reason I'm bringing it up is because I always thought that this eventuality might happen where I blew it with a handout and people needed it in real time. How would I do this? And that's exactly how, keeping it under version control and ODwire. That's the first time it's actually been useful. So
is that like the old method where when I was building websites and I want to put some pros in and other pros went, I just cut it out and FTP the other pros in. Kind of the same thing.
So in a version
FTP.
control system like this, there's a database of each handout, and it keeps records of the old one. So if you go to it, you'll see that this is version 2 of the handout, and it keeps the old one as well. So it just keeps versions. But when you download it, the download link that you're using is the same for the old one and the new one. And the system just knows, oh, if they're clicking on that link, I'm just going to give them the newest thing that's there. And that's how that works. So very, very useful feature. Again, it's not something that we hadn't run into until today, but just with my inability to get everything set up perfectly before the conference, this was actually a quite useful thing.
You probably haven't heard those words in a long time, FTP.
Well, I mean, so file transfer protocol, I mean, is used all the time still, even though people don't call it that anymore. Underlying when
we call it Dropbox.
When you're transferring files around in general to all these machines, you're still using FTP, but it's hidden for most people now. They just drag and they drop stuff, but they don't realize.
Okay.
Yep.
Is our next speaker a speaker today? Is that the next guest?
Next guest is coming in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, Corey is the one that was working with Art.
Right. So Corey was Art's partner in his practice, or his associate, right? He was a young associate in Art's practice, and he spoke. Was it today or yesterday?
Yesterday, I believe.
He spoke about mites.
Took the ball running, and he really helped out Art's wife, and I think he's a partner now, and really took the bull by the horns and kept the practice going.
Yep. I'm going to jump out of here for a second, guys, and I will be right back. Hopefully Corey will be there, so I'll be right back.
We won't blow the place up.
Okay, tell me about illness, Gretchen. I didn't know you were sick. What's wrong with you?
It was just yesterday. I had some GI upset, and sometimes it just comes out of the blue, and it really came.
Oh boy.
Puts me down for the count.
Luckily, nothing. That's the worst. Nothing you eat though. It just happened. You have an irritable bowel syndrome, kind of.
I do, but I don't really know what causes it. I mean, not that we have figured it out. So sorry, my daughter was just calling. I have to tell her I can't talk to her.
Have you tested for celiac?
I am severely intolerant, but I opted not to be tested for celiac because one, I'd have to when I found out that I was severely intolerant, I stopped eating it, and that was about 13 years ago. And then if I wanted to be tested, I would have to go back and eat gluten for 6 weeks in order to get an accurate test for celiac, and I wasn't going to do that. And I also didn't do it because the treatment is the same. Don't eat it. It's not like there's a pharmaceutical that can help. So I just stopped eating it.
Interestingly enough, my daughter, 2 days after or 3 days after taking the second COVID shot, developed all those symptoms of celiac, was tested, and turned out to be positive. And the doctor said he saw 40 or 50 cases of this right after the vaccination. So the immune system had some sort of response where celiac developed. And there's a clear protein or something, a celiac sign that was in her blood and all the other ancillary signs. And isn't that amazing that the COVID vaccine caused an immune response that caused celiac disease?
I would have to research that more in order to find out if it really was a causal thing. I mean, I would guess that it would have been likely to happen anyway, even if she didn't have the COVID shot, from what I know of celiac, because it's all about the inflammation in the gut. But I don't know enough to speak to it, but I would want more data on that.
Only thing she went by is the anecdote of the doctor who could have been making it up, but he said he's seen a lot of it in this last couple of years.
Yeah, I don't think he'd make it up, but I mean, maybe Yeah, maybe it was something a little different. It just sounds interesting, you know?
You eat in the restaurant with the assurance that they're not giving you something that's going to make you sick.
Well, I ask questions, and cross-contamination is always a problem. Um, I always let people know that I'm gluten-free, and it also depends on the severity of your intolerance. So, for example, a lot of places, some places go so far to the other side. I guess they are trying to be protective of somebody suing them. But for example, if you take a freshly cut potato and you want to make French fries and you throw it in the fryer, the potatoes are gluten free. But if people are frying chicken fingers in the same fryer, that is technically cross contamination. And some people can tolerate that and some people cannot. I am okay with that. But a lot of people are not. So I just try to do the best that I can. And I mean, it could have been I was exposed yesterday. Who knows? Or it could have just been some, I mean, a lot of GI upset, I think we have all found it's very mild food poisoning when people get, we say you have a stomach bug. That's what a lot of it is.
Mhm.
Who knows?
That's
My stomach is a very sensitive place. I don't eat a lot of spicy things. I don't drink full caffeinated coffee, and I did have some yesterday. That could have been it, but it seemed a bit extreme. And I had the coffee when we started first thing, and I didn't start feeling crappy until 5 o'clock. So
Yeah,
who knows?
yeah.
check.
Today I suddenly got totally itchy all over my body. And I haven't done anything unusual, and I haven't eaten anything unusual. So I took a couple of antihistamines and hoping for the best, because that's the worst. When you start getting itching, wow.
Well,
Yep.
it could be do you do your own laundry or is it done for you?
No, it's done for me, but nothing's changed.
Ah,
Always the same
But they
stuff.
change detergents or something that you don't know of, and you
yeah.
can be more sensitive to
Would have
what
had
they
it
did.
ago, because my laundry came Monday. It's already Sunday, and I've worn most of the things. So no, I don't think it's the laundry. So who knows? Anyway, I
Hey,
think it's
Corey, how you doing?
Good. How are
Hi,
you doing?
Corey.
Hi.
Good. I'm glad that you're here 2 days rather than one.
Yes.
Thank you for your flexibility.
Oh, no problem. I know how orchestrating things like this goes, so it's all good.
Oh, do you want to run one for us next year?
Oh yeah, sure.
You know, challenge you because you're always so receptive of things, and get things in early and right on the stick. And by the way, Corey did recommend a great neurooptometrist for next iteration, and we're certainly going to use her. So I even vetted her myself, and she's beyond reproach.
Yeah, she
Excellent.
is. She will be fantastic. I've known Jackie for a while now, and all her lectures are always great.
Mhm. We'll get some good pithy.
no. I'm negligent, so I haven't done any research. Corey, what did you speak on yesterday?
So Demodex.
Okay.
How was your talk received? Did you have a lot of questions?
I had some. It was pretty good. I know there's been a lot of there out there already. So most of the questions were what I thought were a bit more kind of treatment related. So yeah, it was pretty good. I thought overall good reception compared to what I had last time. Attendance was good. So overall, I think yeah, definitely interest was there.
Great.
In your practice, no, you're still doing pretty much the same amount of dry eye and anterior segment as when Art was there.
Yes, pretty much now, and I've more or less taken over, obviously, all of that side there to the point where we actually just brought on another young doctor who was actually a student with us before, and he's going to be helping me out just because I'm so inundated. I'm like booking like 4 months out right now for my dry eye appointments.
Wow.
Doing a lot of IPL and LipiFlow at the same time also?
Yes, and actually we just brought an RF, so I've been very excited about that. So that might be even next year's topic there because I've just started using that and I've been really pleased with the results so far.
That would be a good one. We always like new technology,
Yeah.
so get some experience first.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah. That's
Have you
why
done any
it's
cases?
always great. And I mean, when I did the IPL lecture last time, there was a lot of interest. So yeah, people are always, you know, they know it's out there, but they want to hear about it before they, you know, obviously spend all that money investing in it.
So if
Yep.
you're 4 months out with dry eye, what do people do during the 4 months?
What was that?
Reading. What do you tell them to do?
So dry, basically, I always start people on a foundational approach with everything. So typically just going to be omega-3 supplement, you know, warm compresses for comfort, artificial tears, blink exercises. That's kind of the foundation. But then after that, I basically kind of see what's going on for each one. A lot of patients out here have been doing IPL. So I typically do a series of 4 IPL. And now that we have the RF, I'm combining them a lot. And I've seen really good results with that. I like to kind of go with the in-office procedures before I even go to a prescription nowadays, just because it's much easier to do something in the office for 15 minutes 4 times than it is to do something twice daily for life. So that's kind of,
Yeah.
it's almost like the idea of using SLT for glaucoma, that same thing. And obviously people still need, you know, prescription drops, but that's what I've been doing primarily.
With backed off the Zygers and restraint stations of the world in terms of the amount, which I would agree with. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, always a place for it, but, you know, I've been doing a lot more in-office procedures nowadays.
Yeah, because medicine's ridiculous. You can't get an appointment with a specialist for 3-4 months. And what do people, you know, it's remarkable. If you need a specialist, my goodness, you can't wait 4 months.
Yeah, and that's why for most of them, what I'll try to do is if I can, I do a quick appointment with them to at least try to get them maybe started in some of the basic things before they can get the full one, especially if they're having that. So I'm trying to get with a new associate on. I'm trying to get my wait times down to about 2 months.
Yeah, because it was interesting with me. I finally decided I needed a cardiologist because my blood pressure was going up and down. It's time to get a pro. So I called. One cardiologist would see me in June, and the other one was finally made one in 3 months down the road. And lo and behold, that Monday that I had the appointment about a week ago, the temperature here in Chicago was 20 below zero.
Oh,
Oh man, that's cold.
And that's cold. And I wasn't going to go out. It was icy out. And I thought any reasonable cardiologist would have canceled their appointments because that could kill off your patient base. Just trying to get out. So I canceled. So I got another appointment 3 months left from now.
oh, geez. Man, I mean, yeah, puts in perspective. Yeah, we're kind of cold right now because we're about 60 degrees out in Phoenix here, and it feels a little bit chilly
You
out here.
shut up. 60 degrees. Well, you'll also be 1,000,000 degrees in about the middle of August. So
Yeah, we'll be at about 120 in August, so we pay for it later.
Yep.
that's rough. That's rough.
Quick caveat on what you just said, Paul. I had a friend who waited 3 months for a cardiologist appointment. Finally was coming up with an appointment. They got a call that they have to cancel because he had a heart attack and died. The doctor.
Doctor did. So,
Is that serendipitous?
absolutely. So just amazing. But it's good to know that there are waiting times in optometry too. You know,
Yeah,
Hey.
The problem I've always had, Corey, is what you do, because you're doing continuous treatments when you're doing IPL, you do it kind of every 3 months or whatever. So you might have a 3 or 4 months wait, but you do a procedure and now you have to get that person back in on their schedule and there's no place to put them.
Yeah, and that's why when we're doing the IPLs, I always, you know, because typically I'm spacing between 2 to 4 weeks. So a lot of times what I do is we'll space them 4 weeks and I have them that same day do all 4 appointments and then book their follow-up, which I typically do about a month out because that gives me that, you know, 3 to 4 months and then another month afterwards. But I'm telling them book your follow-up right now. Otherwise, it could be a little bit tight trying to get you back in for it.
Yep.
At least you're honest with patients and you tell them, and I'm betting that people appreciate that. And of course, it does present a challenge with, as Paul said, if you do need, if a patient does need to reschedule for whatever reason, that kind of skews the whole thing. But all you can do is all you can do, and at least you're trying to set them up to get them back in a timely fashion.
Yeah. Yeah, the communication piece of it is a big one. I let them know, I'm like, hey, listen, I know I'm aware. And now, like I said, I finally have some hope. I had some help there. I'm like, hey, hopefully those times can be reduced a little bit. But yeah, it's just communicating that is probably the most helpful thing.
and I guess with the humidity in Phoenix, dry eye is a common thing.
Oh yes, that is for sure. I always joke. I'm like, yeah, if I was practicing in Florida, my job would be so much easier.
Sure.
Well, then you'd have to deal with fungal infections instead.
Oh yeah, no, that not a big issue out here, that's for sure.
I
Yeah.
bet. Yep.
I'm in Florida, and you wouldn't believe the conversations I have. But they still have dry eye here, and they go to their ophthalmologist. They must go to ophthalmologist because they're Jewish, whatever. I can say that. And he gave them his Systane and said, "That's the best we can do. Take it 4 or 6 times a day for the rest of your life." And I'm saying there's a whole field that he doesn't know. He doesn't know what he doesn't know. And here's 2 names I know in the area that can probably help you. It just and doesn't upset you when you get those. I'm sure you get all those
I mean,
cases all the
my
time.
average is most of my patients I end up seeing have been to 4 doctors before they end up with me. And yeah, that's normally what I hear is I normally hear it's like, oh yeah, here's some drops. Take these and then they'll start with drops, they'll put in some plugs, and then they'll normally prescribe Restasis. And if those things don't work, they're kind of like, well, that's all we have. You're just gonna have to live with it.
Yeah, unless they want to make money, they'll put 7 membranes on, amniotic membranes.
Yeah, I've also seen that. I've had patients come in with exactly that, where they've like, yeah, they put on 3 membranes in a row, and it might have helped a little bit, but yeah, it's you see that all the time. Out here, the one thing actually that's kind of upsetting I hear is they just tell people they have to move. They're like, oh yeah, but you have to go. Like, this is a dry, it's the desert. You just need to move. I'm like, because yes, that is helpful advice for someone to just tell them uproot their life, leave their job.
Yep.
They're just gonna have to move.
Family, whatever. Yeah.
Yep. No big deal. You just need to, completely uproot your life for this.
That's a shame.
But it's common, I think, in our field and in a lot of areas where they're told one thing just because the expert is not so much of an expert as they think.
Yep.
Well, on the other hand, as you age, and so I've aged, you live with certain things and you don't make a fuss after a while. People ask me, everyone cheerfully says, "Good morning, how are you?" And I said, look, when you hit 90, you don't ask that question. It's a trick question. There's got to be something wrong.
Well, I always say that eventually we get to a point where we start to get unwanted birthday presents. That's how I like to put it. You get them, but they're not necessarily the ones you want.
That's funny.
Yeah. But so basically you learn to live. So if your eyes are a little itchy or a little sandy, you're not going to start getting dry eye treatments for sure. You're just going to live.
Yeah, that's where and I've even had that. I definitely tailor it because I've had patients who come in who are like in their 80s and 90s, and sometimes they even tell me they're like, my eyes bother me, but I'm like, I'm not going to be doing a bunch of stuff. And I'm like, I appreciate the honesty. We will give you the few things I think will be helpful, but I'm not going to throw the kitchen sink at you. And I love when they're honest about that. They're like, oh, listen, if I do 1 or 2 things with everything else I'm doing, that will be great. And I'm like, I hear you. We'll do what we need for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
What would you say is the biggest thing that you learned in preparing your lecture?
Biggest thing for this is something I've talked about a lot as I was going. I think the big thing that I came across just when I was reviewing it is kind of looking at the perspectives of the treatments that have previously been out there and just a deeper understanding of what people commonly use. And then also sometimes I guess it's the perceptions of once, we have a new medication out there specifically for Demodex with Xdemvy. Sometimes I think there's a hesitancy for people to use a new medication right off the bat because they're already afraid of cost. And that's an interesting thing because a lot of times you need to try to prescribe it to see what the insurance will cover and prior authorization thing. But it's just interesting how many are very hesitant to even try ahead of time just because they're like, oh, well, I know it's going to cost this, so I'm not even going to bother, which in a way I understand it, but I also kind of am curious. I'm like, well, how do you know what coverage will be unless you actually prescribe it? Because that's probably one thing I've gotten questions about a lot is, well, it's going to cost this, so what do you even do? I'm like, well, have you tried to actually see what the real cost is?
Especially plans like whatever it's called, Safe RX. Sometimes they can really save a lot of money with it.
Yeah, and I mean, I've had pretty good results. There are going to be, and same thing. I'm always forthright with my patients from the get-go. I'm like, hey, this is the best option for us. I'm going to prescribe it. If it's really, really expensive, don't worry about it. We have alternatives. But it is our best option. So if it's affordable, great. If not, we'll go with some other options, but let's at least try. And patients are all very receptive to that.
I think so much of it comes down to the communication.
Yep. No,
Yeah. Well,
absolutely.
I'm sure you have an anterior segment cabinet to show them the gook and disgustingness and the things that you're going to get off of with the medication, or when you could do a lid scrub every week with them there in the office and clean everything out. But it's that hurts also, as Corey knows, to get in there and clean out the glands.
Yeah, but those photos, man, you tell people, but yeah, I have so many photos of the collarettes, and when people see them, it's a strong motivator. I'll put it that way.
Do
I
you
tell them
find
I
that
have
you
one
have
treatment.
Go ahead, Steve.
I told I told them there's another treatment. We could light half your eyelashes on fire, wait for the bugs to come out, and I can use a pin and kill them all just like that. And they said,
Yeah.
"Really?" I said, "No." They believe me.
I mean, hey, the mites would not like that. That's for sure. I mean, there might be some other repercussions, but
Right. But some actually didn't think I was kidding. So,
well, I mean,
went with it a
I've
few
heard
times.
I've heard colleagues say that they've told patients that, and they come back the next time and they've literally plucked every single one of their lashes out.
Ooh.
That was going to be my question. Do you hesitate at times, Corey, to give the full-blown Demodex spiel to some patients because some may not react well to that?
Yeah, I come at it from a very pragmatic perspective. The first thing I always say is that it's completely normal for us to have Demodex, because otherwise they kind of freak out. They're like, was it my fault? Was it poor? They feel like almost guilty or ashamed. They're like, was it poor hygiene? Something like that. So I always just start with that. So I'm like, hey, it's completely normal. We all have them. So I feel like that definitely cushions it, but I don't really shy away too much from saying that they're mites, because I'm at least of the mind that it's like, as a doctor, we have to be forthright with our patient, because I feel like you can sugarcoat things too much where you kind of lose the potency. Same way with glaucoma. If you see a patient with pressures of 30 and they have a CD ratio of 8 and they ask you if they have glaucoma, you got to say they have glaucoma. You can't be like, well, you have this large dit, and you can't really dance around it. So sometimes if they have Demodex blepharitis, you have to tell them what it is, but you can still present that in a way that I think can be much more palatable for most patients without overly freaking them out.
Yep, it's a fine line sometimes. And also, too, in this age of information, patients start Googling, they're going to see this stuff anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and that's exactly what I've even mentioned when we've had this discussion before. I'm like, if you don't tell them, they're going to go home, like you said, they're going to Google, and they'll come back and they're like, well, why didn't you tell me that these mites? Because some people like,
it's a bug on my eye.
Yeah, because you can use other terms, but I always say mite because that's what's going to come up when they Google it. Because if you don't tell them, they could come back and be like, well, why didn't you tell me that's what it was? And so I just always kind of rip the Band-Aid off in a way, but again, I make it so they're not kind of just left freaking out. And I always afterwards, explain, I'm like, hey, it's normal. We've got treatment options, so don't worry about it. Even though most patients are like, no, I want them gone. Do whatever you need to get them gone. So
get out the flamethrower.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's why when Steve said that, I'm not too surprised that some of them would be like, well, okay, if that's what it takes.
So do you think that it's like describing cancer? That you have cancer, but it's a good kind of cancer? Is there a good kind of bite?
So
That's treatable.
Man, that would be a big conversation. I do a lot of times they ask why we have them. I do say at some point they the idea is they probably were beneficial for us at some point, but it's just now now with where we're at with how they've become on our bodies, they do more harm than good most of the time. So that's kind of what I say. I'm like, they're a normal part. At one point, they probably did serve a purpose by out competing things that were much worse for us. That being said, that doesn't mean they can't create their own problems.
Isn't more than half the elderly population have it, really, or even more than that? A higher
Yeah,
percentage.
I mean, if you look, some people don't like the stat because people aren't comfortable with 100%, but I believe it's something like over age of 70, like 100% of people have it. And people, they don't like anything that's 100% certain. And I mean, I get that because there's always going to be some exception. To me, I'd probably say, yeah, probably about 99% of people above that age will have some degree of it. And it makes sense. It's likely just as, one of those unwanted birthday presents. As we get older, our immune systems just aren't as strong. So what I've always thought is that probably just makes it easier for those mites to overpopulate, and that's why we see it more often.
So when somebody makes an appointment with 73, does the staff put in Demodex workup plus routine exam?
They pretty much could. All I know is when they look down, I'm already expecting to see it. I'm like, oh, let's look at those lashes. I'm expecting to see it to some extent.
Yeah. I'm curious, you kind of just popped into existence a few years ago. How did you wind up getting into Dr. Epstein's practice? How did that evolve?
Yeah, so that was all It was just a set of circumstances that were very serendipitous for us. Basically, I was in my residency at Cincinnati Eye Institute at the time, and he was giving a lecture for Shire for Zydra. And so, I was a poor resident, so I wasn't going to pass up a free steak dinner. So I went, and I already knew at the time I was very interested in dry eye, having seen it basically as so I first started seeing patients now, as a student about 7 years ago, and I kept on seeing patients with dry eye, and that was their number one complaint. But I kept on feeling like no one was really doing anything about it. It was, artificial tear. I felt like as a hero if I said, here's some artificial tears and use a rice-filled sock for a warm compress. So I kept on seeing that through my residency. Thankfully, CEI also had a dry eye clinic, and I just definitely saw some unmet needs. So my idea was at the time, I would like to basically eventually have a clinic that was entirely dedicated to dry eye. But what happened was, what I heard from most people at the time is that's the dumbest idea I've ever heard. There's not that many dry eye patients. So then in that lecture, if you recall, Art always started his lectures with, "Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Epstein. I practice at Phoenix Eye Care in the Dry Eye Center of Arizona, and I exclusively see dry eye patients." So when I heard him lecture begin with that, I'm like, well, there we go. Like, this shows exactly, it validated what I always thought. So then afterwards, we briefly chatted for maybe about like a minute or so. He gave me his card and said, if I was ever in Phoenix, give him a call. Didn't really have any major plans at that point, but then as my residency was coming to an end a few months later, I just shot him an email out of the blue asking if they were looking for an associate. If they were, I'd be interested in coming and visiting the practice. And I visited there for a few days, and we just clicked immediately. So that's how I ended up out there.
So had you not dropped him an email just in case, are you looking for an associate, it wouldn't have happened.
Yep, exactly. Had I not sent that, it was just out of the blue, and I wasn't overly expecting anything. I'm like, well, let's just see, because it was the type of practice I wanted to, to work in, and I sent it, and that's how it all came to be.
And that's a good note to folks out there who are looking for a change or wanting to make something happen. You never know. Drop a line, and it might lead to something like what it did for you. That was very. That email was, I don't want to say lucky because it wasn't lucky, but everything aligned for you to join the practice. So that I'm glad that you sent the email.
Yeah.
Look at the fork in the road. If Shire didn't get Zydra approved, and if there wasn't a lecture and there wasn't a steak dinner, all that stuff that happened before was even more serendipitous.
Yeah, I mean everything, and that and Art and I talked about that all the time, just the circumstances that led there. And the other thing is too, this was like, it was in like February, it was cold and rainy in Cincinnati. And I even know because he didn't get a direct flight. And at the time he's like, oh, I did, he's normally, it's like, if I'm going to go across the country, I'd like a direct flight. He was doing it as a favor too. So he even said, he's like, I normally, he's like 9 times out of the 10, I don't take that lecture, but he was doing it as a favor. So even more so, it was very fortuitous.
I was speaking for Shire also, and I took all the lectures because it was the pay was good and they were good company until they sold out.
Yeah.
They sold Zydra to, I think, Novartis, was it?
Yeah, so it was Takeda, and then from Takeda, Novartis bought it, and now B&L has it, which I'm very happy about. But yeah, it was but yeah, people love Shire. I know when I talked to it, my experience was obviously as a resident, it was always very positive with the reps and everything.
Yeah.
People really liked Shire, so it was, and that's kind of why even today, as I've started to get involved with the industry side of things, people, some people are like, okay, well, what's the role of these chicken dinners? I mean, what does this really do? And then my story right there, I'm like, to me, it was incredibly impactful. So I definitely think there is still meaning, and these still have purpose. And I mean, it's whether you have something as life changes as what I have, or you just learn about something new, I definitely think they have an important role to play.
Yep. We were trained in good talk. Gretchen, good.
I was going to say, with Zydra, for a product that really isn't that old, to have bopped around to all of these different places, it's kind of incredible how it's been passed around.
Yeah, and the thing is, and it's a great medication too. That's the interesting thing about it, is that like it's kind of passed, and that's why I'm really excited that it's with B&L right now, because I think they definitely have a plan for it. Because that's kind of what I always thought. Shire had a plan, then it kind of got passed around, and I don't think there was any like real clear thought process for what to do with it. So now I know, especially with B&L, pairings with MIBO, I actually think that's a really exciting opportunity, because now you have your first like tear film stabilizer and an immunomodulator within the same company. And this is the first time we've seen something like that. So I think it's actually really exciting because it kind of represents the next evolution of dry eye. Again, I always kind of go back to it's almost like glaucoma, where we've gone from all we have is immunomodulators to now we have multiple prescription medications with different mechanisms of action in different classes.
Right.
So if anything, that should help drive dry eye care forward. So to me, I'm very excited about that.
Totally agree.
Cool.
They were great in terms of they flew us all out to Chicago. It just was approved. We had 5 days there of compliance and science, et cetera, to learn about the drug, et cetera. But it's funny how they told us 1 or 2% of the people would experience a taste, which they told me a word, dysquansia. We never heard that word before. And by the time I was prescribing it, I would tell patients, if they don't experience a bad taste, let me know. In other words, it was so common that it wasn't 1 or 2%. But whatever their studies show, they show. You kind of learn.
That's where, I mean, for me, that's, one of the biggest issues with immunomodulators is people will say, oh, it burns so much when I put it in, everything like that. And like, that's why, like I said, tell them ahead of time, because once they're expecting it, then they're like kind of ready for it. People know if it's going to burn or it's going to have a weird taste. Okay, yep, I'm ready. I expect it. But when they get hit with the unexpected, then psychologically, they think something's wrong. That's the difference. So that's why I'm like always trying to be out in front of that.
It's good. Good techniques, and call me if it doesn't burn. You never get those calls, by the way. So, it's interesting. It's amazing how life takes different forks for us in many different ways. Were you with a significant other at that point in time that had to move out to Phoenix, or was it just you?
Yeah, so at that point, it was actually, so that's been the other very interesting thing for us. So my girlfriend, so at the time I was in my residency, my girlfriend was finishing up medical school. So we kind of knew at that point, going into residency, there's almost so much say where you have to go. So that was one of the things for me. I'm like, okay, I feel like this is kind of the big opportunity. I'm not sure, where she's going to end up with things. So I went out there. So she ended up actually ending up, and she's finishing up her residency right now. She's in Rochester, New York. So we've been doing distance then for the past 4 years, but it was kind of knowing for me, I'm like, this was just an opportunity that I felt like I really needed to pursue. And both of us actually, so she's in an OB-GYN program, which is notoriously difficult for that. Like she puts in 80-hour weeks pretty routinely. So looking back, we're like, it was probably pretty good that we actually did this, because even if we were together, she pretty much works, comes home, goes to sleep. So we wouldn't get to see each other that much anyway. So this has kind of let us both really kind of focus on what we need to focus at this point. So in a way, that's been good. It's obviously can still be difficult, but that's been nice to let us both kind of focus on that.
Be nice for her to get out of Rochester. It was a tough winter for her.
Well, yeah, exactly. So that's the other nice thing, because like in the summer and spring months and fall, like I go out and visit her, and then she comes out here in the winter. So it's nice that we both kind of have reprieves.
So then the big decision, when does she finish her residency?
So she finishes up at the end of June.
And then she got to look for a job.
Yep. So that's what she's in the process now. So then she's going to join the real world now after a very, very long time, because that's a 4-year residency. So, 4 years undergrad, 4 years of med school, and 4-year residency. So it's been a long haul. So good thing. She's just glad she can see the light at the end of the tunnel now.
Where did she have a residency? Where?
In Rochester.
Rochester. So,
Yep.
so basically I assume she's going to try to get into where you are.
Yeah, so that's what we're looking at right now. We're looking out here. Now, we're both originally from Ohio, so all of our families there. We're also potentially looking at maybe going back to Ohio for a bit. So that's kind of what we're deciding right now, where we're going to end up long term. So
you're short term where you are now?
So for now, I'm going to be out here for a while, because she basically, the idea would be is if I leave out here, what I'll do is I'll start my own practice. So at that point, that's going to take, it's about a year-long process. But we would need to know where we're at first. So if that would happen, I'd probably still be out here for a while getting that up and running. But at this point, just deciding where our landing spot will be, and that will kind of determine what we do next.
So you would follow her?
Yeah, well, mainly the big thing is that both our families are in Ohio, so that's kind of a big thing for us. Just especially as we'd start a family, just having that support would be really nice. Because right now I'm the only one of my family out here. So that's the only thing. I'm kind of soloing it out here right now.
That's hard to do.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I absolutely love it out here. I've always said like I would have been more than happy to stay out here long term. Really, it's just that family support would be the biggest driver. Because I've always joked, because even patients have asked about that. I'm like, listen, I would not going back for the weather, that's for sure.
Yep. Well, you never know what life brings, however, right? There could be other choices down the road.
Yep. And that's kind of what I've been at this point, where I've just been exactly kind of open to that, knowing I'm like, I make my plans, but like you said, you just kind of have to go with where life takes you at points, and you just take it a day at a time sometimes.
Sure. Absolutely.
Well, wherever you go, it'll be good. Guaranteed.
Oh, that's for sure.
And we have one OD, an ODwire, whose daughter is a very, very wonderful optometrist, who was his associate, but her husband is in neurosurgery, and he's been bouncing around all over the place, and she keeps following him. So she has given up her career pretty much to follow her residency husband.
Yeah,
So,
and I mean that was the conversation that my girlfriend and I kind of had, is we knew that, well, she was in her residency, I would do this. So, and then we pretty much were saying, then we'll just kind of decide together once she's finishing up where we want to stay long term. Because that's our big thing is, once she's done with that, it's like, let's find a place where we can settle for a while now. Because obviously we both, through all of our educational process, it's been very transient for us. So to kind of find a place that we want to land for a while will be nice.
Cool. All right, Corey. Sorry I haven't said much here. I've been dealing with a bunch of different little tech issues that people are having, but it was good to hear from you again.
Oh yeah, absolutely. How's it been going this year, would you say, on the tech side of things?
Oh, it's been pretty good. I mean, we've been super busy. That's been the really interesting thing. We've had hundreds of people in the rooms now, so we've been trying to just make sure that everything's working fine for people. So, but it's been pretty good. Yeah. So right now it looks like we have 400 people in each room. So, fingers
Well, that's
crossed.
what's I'm about to say. I know, and each year it grows. So I know you've been always doing a great job trying to be able to scale things up. But I know, technologically speaking, especially when sometimes you see the same questions every single time at the beginning of every lecture. Right. I don't have sound, I don't have this.
Right.
We almost need like a constant pinned banner that says, if having any technical issues, step 1, refresh the page.
Right. Yeah. And the problem
We've
is
got the speakers and the attendees to be our support staff. Everybody knows to tell people, refresh, go in and out, and so they do it.
And you guys
So
have it set up so it's very forgiving, because I think the biggest thing is people are afraid if they have to refresh or they have to leave and go back in, they're not going to get credit and all these things. And I get that fear, but it's like, no, guys, it's good. Like,
they all know where, that's the thing. They all know where to find me, or at least they should, right? They all know how to contact me. So they're going to get credit. That's what I'm trying to reassure them. I sent out an e-blast. You might've gotten it last night, where I'm just like, don't panic. If you don't get credit, it's okay.
I think that's the big thing too, just kind of letting them know it's like, if you have technological issues, you'll be fine. You'll get your credit, but it's every single time. Like I said, just the big button it's like, at first, it's like if anything doesn't work, you plug it, you unplug it, and plug it back in. Right. That is your first big fix, is just refresh the page, and probably about 98% of your issues will be fixed.
Yep. So it's pretty funny though. People are starting to get it, which is good. But when you have 3,000 people, it's like even a minority. If you only have 30 people who are having trouble, still it feels like a lot because they're all descending on you.
Well, so exactly. Because of that, you might have 2,000 who are vets of this at this point, but then you have the other 1,000 who are new to it, and it's pretty good. I think you guys have done a good job integrating all of the requirements and everything now. Like having to take the surveys and everything afterwards. That's because I know those requirements sometimes have gotten a bit more stringent.
Yeah, they change, right? And for the last 2 years, they've been stable now, so it's able to sort of, everyone understands it, they know what they're doing. Of course, next year, Arbo is probably going to change them again, right? And then we're going to have to go through this whole thing again. So it's evolution, I guess.
Now, how are you how are you getting everybody's credits over to Arbo? I know you have the tracker number, but do you guys have to do that manually, or do you have a way so you guys don't have to slog through all of that?
So it's software. The software is tracking what people are taking, and then it compiles a huge data file for me. Yeah. And then I send it over to Arbo in one gigantic glob, which they love. They love receiving, 30,000 hours of material at once.
You're looking at the man up there in the upper left-hand corner. Individually, every course he has to submit manually himself. So your course, all 75 credits, and then get approval for 2 versions of it. One, the asynchronous, one, the synchronous. So a lot of busy work also.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. I've known that's always the heaviest lifting probably for you is getting that right. Now, I'm assuming though Arbo's probably gotten pretty good about basically almost expecting from you all of these courses at least.
Yeah, so Arbo actually assigned me one person inside of Arbo to handle a lot of the stuff because they know that I'm going to be a huge thorn in their side. So they're like, all right, just deal with this one person who can handle all of your credits when they come in. So yeah, that's how we work it.
Oh, that's what, and that's just smart on both ends because every year you're just like, okay, Adam's going to come in.
Yep.
He's going to have all of these courses, and I'm sure it's probably, I mean, it's still a lot of work, but probably relatively streamlined. At this point.
It is because like I always triple check our data before we send it to make sure the OE tracker numbers are all there and everything else. Because in the beginning, of course, when we didn't know what we were doing very well, the data was a lot less clean, and boy, they hated hearing from me. Because we'd have back and forth and things would be broken, but now it's very smooth. So yeah, they were very easy to work with. At least I hope we are. So
I mean, that's even when like when I was talking with Steve, when I was talking with Jackie about when she reached out to me wanting to get involved too, is I just said that at this point, even from a speaker perspective, it's just such a streamlined process. And even then, it's so funny because I've been talking to them like now my favorite kind of icebreaker for people on the lecture circuit is where is the weirdest or the strangest place you've actually given a lecture before or presented one. So one for mine was CEwire last year. I did that at the wedding reception.
Oh wow!
That's
You know,
hilarious.
that's a great thing we should ask our speakers. That's
We've
fabulous.
had airports, a lot of weird places.
Yep.
Yeah, airport. Mine was at a wedding reception before. Thankfully, the other people there who were they were physicians, so they kind of got it because I was just weird. You know, it was like the cocktail. And I'm like, I'm not being rude if I look down at my phone. I'm literally just answering this question right now because I'm like, I'm in the middle of a lecture technically right now. But it's also nice because I just look and I wait for if there's a question that comes up. Great, I answer it. But if not, I kind of just let it play. So it's. But again, there you go. There's the technology. Even on my cell phone in Toledo, Ohio, on the lake there, I was able to do my lecture.
It's amazing. I'm always shocked when I hear stories like that, but I guess I shouldn't be at this point.
That's modern lecturing right there. But yeah, for me, that's what I'm like. I'm like, good. I've got good cell service. I'm like, I should have no problems.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've had people do this from airplanes. We have one speaker tonight actually is coming back from Mexico, and he's like, if I'm still on the plane, this is what I'm doing. I'm like, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, it's well, and that's honestly too. I think that's why. Even though, because when you kind of commit to this, when you have, your hour so far out, for me, I'm not normally overly worried because I'm like, even if something comes up, I can very easily still do. I mean, that's just the beauty of having it pre-recorded and doing the chat version of this.
Yep. Great. Well, thanks for doing it. You make it painless, which is good. You understand the system, so it's like bang, bang, bang.
Yeah.
If we had all 75 hours like yours, my life would be a lot easier.
Yes. And any more referrals are welcome.
Yep.
Yes, and that's the other thing is also too. I tell them every time, like, if you have any questions come up, you can also ask me because, like I said, I've become a vet at doing this now, and I know exact. I'm like coaching. I'm like first thing before you start your slides, make sure you get them in the right format. I'm like that's step one. Format your slides.
Right.
And I tell everyone the easiest way to do it is just do the PowerPoint recording.
Yep.
Because it's so much simpler. And I tell them too, it's like, then you're not worried about, you give your lecture straight through 50 minutes and then there's like a glitch in the audio. I'm like, just do it lecture slide by slide. It's way easier. It makes it easier on you because you can do 5 slides one night. And then I'm like, just get that done. And then you can just send it. And it makes it just so simple.
Yep.
And collect
We
your
need to
thoughts
have
before
you give a course on how to give a CEwire course.
The CEwire starting course. Yeah.
That's right.
maybe
That's
they'll
right.
next year's lecture.
Yeah, that's what I can do. I can do one that's on lecturing on the modern age. That's what it could be. It would be continuing education lectures in the modern age.
There we go. I love it. Sold.
Hey, you're great, Corey.
All right. Well,
Nice
thanks,
hearing the
Corey.
backstory also.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys.
All right, and we will hopefully see you back in April, and we'll talk again.
All right, sounds good.
All right, catch you
Thanks,
later.
Corey.
See ya.
Good evening.
All right, guys. Well, we're rolling into the it's 12:30 here, and things are running along smoothly. It looks like.
Yeah, I've been in all the rooms, and
Yep, I've been
again,
popping in too. Some people are having some trouble here and there, and I'm asking for details but not getting any. So I hope that means that they were able to get
Oh,
the rooms restarted where they wanted to see the class.
yeah.
but the weirdest questions about sound, I then put on the lecture, and the sound is fine. Now, yesterday the dietitian, sometimes she did go out and then come back in,
This
but
this
it was
was
no
this was
big
her
deal.
recording. So remember, I had a back and forth with her about it. I'm like, I don't really like the sound quality here, but at the same
Yes,
time, I didn't want to have her re-record it because I know what a commitment it is. So I made a value judgment. Now, if she wants to re-record it for the remaining shows, I'm happy to upload the new video. It's up to her though.
maybe a thing they could do, which is some people don't like the look with the headphones and the mic, but just don't put your face on. The quality comes out so much better. So I recorded it that way.
Yeah. Yep.
So you wear a mic and you have it hooked up with your computer, because it's picking up your voice right here, not
Yeah.
2 feet away.
So I always recommend a headset and just, don't be vain about it, just because the audio is the most important thing is people have to listen to it for an hour. So.
And you might have come across about 1,000 yards from hospitals. You might have heard some ambulance in the background. We won't hear that.
Right. But so otherwise, though, just minor problems people are having. I'm sure tonight I'm going to be inundated with people who have transcript questions and stuff, and that's totally normal. But otherwise, it's going well. Meanwhile, though, one of the things that I did today was, I don't know if you guys saw, so, part of
That's a
the,
hard drive, right?
no, so what this was this is actually the piece that, one of them anyway, that burned up in the main machines that I use to actually do our stream. So this is a video card that does transcoding. That metal here is a heat sink. This thing's whole job is to create video and output video, and this is what died, which is why I have this makeshift setup that I have here right now. So
Could you just replace the part and have a completely working system rather than having to replace the whole
correct.
thing?
So I didn't have time, right? And it's the weekend too. I didn't have time to actually diagnose exactly what's going on and then go get another one of these and slot it in. So that's why last night or the day before I had to just work with what I had. But once the conference is over, then I get to troubleshoot this and probably replace this. I mean, this is, the single most expensive component in any computer now. This is about $1,000. So, because it does so much heavy lifting of actually creating video. This is the thing that allows me to transcode 75 hours of our video in a relatively short amount of time and get it uploaded. So
You don't need that for ODwire itself, though, correct?
No. But this, this poor thing died in service of the conference. So we should salute it. It was 4 years old. It handled the last several CE wires. So.
like Johnny Carson would do. Yes, it was interesting hearing Corey's backstory and how he got involved, and what might happen in the future.
Yep.
Yeah, I wonder if that's news.
Yeah, well, let's keep it to ourselves. Nobody else is watching. I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. But we'll. He's. I'm honest about it. Being around the country.
So. So I'm looking here. We haven't really had. I'm trying to see any other. Not getting the lecture in room 1, and that's because I think we were between classes here, right? I think it's running now. Everything looks good.
Yep.
One is happening,
and they don't respond back. I take it that their problem was solved.
Right. Yeah, I do the same. And if I don't hear from them, I'm like, okay, either they died or they actually made it. One or the other.
And it's funny. Maybe one of the thing we should put in the speaker packet is if somebody can't hear or is having trouble with the video, refresh, go in and out, and that's part of your job. To be.
That's funny. Yeah, let them know how to advise people for sure. So we have time actually until the next person. We had like 2 hours or something right before our final person that we're going to talk to.
Yeah. Is it okay if I bug out for that because I have my little granddaughter's birthday party?
Yeah, please. And I'm going to actually get some. Yeah, I'm going to get some videos running here. Actually, I need to eat something, so I'll get maybe 2 videos going.
Okay.
And then.
What time do you want us back, Adam?
How about like hour and a half from now?
Okay, so 5 o'clock for me.
Yeah, maybe 5, maybe a little bit after. I'll keep a video running and we'll figure it out.
And I'll try to get you on my phone I'll bring my tablet over there, so I at least could view everything and go in the rooms.
All right, sounds good.
All right, I'll pop back in now and again during that time. I need to reheat my tea.
I need to reheat
I'm
my
gonna be here
feet.
now. All the speakers in the room, that's all I care about now, and the rooms are all
Yeah.
active, so.
Yep.
Yep.
All right, awesome. All right, so I will see you guys in a bit.
Alrighty.
Yep.
Bye.
Hey everyone, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another ODwire webinar. Thanks for coming out tonight. Now, before we get started, let's just go over some of the ground rules here. So if you look at your screen right now, you'll see a little box that says questions. As we go through the presentation tonight, if you have any questions, feel free to type into that question box. And at the end of the evening, I will take your questions and we'll have a little verbal Q&A back and forth with the speaker. I'll do a little bit of a verbal thing with the speaker. And the other important thing, I know that tonight I promised a Starbucks card for all those who attend, so definitely be on the lookout over the next week in your email box for that gift card. And remember, it doesn't come from me necessarily, it'll come from Starbucks or starbucks.cashstar.com, which looks suspiciously like spam, but I assure you is not. It is the actual card, so be on the lookout for it. And if you don't see it, check your spam box. Occasionally it'll sometimes end up in there. So, and if you really can't find it, then just shoot me an email and of course I'll resend it for you. So with that said, why don't we get onto the topic tonight? So tonight is all about OCT and OCTA with OptiView Solix. And as you know, this is probably, I think, the fourth or fifth show that we've done in a series all about the Solix. And in the beginning, of course, we discussed the device in sort of general terms, what it can do, its capabilities, and how you can use it in your practice, to really help you both diagnose and guide your treatment. And tonight we're going to talk very specifically about diabetes. And fortunately, we have Dr. Julie Rodman with us here once again to talk to us all about Solix. You've probably heard her other shows. And as you remember, Julie is the chief of the Broward Eye Care Institute in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and a professor of optometry at Nova. She's recently published a book, OCT, the OCT Atlas, a case study approach, which was the first reference book on the topic written by NOD. So she is absolutely an expert on this topic, and I can't think of a better person to talk to us tonight all about Solix and really share with us what it can do in the context of diabetes. So with all that said, why don't I turn it on over to you, Julie, and take it away.
Thank you, Adam, for the kind introduction, and good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's always a pleasure to be with Adam, this team, and especially here to talk about one of my favorite instruments, the OptiView Solix. So I've had an opportunity to really get to know this unit. We've become best friends. And so what I'm hoping to do tonight is really kind of pique all of your interest in the Solix and give you some case examples of how I've best utilized this technology in my clinic. Sorry, I'm trying to get this to advance. Okay, so before we start delving into the Solix, I just want to go over a couple of terms, because if you're not familiar with these terms, then when I go through this webinar, things might not make that much sense. So everybody has probably heard the word OCT B-scan, and maybe you were wondering exactly what that means. Well, the picture on the screen is essentially what an OCT B-scan looks like. So if you picture a cake and you take a knife and you slice the cake down the center and open up the cake and you look at two halves of the cake, you're essentially looking at layers. So think of a layered cake. That's essentially what an OCT B-scan does for you. It provides the layers of the retina, and you can visualize, all the way from vitreous down to choroid. So this is, what we're most familiar with, gives us excellent structural information. Another very important term, though, is an en-face cut. And the reason I want to bring this up tonight is when you learn angiography, you have to understand what this word en-face means. So opposed to a B-scan, which essentially is almost, again, like cutting down vertically and opening up and looking at layers, an en-face cut gives you essentially horizontal cuts. And what that allows you to do is it allows you to visualize through the vasculature of the retina and choroid. So you can essentially look at the blood supply at any layer of the retina and choroid. You also can look at structure at the same time, but essentially this does allow us to look at vasculature. So on the bottom of the screen, what you'll see there is the en-face images on top with their corresponding B-scans. So if you look at the picture all the way on the left over here, you'll notice that there's a green line and a red line. So essentially what we're doing here is looking at a B scan, and then right above it, looking at the en face image that correlates specifically with that layer on the B scan. As we go through the scans from left to right, we're getting deeper and deeper into the retinal and choroidal vasculature, and you'll notice how the vasculature changes. And essentially, angiography is based off of en face cuts. So that's why I wanted to spend a minute to go through this terminology so that when we start talking about these technologies, it will make more sense. So just a really brief overview of kind of where we've been and where we are now. And I have to say that so exciting to be an optometrist because we every day, every week, every month have new technology, new drugs. OCT angiography is one of those. And hopefully the fact that you're on this call means that you're excited about embracing new technology. So early in, the early 2000s, back when I was a youngster, we had time domain OCT, and this was huge in the fields of optometry because it was really the first time that we could visualize, an anatomical cross-section of the eye non-invasively. But as you can see on the image, there was a lot of pixelation and artifact and questions about what essentially we were seeing. So a couple years later, spectral domain OCT was introduced, and spectral domain allowed us to capture more images per second, which in turn provided better resolution, higher image quality, and got rid of a lot of the questions and interpretation. So really outstanding visualization of the retina and choroid. But remember that these imaging modalities, whether it be time domain or spectral domain, really only provided us information about anatomy, about structure. It didn't allow us to visualize vasculature. So we had to really, send to retina or ophthalmology to get fluorescein angiography if we wanted to look at blood flow throughout the retina and choroid. We could see the blood vessels, but we didn't understand what was happening dynamically within the blood vessels. So that is where OCTA came in. The OCT companies, and I'll say that this was pioneered by OptiView, came up with this technology and said, let's provide a way to non-invasively look at retinal and choroidal blood flow so that this could be more doable, let's say, in an optometric setting. So as a summary, OCT is excellent at visualizing architecture, structure. We know it's non-invasive and very easy to perform. But keep in mind that we cannot visualize blood flow just by looking at an OCT. So both of these technologies shine in different ways. OCT is going to shine whenever there is a structural abnormality. So if we're looking at a drusen, fluid, any elevation or disruption in the retinal tissue, that is going to be very well visualized with OCT. But if we're trying to see if a patient has what I like to say, too much blood or not enough blood, we really need to look at OCTA or use fluorescein angiography, which is invasive. So looking at a choroidal neovascular membrane, looking for the blood flow within that membrane, looking at a diabetic eye or a patient that's had a vascular occlusion, is there ischemia? Is there capillary non-perfusion? We cannot see that looking simply at an OCT. So how does OCTA work? So what we're essentially doing is we're looking at the movement of red blood cells within a blood vessel. So we're looking at sequential images of OCT B scans and looking at differences between the OCT B scans to come up with what is moving in the eye. So the way I like to tell students is think about a waterfall. You take 1 million pictures of a waterfall. If you subtract out anything that's the same, or let's say anything that's different, the only thing that's going to be different is the water moving. That's essentially what it is with angiography. So on the left here, you can see we have 2 OCT B scans, and these 2 B scans turn into 12 or 13 sister and brother scans. From those 2 scans, there's an algorithm that looks at the reflectivity of the images, looks at the differences in reflectivity between scan 1 and scan 2. When we look at them, we don't see anything different. But the algorithm is able to pick up for these subtle differences. And remember, the only thing that should be different between the scans is anything moving. And the only thing moving in the eye is blood. So in the middle frame, you'll see these red pixels. This image is called a flow overlay picture. That essentially is a picture of what the machine found different between scan 1 and scan 2. We should see red anywhere in the retina and choroid where there's blood. So the neurosensory retina should have pixelation because that's essentially where we have our retinal blood vessels. And the choroid should be made up of a lot of blood because that's a whole blood network. What we're looking for is areas on osteoangiography or on the scan where we shouldn't see blood, like the RPE. From this image, we create these en face, again, horizontal slices, and we create angiograms. So essentially, we're looking at the blood flow now through each layer of the B-scan or each layer of the retinal anatomy. And the angiogram is going to look different depending on where you are on the B-scan. So if you think of this in a different way, here's an image of the retinal and choroidal anatomy with the vasculature. And if you take en face cuts again through the different layers, you'll essentially see the different vascular plexi. So you'll see the first one we call the superficial capillary plexus, which is the blood supply feeding the most superficial part of the retina. And as we go more posterior, we're going to hit the deep capillary plexus. We'll hit the RPE, which is avascular, and then we'll hit the choriocapillaris. And each of these slabs is going to look different because the blood supply differs depending on where you are. You'll notice that the central area is black here. This is our foveal avascular zone. So anywhere where there's white is blood. Anywhere is dark is no blood. And understanding where there should be blood and where there shouldn't be blood is the joy of interpreting OCT angiography. Understand also that you can build any slab or any angiogram that you want using a custom slab. And one of my favorite things about the Solix, which I'm going to show you in this presentation, is that it's very easy to make a custom slab and visualize any layer that you want in order to confirm a diagnosis. So beautiful. Every time I do this presentation, I'm always awed at the brilliant images that this machine captures. What you're looking at here are, on the left, 3 standard size scans. So a 6.4 by 6.4 means that you're capturing 6.4 millimeters horizontally by 6.4 millimeters vertically around the fovea, 9 by 9 and 12 by 12. In the good old days, one of the limitations of osteoangiography was that we couldn't get wide, we couldn't get large images. The OptiView Solix allows us a 12 by 12 image, just standard, meaning you don't have to put a montage to get that image. However, let's say you want something even bigger. The image on the right is actually 4 images put together into a montage, and it allows for an excellent visualization of both the papillary area, the papillomacular bundle, and all throughout the arcades. So you can really visualize pretty far out using just a couple of scans. And please appreciate, as you're looking at these images, the quality of the images. Usually it used to be that when you got larger scans, you might as well not even try because the resolution would go in the garbage. Now the resolution is ridiculous. I mean, that montage on the right is just as good or better than a fluorescein angiography. This is a printout of what the Solix retinal report looks like, and you're probably thinking, oh my God, where do I begin? And that's actually a good thing because everything that you need is on one scan, one page, one slide. So you can see here that the Solix has a camera. This is a picture of the left and right eye retinal images. Right below the retinal images, we have our B scans that we just talked about. Underneath the B scans, we have a GCC thickness report and a retinal thickness report with normative database information. Underneath that, we have quantitative metrics. In the center, you can see angio. So our angio is right on the retina report. You don't need to switch back and forth between multiple pages. Everything is on this page. And on the right side here, there's radial buttons. You can change whatever you want to look at. If you want to look at vessel density, if you want to look at foveal vascular zone size, you can essentially custom make this report for whatever you want to look at. And like I said, you don't have to be switching back and forth between multiple screens. So what I wanted to do, because I think this is probably the most fun of this lecture, is to look at case examples where this technology shines, where I have put it into my practice to make me a better diagnostician. So in diabetes, on the top right, you'll notice what a control or normal eye, I shouldn't say normal, someone that doesn't have diabetes would look like. What I want you to pay attention to is what I call the homogeneity of the vessels, meaning that the vessels look like they all look the same, right? The capillaries are confluent, there's no dark areas. The only thing that looks dark is the foveal avascular zone. What we're going to notice in diabetes, which you can see on the bottom screen here, or the bottom slide, is a couple of things. The yellow arrows are pointing to these little hyper-reflective, what I call foci. Those are microaneurysms, or little capillary outpouchings. The red arrow is pointing to an area of capillary non-perfusion. So notice a dark pocket. Remember, we don't want to see darkness. We want to have equal homogeneity of the capillaries. And you'll also notice that there is an enlargement of the foveolae vascular zone. The FAZ should be a round, circular area without distortion. When you have areas that look distorted or amorphic, it means that, or dysmorphic, it means that there is a lack of perfusion in those areas. So here's an example of a 45-year-old African-American female who comes in for a comprehensive exam, and her fundus image looks essentially normal. Her OCT-B scan looks essentially normal. I don't see any diabetic retinopathy. So are we done? Is it enough to say to this patient, you're doing great, we'll see you in a year? Well, I would argue with this new technology, probably we can do a better job, because we're looking structurally here, and yes, she looks fine, but what's happening behind the scenes? One of the first things that the Solix allows us to do is you can get a multi-scan view. So this is an on-FOS with the B-scan over the course of years. And what the yellow and red are showing you are areas of abnormality that fall outside of the normative database and how they look over time. But what if we want to look at the vascular supply? We get OCT angiography, and remember, it only takes a couple of extra seconds because you have to get OCT-B scans to get OCT angiography. So what are we looking at here? Remember, this lady had no retinopathy. Her OCT-B scan was completely normal except for some vitreous stuff. Nothing going on from diabetes. But what we're noticing on her angiography here is she's got an enlarged foveolae vascular zone. She's got capillary non-perfusion. She's got some microaneurysms. So the question that I put out there, and also notice these black pockets really throughout the angiogram, highlighting lack of homogeneity. So the question that we ask ourselves is, what would we do differently if we had this? Well, here's the answer. If we didn't, here's my little arrows just to point out what I just said. But what if we didn't do anything? What if we dismissed her and said, we'll see you in a year? This is the scenario that we don't want. What happens if scenario 1 turns into scenario 2 1 year later because we didn't advise her, we didn't educate her that even though clinically everything looks kosher, what's happening behind the scenes? So I would argue that we could do a better job. We have this technology at our fingertips, and it takes a couple of extra seconds to capture. So why not allow the patient this non-invasive way of visualizing behind the scenes? I'm going to give you a couple more examples. 45-year-old glaucoma suspect. You can see that certainly the optic nerve is an issue here. He's also, or she's also, a diabetic patient of 5 years, poorly controlled blood sugar, having trouble on every medication that the primary doctor has put him on. So you look at the fundus image, and grossly looking at this, it looks fine. Fine to the sense that I don't see anything yelling out at me. I'm magnifying it here, and maybe there's some anomalous vasculature down here, but do I see, maybe there's a couple of hemorrhages here? Is this anything that I would be very alarmed about? Well, maybe I'd want to send it for imaging. I guess it depends on the comfort level of the doctor. And there's the macula blown up. Patients 20/20, what would you do? So ask yourself the question. I probably would have, before angiography, would have said, I'll bring you back in, let's say, maybe 6 months, just to look at these anomalous vessels, see if anything has changed, I guess, depending on the blood sugar level. But you know what's coming. We have angiography, and this is an overlay of what this patient's foveolae vascular zone looks like. And hopefully you can identify that this foveolae vascular zone is not round. It's dysmorphic, if that's the right word. I don't know what the shape is wrong. You can see that there's a lot of areas of capillary non-perfusion throughout the area in the perimeter, or the area surrounding the foveolae vascular zone. So this is a patient who essentially has something that we call macular ischemia. Despite the fact that the fundus looks healthy, there's something else going on behind the scenes here that you just can't see looking at this patient's eye. This is a really pretty example here just of what fluorescein angiography looks like next to OCT angiography. And I said before that you'd be amazed how the clarity of this compares to FA. We do not see leakage on osteangiography because remember, we're only visualizing what happens inside of a blood vessel. So in turn, what that allows for is excellent visualization of everything. Look at this little anomalous vessel here and look at it on the fluorescein. You just get much more precision with the OCT angiography. Let's look at another example of macular ischemia. We have a 55-year-old African-American male. This patient, again, has no diabetic retinopathy, but the vision is decreased to 20/50. You know, think about, you look at the fundus, you don't see any retinopathy. You look at the OCT scan, you don't see any retinopathy. He's 55 years old, he doesn't have cataract. So you ask yourself the question, why is he 20/50? Well, if you don't have osteangiography, you better be referring the patient. You can't sign off on a chart of a 20/50 patient without having a reason, right? Your job is to figure out why. You get osteangiography, and what are you noticing here? Huge foveally vascular zone, huge areas of capillary non-perfusion, lots of microaneurysm formation. This is a perfect example of macular ischemia, better than the other one because vision is decreased. And the challenging part with macular ischemia is that anti-VEGF is not effective with macular ischemia. So, you know, we need to understand how to educate the patient, but first and foremost, you've got to find the problem. So hopefully, if you don't have OCTA, you would think to yourself, well, this is a reason in of itself to get the technology because it answers questions, it helps to make diagnoses, it helps us to take better care of the patient. This is another diabetic patient who had extensive PRP. And I appreciate that the fovea is not the clearest to see here, but on gross examination, there doesn't look to be any retinopathy at all throughout the posterior pole. However, the patient has reduced vision bilaterally. They don't have cataracts. Again, doing osteangiography shows you the foveally vascular zone is not right. There's a lot of anomalous vasculature within. There's enlargement of the FAZ. PRP will do this to the retina. PRP is destructive and it will cause ischemia throughout the retina. So just another example here of sometimes things that you just don't see clinically show up on OCTA, and this is the left eye. So just something to keep in mind of things, once again, that you may not see clinically that are being highlighted with this technology. Here we have another 50-year-old, and what I'm trying to do here with all these are all examples that I've seen. What I'm trying to do here is show you how this technology has added substance to my clinic and to my exams. This is a 50-year-old diabetic patient with diabetes of 10 years, good A1C, 5.9, 20/20 in both eyes. Grossly, yes, they're a glaucoma suspect. Most of my patients are. But what's going on fundoscopically? Is there anything wrong? Grossly, no. But, and I enlarged the maculas there for you. You know, maybe if you're looking really, really closely, you're going to see that there's something going on there. So I'm, you know, doing osteangiography on, if I can, on all my patients that are willing to sit for an extra few seconds. And what do you notice here? This patient's got tons of parafoveal microaneurysms and anomalous vasculature. This patient, again, look at the OCT scan, nothing. So let's say you had this, you know, you have this here, you do the OCT scan, you don't see anything. Okay, Mr. Jones, come back in a year, right? Unless you were astute enough to pick up that there was something going on and maybe you sent the patient for an FA. But this is an angiography of the superficial plexus. You can see the radial button here. I showed you before the superficial plexus feeds that really high layer of the retina, and you can really appreciate what's happening at that, you know, at the level of the foveally vascular zone, at the level of the superficial plexus here. And here's the deep plexus. Again, it really yells out and highlights the problem in that parafoveal area. And then the left eye, similarly, this one is even more pronounced. I mean, this patient is going to go on and develop some type of problem because you can see the extent of the anomaly here. Even looking in the area around the macula, look at all of these dark areas here. You know, what's going to happen to these areas over time? Superficial, and here's the deep of the left. Again, real live patients of mine. Another really nice thing about the Solix is that you can get a multi-scan view. So here's a patient that I saw in March of 2022, and I said, you know, this is really cool. I have never seen this before. Let me bring you back in 2 months. I want to see you again. I want to see if anything has changed. And the machine will automatically line up the images for you, show you them side by side. And what I appreciated is look at this huge area here in just a month and a half time that I didn't see here. So it's really interesting. I mean, if you take advantage of what the technology has to offer, you really can do a very nice job showing your patients and educating your patients about what's happening in their retinas that, again, we may not see clinically on fundus exam. And here's the left eye similarly. Okay, really nice example of over time what's happening. Here's another patient who has really a very messy appearance, a 62-year-old Indian male, type 2 diabetic of 20 years, and we know that that in itself is a risk factor for developing, excuse me, retinopathy. High blood sugar levels with a recent decline in vision, right eye greater than the left. This patient has for sure at least severe NPDR, probably proliferative diabetic retinopathy. So let's break down the images. And sometimes I just like to use angiography to help me to see what I'm seeing because there's so much drama, there's so much jazz on these pictures. So here's a fundus image of the right eye. And you know, I'll yell out, I mean, look at this angiogram. You'll appreciate this whole area here is neovascularization, bordering on complete ischemia. Up here's another anomalous vessel. And is it apparent on the fundus image? I mean, this is a really nice fundus image. Is it apparent? There's so much going on that it's hard to pick it up. You can see the B scan does have some neovascularization down here. But again, just to show you, I'm highlighting the areas. There's so much going on the picture that the angiography really pulls it forward for you. Here's the other eye. Again, look at the neovascular frond here. Look at the beautiful, I mean, these images are outstanding of all these neovascular beds. And if you look at the image here, I mean, here's your fovea. Where is this area, right? Where is it here? Very easily missed. You know, this one's a little bit more obvious, but this just shows you how this technology can make you a better diagnostician. It's highlighting areas of abnormality that might not be obvious on quick glance. This one's another great one. All patients of mine, again, things that just were weird. At first glance, doesn't look too bad, but you know, look at this area right over here. You know, what the heck is that? There's almost no retinopathy fundoscopically. There's a couple of MAs. What is this? And I remember thinking to myself, is it IRMA? Is it neovascularization? This is a patient that we certainly would have sent out before the advent of OCTA to determine what the etiology of those anomalous vessels were. And you're never going to believe. I mean, take a look at the angiography. You make a custom slab, you move it up to the vitreoretinal interface, which I'll talk about in just a minute, and look at this neovascular frond. This is an eye that is completely ischemic. There is no retinopathy, but yet we have, I shouldn't say completely ischemic, we have a neovascular frond there. So there's a significant amount of ischemia going on. And it just shows you that maybe you weren't sure. Maybe you said, oh, that's IRMA. I'm going to hold on to this one. I'll see them back. This patient has neovascularization. And I wanted to just highlight here as well. These are the little neovascular fronds here living at the vitreoretinal interface. So that OCT angiography really highlights not only that there is neovascularization, but the extent of the neovascularization. The Solix also has an ability to use a color-coded metric to visualize things at different layers. So if we're looking at something in the vitreous, you can see here that this green coloration makes that neovascularization pop. So I guess what I'm getting at here is that if you're not comfortable looking at let's say the vitreoretinal interface, you can use color. There's so many different ways to look at things with this technology that it really makes things much easier than what you may think. This is a patient, a 67-year-old Hispanic male, 14 years diabetic, again, looking at likelihood of having diabetic retinopathy. The vision in his left eye has been weird for 2 months, and he's missed his last 3 exams. Well, you can see here, this doesn't take a genius to see that this is neovascularization of the disc, but what I wanted to show you was how nicely you can use that color metric I just talked about to visualize in green that big neovascular frond. The en-face image, this is a structural en-face, shows you this beautiful neovascular frond. It's also visible here on the OCT scan. Once again, if you were to move a slab up to the vitreoretinal interface, you can appreciate brilliantly this neovascularization. And these are very easy things to do. I'm happy to help anybody that wants to learn how to make custom slabs. but it can help you to differentiate things like neovascularization from IRMA, which I'll show you in just a minute on this example right here. Here's a patient that has all kinds of stuff going on. They've got hemorrhaging, microaneurysms, anomalous vasculature. And I know we all see these every day, and we look at them and we say, does this patient have proliferative disease, or is this severe non-proliferative? This image on the bottom, this B scan, this is just showing some vitreous stuff. But what if you did this picture and you thought this was neovascularization? What if you didn't have the ability to look at the level of an angiogram or a slab? Maybe you'd refer this patient out, and you certainly should if you weren't sure. But if you made a slab and moved it to the vitreoretinal interface, you can see that neovascularization would look like this. An IRMA would not look like that. An IRMA is intraretinal, so the slab would not be affected if you had it moved at the vitreoretinal interface. So learning how to use the technology to help you to determine, is it proliferative, is it non-proliferative? Perhaps, like me, you're comfortable monitoring a severe NPDR. You wouldn't have lost a patient if they didn't have neovascularization that you could confirm using OCT angiography. And I'm just blowing up here all of this anomalous vasculature. What's neo? What's IRMA? Use OCT angiography to help make a decision. And this is another example of proliferative diabetic retinopathy, the difference between fluorescein angiography and OCTA. Remember that fluorescein is going to leak, it's messy. OCT angiography will not leak, so you can brilliantly visualize the vascular beds. This was a picture of diabetic macular edema, and the reason I included it is just to highlight that in the good old days, before we had a 12mm scan, we were probably able to visualize this square right in the middle here. Now we can visualize the extent of the entire area of macular edema. And this is a 12x12, meaning that this ischemia and this edema goes pretty far out past the foveolae vascular zone, whereas before we probably would have only seen up to here. So really excellent technology allows you to visualize an entire lesion. This is just another patient with neovascularization that I love these images, so I couldn't choose just one to include. So I just wanted to show you here all of this neovascularization and the capillary non-perfusion. Let's move on to example of retinal vein occlusion. How is this technology helpful in retinal vein occlusion? Here's a patient, we see they have a branch retinal vein occlusion, and we ask ourselves the question, is it ischemic or non-ischemic? These are everyday questions that optometrists are going to be getting in their chair and asking themselves, because we have to make decisions on how we're going to manage these patients. If they don't have macular edema, are we referring it? Are we going to keep it? We want to see how much ischemia there is. This is just an example of how brilliant the Solix images are. These are images of a bunch of different patients that had retinal vein occlusions. These are just as good or better than fluorescein angiography. You can visualize the capillary non-perfusion in all of these images. You can visualize the anomalous collateralization, or the anomalous vessels that are forming in response to the vascular occlusion. And you can count the number of clock hours and determine how ischemic the condition is. Something that is proprietary to OptiView is the angioanalytics. So OCTA is great, but it's even better if you can compare it to a normative database. You can compare it to colleagues, friends, people of that person's age. So what this technology, or what this rubric or this quantitative data does, is it allows us to look at a normative or reference database and compare our patient to that database. We can look at flow area measurements. We can look at non-flow area measurements. We can measure the size of not only the foveolae vascular zone, but the perimeter, or the area around the foveolae vascular zone. We can use colors to look at vessel density and also the peripapillary area. This helps us to determine, is this patient doing what they're supposed to do, or are they falling outside of that normative database? So here's an example of how we would use this. Here's an example of a normal eye all the way on the left. We measure, we take our mouse and we just click on the foveally vascular zone, and the machine automatically populates the FAZ and the perimeter, which is the area around it. And not only does it do that, it gives you a quantitative metric. So up here it says FAZ 0.172. That gives you, it tells you this patient's FAZ at baseline is 0.172. Let's say the patient comes back a year later and they're diabetic, and now the FAZ is 0.25. We know that that patient's diabetic retinopathy has gotten worse. You don't have to guess. You don't have to look at it and try to use a magnifier to determine have there been changes. A diabetic eye, you'll notice that the FAZ is becoming irregular with more capillary non-perfusion. This patient's measured 0.241. And then a patient with more advanced diabetes, a larger FAZ, more areas of capillary non-perfusion. And I'm asked often, you know, Julie, what would you say is a normal size of an FAZ? And what I would answer is every patient is different, depends on their ethnicity, depends on their refractive error. So getting a baseline and using that patient's baseline against himself or herself is going to be the best thing to do. People's FAZ shouldn't change that much year to year. So if a patient's FAZ is changing, then we know that this patient's level of retinopathy is likely changing. Here's a perfect example of what I just said. Here you see a patient in 2015. It measures the FAZ at 0.171. A year later, the FAZ is now 0.241, and a year later, it's now 0.305. You can tell this patient with, you know, with confidence that their condition is certainly getting worse, and you can even show them the picture if it helps. But having an ability to use quantitative numbers is priceless. Here's another example. I don't have to go into detail, but what I want you to notice is that as we move through the stages of diabetes, you'll notice that the amount of capillary non-perfusion is getting greater, the angiogram is getting darker, and the foveally vascular zone is getting larger. You can measure non-flow areas if you want to. You just click on an area of interest and the machine will automatically calculate the areas of no flow. Again, I mentioned before, you can use a color rubric to look at vessel density. Warmer colors, more perfusion, darker colors, less perfusion. Another great way of looking at what I call percent saturation of the vascular bed. How healthy is the vascular bed? You can also do a progression analysis using the color-coded scale. It will show you whatever quadrant you want, and it'll show you that quadrant over time. If you looked at the foveally vascular zone in 2015, it was measuring 30, 2016, 22, and 2017, 19. So there's so many different ways of looking at these patients and using quantitative data. And just to say this again, this company, OptiView, is the only company right now that has an FDA-cleared angioanalytic platform to give you quantitative metrics. And the last thing I want to discuss before we close this off and answer questions is just one thing about outer retinal disease, something like macular degeneration, which is honestly probably secondary to diabetes, my favorite thing to use this technology for. Remember that for outer retina, the slabs of interest are going to be the RPE or avascular slab and the choriocapillaris slab. We're now looking at areas that would be affected by things like macular degeneration. So here's a patient that's 65, he's Caucasian. He has a history of dry AMD with a recent change in vision in his left eye. And there's been a lot of talk lately about macular degeneration, how important it is to visualize for changes, looking for areas of atrophy, looking for any evidence of neovascularization. 2040 in the right eye, 2050 in the left eye. You can see here this patient's got some large drusen. It looks like they're definitely in the intermediate category, at least of AMD, certainly could be even greater. So we get multimodal imaging, including OCT and OCT angiography. And what we're noticing here is that the patient does have, in fact, large drusen. Doesn't look like there's any geographic atrophy or choroidal neovascularization, but to confirm, we do OCT angiography. And you'll notice on the slabs that all we're seeing here is something called shadowing, which is a blocking of the signal due to the drusen. But we're confirming here that there's no evidence of any geographic atrophy and no evidence of CNV. In the left eye, we're also noticing drusen, but hopefully if you're an astute observer, you'll notice that there's a little area of fluid here adjacent to this large drusenoid area. This is suggestive of a choroidal neovascular membrane. If you're not sure though, you get angiography and you solidify that there's actually a little membrane here next to the drusen deposits in the choriocapillaris slab. So I'll go back and just say that if you saw this and you missed it and you weren't sure, Does this patient have a CNV? Because guess what? On the fundus image, it is not visible. Okay, that is why multimodal imaging is so very important, and we have to make sure we use it, not only use it, but understand how to interpret it. This is what the osteoangiography came out like on this gentleman. So this is a patient that certainly had advanced AMD, wet advanced AMD. This is a really cool one. This was a 63-year-old male who came in for a glaucoma workup. And part of the glaucoma workup we know is getting a GCC, ganglion cell complex analysis. So that is why I have 2 retinal scans here. You might be wondering. So glaucoma patients get GCC done. We have a horizontal and a vertical cut. And also on this note, make sure that you're scanning dynamically through all of your B scans. Don't just look at one, because the horizontal cut on this patient looked perfectly fine. The vertical one did not look perfectly fine. There was a little, what I like to call, blip down here. And I asked myself at the time, probably just a drusen, what, doesn't look bad. In fact, I didn't even see anything on the retina. But because I had osteoangiography, I was learning and I was curious what that little quote blip was. So I went ahead and I did angiography, and I was shocked to find this little baby membrane. This patient had what has now been called non-exudative occult membranes. So it's a membrane, it's certainly a membrane, it's certainly showing up on the choriocapillaris lab, but what you'll notice on the B scan is that there's no leakage, there's no fluid, there's no exudate. So this is still wet. I mean, I don't want to call it wet, but I want to say there's still a membrane there, but there's no active leakage. Thus, we call it non-exudative. This is something that I have seen numerous times since this initial case that I've had. And I'm going to be completely honest that before I had this technology, I would have dismissed this patient based on the fact that he was African American, number one, and number two, it looked like just what I want to call a blip. I go back to this and it looked like maybe a little drusen to me, and I did not see anything fundoscopically. I have found this, like I said, so many times since this has happened. Most of you are probably thinking, what are the retina specialists doing? Well, it depends on the retina specialist. I would say that it's not our choice to make what is going to be done. However, it is our responsibility to find these lesions and to refer them so that the appropriate doctor can make the decision on what they want to do. I also just wanted to point out that, high myopes are super, super hard to image with OCT. We know that B scans are a challenge on our high myopes. If you look at the Solix technology, you have a 16 by 9 millimeter scan here. It is massive. It is so wide and so tall that you can visualize the entire macula in one scan. We worry in our degenerative myopes about developing choroidal neovascularization. Here's a patient that had a suspicious area. Is that a CNV? Well, who knows? You go in, you get osteoangiography, and what you'll notice on osteoangiography is that this patient had a membrane. So just really nice examples of how this technology really can make you a better diagnostician, take better care of your patients, take less pictures because the scans are bigger and better and higher resolution. And that's it. Take best care of your patients. Here's a patient that has a choroidal neovascular membrane, and I just want to highlight one more time that in the olden days, we probably would have been able to get just a very small piece of this scan. You can see the membrane, but you'd be missing the big halo, because remember, this is the extent of the fluid. This is the extent of the lesion. You would have to take multiple scans to capture the entire lesion. And last one, I think I have one more after this, CNV or no CNV, look at your B scans. Who would have thought looking at this B scan, yes, it's a very sick RPE. There's undulations, there's atrophy, there's a little drusenoid PED, but would we ever have thought that this patient had that big CNV? Never. And look at the ENFA scan, really highlighting the abnormalities at the layer of the RPE. And remember, you can do an ENFA cut of any layer that you want. Another really beautiful example of that wide fields of view that this technology allows. And big shout out to the vitreous here. I mean, look at the quality of the vitreous image. My student today, actually, we did a scan on somebody and she said, Dr. Robin, I can't believe you can actually see that anterior contraction of the vitreous body. I mean, the resolution of these images is outstanding. This is another choroidal neovascular membrane here. And here it is. You know, here's the CNV both on angiography, on ONFOS, and using the angiolytic platform where you can actually just take your mouse and measure the size of the lesion. And the machine will automatically tell you the size of the lesion, not only the size, but the flow area. And this can be tracked over time. And the last thing I wanted to show you was, you know, with all the hype about geographic atrophy, look at how brilliant that angiography image is of the choriocapillaris vasculature. I mean, you can visualize all the way down to choroid here, and you can visualize the vascular bed with so much detail, both on the angiogram and on the ONFOS. Patients, you can use this to track, you know, how big is the lesion getting over time? Is the patient doing well, let's say, with a new treatment or with a change in their diet or with a change in their exercise routine? This is a quantitative way of assessing boundaries of a lesion and the extent of the atrophy. So thank you all for joining me. I hope that I excited you a little bit with some of these are amazing cases and just showing you how I apply it in my clinic. Happy to answer any questions that anybody may have.
All right, well, thank you, Julie. That was really fantastic. And you're right, those images were absolutely stunning. So if anyone has questions, on the right side of the screen, there's a question box. Feel free to type them in there and maybe we'll go through these one by one and we can see what we can do. So let's see. First question here, how would you code a normal OCTA for a pre-diabetic or diabetic patient if you brought them back in 6 months?
Well, if you saw something on the OCTA, in other words, you saw capillary non-perfusion or an enlarged FAZ or a microaneurysm, that patient does have diabetic retinopathy. Even though you're not seeing it clinically, you can write there. You can either write diabetic ischemia, capillary non-perfusion. You can find a code to justify bringing them back because they do essentially have retinopathy. Even though it might not be clinically visible, there are changes on the angiography.
Right? And in fact, the next follow-up question from a different person was, in a diabetic patient, how do you code capillary non-perfusion, assuming there are no bleeds or exudates?
Yeah, I don't know exactly what, I mean, we use, you know, a specific electronic medical record system with drop-down boxes, and we pretty much can type in anything, and it lets, not type in anything, but it finds something that matches. But if you can't find something that says capillary non-perfusion, you can even just put in mild NPDR if you want to, and then free type it. You know, that nothing visible clinically, however, it was angiography confirms presence of, you know, capillary non-perfusion or foveally vascular zone enlargement or change in foveally vascular zone oversize. So just code that there's diabetic retinopathy and then free type it.
Great. And a question here, was the BRVO image taken through the heme or after resolution?
Through. So remember, the nice thing about this machine is that it's not going to show leakage. So what you're looking at here is you're looking strictly at capillary non-perfusion. You're looking at areas where there's no flow. So there were 4 different patients there, but all of those patients, I mean, I don't know the exact timing of it, but you can do, I mean, I wish I didn't include, you can do it pretty fresh and get a really nice visualization of what's happening underneath.
Right. Question here, a quantitative question. So with vessel density numbers, what do you consider abnormal?
Well, that depends on the patient. So there's not, again, even though there's a metric, what I recommend is getting a baseline on the patient and then looking at the patient over time. Because what's going to happen is somebody may have more perfusion, you know, at baseline and then lose perfusion over time, and that will change the color coding. So I don't have a percentage that I would tell you is normal. What I would say is use the patient as their own, you know, guide. Get a baseline, see what the coloration is, see what the percentages are. And again, that should stay pretty stable over time.
Right. And question here, does the device show neurotrophic diabetic changes in addition to the vasculopathy?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that just because I have never looked for it. So we could ask maybe the people at Solix to get back to you on that. I don't know the answer to that question. Right.
And question here, can you look at the microvasculature of the optic nerve head?
Absolutely. So there are it's called the radial peripapillary scan, which is, I didn't go into anything optic nerve because that wasn't what this, you know, emphasized, but absolutely that's a scan showing you the capillary network surrounding the optic nerve head. and it shows you the same metrics, the same analysis that we would get of retina. So, it's being used in glaucoma to look for wedge defects, also to look for change over time. So yes, RPC, radial peripapillary capillary network.
Right. And you mentioned, there are obviously a bunch of different types of scans that you can do. And the question here was, how easy is it to actually use the device? And do you use it yourself, or does your staff actually take the images?
So I actually do them myself because I like to make sure I'm getting exactly what I want to get. I would tell you that, like anything new, there's a learning curve. And I wouldn't say it's with Solix. I would say just learning OCT angiography, learning how to capture an image, learning how to interpret an image. But I will tell you that you probably remember when you first got your OCT and it was a little bit scary. You weren't really sure what to do. It's the same thing with angiography. This machine, I think, is super easy to do because you don't have to adjust. It's just, you go in there, you press auto adjust, and it just does everything for you. For me, it's extremely easy. My technician can do it. My students have all learned. So I think it's just a matter of becoming comfortable with it, just like you did with OCT.
Right.
The bigger issue is learning how to interpret. It's not capturing, it's learning how to be comfortable interpreting the scans. And I will add that Visionics, and including myself, I'm happy to answer any questions and interpretation that you may have, because I've been using it quite a bit now, and I also had to learn. So.
Right. Well, that's actually really a good point. So when you actually got the device and Visionics showed you how everything worked, if you had questions afterwards, did you just have somebody dedicated that you could like ring up or drop an email and say, hey, like, what is this? What am I doing?
Yes, and I still do, Adam. I have people there that that I email and text all the time to ask questions, because I'm still learning. There's stuff that, new features, even just interpretation of images that I'm not sure about. And if anyone has trouble getting an answer, let me know and I'll get an answer for you. But I always reach out to them, and I'm very pleased with the support that I get.
Great. And question here, I know that you can't answer this. The question is, what is the cost for this machine? And I don't know if anybody from Visionics wants to take a swing or tell us maybe how we can get more information.
Yeah, Adam, if you go to the visionics.com/US/ODwire, that's on the screen right now, and you click the book a demo button and fill out that form, either myself or someone from my team will connect you with your territory rep, and they can talk to you about financing offers, current special pricing, all that.
Great. Dan, somebody said they couldn't get the link to work, but I just tried it and it was working for me. So definitely give it a shot again, because I was just able to get into it. So great.
I'll just add, I'm not going to talk price point, but I will tell you that this machine, and I mean, obviously I have it, I love it, but has everything. You don't need to buy 20 different units, because everything, I mean, I didn't go through half of what this machine does, but intersegment photography, meibomian gland photography, meibomian gland functionality, intersegment angles. I mean, it's just everything is there. And not only that, but the image quality is outstanding. So if you're talking about going and purchasing multiple units, this is something to look at, just because everything, it's like a one-stop shop on this one machine.
Right. Oh, somebody asked the $1 million question here. So with your patients who have an enlarging FAZ stabilizing, do they stabilize with tighter control? Have you actually noticed that so far?
Yes, and they do. Patients definitely can show stability of the FAZ over time with a change in blood sugar control, a change in HbA1c, and having that quantitative metric, having that way of having a number to visualize the FAZ has been extremely helpful instead of me guessing. Because even saying to the patient, you changed by 0.10 for the better, that means something to them, right? Even if it's a small amount, showing them that they're either stable or even that the FAZ is showing more cohesiveness, that is a positive thing for them. So yes, the answer is it can change.
Great. And I just in the chat window, if everybody was looking for an alternate link to get to the page for more information, I just put it up there in case you're having trouble with the link showing up on the slide. Excellent. So I guess one question that somebody had, if you can compare and contrast this device to other angiography units that you've used before, what are the big sort of similarities and the big differences for people who might have seen other ones?
Well, to me, and I may be biased, but the image quality of this unit is, I mean, so I had the Avanti for years, and I thought that was fantastic. Then I get the Solix, And the quality I didn't think could be any better. I mean, if you go back and look through these images, the capillary network, the detail that you're seeing is really outstanding. Some of the other companies have technologies, you know, that number one, I don't even know if they're approved in the States, and they use swept source technology, which is more expensive. This machine is at an excellent price point, and the quality and ease of capture to me are worth everything. I mean, that's really it. You know, if you compare the image quality, you want to make sure you're not getting a lot of artifact, because when you see artifact, you wonder, is that something that's messing? Is it a shadowing artifact, or am I actually seeing pathology? So the quality of the image is the most important thing. So go through the different machines and play with them, and you'll see that, to me, none of them, and we have other ones at the university, so I've played with many of them. The image quality to me is the best.
Right, and I know if anybody's going to be at CECO coming up really soon, or Expo East, as Gretchen Bailey likes to call it, the equipment petting zoo, feel free to stop on by and try these units out, right? Because it's invaluable just getting experience, seeing each one in person.
And I agree, Adam, because, you know, people think, oh, Julie's putting in images that are the best. Try it yourself. Try it yourself. Try it on a patient that has a cataract. Try it and see that you're going to be very impressed with, number one, how easy it is to use, and number two, how amazing the resolution is.
Yep. And we have time for one more question. And this is actually an interesting one. So you mentioned the importance of getting baseline data for all this. So the question is, when do you actually get that baseline data? So for instance, if you just had like a 45-year-old man with no risk factors, do you ever just take a baseline OCTA on them, or do you actually try to be more targeted in who you're getting the data on?
No, I mean, I'm going to do it on patients that have microvasculars, you know, if they have diabetes, or if they have, you know, drusen, if they have pigment epithelial detachments. I'm not going to do it on a healthy patient that doesn't have, just like you wouldn't do an OCT, right? I mean, there are people that are doing wellness packages and running OCTs. That's fine. You can certainly do that. Me personally, our clinic is too busy and there's too much going on to run on every single patient. But anybody that has diabetes, whether they're pre-diabetic or diabetic, or anybody that has drusen, or, you know, central serous is a big one, pigment epithelial detachments, those patients get OCT angiography, because you would not believe how much I have missed over the years until I had this technology. I mean, we didn't go through a lot of outer retinal disease here tonight, but those are the main ones for me. Macular telangiectasia. So not just on any patient, but decreased visual acuity that I can't explain 100%.
Right. And one note here from the folks at Visionics. So if you're going to CECO, they're going to be at booth 2039. And if you're going to Expo, booth F2235. So the Solix will be there. And I know, Julie, you're going to be there. You know, hopefully we can, you know, show people in person just how the device works, you know, when you can actually touch it in the flesh. Great. All right. Well, I guess that's about it for our time. So Julie, thank you so much for doing this tonight. And if anybody has any more questions, again, feel free to follow up. You can always drop me an email. This video will actually be posted on ODwire probably within the next week. So if you have more questions, feel free to post there as well. So again, Julie, thank you for coming out, and thanks everyone for being here, and I hope everyone has a good night.
Adam, I'll just tell everyone my email. If anyone has a question that they don't want to ask me on here, it's rjulie@nova.edu. I'm happy to answer any questions, you know, off the air, rjulie@nova.edu. I'll be completely frank and honest with you, and, you know, answer any questions you may have.
Excellent. All right, Julie. Well, thank you so much. And I guess I'll look forward to seeing everyone online.
Have a good night.
Help you understand the shape and select a lens that's more likely to be helpful on that eye. Well, now, you know, if we were fitting scleral lenses before the CSP software, it was basically that same guess and check. But now, if I can look at the mapping that's there, I can understand the scleral shape and say, hey, this individual seems to have a very toric scleral shape. Let me go ahead and grab a toric fitting set and put that on the eye as my start point. And then I'm much closer to an endpoint. The other cool part about it, though, is that that data can be transferred out of the software and into external softwares where I can design lenses based on that elevation data and be able to create, you know, these geometrically complex lenses for these patients to fit eyes that maybe I couldn't even have fit with a standard fitting set. So it's a really, really amazing, amazing software.
Sure. And I guess the one question a lot of people have is how long does it actually take to sort of capture an image that you can then use and manipulate in the software?
Yes, yeah. So if we look, at the CSP Pro, this, I can do a bilateral case in just under a minute. Each one of these eyes, really the only thing that takes the longest period of time on this is not actually the image capture, it's the little bit of processing time that happens afterwards. So it's a very, very efficient way to do it. And the cool part about this is because the Pentacam just as a device has so much utility to it, I don't need to take them to another device and, do other things like add fluorescein to the eye or other things so that I can capture profilometry. I can just go directly into profilometry while I was getting their other scans. So like the Pentacam Wave AXL has, the ability to get corneal tomography data, but it also has a wavefront aberrometer in it and a biometer in it. So I can do a full sequence scan on this individual where I'm collecting all that data in one shot. And then I can go and open up their lids all the way and capture the scleral data all while they're sitting there. I don't even have to go to another device. It's really amazing.
Right.
Especially when you think about like the older CSP software, that would take a couple minutes per eye because you had to get several quadrants scanned and they all had to match up well.
Right. In fact, I had my own OD actually create a pair of sclerals for me just as a joke, just to play around. It's not like I need it for any sort of medical necessity, but I wanted to see the process. And the funniest part about it was, the actual scan itself was really fast, and then he started fiddling around trying to create a lens, and he's like, no, I don't need to actually have the patient here while I do this, but you can sit here and watch me. But he's like, in reality, I have everything that I need, so we can go about the patient's business, do whatever they have to do, but I can create the lens in my own time.
Yes. Yeah. That's the really, really cool part about that is, once you have the base data of the eye, and this is, I'm very much guilty of this, but the ability to tinker on these external softwares,
right.
I mean, man, you could really spend some time there if you want.
Right. And just so everyone should know, when you put sort of scan the patient, do they need to be prepped in any other way with fluorescein or anything else before actually using the Pentacam?
No, and that's the great part about it. In fact, if you were to put fluorescein on the eye, fluorescein would actually illuminate under the Scheimpflug, which would actually cause flare in the image. So don't use fluorescein on this one. But the great part about this is it requires no prep. It's not like one of these where you gotta pre-prep them so that the image can actually be seen. Like if you look at some of the raster stereography devices that are out there that utilize fluorescein, essentially they need the fluorescein as a photoactivator so that you can actually pick up the depth of the eye. Without that fluorescein on the eye, you're not going to get the image. So, a lot of these suffer from issues where the fluorescein is just not covering the full surface, or it drains really quickly. So now you got to put even more drops on them, and then you got to take more and more scans. This one is very, very efficient. I've used actually all the profilometers out there, and at this point, this is the only one that I continue to use. So it's a winner.
Excellent. And we touched a little bit on workflow before, where you get the scan and then you start fiddling around trying to create lenses for people. From the patient's perspective, how does this work? Do you still use trial lenses? How does that all work?
So yes, yeah. So you still have to get your over refraction data on the individual. So I'll still put a trial lens on the eye just to see what do I get on my over refraction, what's the base curve that I'm using, what's the power of the lens and the over refraction, so that if I'm going to use this to export the data and create a lens in software, such as like the Wave software, I can go in there and then I just type in the data so that I have the optics on the first lens. Now, on the other side of this, though, some people have the misconception that these devices are only good for, transferring to, third-party software or to Wave software to be able to create lenses, but you can use it to guide your own just diagnostic scleral lens fitting so that you can understand the ocular shape better and where the obstacles of the eye might be, where there might be a pinguecula, how wide it is and how tall it is. And you could modify your diagnostic lens based on that. So, you could just say, okay, yeah, I'm still going to put a trial lens on you and I'm going to go the diagnostic fitting route. Or you can go the more complex route, which is export the scan itself and then create the lens in those third-party softwares. And yeah, then that's the other thing too, is that there are multiple different third-party softwares that you can export this to. It's not just, Wave. It's not just, you can use pretty much any one of the, favorite softwares out there, as long as they accept the format that the file is in. And almost all of the popular ones do that. So it's it's a very, very strong platform to work with.
Right. So you're not locked in at all.
Exactly. There's no, oh, well, you have to use our software or anything like that. It is, truly they're just a remarkable company in that way. They're very free with the data, ready for you to use it how you will. So it's really wonderful.
Right. And I'm going to put up on the screen right now so people who've never seen the software before can actually see it and get a taste of what's going on in terms of what you can fiddle with and how it all works. So one question, looking at the stuff on the screen is, does the CS Pro software allow you to customize the haptic design? What are the parameters you can mess with when you're actually playing with the software?
Oh yeah. So absolutely. So when you're using the CSP data, you can export it into Wave, and Wave contact lens software has a variety of different control points and a variety of different designs that you can start from as your base design, right? So you can create a radially symmetric lens, which essentially just means that it has a spherical haptic on it. You can create a geometrically symmetric lens, meaning that it's basically a toric. It's got a steep and a flat meridian to it. And then you can create their freeform lens, which is essentially 8 submeridians that you can independently control. And along each one of those meridians, you have 4 different control points. So you can control the central vault, the limbo vault, the the haptic, and then the edge. So you can create all sorts of different cool, alignments and shapes out of it, and your ability to customize is really only limited to your imagination, which is very, very freeing. But also at the same time, you got to know what you're doing. So
yep, that's always the catch, isn't it?
Yeah, but the nice thing is that they've recently revamped the Wave software. So it's actually, really, really user friendly at this point. The ability to, plug in a lens, run the software to it to create an alignment fit. Those lenses, they are really, really good. So, in some cases, it's very minimal modification. We'll probably look at a study sometime in the future here comparing my ability to do diagnostic lenses versus our ability to do scan-based lenses on this software specifically, and see which one is better. And I have very little doubt that the software would beat me on that.
All right. It's funny, a lot of people are getting into doing scleral lenses right now. Some people are dipping their toes in the water, they're just getting started, right? Other people like you have deep expertise, but I'm kind of wondering, everyone looks at instruments, they go to the various trade shows, they kick the tires. Maybe you can speak to us a little bit about the ROI of an instrument like this for someone who's now trying to really get into scleral lenses in their office.
Yeah, absolutely. The ability to kind of save time with a device like this is immense, because not only can this device, well, let me put it this way. So this device, if you wanted to make it the most bare bones simple device, right? The Wave AXL has the aberrometer in it. So you could use this as just a glorified, very complicated autorefractor, right? But why would you use it just as an autorefractor when you could run the full sequence on them and get all their corneal data, their axial length data, and their aberrometry data, right? And it takes such a little period of time. So now you know so much about these individuals, right? You can look at angle structures for, your glaucoma suspects. You could look at axial length and track that for your myopia management. You can, track this for your complex cornea patients, like your keratoconus and your ectasia patients. You can find all these variations, and then it can be used to fit various different types of contact lenses. I know what we're talking about here is mostly the use case for scleral lenses, but that doesn't mean that you can't make corneal gas perms from the software and this. You can make orthokeratology lenses based on this. So there's a variety of different things that you can do with this software. And the great part about this is it's not 3 different devices, right? You didn't buy an aberrometer. You didn't buy just a tomographer. You didn't buy just a biometer on this. You bought one device with a small footprint. So, even those individuals who work in New York City can can have some space back,
Well, great. Well, John, thank you so much for this information. And I'm sure if people have questions, there's going to be comments right down in the thread below, and hopefully you can stop on by and answer them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome back to another edition of ODwire TV. And today it is all about dry eye and the Keratograph 5M by Oculus. And for those of you who've watched the show before, you sort of know that we're all about gadgets and technology and how you implement them in practice. And as you may also know, Oculus is a longtime sponsor of ODwire and of CEwire, and I'm grateful for them, not just for their sponsorship, but also because they allow us to do stuff like this, where they don't just sort of put out, advertisements and commercials for their products. They let us actually come in and talk to experts about their gear, so you can get a sense of what it's like in practice to actually use their instruments and how some of these instruments can actually be rather transformational. And just like every other time, today we have an expert. Dr. Thomas Waszewski is the owner of Carolina Forest Family Eye Care in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And for the past 3 decades, he's specialized in contact lenses, including specialty lenses and lenses for myopia control. He's lectured extensively on the subject in both the US and abroad. And critically important for today's discussion, he's recently built a successful dry eye component into his practice. And today he's going to share with us how he's made it work. So Tom, thanks so much for being here today.
It's my pleasure.
So I guess the first question I would have is, how would you describe your practice, and maybe talk to us a little bit about dry eye and how you've sort of worked it into what you do?
So I have this is actually sort of a redo of my practice. I practiced in northern New Jersey and the New York metropolitan area for 20 years. And 16 years ago, went on vacation to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, bought a house with no expectation of ever leaving the New York metropolitan area, because let's face it, we all know it's the center of the universe. And you can't believe that there's life elsewhere. But thinking about slowing down, I wasn't sure. I thought I might retire. And it was fun not working for a couple of weeks. But by the end of the 3rd week, I was getting itchy. And by the end of the 1st month, I was climbing the walls and decided to open up another practice cold. Now, I've had a couple of cold starts in my career, but this was really cold because I didn't know a soul in the entire state of South Carolina. That was 16 years ago. Grew the practice, and 5 years ago built a 7,000 square foot building and moved my practice into that. Currently, we take up about 5,000 of those square feet. We're looking at taking the rest sometime in the next 6 to 12 months. And the practice has just taken off. I have an associate, and I no longer do any primary care. My personal practice is only dry eye, ortho-K, myopia control, and sclerals. Really all anterior seg stuff. And so that's what most of my background is in.
So basically you get to do exactly what you want to do now. One of the advantages sort of starting up again and getting an associate to do everything else.
That's it, exactly. She does all the primary care. I'm not particularly fond of doing glaucoma, among other things, but doing the things that I really have honed my skills on over the past 36 years, really it's changed the game for me. as someone who's treated dry eye the entire time, but it was always very frustrating that you couldn't get results. And in 2019, I decided to get serious about dry eye, and I went all in. I bought the keratograph, bought an IPL, bought LipiFlow, took a course, the Dry Eye Institute, Dr. Crystal Breimer's Dry Eye Institute, and which was very helpful, and really jumped in with both feet. Towards the end of 2019, I was amazed at how well it did, and my whole concept of dry eye has really changed rather dramatically in the past 3 years.
Where did you actually find the patient base to do this, right? Because a lot of people think, oh my gosh, I want to try this, but I'm not going to be able to actually spin up a practice fast enough to be able to get enough dry eye patients.
Well, getting the dry eye patients was actually the easy part, because they're already in your chair and you just have to know how to look for it. All these advanced treatment modalities like IPL or tear care or low-level light therapy or radio frequency, there's a ton of technology out there, and it's kind of interesting. I see a lot of talking about how great one device is or another, and they'll go out and they'll buy a device thinking that they're going to set the world on fire, and a lot of times what will happen is they're kind of disappointed because they can't get the patients to want to buy in to their treatment program. For me, the keratograph is the answer to that. I mean, yes, it's great to have all these technologies to provide all these treatments, but if you cannot educate your patients and show them exactly what's going on with their eyes, no one's going to say, well, gee, doc, my eyes aren't, I'll do that $1,000 treatment. They may just say to you, well, my eyes aren't that bad. I can just go out and buy another bottle of artificial tears.
Well, why don't we just back up a second then and talk about the keratograph 5M, or I guess let's call it the K5M because let's make it nice and short, right?
Okay.
So we'll talk about the instrument, because starting from the beginning, how do you use it to actually screen patients, right? Because you can use this device throughout the entire sort of life cycle of the patient, but let's start at the very beginning. So let's talk screening first. How do you actually use it?
Most of our patients come from screening our comprehensive eye exam patients, and we use the K5M exactly for that. And we screen every single comprehensive eye exam patient every year. I've spoken to docs about, well, why would you want to screen everyone? It's a low yield. And I know some of the quote unquote experts have said that in some of their presentations, that there's a low yield to screening everyone. And I would completely disagree. It's very easy to see an end stage dry eye patient, the one who's coming in and is miserable. But why would you want to wait till someone is end stage? Why do you want to wait till they're miserable? We know that this is a chronic condition. We know that it gets worse over time. Waiting till someone's lost all of their meibomian glands is probably not the best idea. So we screen everyone. And yes, it adds about 3 to 5 minutes to our comprehensive exam time, but it's well worth it. And the tests are tech driven. I don't really touch the K5M. Like I said, it adds about 3 minutes to the pre-test time and another 1 to 2 minutes of doctor time. We capture 4 images. We look at the tear meniscus height to determine whether there's a true lack of volume of tears. We look at the lipid layer. We're looking for the oil layer, right? To test meibomian gland function. We're looking for redness to give us a clue about inflammation. And we're doing meibography. And we don't even do the upper lid meibography because it's a little bit time consuming and the techs don't really enjoy doing that. So they're just doing the lower lids. But from those 4 images, we can get a really good idea as to where this patient is. And it only takes a minute or 2 for the doctor to go through those 4 images and say, look, it looks like you've got an issue here. Let's look a little deeper. Let's do some advanced testing for dry eye. And then they get scheduled back for a comprehensive dry eye evaluation.
And what impact do you think that has on the patient actually showing them the pictures? Is that really what sort of gets them to buy into what you're trying to do?
So absolutely, Adam. it's one thing for you to say, Mrs. Jones, you've got dry eye, and here, I want you to do this IPL, and it's $300 a treatment. You need a series of 4 treatments. And Mrs. Jones is going to say to you, well, I don't think my eyes are that dry. They don't bother me that much. Just I'll take another bottle of artificial tears. But if you show Mrs. Jones that she has no lipid layer in her tear film, if you show her what her meibomian glands look like, and then use the comparison scale to compare what a normal set looks like, and she gets to see, wow, I've lost, 50% of my gland tissue. They get it. And it's true, it takes a lot of time to educate the patient, but the education is what gets the buy-in for those advanced treatments that you want them to have. And that's what's really giving you the results. If the patient doesn't buy in, you can have all the advanced technology in the world, but you're never going to use it. So that 5M is really kind of the centerpiece. It's what drives all of our patients into our dry eye treatment program. And the best part is that I didn't have to go searching for a single extra patient. These are patients that are already in the chair. You're uncovering a problem that you might have just glossed over in the past. Maybe they weren't that symptomatic. One of the things you discover is that as people get older, they just naturally assume that their eyes are supposed to be drier. All right. They think that dryness is a normal consequence of aging. I explain to them all the time that it's true, it's a common consequence of aging, but this is not a normal consequence of aging. It is a disease process, and it doesn't have to happen. Yes, it's true, it's chronic, and we can't cure it, but we can sure manage it and make you feel better.
Right. So you're really using the K5M as an educational tool with the patient in the chair, right there, to really explain to them what is happening.
Absolutely. It's show and tell. It's like being in kindergarten, and really try and put it down on very basic levels. So even, the most uninitiated, can understand what you're talking about. I don't use any jargon, no technical terms. I don't even use the word meibography with them. These are pictures of your glands. And, if you can put it on a level that they can comprehend, and they get to actually see it, they buy in. And it's kind of interesting. The redness score is something that usually more women are sensitive to than men.
And it's funny, the K5M also creates this thing called the Crystal Tear Report, and I'm putting up on the screen right now so everyone can see what this report actually is and what it looks like. And maybe you could take us through what this actually is and how it was created and who created it and what it's all about and how you actually use it.
Okay, so the Crystal Tear Report is really something the doctor sets up in advance. He determines, for, let's say, an aqueous problem, what his treatments of choice are, whether it's a mild case, a moderate case, a severe case, whether if it's a lipid layer problem, again, what his treatment plan is. And you go through looking at all the patient's images, and the K5M will auto score some of these things and automatically fill it out. But a lot of it you have to, click on, and you'll decide what the level of severity is. And it does this great printout that you have there that you hand out to the patient. It's an educational piece. It explains a little bit about each issue. And what the report does is it looks at your tear film and the eyes in a certain way. And it breaks it down to the level of water in the eye, right? Is it an aqueous problem? Talks about the oil in the eye. Is this a meibum issue? It looks for inflammation. It looks for allergy. It looks for lid function. It also looks for bacteria. Is there blepharitis here? And it provides specific treatment recommendations that you've already predetermined. And of course, you can change those treatment recommendations on the fly with a simple click of the mouse. But it just flows really smoothly, really quickly. You don't have to do a lot of typing, or there's no typing involved. You're just clicking. And We hand out this educational piece at the end to the patient, and it does a great job. When they get home, very often you'll have told, your patient, Mrs. Smith, all about this, and you're going to recommend that she does LipiFlow or whatever. And she gets home and she has to explain to Mr. Smith, who's going to ask her, well, and it's how much? She now has this take-home piece that she can talk to him about and show him and say, look, this is what's going on with my eyes.
Anyway,
hey guys, sorry I was late getting back here. I was helping one of our speakers log in.
will I lose connection if I go to 5G because I'm going in a car?
Who knows? Possibly.
Let's see. Well, enough.
You can stay another 5 minutes.
Sure, okay, yeah.
We'll leave it 10 after.
Okay. So, how'd you like the conference? Have you taken any courses so far, Viola?
I took the one right before mine, which was actually amazing. I loved it. It was about trafficking. It was just that it was real heavy and serious right before my completely opposite, not heavy and serious course.
That's Lillian Coates.
So I had to make everyone do like a real reset.
But you have another 3 events. If you ever need more CE credits, you're certainly welcome to take it. It's part of the
Thank
perks.
you.
Yep.
Thank you.
So, and in fact, your talk was really interesting to me. I've been playing it up all day. You really went above and beyond with the multimedia aspects of it.
Sometimes I wonder if it's a little too kindergartnery, but
Oh no, not at all. I mean, when I was watching it, as I was transcoding the video, I'm like, this is so cool. How long did it take you to do all that?
Well, I don't know. I do go a little bonkers. I have an issue with that.
Oh, I loved it though in the beginning with the music and the typewriter. Like that was so cool.
And I want to thank you. The way you promoted the conference was great. That the what do you call it? The picture you made, if you know what I'm talking about, on Facebook, and what you said, it was just fantastic. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you guys are amazing. I mean, the sheer number of courses going on and the fact that they're all coordinated and all go off without a hitch is just crazy to me.
We just snap our fingers and it appears.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yes.
Yeah.
When you ask me how long it takes to put together one lecture, you know exactly how long, and I can't imagine. I think you probably do this all year long.
Yeah,
day
so
and night.
it's been a little challenging. It's a little challenging this year for sure. But we've gotten we're in such a routine now. I'm sure you've seen it, right? How it's become almost like like we're a machine in terms of getting the lectures in, getting them approved, getting them set up here. So, and it's great working with folks like you because you know exactly what to do every single time.
Right. We're always afraid when we get a newbie coming on and they're IT challenged or something like that. Some surprise us with how great it is, and some we have to hold their hand for sure.
I have assistants at home. I have a full video studio going on here. So.
Oh, great.
Now you see,
with
I
green
have
screens and
I have a teenager here who I'm trying to actually force into some sort of it's almost a trafficking situation, right? I'm trying to force him into being my production assistant, but he
don't say that. Don't use that word, please.
But he just refuses. So I pay him in food, but it doesn't seem to help.
The most I can get out of my kids was my son designed like a very small portion of my EHR and then said, that's it. I'm not having anything else to do with you and your endeavors.
How old is he?
27.
Oh, wow. No, would you have him when you were 6?
Yes, thank you. Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So it's funny. I'm just looking here to see. I'm stunned by the number of people that we have, even at this hour. There must be nothing else going on this weekend.
It's funny that even in the city, our restaurants, used to be like Manhattan restaurants are open 24 hours a day, right? Now they're closing early. People have early dinner now. The pandemic has changed people's patterns, how they go out. They don't want to go out. They don't go to the movies anymore because everyone's got their home theater set up.
Yep.
So like Saturday night, okay, sure, I'll do CE conference.
Yeah, I mean, it's different, right? Because you're right. In the olden days, when we first started doing this, it was in the mornings. You'd get that big group of people coming in. And then as the day kind of went on, it fizzled out, but not anymore. It's constant. It's really interesting.
And I think you have a lot of people with young kids.
And we actually choose this weekend very carefully. We choose the weekend in between the AFC, NFC football championships and the Super Bowl next week. This is kind of the dead week where nobody watches the All-Star game on TV. So it's actually chosen well in advance. You could probably pick the next 3 years and figure out when they're going to be. And we don't have Taylor Swift. I'm sorry.
You're using very foreign words to me. What is that, football?
Yes, football, but a lot of
American football. I know not what this is.
yes, but a lot of people do, and they actually next week would be death having it the day of the Super Bowl. It's almost like I really think the day after should be a national holiday because everybody is hungover or whatever from the Sunday night. Yep.
You did get a lot of us right after the AOA volunteer conference, so a lot of us were like racing to get home to start our lectures.
You mentioned not knowing football. One of my nightmares is as you know, if you're on the lecture circuit, you get there a day early, and the program people insist on taking you out the night before. And there's nothing I want less than to go out with the guys.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to socialize, but of course they schlep me out, and then you need male bonding, and they want to talk about football.
Yes, I feel for you. I'll take you out next time. We don't have to talk about football.
We talk about the theater, some good shows, right?
Some art, absolutely.
Yeah. I guess the New York headset mindset is a little different.
One time, Paul, I was speaking for Bal Shalom, and it was in Atlantic City. It wasn't that far a drive, but they kept me out to like 1 o'clock in the morning, and we had a 7 o'clock lecture. And I dragged myself out of bed too. So you're right; they do try to soften you up, I guess.
Yep.
So if you lose me now, it's because I'm going to 5G. So I apologize.
Okay. No problem.
Still good. Still good.
Don't you have like a AI version of yourself now that can come on?
That's what it is. I'm not even here. Yes, go to listen to my lecture next time you have a chance. Actually, that's my lectures on AI. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, I feel like one of these days we're all going to wake up and realize, wait a second, I'm a robot.
My lecture's on it. Oh, can you hear me? Good, because I'm not on Wi-Fi anymore. It's on AI and optometry and all the things that are happening now, and I'm scaring people about what might happen in the future, where you have little technicians collecting data and AI analyzing it, and we're sitting home with no job. But that's not in our lifetime, hopefully.
I'm not super worried. You guys seem to have it covered.
Yeah. Is he zooming and driving? Is that what I'm hearing here? This has to be against the law, right?
Or going to some Milky Way alternate universe. I don't know.
Here's my wife.
You were in a wind. Look like something is blowing up against you.
Okay, I'm in the car, but everything's working good.
Are you driving, Steve?
Yes, I'm driving, and no, I'm not driving. Here is the driver.
Okay, good. I'm glad you're driving.
I would not do that. What do you call it? We're going to my granddaughter's birthday party.
How old?
And I have to eat Chinese food, which is unhealthy, and I don't like to eat it. But what do you do?
We're back to eating this clone.
Do you do mainly pediatrics?
Are we interviewing now?
I don't know. Yeah, we are live. Oh yeah, we've been live this whole time.
Oh, we've been live.
While Steve has been.
You forgot to warn me. I wasn't nervous.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, this is
We're all about shooting the shit here.
Okay. See, now I'm going to be nervous. I'm not. We call it diapers depends. So we do everything. But when I started the practice, I wanted to be just peds, and actually wanted to be just infants. But that's kind of a hard demographic to open cold with. It's just not enough patients. So we do everything. I have kind of functional ADD, so I like to have various things thrown at me all day long, so I don't know where I am, and it keeps me on my toes. It's fun. And honestly, I find that your elderly population is not that super different from your kids. You need a lot of patience for both. It's a common denominator and a good sense of humor.
How do you feel about that, Dad?
I've lost feeling. It's okay. It's all gone.
What? Don't you feel like a toddler at heart sometimes?
Sorry, say it again.
Don't you feel like a toddler at heart sometimes?
I missed that.
See, this is it. This is why you need patience to.
Don't you feel like a toddler at heart sometimes?
Toddler? Well,
Yeah.
not quite. I'm not quite there yet. I don't have to have my diapers changed. But motility gets to be a problem, so I do toddle.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
and that-
I want to say my oldest patient just turned 105
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
and still walks to the office.
Yep, a nice
She does
skinny-
use a walker now, but she comes in by herself.
Wow.
Good for her. She knows by heart many Russian revolutionary songs because she tried to go there as an American. I guess during the revolution. It's how I'm not even sure that the dates work. I guess.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does. That would have been
As a-
1917.
Yeah, as a very young woman, and they threw her out, but she came back here and doesn't understand how lucky she is, but she still thinks that she missed out on a lot of things. But yeah, she comes in and
great.
she will stop in the middle of the exam, like in the middle of a fraction, she'll kind of stop and say, "Just a minute, I just need a break." Shuts down like this. You know, you got to count for 10. Like, okay, can you repeat the last choice, please? Like, all right, here we go again. Which is better, 1 or 2? But she's
That's
great.
funny.
Well, yep. No, I could give you stories here, but I don't want to bore you.
Well, you know, I mean, I know for you, Dad, this has got to be a little bit challenging, right? When you're, you know, mentally you're still totally with it, and
It's up. I'm okay. Oh no, I mean, tomorrow. One quick story, and then I will not tell you stories. During Christmas, they make a big deal out of Christmas. Christians love Christmas, as you know. With
I hate to tell you, but Jews love Christmas too.
True.
Well, but Reformed Jews took Christmas and made Hanukkah a major holiday. Right? It's a secondary Jewish holiday became major. They gave it a name called the Festival of Lights, and they make a big fuss of lighting a menorah one night, for 8 nights. And not only that, of course, they give the Jewish kids 8 presents rather than 1, because of course they're Jewish kids, so they deserve it, right? But basically, they had a Hanukkah festival here for Christmas, and the place is about half non-Jewish, like half Christian and half Jewish, and the Christians absolutely love Hanukkah, so they all showed up for this Hanukkah celebration, and this guy was terrible. I mean, he was like his amateur night that was lighting the candles. So
That sounds about right.
At the end, so I told him, I said, we have so many Christian people here. Suppose, why don't we finish off with Mo Sur Yeshua Si, Rock of Ages.
Mm-hmm.
He looked at me blankly. I said, okay, I'll sing it in Hebrew and English, and the people can look at that. They're even dropping off dinner for me, which I'm not going to. In any event, so I sang it, at Rock of Ages, and I sang it, and even the people with slight dementia remember old songs, so they remember the words, as your 105-year-old patient remembers everything she learned. So everybody sang as a group, and it was wonderful. Then a little old lady comes up to me, and she says, I'm directing a show for Valentine's Day. I said, yeah, and I want you to be the first singer for first 2 songs. I said, look, I don't want to sing anymore. I used to sing. My former life, before I decided on optometry, I thought I'd be in opera. But my parents, being immigrants, said, no, you have to make a living, darling. So anyway, I said, no. I said, look, I don't feel like I have a 90-year-old voice. I used to be a tenor. I'm now a baritone. I really don't. Oh, no, you gotta. So would you believe tomorrow I'm going to be going to a rehearsal? They're schlepping in a pianist. They're putting on an amateur. They're going to put on a Valentine's show next week, next Monday. I want to photograph it. it's going to be a comedy of errors. I mean, it's crazy. One guy
You
is
should
singing.
stream. You should stream that live.
Yeah,
That would
you
be good fun.
absolutely should. You got to get Ricky over there to film this, Dad. Like, I have to see this.
I mean, one guy's going to be singing in the rain, walk with a walker. I mean, he can barely walk, dance, and he has his girlfriend next to him who can hardly walk either. So they're going to do a number with her holding an umbrella. Some crazy embarrassment. It's bad enough I embarrass Adam on this thing.
Where do you live?
I live in a community called Vernon Hills. It's north of Chicago. It's
Okay.
a combination independent living and assisted living facility.
Because I don't know if you have that in Chicago. In New York, we have this organization called Concerts in Motion, and we bring usually kids, but sometimes adult performers, musicians, to perform in people's homes who are homebound. And some have dementia, some don't, but most have dementia. And some of the ones with a very profound dementia, it's amazing to watch when the kids start to sing or play a piece of music that they're familiar with. They absolutely turn back on and can have a conversation with you, even though they haven't spoken to their families in, years sometimes.
I were running a clinic.
It turns on a different part of the brain. It's amazing.
I would have people singing every weekend because when I was, in my former life, I was down in Florida with teaching a little bit before they kicked me out. However, I was living in Florida. My mother was in her 90s by then, and she was in a community. So as a dutiful son, I used to go once a week, show up with the ladies around the table, tell them stories, it was wonderful. But then it turned out that they nailed me to entertain them once a month. I said, look, I have a photographic memory for songs. I don't mind, but I need an accompanist. We have someone. So they had a pianist that had dementia. I said, look, can you do? He says, no, all you do, start me off and I'll remember how to play it. And sure enough, I was able to, because, I was able to go from George M. Cohen, right up. And I had all age groups there. And sure enough, people were able to sing along. The pianist remembered the songs. It was just remarkable how dementia people recall all this stuff.
I'll tell you a funny story. My son's violin teacher, when he was little, she was in her close to 90 at that point, and she had a bad fall and a hemorrhage, brain hemorrhage that affected all of Broca's area. And we came to visit her in the hospital. She had been playing violin since she was 3. And there was I don't know, probably the entire floor, all the students, all the residents, all the doctors standing around in a circle, like crowding into her room, staring at her. And I'm like, what's going on here? So they're looking at the scans, they're looking at her, and like, we don't understand. I said, what happened? She's like, she's speaking and she should not be able to speak. And she's sitting up in her bed, screaming at them. What are you staring at me for? Why? Like, what is going? And like, how are you speaking? All of Broca's area is completely stroked out. But we know this, right? This is a common thing that musicians from a young age, they've formed different decussations between right and left brain. So, and their memories are phenomenal.
Some people can fake it late in life. I remember one patient we had, where she was the stage designer for the Metropolitan Opera, a Russian woman. Madam, I forgot her name already. But they 2 people schlepped her in to get examined, and the woman was near blind. But yet she was faking her way as a stage designer, and she couldn't see. It was remarkable how the Met kept her, on, because she had a reputation. She was the famous blah, 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 whoever it was. I don't recall.
That famous, huh?
Paul, are you able to give us a little sampling
Of what?
of your singing?
Tomorrow I'm going to do 2 songs, one from Carousel, right? And one from The Man from La Mancha.
How about a few bars right now?
Oh, God.
Oh, you know that.
Yeah.
Well, I have to clear my throat. To dream the impossible dream, to fight the unbeatable foe, to bear with unbearable sorrow, to run where the brave dare not go, to right the unrightable wrong, to love pure and chaste from afar, to try when your arms are too weary, to reach the unreachable star. On it goes.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, sure.
Adam, you need to take that little clip there and we can share it.
So this is of course on YouTube. So I wonder if they're going to copyright strike it. I guess we'll find out. We'll see how accurate your rendition was.
I think that's great. I'm really, really impressed.
About what?
Yeah.
That I didn't know.
I was already lousy at Adam's wedding when I sang.
Oh no, you were
You
good.
sang at Adam's wedding?
Oh, I'll pull that footage up for you. I'll dig it up for the next time we do this, Gretchen, so you can hear him sing.
When I sang at his wedding.
I would love to see that.
Oh yeah, I'll have it for the next time we do the live stream for sure.
You know, my husband and my kids sang at our wedding.
Oh my gosh.
They sang and played ukulele. They sang Little Grass Shack.
Well, you know Jordan Kessler. You're in the same town. You know Jordan?
I do. I not personally, but yes, of him, yes.
His wife is a very well-known marriage counselor in New York. However, she also was a singer. So she did songs at his wedding, and that everyone has like a second life. What could have been.
Yep. We have multiple lives in my family.
All right. Well, it's almost 5:30 here, or I guess 2:30 here. So we're just about ready to pack it on in, I think, for the day. So Viola, you were the end for us today. So
meeting you, Viola.
Happy to oblige.
It was great having great having out here again, and thank you for doing CEwire again. I know it's a pain to come out all these weekends, but we really appreciate it. And talks like yours especially, because man, everyone should really go in and see it, because I hold yours up as one of the examples of people who move beyond.
Horrifying.
Well, no,
so many more qualified lecturers.
But you know what? You moved beyond PowerPoint. Like, so many people sit in front of this thing like they're doing it like in front of a podium, like a regular talk. But you decided to take it a step further. And there's only like 3 or 4 others that are like that.
I have terrible stage fright, and I don't lecture live. So this is much easier for me.
Really?
I'd rather play with, like a pre-recorded lecture, way more fun.
Well, you use that issue.
If you put me up in front of an audience, I would absolutely freeze.
Really?
Now I need to go see yours to see what you've done differently.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Interesting. I'm the reverse. I don't like to talk to people, but on stage, I'm fine.
I don't like to talk to people.
But I generally avoid everyone.
I hear you.
Oh my gosh. All right. Well, thanks for doing this, and we'll catch up with you, I'm sure, in April. And if
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and if you're going to be at Expo or at SECO, I'm sure we'll run into you.
All right. See you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you later.
Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye.
All right.
Did I get my times mixed up? I thought you said come back right after 5. So
she got here early. So
okay.
She got here a little early, so we took care of it early, because it's almost time, I think, for us to bolt, because I have run out of things to say.
Frozen. So they're coming home tonight?
Oh, Meredith and Reed already just got home. Yeah, they're here. So
They're going to start freezing and complaining.
well, so it's, we got the heaters on high. They should be fine. Again, the really coldest spot in the house just happens to be where I am right now. Right at the
And it's
lowest
time for you
level.
to get the hell out of there.
Exactly.
Go take a hot shower.
Exactly. That's what I plan to do, and maybe get another coffee, go over to Starbucks or whatever. So yeah, so it's been a good day today. I'm shocked how many people are still in the rooms.
Yeah, it's let's see. 285.
Yeah, so we're in like a little
we're going to be switching here.
Yeah, we're in a
soon,
switching
right?
period right now, but it looks like room 1 at least had about 350 people in it.
The drugs were a hit today?
Oh yeah, the drug track was full all day.
And people were very grateful to have the DEA requirement taken care of. I saw several comments about that.
And let me go into room 4. And I'm just waiting to see.
I think next year, I'm just looking now at ODwire, there's a big topic on laser surgical privileges for ODs. I'll bet you by next year, there'll be enough states that do laser for optometrists. It's worthwhile having a course.
Yeah, these rooms are still looking robust. Okay, I think it hasn't started yet.
Yeah, so
Paula's saying
the
it's
next,
not the
yeah, so the
right
next,
lecture.
well, oh, so her lecture actually starts. Let me tell you when. Her lecture is due to start at 35 after. So that's why. So if you look on the calendar, and I'll pull it
Right,
up.
that's what I'm telling her.
Yep.
5 o'clock is now a half hour behind.
Yeah, so you can see her starts at 5:35 on
Yep.
the nose.
I'm going to refresh the page just so that I can see. Yeah, it's the
Right. So
ending of
yeah, because
the
what happens is
PowerPoint.
the reason it does that at the end is so that people have time to ask questions, and then they also have time to go take the survey. That's why we give people that little bit at the end. And we ask the speakers, we beg them, they don't listen to me, but we beg them not to make their talks more than 50 minutes long. So what ends up happening is that gives people a couple minutes to ask questions, and then a couple minutes to go and take the survey, and then if they needed a couple minutes to take a bio break.
Yep.
Now, some speakers, of course, don't listen to me, and they do like a 58-minute lecture, so that it makes it a little bit more difficult. But for the most part, people respect it.
What are you going to put on to as a closing? You have 3 hours left to fill.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of videos here. So I know that Visionics wanted me to show off a couple of different videos, so I might run those, and I might run the OGS one again, to talk about charity. So. But I won't go anywhere until we actually want to make sure the next round of classes gets started.
Yep, we got about 5 minutes.
Yep. And I have no reason to think they won't start. So we should be good. I want to make sure that Joe was able to get into his room as well. It's been quite an interesting weekend. Certainly the amount of traffic has been incredibly high, sustainably high throughout the weekend, which is very unusual.
Higher than previous years?
I think higher than previous. Obviously we had 4 tracks running instead of 3, but just in terms of the number of people that stayed to the end, really high.
Oh, welcome to Nightmare Land. You're going to start having nightmares about computers breaking down, not being able to find your computers.
Well, I've had so much equipment break here in the past week that it's almost comical. But the fact that we pulled through it is fine. We proved that we can.
What happens if you get a host that doesn't know dick about computers? What do?
What do you mean, the person giving a lecture?
The person that's you're hosting this thing,
right?
But you're not computer knowledgeable, other than being able to put it on. Now you can't. You're like an engineer. You put stuff together. What does a person that doesn't have the skill do it?
Well,
outsource?
Yeah, you outsource it, I guess. That's what you do. I mean, in theory, I'm doing too much here during this weekend that goes on, right? In theory, I should have other people. I should have other people who are doing some of the other stuff, like, troubleshooting and picking up the emails, for instance. So, because I'm looking at multiple windows with emails. So clearly I'm overwhelmed. I should actually, again, press my shiftless teenager into service and see if he's interested in doing any of this, but we'll see.
Put him in. Tell him it's important.
I could bribe him. I mean,
weren't you working on computers in Roslyn when?
Sure. Yeah, his interests definitely lie elsewhere. I could tell he would be incredibly bored with a lot of this, but we'll see.
Well, that's what I told you about medicine.
Well, yeah.
So there you go.
But I did get him to play the piano piece at least, so he contributed in that way. So let's see. We have 3 minutes here. Let's see if Joe actually made it into the room.
Are you feeling better, Gretchen? Are you good?
I'm still really tired. I'm better than I was before. I'm hoping that I'll feel better tomorrow.
Great. Adam, a medical question.
Mhm.
I started getting itching. I took 2 of these over-the-counter antihistamines. Can I take another 2?
Wait, you're getting itching? Itching from,
Who the hell knows?
you mean general itching?
My general body itching. I don't know how it
When
came
was the
on.
last time you had dialysis?
Hmm?
When was the last time you had dialysis?
No. I had dialysis yesterday. They didn't put anything special in.
Huh.
It is kidney. No, because I don't know. I might have eaten something, or there was something in the food. I just don't know. But the fact is, I took 2, and it's just about going away.
Yeah.
Shall I take another 2? Are these over-the-counter things safe?
They're safe, although you have kidneys that don't work, so you got to be a little bit careful if you take any kind of medicine that you don't take too much,
Yeah.
right? Because it's going to work more slowly for you.
But they don't work well. They're still working.
Yeah, they'll work. I mean, the problem a lot of times is if you're not metabolizing stuff, you can have a buildup of it in your bloodstream, so you get more than you actually bargained for.
I love how you ask if they're safe after you've taken 2 of them.
Okay, I won't take it until bedtime.
Yeah, that's probably a better idea. I mean, Gretchen, he made it to 90. I guess he figures, what the hell?
That's right.
Yep.
What the hell?
All right, so I don't see.
Somebody, Tracy Asmus has replied to you. She had the wrong course in mind. I just wanted to bring that to your attention that
Thank
she
you.
had said that.
Let me take a look.
It looks like all the courses are poised to start. Okay, Murray's in his room. And the rest are, stream will start soon. Okay, there we go. Ocular nutrition is starting, and I'm going to see if Joe's in the room. It doesn't want to show me.
Probably in the beginning, what's going to end up happening, Gretchen, is that it's going to slowly trickle people into that room.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
At least it's not showing me who's there. So let's see. Who is this Jeff? I'm sure Jeff will be there. Time is it 5:30?
That's funny. Great piano, by the way. So
yeah.
So that's
You
funny.
got a compliment.
So that piano piece, Reed and I, because I wanted him to play something, and he actually, that piece is supposed to be played quickly. But I said, Reed, I just need something that's going to be a minute long. Can you just like slow it down? So then he got sarcastic as shit, and he's like, "Oh, I'll slow it down, old man."
Yeah.
And that's what he did. I'm like, "Yeah, it sounds fine."
Nice. Yeah, you just want something there.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. Okay, Paula's in her room. I'm still trying to see if Joe is in his. Oh no. Okay, it's Bill Tulo who's in that room. And Joe's in his room, is in room 1 after this class in another hour. So I have seen all speakers in their rooms. Oh, and look at Bill's troubleshooting. And lecturer. And it looks like things are cooking. Oh, good. Now we got the video.
Yes, it's getting dark in New York already, right? The sunset.
Let's see what it's doing here.
Yeah, where was
I have my blind closed because my desk is right up against. Yeah, it's not totally dark, but the sun's almost set.
Yeah.
Let's see, I can tell you what time our sun will set today. Oh, come on. Where is it? The sun is supposed to, oh, maybe so. 5:24. I guess that's when it starts to set. I can still see a little bit just over where the trees across the street. So it's not totally down, but almost. You okay there, Adam?
Yep. Yeah, I'm just trying to help a person out here.
Yeah, Naeem is having trouble. Nothing else, no other problems that I can see.
Was your mother living independently before she passed away?
Mm-hmm. Yep. One thing my brother and I said that at least we didn't have to have a hard conversation. That's one of the bright spots out of the darkness. And she had 3 dogs, and long driveway, and it was a ranch style house, but the laundry facilities were in the basement. And she had a big yard and a big driveway, and people came and took care of that for her, but still.
All
Oh, it
right.
looks like it worked.
All right. Yeah, sometimes it just needs a little bit of a, it's like hitting a TV or something in the old days, right? Just to make it work.
Still hit the TV.
All right, so for the most part, things seems to be going well. Everyone seems to be having an easy time of it, which is great. I think everybody, you learn the glitches of if the stream stops, just refresh and so forth. Most people, I think, have a pretty good understanding of it at this point. And for the most part, most people have had total stability, which has been great.
Woohoo!
So I just noticed something actually in room 4 that Dr. Newsom's slides are tiny, and this is because of the actual format that she sent them to me in. So I'm making a mental note of this to blow it up for her for when this runs again in April to make it bigger. So it's going to be
they are tiny.
It's going to be fuzzy, but better than tiny. So, or she can just redo it, but I don't want her to have to redo a 2-hour-long lecture. So I'd rather err on the side of fuzzy.
I'm going to click. Okay, if I have it on the full screen, I mean, even if I don't, I can read
It's
them.
still readable for sure, but
yeah,
I want
slightly annoying.
I want to help the presbyopes out, so I'm just making a mental note because there's 2 lectures basically that I would like to edit. There's that one, the nutrition lecture.
The sound
that Crowley did with the sound, and then there's this one that I'd like to just edit. This one I might fix. The sound one I couldn't do anything with. I tried my best to edit it, but it couldn't do it. So sound is very difficult. I guess garbage in, garbage out. They say if you have a really bad signal to start, it's very hard.
Yeah, there's not much else you can do, I don't think, right?
Yep.
So our schedule, we've got, not counting these classes, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is our next to last set of classes, with the exception of the 7:45 Joe Pizzamente.
Yep, we're getting to the bitter end. And to me,
he has a long 2 hours there.
Yeah, and so you can see that Christopher Rapuano's class is at the very end as well. It wasn't supposed to be there, actually. It was supposed to be earlier in the day, but he was apparently on a plane, so he asked me to move it, so.
Oh, let me refresh. I'm not seeing that.
On the schedule?
Yeah.
So if you go back to just the CEwire2024.com/schedule and make sure it doesn't give you the old one, like make sure it doesn't autofill the old schedule in, you'll see the very latest schedule, Schedule 10. Rapuano's class is like the very last class.
Oh, okay. Okay. Right, okay. And I even hit refresh, but it did load the old one, so that's unfortunate. I wonder if people are going to know that that class will be available.
Yeah. So yeah, sometimes the browsers try to get too smart and they autofill what you put in previously instead of actually what you want, which is, the new file.
Yeah, and I did hit, I wanted the page to reload, but it didn't. But it seems like well, we've got Huh. Somebody having problems with room 4.
I think it might be on their end because I keep switching back and forth between rooms and it seems to start just fine. Yeah, both of those
I'm
are
gonna have to
working.
listen to Jeff Gerson's class about the controversies. I remember I asked him about them, but he's talking about free range. He said free range chickens, free range eggs can be very misleading. And when I buy eggs, I look for eggs that have the certified humane stamp on them. So now I wonder if he addresses that in the actual talk. Oh, here is this slide that he commented on. Daily consumption of 100% fruit juice was associated with a 21-fold increased risk of advanced AMD.
Wow.
Not 2 times, 21 times if you drink juice every day.
That's crazy.
Absolutely crazy.
Every day. So you get macular degeneration?
Mm-hmm. Advanced AMD.
For people that don't already have it?
He said no adjustment for genetics.
Or
Yeah.
I'd like to see that.
Interesting.
To prevent people from drinking juice, man. It better be a good study.
I wonder, they should look at that with diabetes too, with juice. All quiet on the Western Front.
Yep.
We haven't heard back from Greg, so I hope that he got into the room he wanted.
Yeah, so it's interesting. So we have about just a little under 1,300 people, I think, still here.
Wow.
Which is more than I would have surmised.
So what does your husband do, Gretchen, for amusement?
Well, he's trying to figure that out right now because for the last 6 months he's been doing stuff at my mom's house. I don't know what my brother and I would have done without him if he hadn't been retired. And before the dogs, so for a good month, after my mom passed away, we were over there every day, sometimes twice a day, depending, because her 3 dogs were there and they needed breakfast and dinner and to be let out and everything. He did some of the fixes that needed to be done. There weren't a lot, but it just kept piling up. Did a lot of the cleaning out. So before that, he was doing a bunch of resale stuff. He likes going to yard sales and reselling things on eBay. And I think because he had such a long break from it, he wasn't doing that much. He's reevaluating what he wants to keep, what he wants to sell, what he wants to focus on, because he has a storage unit, which isn't, I mean, it's full, but we still have way too much crap in my family room downstairs. And then we have a storage unit that I got after my mom passed away to put some stuff in it, and he commandeered half of it with stuff from her house that he wanted to try to sell. And it's now that we closed on the house, it's time to go through that because, and of course, after the introductory rate for the storage unit, it went up, and I don't want to be paying that every month. So hopefully it's now time to go through some of those things that we just kind of parked there. We didn't know what we wanted to do with, and now we have to decide, do we want to keep it? Do we want to donate it? Just way too much stuff.
Are you selling the house?
Oh, it's already sold.
That's fine, so you gotta clear it out.
Yeah, it was cleared out. It went on the market in November. Second week in November, I think. We were a couple weeks behind what I wanted. I wanted it to be on the market before Halloween, but it sold after 5 days, and we just closed on it 3 weeks ago. Was it 3? I think so. Let me count. On the 12th. 1, 2, yeah, 3 weeks ago. So now he needs to start going through the stuff that he has, and we'd really like our family room back. So we'll see, but he's having fun playing with our inherited dog. So
The dogs are young?
well, there were 3. The dog she had the least amount of time, only about 4 months, went to one of the doctors my daughter works with at the vet hospital. He had 2 dogs, and he was recently married, and his wife wanted a dog of her own. So they took that dog. And in fact, Alex just saw her the other day, sometimes when she comes into the hospital with the doctor. So that was one dog. And then the other 2 were older, and we brought them home. I mean, it wasn't really what we wanted, but they were older, they should stay together. And one of them didn't last very long. She ended up she died. Actually, it was when I was at Academy in New Orleans in when was that? October?
Yep.
November? October, I think. That's when Academy was. And the other dog, she was 13. And the other dog we have here now, he is 10.
Right.
So I'll have to show you a picture of him. Maybe I'll text you a picture.
Okay.
He's a chocolate lab. His name is Boomer. And he just got a new coat today. My daughter took him on an outing to get a new coat. So, yep. So now we've got 3 cats, 2 guinea pigs, and a dog. And at one point we had 3 cats, 2 dogs, and 2 guinea pigs. And that was just...
Get along with dogs?
They mostly ignore them. And this dog really is a good dog. We were very worried because one of our cats is elderly and persnickety. And that was mainly why we've never had a dog. We were always worried about how that was going to turn out. And here, I'll text you a picture right now. It's of my daughter with the dog. But it really has turned out to be the best possible outcome. He is a very good dog, and the cats are now just ignoring him, and he ignores them. So it could be far, far worse. Lots of questions for Jeff Gerson.
I think Jeff is actually inspiring the questions. He's interacting, so he's actually goading the audience.
Oh yeah, he very much is.
Yeah.
Let's see, a couple of questions. Mainly everybody saying hello to Paula Newsome, but yeah, Jeff is really he's sort of augmenting his lecture.
Yep.
In fact, I'm gonna mention that, and I think that's awesome.
It's everybody should, right? I mean, that's part of the fun.
Oh, we're all sharing smoothie recipes in that chat. Frozen blueberries, a handful of walnuts, a tablespoon of chia seeds, a tablespoon of flax seeds, Greek yogurt, scoop of protein powder, 3 dates, peach mango body armor. I don't know what that is. And then add Brad buds. I don't know what that is either. And somebody was losing audio, one person, and another person suggested to refresh. So
Well, a whole lot of nothing. I think we may want to end our stream here and just hang out and help people in the chat as they need it, because it just seems like we ain't got nothing going on here.
yeah, take the win.
Because it's pretty quiet, and what I can do is actually start getting ready to send emails to people, recapping the day and telling them where to go to fill out surveys if they've forgotten, or look at their transcripts and so forth. Because looking at the talks that are left, we just have a handful. And I'll stick around just to make sure that people get in okay.
I can hang out too.
But
Why
yeah.
don't you take a quick break, go get a hot shower?
That's probably a good idea.
Please do that.
Get
Yeah,
out
I
of
mean,
the
I
cold.
pieced out on you earlier today and the latter part of yesterday. The least I can do is be here for you while you get a hot shower.
Well, so maybe what I'll do is I'll play, I interrupted very rudely the Pentacam video before, so maybe I'll start that again just so people can watch it one more time, and then Visionics one more time, and then that'll be the day after a couple hours. So, but Gretchen,
I'll hang out until you tell me
Okay.
it's no longer needed.
well,
but
thank you,
yeah.
Gretchen. I appreciate everything you've done this weekend. Thank you, Dad, for showing up as well.
And thank you for singing for us, Paul. I really enjoyed that.
Pretty awesome. All right, so yeah, so I'll get these streams going here, and yeah, Gretchen, if you need anything, just ping me, and I'll be back here in a few minutes.
Okay, so should I end this Zoom here and you and I connect via Slack if need be?
Yeah, you can end the Zoom. That's fine. We're not going to need it, and I will catch you guys later.
Bye, Paul.
See you. Talk to you. Bye.
Bye.
Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another edition of ODwire TV. Now today we've got a sort of different one for you. So as you may or may not know, the Oculus Pentacam turns 20 this year. That's right, it is now 20 years old. And in that time, it's sort of become the gold standard of anterior segment tomography. Oculus, they haven't been sort of resting on their laurels in 20 years. The device has undergone evolution throughout the entire period, and not just the hardware, but the software side as well. And I frequently mention, I call it the Swiss Army knife for anterior seg, right? Because it really is. You can do so many things with it. But today we're going to focus on a very specific piece of functionality, and that would be the using the Pentacam to fit scleral lenses. They have this piece of software, and I'll put it up on the screen so you can see it. It's called the CSP Pro, and I don't know that much about it, right? So as usual, I have an expert here to help me out. Dr. John Gelles is the director of the Specialty Contact Lenses Division at the Cornea and Laser Eye Institute in Teaneck, New Jersey. And Dr. Gelles is a world-renowned expert in specialty contact lens design, fitting, and management. So John, thanks so much for being here today.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Adam. Really appreciate it. You guys do, phenomenal job with CEwire every year, and talking about one of my favorite instruments here in the Oculus Pentacam. I think we'll have a pretty good time.
Excellent. Well, why don't, before we get into the Pentacam itself, why don't you tell us a little bit about your practice? I think people might not know, other than what I just told them, all about you.
Yeah, so our practice is a tertiary care center up in northern New Jersey. So we're in Teaneck, New Jersey. It's myself and 3 other ophthalmologists, a cornea refractive surgeon by the name of Peter Hirsch founded the practice, Peter being one of the principal investigators and first authors on the approval of LASIK. And our center has been the forefront of many high impact approvals for FDA clinical trials, like the approval of corneal collagen cross-linking, and work almost entirely in the space of cornea refractive, and have a subspecialty research center within the center dedicated exclusively to keratoconus, where I direct the division on specialty contact lenses and work exclusively in specialty contact lenses. So yeah, this this is really our bread and butter is cornea, and more cornea.
Excellent. Well, 20 years ago when the Pentacam came out, if you had told me 20 years down the road that scleral lenses would be a thing that people cared about, I would have been shocked. I never saw this coming, and I wonder if the instrument itself actually sort of helped push scleral lenses into the forefront.
Yeah, the ability of this device, if we even look back, I mean, even now, but let's look back 20 years ago, this is entirely revolutionary to the idea that we can understand just about everything structurally about a cornea. We can understand the anterior surface shape, the posterior surface shape, the thickness of these corneas. And just knowing that is so much more information than, let's say, a corneal topographer with Placido rings, where we have to do projection onto the surface, and all we're getting is data about the surface. Really where this instrument comes into its own was in the prevention of iatrogenic, ectasias for refractive surgery, right? But what's the worst thing that can happen in an elective procedure? That you induce a problem, right? So you need something that's able to give you a greater amount of detail. And this is just a mind-blowing device for 20 years ago. It's still a tremendous device. And, that comes with the evolution that's happened over the last 20 years, right? So it's phenomenal. The software just continues to evolve and evolve. And, I really think that our ability to track these diseases like keratoconus or, post-refractive corneal ectasias with this really helps us to, not just find the right treatments for these individuals as far as like cross-linking or, other interventions for trying to improve corneal contour, but also in saying, this individual is continuing to get worse. This individual is having problems with their contact lens. This individual is probably better served in a scleral lens. And when you look at the way that the technology works, it's pretty, pretty logical or intuitive that eventually you would use it to map beyond the cornea and get to kind of the scleral mapping.
Right. So let's pick that up. Let's talk about scleral lenses. I guess that's what we're here to talk about today. This CSP Pro software. So you can see a picture behind me, actually. I think people can get a sense of what this looks like. But why don't we talk a little bit about that? How does it work and what does it do?
Yeah, so they, with the Oculus Pentacam, originally with the Pentacam HR, they had a software program that they had developed a couple years back. And the way that worked was by using the Scheimpflug camera to be able to get an image of the cornea and then stitch to it the superior nasal, temporal, and inferior scleral shape to that cornea, so you could get the scleral topography, or rather the profilometry of the ocular surface. Now with the CSP Pro, which is the evolution of this CSP software, What they've done is on the Pentacam Wave AXL, they've given it a much wider sensor. So what you're able to capture in this is, instead of what used to take five images, you can now get that all in one image. So it now becomes a very, very quick and efficient way to get the data that you need for these individuals. And the coolest part about this is, not only is it going to help you understand the scleral shape, right? Like, think of like fitting contact lenses, prior to a corneal topographer, right? You're putting a lens on, you're looking at it, it's all trial and error. You don't really know what's there. But once you have the corneal topographer, you have something to help you understand the shape and select a lens that's more likely to be helpful on that eye. Well, now, if we were fitting scleral lenses before the CSP software, it was basically that same guess and check. But now, if I can look at the mapping that's there, I can understand the scleral shape and say, hey, this individual seems to have a very toric scleral shape. Let me go ahead and grab a toric fitting set and put that on the eye as my start point. And then I'm much closer to an endpoint. The other cool part about it, though, is that that data can be transferred out of the software and into external softwares, where I can design lenses based on that elevation data, and be able to create these geometrically complex lenses for these patients to fit eyes that maybe I couldn't even have fit with a standard fitting set. So it's a really, really amazing software.
Sure. And I guess the one question a lot of people have is, how long does it actually take to sort of capture an image that you can then use and manipulate in the software?
Yes, yeah. So if we look, at the CSP Pro, this, I can do a bilateral case in just under a minute. Each one of these eyes, really the only thing that takes the longest period of time on this is not actually the image capture, it's the little bit of processing time that happens afterwards. So it's a very, very efficient way to do it. And the cool part about this is, because the Pentacam just as a device has so much utility to it, I don't need to take them to another device and, do other things like add fluorescein to the eye or other things so that I can capture profilometry. I can just go directly into profilometry while I was getting their other scans. So like the Pentacam Wave AXL has, the ability to get corneal tomography data, but it also has a wavefront aberrometer in it and a biometer in it. So I can do a full sequence scan on this individual where I'm collecting all that data in one shot. And then I can go and open up their lids all the way and capture the scleral data all while they're sitting there. I don't even have to go to another device. It's really amazing.
Right.
Especially when you think about like the older CSP software, that would take a couple minutes per eye, because you had to get several quadrants scanned, and they all had to match up well.
Right. In fact, I had my own OD actually create a pair of sclerals for me just as a joke, just to play around. It's not like I need it for any sort of medical necessity, but I wanted to see the process. And the funniest part about it was, the actual scan itself was really fast, and then he started fiddling around trying to create a lens, and he's like, no, I don't need to actually have the patient here while I do this, but you can sit here and watch me. But he's like, in reality, I have everything that I need, so we can go about the patient's business, do whatever they have to do, but I can create the lens in my own time.
Yes. Yeah, that's the really, really cool part about that is, once you have the base data of the eye, and this is, I'm very much guilty of this, but the ability to tinker on these external softwares,
right.
I mean, man, you could really spend some time there if you want.
Right. And just so everyone should know, when you put sort of scan the patient, do they need to be prepped in any other way with fluorescein or anything else before actually using the Pentacam?
No, and that's the great part about it. In fact, if you were to put fluorescein on the eye, fluorescein would actually illuminate under the Scheimpflug, which would actually cause flare in the image. So don't use fluorescein on this one. But the great part about this is it requires no prep. It's not like one of these where you gotta pre-prep them so that the image can actually be seen. Like if you look at some of the raster stereography devices that are out there, that utilize fluorescein, essentially they need the fluorescein as a photo activator so that you can actually pick up the depth of the eye. Without that fluorescein on the eye, you're not going to get the image. So, a lot of these suffer from issues where the fluorescein is just not covering the full surface, or it drains really quickly. So now you got to put even more drops on them, and then you got to take more and more scans. This one is very, very efficient. I've used actually all the profilometers out there, and at this point, this is the only one that I continue to use. So it's a winner.
Excellent. And we touched a little bit on workflow before, where you get the scan and then you start fiddling around trying to create lenses for people. From the patient's perspective, how does this work? Do you still use trial lenses? How does that all work?
So yes, yeah. So you still have to get your over refraction data on the individual. So I'll still put a trial lens on the eye just to see what do I get on my over refraction, what's the base curve that I'm using, and what's the power of the lens and the over refraction, so that if I'm going to use this to export the data and create a lens in software, such as like the Wave software, I can go in there and then I just type in the data so that I have the optics on the first lens. Now, on the other side of this, though, some people have the misconception that these devices are only good for, transferring to, third-party software or to Wave software to be able to create lenses, but you can use it to guide your own just diagnostic scleral lens fitting so that you can understand the ocular shape better and where the obstacles of the eye might be, where there might be a pinguecula, how wide it is and how tall it is. And you could modify your diagnostic lens based on that. So, you could just say, okay, yeah, I'm still going to put a trial lens on you and I'm going to go the diagnostic fitting route. Or you can go the more complex route, which is export the scan itself and then create the lens in those third-party softwares. And then that's the other thing too, is that there are multiple different third-party softwares that you can export this to. It's not just Wave. It's not just you can use pretty much any one of the favorite softwares out there, as long as they accept the format that the file is in. And almost all of the popular ones do that. So it's it's a very, very strong platform to work with.
Right. So you're not locked in at all.
Exactly. There's no, oh, well, you have to use our software or anything like that. It is, truly they're just a remarkable company in that way. They're very free with the data, ready for you to use it how you will. So it's really wonderful.
Right. And I'm going to put up on the screen right now so people who've never seen the software before can actually see it and get a taste of what's going on in terms of what you can fiddle with and how it all works. So one question, looking at the stuff on the screen is, does the CS Pro software allow you to customize the haptic design? What are the parameters you can mess with when you're actually playing with the software?
Oh yeah. So absolutely. So when you're using the CSP data, you can export it into Wave, and Wave contact lens software has a variety of different control points and a variety of different designs that you can start from as your base design, right? So you can create a radially symmetric lens, which essentially just means that it has a spherical haptic on it. You can create a geometrically symmetric lens, meaning that it's basically a toric. It's got a steep and a flat meridian to it. And then you can create their freeform lens, which is essentially 8 submeridians that you can independently control. And along each one of those meridians, you have 4 different control points. So you can control the central vault, the limbal vault, the the haptic, and then the edge. So you can create all sorts of different cool alignments and shapes out of it, and your ability to customize is really only limited to your imagination, which is very, very freeing. But also at the same time, you got to know what you're doing. So
yep. That's always the catch, isn't it?
Yeah, but the nice thing is that they've recently revamped the Wave software, so it's actually really, really user friendly at this point. The ability to plug in a lens, run the software to it to create an alignment fit, those lenses, they are really, really good. So, in some cases, it's very minimal modification. We'll probably look at a study sometime in the future here comparing, my ability to do diagnostic lenses versus our ability to do scan-based lenses on this software specifically, and see which one is better. And I have very little doubt that the software would beat me on that.
All right. It's funny, a lot of people are getting into doing scleral lenses right now. Some people are dipping their toes in the water, they're just getting started, right? Other people like you have deep expertise, but I'm kind of wondering, everyone looks at instruments, they go to the various trade shows, they kick the tires. Maybe you can speak to us a little bit about the ROI of an instrument like this for someone who's now trying to really get into scleral lenses in their office.
Yeah, absolutely. The ability to kind of save time with a device like this is immense, because not only can this device, well, let me put it this way. So this device, if you wanted to make it the most bare bones simple device, right? The Wave AXL has the aberrometer in it. So you could use this as just a glorified, very complicated autorefractor, right? But why would you use it just as an autorefractor when you could run the full sequence on them and get all their corneal data, their axial length data, and their aberrometry data, right? And it takes such a little period of time. So now you know so much about these individuals, right? You can look at angle structures for, your glaucoma suspects. You could look at axial length and track that for your myopia management. You can, track this for your complex cornea patients, like your keratoconus and your ectasia patients. You can find all these variations, and then it can be used to fit various different types of contact lenses. I know what we're talking about here is mostly the use case for scleral lenses, but that doesn't mean that you can't make corneal gas perms from the software and this. You can make orthokeratology lenses based on this. So there's a variety of different things that you can do with this software. And the great part about this is it's not 3 different devices, right? You didn't buy an aberrometer. You didn't buy just a tomographer. You didn't buy just a biometer on this. You bought one device with a small footprint. So, even those individuals who work in New York City can can have some space back,
Well, great. Well, John, thank you so much for this information. And I'm sure if people have questions, there's going to be comments right down in the thread below, and hopefully you can stop on by and answer them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome back to another edition of ODwire TV. And today it is all about dry eye and the Keratograph 5M by Oculus. And for those of you who've watched the show before, you sort of know that we're all about gadgets and technology and how you implement them in practice. And as you may also know, Oculus is a longtime sponsor of ODwire and of CEwire, and I'm grateful for them, not just for their sponsorship, but also because they allow us to do stuff like this, where they don't just sort of put out, advertisements and commercials for their products. They let us actually come in and talk to experts about their gear, so you can get a sense of what it's like in practice to actually use their instruments and how some of these instruments can actually be rather transformational. And just like every other time, today we have an expert. Dr. Thomas Washewski is the owner of Carolina Forest Family Eye Care in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And for the past 3 decades, he's specialized in contact lenses, including specialty lenses and lenses for myopia control. He's lectured extensively on the subject in both the US and abroad. And critically important for today's discussion, he's recently built a successful dry eye component into his practice, and today he's going to share with us how he's made it work. So Tom, thanks so much for being here today.
It's my pleasure.
So I guess the first question I would have is, how would you describe your practice, and maybe talk to us a little bit about dry eye and how you've sort of worked it into what you do?
So I have this is actually sort of a redo of my practice. I practiced in northern New Jersey and the New York metropolitan area for 20 years. And 16 years ago, went on vacation to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, bought a house with no expectation of ever leaving the New York metropolitan area, because let's face it, we all know it's the center of the universe. and you can't believe that there's life elsewhere. But thinking about slowing down, I wasn't sure. I thought I might retire, and it was fun not working for a couple of weeks. But by the end of the third week, I was getting itchy, and by the end of the first month, I was climbing the walls and decided to open up another practice cold. Now, I've had a couple of cold starts in my career, but this was really cold because I didn't know a soul in the entire state of South Carolina. That was 16 years ago. Grew the practice, and 5 years ago built a 7,000 square foot building and moved my practice into that. Currently, we take up about 5,000 of those square feet. We're looking at taking the rest sometime in the next 6 to 12 months. And the practice has just taken off. I have an associate, and I no longer do any primary care. My personal practice is only dry eye, ortho-K, myopia control, and sclerals. Really all anterior seg stuff. And so that's what most of my background is in.
So basically, you get to do exactly what you want to do now. One of the advantages sort of starting up again and getting an associate to do everything else.
That's it, exactly. She does all the primary care. I'm not particularly fond of doing glaucoma, among other things, but doing the things that I really have honed my skills on over the past 36 years, really it's changed the game for me. As someone who's treated dry eye the entire time, but it was always very frustrating that you couldn't get results. And in 2019, I decided to get serious about dry eye, and I went all in. I bought the keratograph, bought an IPL, bought LipiFlow, took a course, the Dry Eye Institute, Dr. Crystal Breimer's Dry Eye Institute, and which was very helpful, and really jumped in with both feet. Towards the end of 2019, I was amazed at how well it did, and my whole concept of dry eye has really changed rather dramatically in the past 3 years.
Where did you actually find the patient base to do this, right? Because a lot of people think, oh my gosh, I want to try this, but I'm not going to be able to actually spin up a practice fast enough to be able to get enough dry eye patients.
Well, getting the dry eye patients was actually the easy part, because they're already in your chair and you just have to know how to look for it. All these advanced treatment modalities like IPL or tear care or low-level light therapy or radio frequency, there's a ton of technology out there. And it's kind of interesting. I see a lot of talking about how great one device is or another, and they'll go out and they'll buy a device thinking that they're going to set the world on fire. And a lot of times what will happen is they're kind of disappointed because they can't get the patients to want to buy in to their treatment program. For me, the keratograph is the answer to that. I mean, yes, it's great to have all these technologies to provide all these treatments, but if you cannot educate your patients and show them exactly what's going on with their eyes, no one's going to say, well, gee, doc, my eyes aren't, I'll do that $1,000 treatment. They may just say to you, well, my eyes aren't that bad. I can just go out and buy another bottle of artificial tears.
Well, why don't we just back up a second then and talk about the keratograph 5M, or I guess let's call it the K5M because let's make it nice and short, right?
Okay.
So we'll talk about the instrument, because starting from the beginning, how do you use it to actually screen patients, right? Because you can use this device throughout the entire sort of life cycle of the patient, but let's start at the very beginning. So let's talk screening first. How do you actually use it?
Most of our patients come from screening our comprehensive eye exam patients. And we use the K5M exactly for that. And we screen every single comprehensive eye exam patient every year. I've spoken to docs about, well, why would you want to screen everyone? It's a low yield. And I know some of the quote unquote experts have said that in some of their presentations, that there's a low yield to screening everyone. And I would completely disagree. It's very easy to see an end-stage dry eye patient, the one who's coming in and is miserable. But why would you want to wait till someone is end stage? Why do you want to wait till they're miserable? We know that this is a chronic condition. We know that it gets worse over time. Waiting till someone's lost all of their meibomian glands is probably not the best idea. So we screen everyone. And yes, it adds about 3 to 5 minutes to our comprehensive exam time, but it's well worth it. And the tests are tech driven. I don't really touch the K5M. Like I said, it adds about 3 minutes to the pre-test time and another 1 to 2 minutes of doctor time. We capture 4 images. We look at the tear meniscus height to determine whether there's a true lack of volume of tears. We look at the lipid layer. We're looking for the oil layer, right, to test meibomian gland function. We're looking for redness to give us a clue about inflammation, and we're doing meibography. And we don't even do the upper lid meibography because it's a little bit time consuming and the techs don't really enjoy doing that. So they're just doing the lower lids. But from those 4 images, we can get a really good idea as to where this patient is. And it only takes a minute or 2 for the doctor to go through those 4 images and say, look, it looks like you've got an issue here. Let's look a little deeper. Let's do some advanced testing for dry eye. And then they get scheduled back for a comprehensive dry eye evaluation.
And what impact do you think that has on the patient actually showing them the pictures? Is that really what sort of gets them to buy into what you're trying to do?
So absolutely, Adam. It's one thing for you to say, Mrs. Jones, you've got dry eye, and here, I want you to do this IPL, and it's $300 a treatment. You need a series of 4 treatments. And Mrs. Jones is going to say to you, well, I don't think my eyes are that dry. They don't bother me that much. Just I'll take another bottle of artificial tears. But if you show Mrs. Jones that she has no lipid layer in her tear film, if you show her what her meibomian glands look like, and then use the comparison scale to compare what a normal set looks like, and she gets to see, wow, I've lost 50% of my gland tissue. They get it. And it's true, it takes a lot of time to educate the patient, but the education is what gets the buy-in for those advanced treatments that you want them to have. And that's what's really giving you the results. If the patient doesn't buy in, you can have all the advanced technology in the world, but you're never going to use it. So that 5M is really kind of the centerpiece. It's what drives all of our patients into our dry eye treatment program. And the best part is that I didn't have to go searching for a single extra patient. These are patients that are already in the chair. You're uncovering a problem that you might have just glossed over in the past. Maybe they weren't that symptomatic. One of the things you discover is that as people get older, they just naturally assume that their eyes are supposed to be drier. All right. They think that dryness is a normal consequence of aging. I explain to them all the time that it's true, it's a common consequence of aging, but this is not a normal consequence of aging. It is a disease process, and it doesn't have to happen. Yes, it's true, it's chronic, and we can't cure it, but we can sure manage it and make you feel better.
Right. So you're really using the K5M as an educational tool with the patient in the chair, right there, to really explain to them what is happening.
Absolutely. It's show and tell. It's like being in kindergarten, and really try and put it down on very basic levels. So even, the most uninitiated, can understand what you're talking about. I don't use any jargon, no technical terms. I don't even use the word meibography with them. These are pictures of your glands. And, if you can put it on a level that they can comprehend and they get to actually see it, they buy in. And it's kind of interesting. The redness score is something that usually more women are sensitive to than men.
And it's funny, the K5M also creates this thing called the Crystal Tear Report, and I'm putting up on the screen right now so everyone can see what this report actually is and what it looks like. And maybe you could take us through what this actually is and how it was created and who created it and what it's all about and how you actually use it.
Okay, so the Crystal Tear Report is really something the doctor sets up in advance. He determines, for, let's say, an aqueous problem, what his treatments of choice are, whether it's a mild case, a moderate case, a severe case, whether if it's a lipid layer problem, again, what his treatment plan is. And you go through looking at all the patient's images, and the K5M will auto score some of these things and automatically fill it out. But a lot of it you have to, click on, and you'll decide what the level of severity is. And it does this great printout that you have there that you hand out to the patient. It's an educational piece. It explains a little bit about each issue. And what the report does is it looks at your tear film and the eyes in a certain way. And it breaks it down to the level of water in the eye, right? Is it an aqueous problem? Talks about the oil in the eye. Is this a meibum issue? It looks for inflammation. It looks for allergy. It looks for lid function. It also looks for bacteria. Is there blepharitis here? And it provides specific treatment recommendations that you've already predetermined. And of course, you can change those treatment recommendations on the fly with a simple click of the mouse. But it just flows really smoothly, really quickly. You don't have to do a lot of typing, or, there's no typing involved. You're just clicking. And we hand out this educational piece at the end to the patient, and it does a great job. When they get home, very often you'll have told your patient, Mrs. Smith, all about this, and you're going to recommend that she does LipiFlow or whatever. And she gets home and she has to explain to Mr. Smith, who's going to ask her, well, and it's how much? She now has this take-home piece that she can talk to him about and show him and say, look, this is what's going on with my eyes. And yeah, this is what we need to do.
Right. And what's interesting too, you mentioned the report actually sort of shows you, the different etiologies of dry eye, right? Back in the old days, people just got drops and went home, right? You didn't really differentiate the different kinds of dry eye, but now we can. And so the instrument does. And so I'm sure that's led to sort of different treatment modalities that you use in your practice based on what the report's telling you.
Absolutely. What I tell them is, using the K5M, it allows me to hone in on the root cause or causes of their specific problem and attack those directly. And that's exactly what the Crystal Tear report does. It basically details all of those exact issues.
And we mentioned how you're sort of using the instrument to educate the patients. How does it play into follow-up? Once you've actually decided on a course of treatment, you've initiated it, then what happens? What's the next step to keep the patients compliant and coming back?
So after I explained to them that this is a chronic condition. So after we've completed their course of treatment, typically we'll see them back at some time period, depending on how they're doing. It might be 1 month, it might be 3 months. But most of these advanced therapies need to be repeated periodically at some interval. So with LipiFlow, they typically recommend a year, but not every patient can go a year. For things like IPL, typically we recommend a booster at around 6 months. And, if we can get somebody feeling better and get them on an even keel, we want to keep them there. We don't want to let them slide and go back to the way they were. So that's how we follow up with them. And again, we will scan them again at a later date. When they come in for their follow-up, we'll look at their glands, we'll look at their oil layer, we'll look at their aqueous layer, and we'll compare them to the prior images. And you can show the patient, well, you're still doing great. We can just watch you for the time being, or no, you seem to be slipping. Your breakup time, went from 5 seconds, and then we treated you, and you went up to 20 seconds, and now you're back down to 12. It's time to treat you again because you're sliding back, and this is a chronic condition, so we're going to have to retreat you. So it's really, really important. It's just probably the best way that I've found to be able to track exactly how they're doing.
So Tom, I have to ask you the multi-million-dollar question right now. People, who actually make the investments in instruments like this, they always ask, what's the ROI? Is it possible to compute? And what does it mean for my practice? So, obviously you're a super user of this device, and I'm kind of curious, what is the ROI? And it sounds like you've made it the centerpiece of your practice, but is this something that you've actually been able to quantify in terms of the return on the investment?
Absolutely. So I paid my keratograph off, the K5M off, within 2 months. And now I realized that I didn't buy just the 5M. I actually was into dry eye diagnostic and therapeutic technologies for almost $100,000 on day one. And I have a patient base that's largely geriatric. Most of the patients here in the Myrtle Beach area, this has now become a retirement community for people from the Northeast. My average patient is somewhere north of 60. So, and if you're seeing 20 patients a day, the vast majority of them have some dry eye issues. So once we go past the screening and I bring them back for a complete dry eye workup, typically we're charging a $99,204 or $214 actually would be, because these are previous patients. And there is also another fee for the crystal tear report, which is a non-covered service, and that we charge around $100 for that. The 99214 is $125 roughly. And so when we look at that, if we're screening 20 patients a day, and at least 40% of those are going to have dry eye. And I mean, in my patient population, it's probably closer to 60% actually do have some dry eye issues. If only half of them return, so if I get even only 2 patients coming back a day for dry eye evals, and let's say we're averaging around $225 for those visits, at the end of a week, we're over $2,000. So in 10, 12 weeks, you'll pay off that keratograph. Now that's assuming you don't do any treatments. That's just the evaluations. Now, if you start adding treatments in there, and depending on the treatment, like LipiFlow, depending on where you go, it's going to be anywhere from $800 to $1,500 for a LipiFlow treatment. For IPL, it's probably going to be somewhere in that same range. So just adding a few treatments in there, the return on investment is just incredible. So we did quite well. And my first full year, we started our dry eye program in November of 2019. Before the end of the year, we had paid off the keratograph.
Wow.
You know what happened in 2020, all right? And yet, even though we closed for, how long? We closed for 6 weeks for COVID. We still had a record-breaking year. It was all due to the dry eye. It was just, the numbers that we do in dry eye are just really quite amazing, and have been totally game-changing, because most of the dry eye revenue is for non-covered services. And so these are out-of-pocket payments. There's no insurance payments for most of them. Virtually none of the treatments have any insurance coverage. And it's really changed our gross and our net, had the biggest change on our net, because this is all high net services that we're offering.
Right. Well, Tom, thank you so much for sort of sharing this all with us. And I just had one more question. You're obviously an advocate of the instrument. You use it. It actually has transformed the way you work. For someone who's looking to dip their toes into the water of dry eye, where does one start? I know you went whole hog. You just told me how you went all in from the beginning. But if someone's just looking to sort of incrementally get involved, how would you actually tell them to do it?
I don't think I would say dabble in it. I would say go in all the way. You'd have to go in with some way of being able to diagnose and demonstrate to the patient what their diagnosis is. And for me, that's the 5M. It's just hands down the best way. Then you need some form of treatment. Now, you don't have to have every treatment platform on the market. I mean, we do, well, except for one, but we have IPL, we've got low-level light therapy, we've got LipiFlow, we've got radio frequency. I've got a lot of devices. You don't need all those devices. I mean, you can do it with something as simple as the keratograph and even just BlephX to be able to offer in-office lid microblepharal exfoliation. And that's not an expensive device. It's fairly easy to get into it. If you have a very low amount of disposable income, tear care is a great option because it works very, very well. It's a small investment, I think, up front to take it in. It has higher ongoing costs because the consumables are expensive, as opposed to something like IPL or low-level light therapy where there's very little, if any, consumables. And those are the things I would tell you. I mean, even if you do nothing other than just screening your patients and offering complete dry eye evaluations, the average practice can easily do $125,000 to $150,000 a year if you're only doing 2 dry eye evaluations a day. So if you're doing 10 a week, it adds up over the course of the year.
Right. And you actually brought up an important point that I think we should stress to people because, obviously in your community, you have sort of a wealthier set of people who are willing to actually spend on these treatments. But, obviously people in different parts of the country have different demographics that they're dealing with. Sure. And their patient base may not have that disposable income. But despite that, you can find ways to introduce treatment modalities into your practice that are not like IPL, right? That are not that expensive. To try to help people, even if it's not sort of the Rolls-Royce approach, right, all the way up here, there are things that you can do now that are effective.
Yeah, the other thing I would say is get yourself educated. And that's probably the single most important thing. I like recommending Dr. Crystal Breimer's Dry Eye Institute because she does a phenomenal job. And she'll show you how to put all this together and give you really the nuts and bolts to it. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to offer all these treatments up front. Eventually, you probably will. And we've talked about money so far. What we haven't talked about is what you're doing for your patients. And so many suffer in silence, and they don't say anything because, they just assume this is a normal consequence of aging. They may be in pain, and they're just thinking they don't have a choice. And if you can help them out, you can really improve their lives. And, I know that dry eye is acutely connected to depression. If somebody's eyes are miserable all the time, they tend to be very depressed individuals, and you can really change their lives if you can improve that condition. And I think we've all gotten so accustomed to just handing out bottles of artificial tears and realizing that is only providing temporary relief of a symptom. And we're looking to go beyond that. And the treatment paradigm has really changed. You want to go beyond just treating symptoms. You want to hone in on those root causes and attack those directly. And that's where you really start making differences in patients' lives.
And I think that's a really great point to end on. So Tom, thank you so much for sharing your story and being with us. And in the comments below, I'm sure people are going to have questions. So I hope you can come on back and answer them as they watch this.
Thank you very much, Adam. It was great doing this with you.
Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another ODwire webinar. Thanks so much for making it out tonight. Now, tonight's talk is all about using innovation to grow your practice with the latest technologies. Of course, if you're an ODwire member, you know just by following along that we're pretty much tech junkies here at ODwire. But the talk's not really about technology for technology's sake and the latest coolest things. This is really about how you can implement technology that will help grow your practice in a very sort of directed way. So it's not just all about what's flashy, it's what actually works and what you can integrate into your practice. And we have a true expert with us here tonight, Dr. Michelle Hoff, and she's going to tell us all about sort of the latest technologies so you can get a real sense and overview of what you could do in your practice with all of this. And, Dr. Hoff, if you've ever actually taken CEwire, you've probably seen one of her lectures, or you may have actually seen one of her webinars here before. She's kind of unique among the speakers that we invite to do this because, before she was an optometrist, she was also an optician. So she has a very broad view of the field and knows a lot about a lot. So she's the perfect person to actually talk to us all about the different technologies that you can implement in your practice. So with that said, why don't I turn this on over to Dr. Hoff?
Wow, well, thank you so much. And thanks again for having me back again on ODwire. Really excited about being here. This is one of my favorite things to do. And thanks to Visionix for sponsoring this. I'm not an employee of Visionix, but I do work with them quite a bit, doing some consulting and working with various offices that have their technology. So, and I personally have worked with their technology as well. So I feel kind of fortunate to be able to talk about it. And before we got started, Adam and I were kind of discussing, how optometry has changed over the last 20, 30 years. And, in the past 20 years, technology has reshaped how we practice optometry. And eye care professionals who embrace the latest technology and innovation are able to increase the eye care accessibility and elevate patient experience. So, there's kind of three goals that motivate us to invest in new technology, and they are to improve patient care, streamline our office flow, and then, of course, to boost our practice revenue. All right, so let me go through a little bit about our agenda for today. So I want to tell you that my really good friend and colleague, Dr. Isabel Kazemi, and I created this presentation for something that we did in the past. And unfortunately, she's not able to join us tonight, but because she's teaching our fourth-year students at a community clinic in Marin County. So I'm going to fly solo tonight. I usually do about half of this, and then she does the other half. So it might seem, hopefully I can make it look seamless for you. Anyway, so during this webinar, I'm going to take you on a little journey to unlock your potential, hopefully. First, I'd like to discuss the latest innovations in eye care and the three big reasons why we invest in technology, and then review the latest instrumentation and demonstrate how these devices can help you and your staff diagnose, treat, and troubleshoot more efficiently and effectively. And then finally, and maybe most importantly, is illustrate how you can elevate your patient's experience and grow your practice revenue. All right, so let's see if it works. Yay, okay, it worked. So I want to start with two terms, and I want to define these two terms. There's disruptive innovation and technological advancement. So disruptive innovation is described as making changes by integrating new technologies, streamlining processes, and then redefining the way things are done to ultimately replace existing modalities. So I was kind of thinking about that and what would be like the new normal. And so I thought, oh, email, right? Because for the most part, email has sort of replaced handwritten letters, right? So we don't really use the mail as much as we used to. Or here's another one for people who might be of my generation. Our iPhone or our phone pretty much does almost everything. We don't have to carry a camera. We don't carry a boombox around for all of our music. I mean, we have this little tiny device that fits in our back pocket that does so much more than and takes the place of many things. So that would be a disruptive innovation. Now, a technological advancement is a change in a product or a service that is more precise and accurate, resulting in an increased efficiency. So a really good example of that might be the digital phoropter. It's an appealing alternative to a manual phoropter, but hasn't really replaced the existing instrument or the procedure that we do. So for better or worse, disruptive innovation has the potential to alter the standard of care and change the way we practice optometry, and will continue to influence our profession. So assessing innovation. In some cases, like I said, disruptive innovation represents a catalyst for a positive change. So before we adopt any new technology, we need to evaluate how it applies to our main goals. So let's take the example of the digital phoropter that I had. Does the digital phoropter improve patient care and increase the access to vision services? Will this phoropter help me focus more on patient care? Will it streamline my patient flow and office efficiency? Is it easier to use? And will the investment boost my practice revenue? And what is the return on this investment? Okay, so thinking about those things is really important. So what are the top motivations in vision care that improve clinical outcomes, productivity, and profitability? Well, we have wavefront technology, which was introduced in the late 1990s in the form of the excimer laser. In the past decade, wavefront aberrometry has been applied to vision and ocular surface diagnosis, refractive and IOL surgeries, as well as pre- and post-surgical management, and it's rapidly becoming an indispensable tool for us. Now, OCT, or optical coherence tomography, has changed the fundamental nature and accuracy of ocular health care, allowing for earlier detection and diagnosis of many sight-threatening diseases. And then, of course, automated data gathering continues to change how we maintain our clinical records and also analyze our business metrics. So let's talk about wavefront technology and vision care. And initially, it was reserved for cutting-edge fields like astronomy. And then in 1994, Dr. Mark Abitbol brought this technology to vision care. So what is wavefront technology? And this is how I think of it. Think of light as a traveling wave, and the irregularities in the wave front are represented by the eye's lower and higher order aberrations. Now, aberrometry is the measurement of these irregularities as the light passes through an imperfect eye. So symptoms associated to higher order aberrations would include halos, glare, and poor night vision. Now, from the tear film all the way to the retina, wavefront technology accurately measures these higher order aberrations that can't be detected with your standard refraction. So wavefront technology is now incorporated in corneal topography, phoropters, autorefractors, refractive surgery, and of course, spectacle lens analyzers, which is one of my favorite things. All right, so the motivation to invest. What is our motivation to purchase new technology? Do we want to add new procedures and services, or just improve on the existing ones? Can we improve office efficiency by replacing several devices with a combination instrument? Now, these multi-diagnostic instruments can gather multiple data points in less time while occupying a smaller footprint. And so one instrument could conceivably take the place of 2 or 3. And by adding new technology, we create a positive experience for our patients and increase the quality of patient care. And finally, we can seamlessly integrate all the data points into the EHR, which will streamline the workflow throughout the office and also maybe decrease any recording errors that we might make. All right, so let's do this. Let's imagine the perfect patient encounter. The patient checks in on time for their appointment, and they've already filled out all of their information because you sent it to them electronically before when they made the appointment, right? So they come in and they check in. And then your optometric technician reviews the history, then performs a diagnostic examination to collect and transmit all of the optical, refractive, and ocular health data to the exam room. And then, armed with all of this data, you, the doctor, can quickly and accurately complete the examination, allowing for more quality time with the patient to discuss recommendations and treatment plans. And you can use all the visual images from the instruments to demonstrate why you're making specific recommendations for, say, their dry eye treatment, or show them their ocular health findings, and also show them and discuss any of the ophthalmic visual solutions that you're going to prescribe. Now, after that, they can proceed into the optical, and your opticians can continue to support your optical treatment plan with the latest technology for proper vision and comfort. And as you can see, automated technology facilitates information gathering and documentation while streamlining your office efficiency. So each point of contact during the patient's visit is an opportunity to build trust and gain your patient loyalty. All right. So now let's look at a suite of intelligent diagnostic, screening, refractive, and lab finishing equipment. And I'm going to review these starting kind of in the order of the exam flow. So usually the first piece of data that you need to collect is usually the spectacle prescription. And so compared to a manual or automated lensometer, the VX40 lens analyzer is fully automated. It measures a larger area of the lens and uses wavefront technology to create 3 topographic maps. And unlike a manual or automated lensometer, the VX40 eliminates the user dependence, which means you don't have to train somebody as extensively to use, say, a manual or an automated lensometer. And it also captures reliable and repeatable data. The instrument automatically identifies the difference between a single vision and a variable power lens. Now, moving on in the exam, next the technician would use either a VX120 or a 650 multi-diagnostic instrument to complete that diagnostic examination in less than about 2 minutes. It's really very quick. And these instruments perform, as you know, refraction, keratometry, aberrometry, topography, pachymetry, tonometry, angle estimation, and a whole bunch more stuff. So the main difference between these two instruments is that the VX120 can come with a dry eye module, or the VX650 has the retinal imaging module. So this allows you to select the unit that best fits your practice needs, and you can customize it to what you need. Now, the iRefract is a unique instrument that can be used either in the pre-examination area, or you can put it directly into your exam room, which I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. But during the pre-examination, using the iRefract, the technician conducts the majority of the visual acuity assessment, or the functional vision assessment, and then transmits those findings to the exam room so that you, the doctor, can refine it, which reduces significantly the amount of time the patient has to spend behind that phoropter. And then, moving right along, the OCT, which I said has fundamentally changed how we diagnose and treat ocular abnormalities. Many patients have hidden pathology that can only be detected using an OCT. And I saw one study just recently that said 30% of patients being screened for an IOL had underlying pathology that was not seen on a regular just a regular clinical exam. So that to me is just mind-blowing. Now, the eye wellness exam is a feature that is included in all of your OptiView OCTs and provides early detection of many ocular diseases that you don't see on a fundus photo. And it also flags existing pathology 96% of the time. So that's a pretty good percentage. Now, if you're already offering screening fundus photos, then you're familiar with a wellness screening because that's what you're doing. However, if you, the OCT is sort of, I think of an advanced high-resolution 3D screening approach. So you're elevating your patient care to a higher level. And so offering your fundus photos and an eye wellness screening package can be a new source of revenue because it's a separate charge from, say, a medically billable OCT. Visionics has several OptiView OCT instruments that can fit your practice needs and capabilities. All right, so visual evaluation, let's think about it. Phoropter testing is really the pillar of optometry. And if we do this traditionally the way we were taught, it takes a lot of chair time, as you can see by the math on the slide there. And it's also kind of a source of patient anxiety and fatigue because they never really know if they're answering correctly. So imagine if all the pre-examination data was automatically transferred to your exam room, providing a reliable starting point that you could easily refine in, say, 1 or 2 minutes. Then you could use the VX65, which allows you to sit comfortably and control the functions of the digital phoropter and the automated acuity chart from a tablet while sitting comfortably in a chair. In fact, I think I know one doctor who sits in a chair with his feet up while he's doing this. Now, or you could, there's another alternative too. You could put the fully automated iRefract into your exam room and complete a full visual evaluation using that. And the patient's vision is measured under bright and low lighting conditions to generate a day and a nighttime prescription, which is unique to the iRefract. Measurements are taken under binocular conditions, so that's kind of natural viewing conditions, using 2 wavefront aberrometers to deliver a high accurate visual assessment in less than 4 minutes, compared to if you were going to do the same set of tests manually, it would take about 10 minutes. So you're saving about 6 minutes per patient right there. You can spend 6 more minutes talking to them. So it's interesting because patients are impressed with the technology of an automated refraction and perceive that they're getting a more thorough exam. And patients who probably wouldn't ordinarily purchase a new pair of glasses might now buy new glasses because with the push of a button, you can show them the difference between their old prescription and their new prescription. You can also show them the difference between a day prescription and a night prescription. So this might help with your multiple pair prescribing as well. Okay, so as we move through the eye exam, remember the pre-examination equipment has already provided you with an extensive diagnostic set of data. The VX120 with the dry eye module is ideal diagnostic tool for that dry eye practice and collects medically billable dry eye diagnostic data. It features analysis of tear breakup time, tear meniscus height, and high definition color images of meibomian glands. And with dry eye module and automated tonometry, there's really no need for fluorescein, so that saves you time and it's a better experience for your patients. Now the VX650 with the retinal imaging module is ideal diagnostic tool for that posterior segment specialty practice and collects, again, medically billable posterior segment diagnostic data to detect early signs of glaucoma, diabetes, AMD, and other retinal pathologies. So using all the diagnostic tools and information from these instruments, you can review the images with your patient to demonstrate the need for the personalized treatment plan, as well as track their progress. Now, what about investing in the technology in the part of your practice that generates pretty much a high volume of percentage of your revenue? And that's your optical and your opticians. The VX40 lens analyzer will give you and your opticians the necessary tools to prescribe the appropriate lens selection, troubleshoot, and then of course efficiently analyze the jobs that come back from the lab. Your staff can use the wavefront images from the VX40 analyzer in the optical to support your prescribing and recommendations for premium ophthalmic products and boost multiple pair sales. The images make it easy for the optician to explain why a premium lens design is better than, say, a standard or an online progressive lens. And this instrument also simplifies troubleshooting situation. So let's say that your patient isn't seeing well with a new prescription or a new lens design. The optician can use the VX40 wavefront maps to diagnose, explain, and then resolve the symptoms resulting from these lenses. And that cuts down on the need to return to your exam room. Patients are also impressed when you show them their fundus photos, right? So the images from the VX40 will also drive that wow factor to increase patient satisfaction and the confidence in your optical recommendations. Now, adding and updating an existing lab or finishing equipment to state-of-the-art instruments will reduce your lab bill, increase profitability, and then differentiate you from other practices. So the Brio Couture lens finishing system has a space saving. It's really small. It doesn't take up much room at all. Has the a blocker and an edger. And the blocking unit uses wavefront technology to preview the lens design. So you can actually, if you look at that image on the right-hand side over there, you can actually see the image of a, it looks like a hard design progressive to me. And the blocking unit, like I said, uses this wavefront technology to preview the design, then automatically and accurately blocks the lens, which eliminates the need to do the reverse lensometry. So the skill level, it doesn't have to be as high as it was before. And this is the only tracer on the market able to create 3D model of the entire frame, including thickness, shape, and groove placement. 3D graphic visualization lets the optician and the patient preview the predicted finished eyewear, which I think is spectacular. For the optician, this feature is extremely useful when selecting the most appropriate frame, lens material, and lens design, especially for those really challenging prescriptions. And the advanced innovations in the machine's sensors and software eliminate the biggest challenges of edging and significantly reduces the amount of redos that you have too. And also, which really interesting, I thought was really great, is these edgers are environmentally friendly because the water consumption has been reduced from 16 liters to 5. So in-office finishing elevates the level of vision care for the patient because you can make their glasses a lot faster and you have control over what product they're getting. And it also, like I said, it adds a new revenue source. So that's always something to think about when adding new technology. So let's talk a little bit about elevating the patient experience. The staff, your office staff, have an invaluable role in elevating your patient experience and are an essential part of the exam flow. So it's important to ensure that the entire staff is involved in creating an office environment that conveys state-of-the-art personalized vision care from start to finish. And I really have to emphasize this because the biggest key to successfully implementing new equipment into your practice is to empower your staff to take ownership of the new technology by involving them at the onset of the purchase and ensure everyone takes part in the training. So I've seen where instrumentation has been sort of sprung onto the staff and they're like, whoa, what are you doing? You know, we're not on board with this, and eventually that will fail. But when everyone's engaged in the process, they know that they are part of the team and are collectively invested into the practice. And this advanced suite of instruments requires minimal training to achieve a skill level needed to collect accurate, repeatable, and reliable data. So entrusting your staff with greater responsibilities encourages them to become involved in the patient care as well. And by delegating the collection of diagnostic information to the optometric technician, the doctor can spend more time with the patient explaining the diagnosis and treatment plan. And you know, we were taught to be data gatherers in optometry school, but now with disruptive innovation and technological advanced equipment, we can delegate this task and focus more on direct patient care, which I think is amazing. So I've said it before, communication is the key to success. And today's patients are more proactive and involved in their healthcare and expect more from their providers. It doesn't matter if the condition is a functional vision problem like presbyopia or an ocular condition like glaucoma. Sharing data and images with your patient involves them in the process of vision care and motivates better compliance with your treatment plan. Investing in a comprehensive portfolio of technologically advanced instruments provides your ability to communicate complex findings and elevate the quality of care received at your office. So the three main goals that motivate us to invest in new technology, I think I mentioned before, are to improve patient care, streamline office flow, and then of course, boost your practice revenue. Now I want to pose a question to you. Who or what drives your decision-making process? Well, when we asked some optometrists this question, they said they rely on their friends or their colleagues for advice because they want to know what they have in their office. And some of them even say, well, I'll just let the product speak for itself. So before I end with you tonight, and my last slide here has to do with growing your practice, I want to share a story that Dr. Kazemi told me when we were talking and we were making this, this presentation. And she said to me, she was in practice in San Francisco for about 20 years, had her own practice with a partner. And she said many years ago, when her practice was switching from paper charts to an EHR, she and her business partner were attending a training seminar for their new EHR system. And at the time, she had also just bought her first luxury car. And they were enjoying the ride back from Sacramento to San Francisco. And during the ride, she said, you know, they were talking about how nervous they were and yet excited they were for this huge change to be happening in their office. And she told her partner, you know, this change in our office is kind of like my new car. With the old car, I could still get where I wanted to go, but with the new car, I get there so much faster using navigation, and the travel is kind of in comfort and style. You know, my car is sort of a status symbol and it looks kind of expensive, so it's very impressive. Now, while it took a little bit of time for me to learn how to use my new car, you know, all the bells and whistles that it had, once I did, I truly enjoyed the experience. So I guess what I was trying to say is that it's important to embrace innovation and technology by investing in yourselves, investing in your patients and your staff. And the newest technology helps us to deliver high level of patient care that exceeds our patients' expectations. And yes, some technology is billable, while other technology just helps us do our job more accurately and efficiently. So that's basically all I had for you today on technology and innovation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, well, thank you, Michelle. And if anybody has any questions, again, feel free to type into that question box and we will answer them as they come in. And I will actually pull up my question box here so I can see what's going on. So I guess the first question that I had here, and this is an interesting one, especially with your optical background, right? It was always sort of a dogma that if you want to grow revenues in your practice, one of the great ways to do it is to get an edger, right? I mean, 20 years ago, you asked people like, what should I get? Oh yeah, get an edger. So, you know, so what's it like these days? I guess this is the first question that came in terms of edgers for people who've never actually had one. Is that still the case?
Well, you know, it's you kind of got to figure out the cost to benefit, right? You got to get enough jobs rolling through your office to make it profitable. And there's sort of a formula for that. And you know, so the cost of buying, the cost of leasing. I mean, we could do a whole lecture on when you should put in an optical lab. But sure, definitely, if you've got a high-end sort of not even high end, if you do a high volume, it's still, to me, worth it because you control what products going in, what products going out. And today I find that a lot of the large laboratories have a lot of staff turnover. And so you'll go through a time where the product coming out of the lab, you got to look at really carefully because there's mistakes that are made. And then once they get that person up and running, you don't have to watch it so carefully. But you know, you can control the kind of quality and product that you're putting out there. And interestingly enough, a lot of laboratories have what we call proprietary brands that you can buy and just get semi-finished lenses and cut them in your office. That's a lot cheaper than the higher name brand lenses. So that's a possibility. Yeah, I'd still say, that's one of the ways that you can increase revenue and increase your patient satisfaction is by putting in a finishing lab.
Right. And I haven't actually been following it too closely. I remember in the old days, the machines could be somewhat finicky. I don't know. It looks like the tech has advanced since then. I remember the old days, the smell people would talk about and all that stuff. But I think that's probably in the rearview mirror.
Yeah, no, it's not bad. I mean, you still need to have, some ventilation and things like that. But interestingly enough, polycarbonate is a recyclable material. So you can actually take the they call it swarf, but the stuff that comes off of edging and recycle it, and it gets sent out to remade into other things. So it's kind of cool, all the stuff we have today.
Excellent. Question here, strategies to engage staff. So you mentioned obviously bringing in a big change like this can be upsetting to some people. What would you say is sort of the best way to get them to buy into this?
And that's interesting because I just I've been doing some consulting with an office where the doctor really wanted to bring in this new technology, and the staff are just dragging their feet. And he finally just bought one and forced it on them. And now they're just, I get calls all the time saying, how am I going to get these guys to use this? And it's communication. And I really firmly believe that if you can go to a trade show, or if you can have someone come into the office and demonstrate this, you got to have everybody on board from the get-go, because like I said, it's going to be a disaster. People are not going to accept it if they're not part of the team. If they weren't part of the decision making from the beginning, it's just a recipe for disaster.
Right. Because I'm thinking also about the changing role of the doctor, as you mentioned, right? You're moving from a place where you are collecting that information and now you're pushing that onto your staff. Is that something that you explicitly acknowledge with the staff? Like, hey, this is going to be, how we're doing it now.
Absolutely. And it's, you have to think about what you're asking them to do. And if you need to hire another person, you're going to make the money back over and over again, because you're going to see more patients, you're going to higher patient satisfaction. A lot of times the staff are willing to do it. They want to be more involved in patient care. They want to understand what's happening. So, if you come at it from a positive standpoint, hey, if you want, I'm going to give you more responsibility. I'm going to train you to do this. I'm going to pay you to do this, and we're going to get more help, so everybody has to be on board. You have to build the team so that everybody is willing to play.
Right. And I'm sure for some people it would be intimidating, but others probably feel like, wow, I'm actually, doing the job that the doctor was doing. So this is sort of an upgrade.
Yeah, absolutely. And you'd be surprised how much, especially the younger people that are coming in, they're very excited about being involved in this. They may not want to go to optometry school, but they may want to be a vision care. I call it a vision care specialist. They specialize in vision care, and they're the ones that are gathering the data. They're the ones that are looking and saying, this looks okay, this doesn't look okay. I need to get the doctor to look at this right away. This is something that could wait. And we have to think about teleoptometry too. There's a role for a vision care specialist in teleoptometry, and they're supporting the optometrist who's making the decisions and making the treatment plans.
Right. We just had a comment come in here, creative title for staff, sort of elevating their role by giving them a different title.
Absolutely. Yeah. And with the title, it has to go compensation. And that's a problem, because I feel like a lot of opticians and a lot of para-optometrics, you give them a lot of responsibility, but yet they're not getting compensated for it.
Right.
And I feel like if you increase your patient numbers, you can afford to compensate your staff for that.
Right. And question here actually about training. So, you mentioned that you want to get the staff engaged. When you actually implement a system like this, how does training actually happen? Do the folks who sold you the system come on site, or do you do it online? How does it all work?
There's a combination of both. There's like when I was with one office that put in a pretty good amount of equipment. They put in a 120 dry eye, they put in iScan 80, they put in a digital phoropter, and they put in a VX40. So we had basically an installation day and then a full training day. And then there was there's great resources. The academy that that Visionics has a lot of information in there. And then of course you can always hire a consultant to come in too. If you feel like you want more information, you can do that as well.
Right.
But
And I recall from what Visionics told us last time, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, that they can also remotely work with you on the device. They use things like TeamViewer to actually sort of remotely be there when you need them if you're having trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, in fact, I've done that a couple times at some of the offices I consult with. We'll log in with TeamViewer and go through a couple things and troubleshoot.
Cool. All right. So next question here. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to answer this one. It has to do with price and how pricing works on the system. So any Visionics folks here?
Yeah, I will punt that one.
Yes. Because that would actually be definitely out of your wheelhouse. But I don't know if Rachel's still here.
Sierra or Rachel might be able to handle that.
Yeah, I'm still.
What was the question again?
Oh, the question was pricing. How does this actually work in terms of acquisition of the devices? Do people usually lease them? Do they buy them? How does it usually work?
So we have multiple options. People can either lease, purchase outright, or finance. And prices vary depending on, obviously, the more you buy, the more discounts you get, things like that. So if you go to, on the next slide, it'll show Visionics.com/US/ODwire. You can fill out a form online and we can get you connected with your rep and they can give you pricing.
Excellent. And I guess that I totally overlooked another question here, but this is important. We showed a bunch of different pieces of equipment. I can actually pull the slide back up again. There we go. One question here was, how does it all work together? Is there a common piece of software that it's actually using to have all the data go back and forth?
There's a network connection. I believe it runs through what they call the VBox. And so there's a way that each instrument can connect through and then go to your EHR. And it depends on which EHR you have, but they have it's kind of a box that all the data goes to, and then the box sort of distributes it out. That's a technical question that I just know there's a magic box that happens.
Right. So I guess then just to put it more concretely, so we have a picture of the VX40 up here. Let's say somebody comes in with a pair of specs that they absolutely hate, right? And you put it in the VX40. What happens with that data once it comes up on the screen? Can you put it somewhere else?
Yes, so there's in the bottom right-hand corner, there's the option to send the information to, you can send it to a flash drive connected to the back. You can send it to the Phoropter, which it gets sent over to the VX65, and you can pull that up. And you can also send images to a folder in your system so that you can capture any of the images and data, and it can get set to a folder on your system as well.
Oh, so that's interesting. So hang on a second. So the VX40 can send it straight to the Phoropter, so you can actually show people how terrible their old specs were and do an A/B test with the new ones.
Yes. So you have the ability using the tablet to go to previous, or we call it LM because it's lens measurement. So you can say, here's your previous glasses, and here's what I'm prescribing for you today. And so it just shows it goes right back and forth. So they can visually see it, but you can also, for example, I can compare 2 or 3 pair of glasses by capturing the images and storing them there, and then switching between and showing the patient, here's why you don't like this pair of glasses, because there's a lot of blur and swim at the bottom of this lens. So that piece of equipment is probably what I'm best known for, but the VX40 I've used to analyze hundreds of different lens designs, and I can tell you what the patient's going to say when they put them on I'm going to say they like the distance part, but the intermediate's too small and they're going to experience a lot of blur and swim on the bottom right-hand side or something.
Right. So
Yeah.
for progressives, it's an invaluable tool.
Oh, absolutely. And actually, I've just worked with the new Zeiss single vision lens, and oh my goodness, I was able to prove to myself that the Zeiss single vision is way better than the standard Zeiss single vision. So they have their clear view, and I was able to see the off-axis aberration of the standard lens versus their new clear view. So it works even on a single vision. I can, see the difference.
Wow. Very neat. Question here. You mentioned the OCT part of this. This person is starting to dabble in sclerals. Which OCT unit can they use? Sort of I think you showed sort of the base unit. Can any of these OCTs work if they want to start doing scleral work, or do they need a higher end unit?
With an OCT, well, I think you can do scleral fitting with the 120 as well, because it does anterior chamber stuff. So both the 650 and the 120, you can do contact lens fitting with that. The OCT, I'm not as familiar with that, but I do know that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so for the OCT, we have our OptiView Solix, and that is the first full range anterior.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm not as familiar with the Solix yet.
Yep.
Excellent. And actually, we did a webinar on that, didn't we? So if you go back to ODwire when you're done with this, if you're curious, for the person who asked the question, you can pull up the webinar on the Solix and you can see some very pretty pictures. Yep. Great. And let me see these other questions that we have coming in here. So more pricing questions. So again, for pricing, we can just send you on. Let me get to the right page here. There we go. Visionex.com/US/ODwire. Go there and you can meet the folks at Visionex, and they'll step you through how it all works, and you can watch a little demo as well.
Yeah, and then come to Vision Expo West and come play with this stuff too.
Yes, that's as much as I love CEwire and doing stuff online, there's nothing beats actually fiddling with stuff. So definitely stop by the Visionex booth. I'll be there too, taking pictures, and it's always fun to actually get out there and use the equipment for real. And I haven't seen the Solix yet in person, so this will be my first time too. Well, great. So let me just run through a couple more questions here, and then we will wrap it up for the evening. And whoops. So, this is an interesting question. So it was a philosophical question, just like we had before. What is the role of an optometrist? At this point, well, I mean, it is an interesting question, right?
It's a very interesting question, and I think you're right, because as we were talking about it, optometry has changed so much. I graduated 30 years ago, and at that time, I was very interested in ophthalmics and binocular vision and sports vision and things like that. And I found out I had to learn everything about, ocular health and systemic and pharm, in addition to all the stuff that I wanted to know. And now, we have all these great instruments that allow us to get out and be more accessible to public. To in the rural areas, we can do teleoptometry. And we were always taught to be data gatherers and to hang on to the information. Don't let that information out of your hands. And that's not the case anymore. I really feel like there's the profession of vision care, and there are a lot of different roles within the profession of vision care, where there's an optometrist, there's an ophthalmologist, there's an optician, and of course, there's the vision care specialist, someone who supports the optometrist, the doctor that has the ability to make these decisions and treatment plans. And our role is to diagnose and treat. And so I really feel like we don't have to gather the data anymore. We take the data and we, look at it and analyze it and talk to the patient and guide them through, because patients are very, very much interactive with their own, proactive with their own care. And so we need to work with the patient And I think that's where the optometrist is now.
Yep, agreed. So I think that this is a great place to leave it on this sort of deep philosophical question.
Yes.
But if people have more questions, an archive of this webinar will be posted up on ODwire. So come on back there. Feel free to type in the discussion thread that'll run beneath it if you have any more questions. And otherwise, I guess we'll see everybody at Expo West hopefully, or at an upcoming CEwire where we're going to be rerunning this webinar as well. So Michelle, thanks so much for coming out tonight, and I just want to thank everyone at Visionics for coming out as well and sponsoring tonight's show. So again, Michelle, thank you for being here.
Hey, thanks so much for having me here. And yeah, I'll be at Vision Expo West, so I'm hanging out at the booth. So if anybody wants to bend my ear, I'll be there.
Awesome. All right, well, we'll see you there.
All right, thanks.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another ODwire webinar. Thanks so much for making it out tonight. Now, tonight's talk is all about using innovation